Revolution in the air. 60s radicals turn to Lenin, Mao, and Che. Max Elbaum. Foreword by Alicia Garza. For James and Your Generation. Contents. Foreword by Alicia Garza. Preface to the paperback edition. Acknowledgements. Introduction. Part I. A New Generation of Revolutionaries, 1968 to 1973. 1. The system becomes the target. 2. The appeal of Third World Marxism. 3. The transformation of New Left radicalism. Part 2. Gotta Get Down to It, 1968 to 1973. 4. A new communist movement takes shape. 5. Strongest pull on the anti-capitalist left. 6. Elaborate doctrine, weak class anchor. 7. Envisioning the vanguard. 8. Bodies on the line, the culture of a movement. Part 3. Battered by recession, restructuring and reaction, 1974 to 1981. 9. The momentum is broken. 10. China's new policies split the movement. 11. Rival trends tri-party building, round 2. 12. Fatal crises and first obituaries. Part 4. Walking on broken glass, 1982 to 1992. 13. The survivors build the rainbow. 14. The collapse of communism. Part V. End of a long march. 15. Movement veterans adjust to civilian life. 16. Lessons from the new communist movement. Foreword. By Alicia Garza. All good books are alike in that they are truer than if they had really happened, and after you are finished reading one you will feel that all that happened to you and afterwards it all belongs to you, the good and the bad, the ecstasy, the remorse and sorrow, the people and the places and how the weather was. Ernest Hemingway. My first reading of Revolution in the Air left me profoundly confused. As a young organizer I read this book as if each page should contain a ready-made solution to the challenges I was grappling with. How could we build a million-strong movement when our organization and those we worked closely with only engaged hundreds? Could anything be done to close the gap between paid staff organizers and the membership of organizations, who were largely working-class people of color? What was needed to contribute to a mass movement for safety and justice while winning concrete gains for our communities? What happened to the radical groups that I'd heard so much about? How would we know if revolution was, in fact, around the corner? Of course, this approach was misguided, but certainly fit the stage of development that I was in. I hadn't yet spent enough time building the movement to understand its nuances. I hadn't yet studied much of the origins of the Marxist-Leninist tradition that I was loosely trained in. I made it all the way through the first part and then schemed the rest. I'll come back to it, I said to myself. Coming back to this book after nearly 20 years of organizing and building a movement and just weeks after Donald Trump was declared the winner of the contest with Democratic candidate Hillary Clinton, the words within could not have been more important, or, as Hemingway said, they could not be truer than if they happened, to me. As I came back to the book for the second time, there was so much texture, so many contours. There were times I'd put the book on the table and just stare into space. How had I missed these valuable stories? How might my work have been different if only I'd come back to Max Elbaum a little bit sooner? The truth is, as Max tells us, it's through the experience of making mistakes, of taking risks and having our efforts fail, that we can assess with clear eyes what went wrong, what went right, what the opposition is up to, and what to do or not to do the next time one is presented with an opportunity. Hindsight may be 20/20ths, but in this case, the hindsight offered in this book is critical to advancing the legacy that Max and so many others have fought for. This hindsight contains the lessons that I so desperately searched for when I first picked up this book. Perhaps it was divine intervention that Max asked me to pen a new foreword for the book, just 2 months before the election. The consequences of the lessons offered here are clearer to me now than they were when I picked up this book years ago, particularly those lessons that highlight the tension between becoming the left wing of the possible versus the proposition that a key task of the left is to expand the boundaries of what is considered possible. Throughout my early organizing, I would listen as Max and others warned us about the dangers of sectarianism. The consequence of being dogmatic around a political line was the halted potential of building mass bases that could contend for power on the basis of a political program. Max writes, without a large, active, and anti-capitalist social base to draw strength from, interact with, and be held accountable to, left organizations face profound dilemmas. Pressures to surrender revolutionary politics in order to make an immediate impact on public policy are immense. On the other hand, groups determined to resist the rightward pull find that even survival, much less growth, is no easy task. Temptations to retreat into a small but secure niche on the margins of politics and or confine oneself to revolutionary propaganda are extremely great. So is the impulse to rely on purer-than-thou fidelity to old orthodoxies to maintain membership morale, ensure organizational cohesion and compete with other groups. As Marx himself put it, when the working class is not yet ripe for an independent historical movement, it will be a period of socialist sectarianism. For example, Revolution in the Air posits that much of the left is ambivalent, at our own peril, about elections and electoral organizing, despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary that elections do, in fact, matter. Despite celebrating the political orientation of leaders like the late Fidel Castro or the late Hugo Chavez, the left acts as if millions of people don't use elections as a vehicle to express the future that they want to see and ridicules the idea that power is partially expressed through decision-making and, short a strategy of armed struggle, have little to no chance of taking power in the United States without somehow engaging in electoral organizing strategies. The election of Donald Trump on November 8, 2016, was a bittersweet reminder of this dynamic and its consequences. During the election, the left missed several important opportunities. One was an opportunity to extend a conversation curated by movements like Occupy Wall Street to highlight the dangers of capitalism. Another was the opportunity offered by candidates like Bernie Sanders to further expand the conversation about socialism. Yet another was to resist the narrowing of our vision into specific issues rather than broadening to a larger program of freedom and democracy for all. Still another was the opportunity to resist coopting the language of liberals who bemoan identity politics to destabilize forces behind the important demands to dismantle structural inequality and racism. The radical left adopted three basic positions with respect to the most recent election. One position was that the election represented a contest between two sides of the same coin, that there was no fundamental difference between the Democratic Party and the Republican Party and, thus, engaging in the election would demonstrate an adherence to the corrupt two-party system, thereby constituting an act of treason against left principles, politics, and values. Another position was that Hillary Clinton was simply too corrupt to vote for, as such, they would sit out the election or vote for a third party, such as the Green Party or Libertarian Party. The third position was somewhere in between, that the primary task was to defeat Donald Trump and the GOP's hateful agenda, or that Hillary Clinton, while not perfect, represented the best of what was possible under neoliberalism and that a vote for her was a vote in favor of women's equality. My estimation of things is that most of the left was somewhere between the first two positions, believing that both parties and or candidates were irreparably corrupt and therefore that it was a betrayal of the left to engage in any manner other than critique. At the time of the election, I had spent the previous 3 years building Black Lives Matter, BLM, an international network with more than 40 chapters across North America and the United Kingdom. I dreaded the election more than most, primarily because Hillary Clinton had announced her candidacy and I knew we were in for an uphill battle. I was concerned that Clinton would dog-whistle her way to the White House, as her husband had done in the 1990s. I was mildly annoyed that candidate Bernie Sanders couldn't get it together to address, with any real substance, criminalization, police violence and other forms of state violence that, by that time, had taken center stage. Black Lives Matter had become a household name, and yet no candidate would substantively address the issues we were concerned with. I focused solely on the Democratic Party, as candidate Donald Trump did not seem capable of winning. My distaste for the Clintons goes back to the 1990s, when then-President Bill Clinton was dubbed the first black president for having an extramarital affair with an intern. Clinton led the charge to dismantle government assistance and to over-incarcerate millions of black people for nonviolent drug offenses, and the result has been devastating for black families for more than 20 years, and has been a major contributor to the disparities that black communities face. Bernie Sanders had a base that irritated me. Bernie Brothers became a popular nickname to describe Bernie supporters who were white men, generally between the ages of 18 and 55, who essentially believed that Sanders was the second coming of Jesus. In all seriousness, Bernie Brothers represented an image that has been plaguing the left for a long time, particularly as it relates to communities of color, older white men insistent that class must always trump race, that racial discrimination and gender discrimination represent an outdated form of identity politics that would be resolved by improving the economy. Fairly or unfairly, much of Bernie's camp was seen as tone-deaf around issues of race, class, and gender, and this ultimately weakened any possibility of Sanders winning in the first election after a coalition diverse in race, class, and gender came together to elect the first black president of the United States. Looking at the field, there was little to be excited about. It was a drastic shift from the candidacy of Barack Obama, and while I have significant political disagreements with Obama and the policies of his administration, it's undeniable that there was considerable excitement among voters about both times he was elected. And yet, without that coalition behind them, pushing them further to the left while contending for power nationally, it seemed possible, but not inevitable, that a Republican candidate could win the White House. After all, if the left could not cohere behind an agenda for racial justice, an agenda against militarism and an agenda to transform the economy with race, class, and gender at the center, what chance did we have to move the majority of the country to our side? Additionally, what should be the litmus test for whether or not we back a candidate in order to avoid a probable disaster? For many, the litmus test was in fact a purity test that assessed how closely each candidate matched our own politics, which of course was a losing strategy because each candidate, at least on the Democratic Party side, was at a minimum a fervent supporter of imperialism. Was it best to support the candidate who addressed the issues that you cared about, though imperfectly? Was it best to support no candidate at all because none were charismatic or left enough? What does it mean for the left to support a candidate? Should it be someone we would invite over to our homes for dinner? While much of the racial justice left remained ambivalent about an electoral strategy that could keep a deeply divisive and catastrophic Republican agenda from claiming victory, Republican candidate Donald Trump gained steam despite having little of substance to say on things like foreign policy, immigration reform, healthcare, and other issues important to millions of people. While many of us thought that he couldn't possibly win, that he was just a celebrity and wasn't running a serious campaign, the GOP got serious about winning the election and winning a majority in Congress, taking the Oval Office, controlling the majority of state houses in this country, and taking over the Supreme Court. An ambivalence on the left about electoral politics, the lack of a clear approach to electoral organizing and understanding politics not as we want them to be but instead understanding them and how they function, alongside purity tests that were simply impossible to meet, led to one of the most significant losses for the left in recent history. A rising tide of resistance, from the Occupy Wall Street efforts to the People's Climate March to Black Lives Matter, was met with an equal and opposite reaction in the form of a new kleptocratic, authoritarian regime that at the time of this writing has already done significant and, in some cases, irreversible damage. I don't recount this pattern to argue against a left that is critical of the two-party system, which is, in fact, deeply corrupt and designed to favor elites. The left is right to deplore the pageantry and commercialization of what claims to be a democracy that is the great equalizer between those who have and those who don't. Both candidates were deeply troubling, albeit in different ways. Donald Trump is a billionaire who has made a fortune on real estate, wage theft, racial discrimination, and terror. Hillary Clinton is a multimillionaire backed by the financial sector. It's important to know the histories, reputations, backgrounds, and positions of whoever is running for President of the United States, responsible for setting policies here and abroad. And yet, a refusal to engage honestly with what was in front of us had and still has direct and devastating consequences. In the Democratic primary, Bernie Sanders competed with Hillary Clinton for the party nomination. Sanders ran for the Democratic ticket, yet built his platform implicitly on populism that was at times deemed socialism. Admittedly, I was suspicious of populist platforms on the left and the right, particularly because populism in the United States tends towards conservatism. Sanders deployed a populist platform that predominantly appealed to white, rural voters, and lacked cogent and coherent analyses of race and gender. And yet, while it had a number of shortcomings, Bernie Brothers being one of them, it was an opening for the radical left to engage with millions of people about what was possible, to draw millions more people into a movement for socialism, and an opening to bring socialism back into the mainstream from the periphery where it is currently positioned. When Donald Trump was declared the victor of the presidential election, the political terrain upon which revolutionaries had been fighting changed significantly. And yet, the assessment that the landscape has changed, and that those changes are not fleeting but are instead entrenched, far beyond the figure that represents those changes, and that as a result the task of revolutionaries in this period must be more carefully evaluated and undertaken, is not, unfortunately, a shared understanding amongst revolutionaries. As Revolution in the Air so poignantly reminds us, there is still time to learn from our mistakes to build a bigger and more effective left that challenges power on every front, and that builds the kind of power that can change the conditions of our communities. At the time of this writing, the United States government has been the aggressor in 2 preemptive military actions in Afghanistan and Syria. Despite campaign rhetoric from Trump himself about being the people's president and the White House being the people's house, in the 100 days after his inauguration, Trump signed no fewer than 66 executive orders, each one more treacherous than the last. Trump's executive orders have dismantled regulations and protections against the abuses of corporations and Wall Street, revoked critical protections that ensure fair pay and safe workplaces for workers, and banned immigrants from Sudan, Iran, Syria, Libya, Somalia, and Yemen. He has reorganized the executive branch and added tens of billions of dollars to the budget of the Department of Defense. Trump's orders direct the administration to repeal 2 regulations for each new regulation, reorganize the National Security Council and Homeland Security Council, rebuild the U.S. military, immediately deport any person living in the United States without documentation of citizenship, and build a wall between Mexico and the United States to stem the tide of illegal immigration. He has approved pipelines that create catastrophes for indigenous nations and other communities living in proximity to them, threatened to cut funding for sanctuary cities that do not comply with the orders of the federal government, reinstated the global gag rule designed to defund U.S. organizations abroad that counsel clients about abortion services, and signaled his intention to repeal the Affordable Care Act, offensively named Obamacare by the GOP. There isn't room to discuss all of the implications of these initial orders, nor is there adequate space to discuss the far-reaching impacts that these directives will have on millions of people. This is, after all, Max's book, and I can guarantee that there will be dozens, if not hundreds, of books written about the impacts of this administration. We can, however, use this book as a tool to begin charting a path towards what a vast, vibrant left can and should look like in the United States. We can take the truth serum contained in this book to take an extensive, honest, and courageous assessment of our relative power vis-a-vis the tremendous power that we are up against. We can take the lessons of today, and of the recent and not so recent past, and take stock of what we have yet to create, and then get on to the important work of turning our vision into a reality, one step at a time. In this book, Max will tell you about the consequences of a young left which was relatively ambivalent about electoral politics and not sober enough in their assessment of the shifts happening in the balance of power. While it languished after the victories of ending the Vietnam War and those of the movements for civil and human rights, a new right was coalescing around them, in plain sight. The backlash from the victories that the left won, coupled with a tangible yet not large enough base committed to finishing what was started, meant serious consequences for Max's generation as well as the ones to follow. Including ours. That's right, us, right here, right now. As a new and invigorated right coalesces and expands its influence directly in front of our eyes, what will we do? What can we learn here that can help us, as a left, transform ourselves so that we can transform the world together? We can and must make a commitment to learning new lessons and, more specifically, making new mistakes. I'm still struck by how many of the endeavors described in this book are things that I and my peers have done or experienced. Make no mistake, there will never be a successful, internationalist left in the United States if we cannot learn from mistakes that have been plaguing us for decades, staying grounded in the actual material conditions while reaching for the sky. A reinvigorated left will have a clear vision of the world we strive to win as well as a deep connection and resonance with wide swaths of people who share an interest in their personal, and our collective, freedom. This new and vibrant left will be grounded in theories drawn from the experiments we've embarked on and the tangible contributions we've made to our communities and to people's lives. It will actively work to nurture all of the diverse components needed for a successful movement. The reinvigorated left will be sharp in our assessments of the dialectic between social systems and economic systems. It will understand and engage with power. It will be rooted in a set of strategies aimed at taking power and transforming it. It will be diverse in its tactics and guided by winning tangible improvements in people's lives, and evaluated by the millions of people that it attracts and retains. The story of what the resistance will look like is still being written. But certainly it was divine intervention to return to this book at this political moment, to remind me of the terrain before us. We, who are searching for strategies to build a new left, will do so with many tendencies, working in coordination while still maintaining whatever independence we feel is necessary. We, people who are fighting to save our own lives, are fighting for there to be a better future than the one we inherited. We, people who, as Bernice Johnson Reagan sang, believe in freedom, will not rest until it comes. Preface to the paperback edition. I sent the final, edited draft of Revolution in the Air to Verso just after Labor Day 2001. The next week came the terrorist carnage of 9/11. By the time the book came off the press, George Bush's open-ended war on terror was in full swing and Iraq was squarely in Washington's gunsights. Before long the Vietnam War and its lessons again stood at the pivot of nationwide debate. Discussion of whether the U.S. had an empire, and if so whether that was good or bad, once more entered the mainstream. Racist demonization of the enemy, Arabs and Muslims this time around, returned in full force. The economic, political, and technological terrain had changed in dramatic ways since the 1960s and 1970s. But the experience of the 60s anti-war and anti-racist movements, and the radical tendencies that surged out of them, suddenly seemed much closer and more relevant than they did during the 1990s when Revolution in the Air was being written and conservative pundits were proclaiming the end of history. The intensity of post-9/11 conflict is likely the main reason this history of a once dynamic but now all but disappeared political current attracted wider interest than I initially anticipated. I am grateful for the thoughtful reviews that appeared in the Los Angeles Times, the Village Voice and periodicals across the spectrum of the U.S. left. All reviews are available at https://revolutionintheair.org. I have learned a great deal from the outpouring of comment and criticism from both veterans of the 1960s and new generation radicals at forums around the country. Reviewers and activists' evaluations of Revolution in the Air's interpretation of this complex history, and of the political balance sheet I offer in the book's final chapter, have varied from enthusiastic to scathingly critical. But it is heartening to be able to note that the factual accuracy of the narrative, the book's reliability in providing basic information about the organizations and tendencies that are its main subject, has been all but universally acknowledged. Revolution in the Air was written largely to fill in a blank spot in the literature on U.S. radicalism by providing a roadmap of post-1960s Third World Marxism and the new communist movement. To the extent that it has contributed to recovering this rich experience and getting it back into the historical and political mix, the book has already met its prime objective. Since the book's publication, additional scholarship and debate have expanded and modified at least my own understanding of this radical experience and its implications. Hopefully that process will continue. I especially look forward to works that delve into specific organizing campaigns and the day-to-day lived experience of the movement's cadre. Inadequately addressing these vital matters is, in my opinion, revolution in the air's single biggest weakness. Understandings also change as the world changes. New conditions push certain factors to the fore and others to the background. Today the urgencies of a world where Washington proclaims the unilateral right to launch preventive wars and imprison anyone declared an enemy combatant casts 1960s/1970s polarizations into sharp relief. Partly because of this, and partly as the fruit of the last few years' broad-based discussions, I believe it is possible to see more clearly than 4 years ago what is essential in the history and legacy of the new communist movement. Passion for justice, but history cannot be forced. Viewed as tragedy, as the tale of a protagonist displaying tremendous self-sacrifice and dedication but corroded by narrow-minded self-righteousness, this history's inspiring acts come at the beginning. Only a deep passion for justice propelled so many young radicals to choose the anything but glamorous road of day-to-day organizing in factories, offices, and impoverished communities as the heady 1960s drew to a close. Though a measure of revolutionary romanticism was involved for some, most of those who turned to Lenin, Mao and Che probed and studied before making this life-changing decision. They concluded that Third World Marxism embodied the most penetrating insights into the workings of U.S. society, that US-style racism, capitalism and empire building were structurally and historically intertwined, that the wretched of the earth, people of color at home and abroad, would have to be at the center if the world was to be transformed. The new communist movement was their attempt, decisively shaped by the dominant perspectives in the international left at the time, to turn these insights into a practical political force, to join together as comrades across barriers of race, nationality, gender, and age, to sink roots among workers and the oppressed. It is not mere nostalgia or naivete to admire the audacity of people mostly in their 20s throwing themselves into such a project. But even the most tenacious dare to struggle. Dedication cannot by itself change the world. Historical circumstances, economic conditions, social structures shaped over decades, the consciousness of millions, constrain what is possible at any given moment. Coming of age in the utopian climate of the 1960s, embracing a Marxism-Leninism billed as an all-but omniscient science, these young militants thought they could fast-forward history through hard work and adherence to correct ideas. When U.S. politics began to move rightward rather than leftward in the 1970s, trying to accomplish such a feat proved far more difficult than anticipated. But the young movement's fealty to doctrines rooted in vastly different historical experiences pushed it toward ideological purification rather than strategies more appropriate to changing circumstances. Over time, at different paces and to different degrees in the movement's various constituent groups, valuable insights into U.S. society froze into ritualistic formulas. A culture of dedicated self-sacrifice deteriorated into one of ideological conformity, obedience to increasingly top-down leadership, and sectarian practices. Soon a radical current that had been born out of huge popular movements, and which had drawn its initial dynamism from rich interaction with those movements, lost its connection to the popular sectors capable of driving forward progressive change. The new communist movement's lifespan was relatively short. But its rise and fall trajectory resembles other once promising radical currents. The U.S. is in many respects a deeply conservative country, with a long-entrenched ruling elite and barriers to working-class unity and power that have given radicals heartaches and headaches for generations. Bluntly put, at most times there is a huge gap between the extent of change needed to forge a just society that is not bullying others around the world versus anything resembling the actual political capacity to make that change. The gap narrowed in the 1960s as the black community surged toward equality, millions turned against the war in Vietnam, and movements among Latinos, Asian Americans, Native Americans, women, and lesbians and gays began to flex some muscle. The participation of millions yielded significant victories and raised the prospect of more far-reaching social transformations. This propelled young people in large numbers toward the revolutionary project and inspired them to pour their utmost energy into it. In the 1990s, that gap again widened to a seeming chasm against the backdrop of the right-wing Reagan Revolution, the collapse of the USSR, and a barrage of capitalist triumphalism. In 1999, the large and vibrant anti-WTO protest in Seattle amid rising popular anxieties about globalization promised a new cycle of mass resistance. But the 9/11 attacks gave George Bush tremendous political initiative, which he and his far-right allies exploited to justify a program of permanent military aggression and reaction across the board. In the last year things have begun to change. After Cindy Sheehan camped out in Crawford, Texas, Katrina turned a spotlight on race and class inequities, the majority became disillusioned with the Iraq War, and millions took to the streets to demand immigrant rights. It is a fluid moment. We have not yet seen sustained mass action, much less a large-scale turn to the left. But an increased level of protest and noticeable shifts in the thinking of millions provide openings for radical initiatives that did not seem on the horizon even 2 years ago. At times like this, squeezing previous experiences for everything they can possibly teach is of special value. The scale of the 1960s upsurge, politics is millions. As my own thinking has evolved, the paramount matter to which I keep returning is the sheer scale and scope of the 1960s upsurge. This book's first chapter tries to describe that society-shaking tumult. But immersing myself in the post-9/11 resistance to Bush's with us or with the terrorists' onslaught has driven home the significance of scale and scope more vividly than ever before. There is a big reality check here, a reminder that what masses of people are doing, or not doing, must be the central reference point for effective strategy and tactics. What stands out about the 1960s in this light is the number and diversity of everyday people who embraced political action. Sparked by the civil rights movement beginning in 1955, for nearly 2 decades one new constituency after another entered the fray. Initial stirrings grew into sustained popular motion and, in the late 1960s, mass radicalization. The protest movements were millions strong. Combined with dynamic liberation movements then surging across the globe, they seized the moral as well as the political high ground. Movement tactics ranged from militant direct action to the most mild-mannered pleas to Congress. Participants' outlooks stretched from maximalist revolutionism to narrow recipes for reform. Anchored in a black freedom movement expressing the aspirations of the most dispossessed, the emancipatory visions of the 1960s captured the imagination of people from all backgrounds. This upheaval from below was able to force, and take advantage of, major divisions both within the country's elite and within the more backward sectors of the population. Nothing less would have been able to deliver the setbacks to segregation, racism, the war in Vietnam and other injustices that the 1960s movements accomplished. Putting this front and center forces us to measure all ideological schemas against a mass action template. If, when, and how masses swing into motion is generally not something under radicals' control. But in every period it is the activity and consciousness of popular constituencies that must shape radical efforts. Many of us once thought that becoming a revolutionary meant seeing the world through the filter of passages from Lenin. But in our zeal to adopt a revolutionary identity we overlooked one of the things Lenin wrote that actually has a universal meaning, something not particularly Leninist at all but common to effective radical leaders of all persuasions: politics begin where millions of men and women are, where there are not thousands, but millions. Radicals must strain every nerve to gain and keep a connection to these millions. We need a connection in life, sustained over time, through durable organizations and institutions, not merely in theory or in self-conception or during brief moments of high-tide protest. This places a premium on resisting all sectarianism and flexibly adapting to new and often unexpected conditions. To be sure, it is not always possible to maintain both left-wing politics and deep connections to millions. In a society where dominant class hegemony is so great, there are times when radicals will be isolated no matter what we do. That was the case during the McCarthy period, and for several years, hopefully about to end, after September 11th. During such times our side is compelled to seek whatever small openings we can as we defend our principles and tough it out. But recognizing limits on the scope of our immediate practice must not harden into accepting marginal status as a permanent fact of life, much less a mindset that glorifies marginality as a sign of true revolutionary faith. Radicals are defeated before we start if we surrender the idea that it is both necessary and possible to play a vital role in movements of millions. Planting the banners and waiting in a left-wing stronghold for people to come to us will not cut it. Looking for every possible opening to connect with large numbers, especially in communities of color and the working class, and taking into account what key constituencies are already thinking and doing is a far better path. Growing from weak to strong requires willingness to patiently participate in alliances and popular organizations where the leadership is held by non-leftists. Constructing a left that can provide assistance and direction to popular movements while expanding the horizon of what is now considered realistic is a daunting task. Such a left can only take shape in tandem with the growth of broad peace and justice alignments, not in opposition to them. Unpleasant as it may be, this means a serious engagement with the stacked deck of U.S. electoral politics must be one dimension of radical strategy. Other than in exceptional times, elections are the prime way that millions participate in political life. Outside of near-revolutionary situations, grassroots-based movements inevitably seek to meet their goals by pressuring office holders or electing their own. Reform of the two-party, winner-take-all system, with special emphasis on changing the myriad laws and practices that disenfranchise people of color, are crucial matters for left attention. So is building a peace and justice electoral power bloc along the way. Since the 2000 election especially, veterans of all post-1960s radical tendencies as well as younger activists have been grappling with this issue with growing tenacity and professionalism. I think there remain many important lessons for this kind of effort from the new communist movement's work in the Rainbow Coalition of the 1980s, see Chapter 13. Flexibility, openness, generosity of spirit, and a democratic culture of respect for every individual are indispensable. One of the most counterproductive, and painful, features of the new communist movement was its tendency to mistake toughness for commitment, rigidity for steadfastness, attacks on other leftists for adherence to principle. To construct a welcoming and sustaining political culture rooted in the U.S. experience, it would be wise to look beyond the Marxist pantheon and learn all we can from the towering intellectual, moral and political contributions of Dr. Martin Luther King. The new communist movement, along with other aspiring revolutionaries of the 1960s and 1970s, lost its bearings in these areas. But if that were the whole story, studying it today would be mere antiquarianism. As I have tried to draw out in this book's final chapter, there were also positive elements in the movement's outlook and practice, insistence on the centrality of anti-racism and internationalism, nurturing organizers who work for a living and engage in politics as volunteers rather than see a union or nonprofit staff job as the ideal. Such qualities remain vital for building a relevant left today. Indeed, changes in both demography and political economy mean that the role of communities of color in galvanizing the broadest possible alliance for justice and peace must be at least as central as in the 1960s. We cannot afford complacency in theory any more than remaining within a comfortable activist bubble in practice. It will take fresh thinking to cope with a world where reactionary theocratic movements of many kinds hold tremendous initiative, where a world historic transition of economic power toward Asia is underway, and where the point of no return on global warming and environmental catastrophe lies just ahead if we have not already passed it. Today the prospect of denting the right wing's iron grip on the U.S. exists for the first time since 9/11. Tomorrow is May 1st, which for the first time in decades will be marked in the U.S. by genuinely mass working class actions, an outpouring of immigrants and their supporters for fairness and legal status for all. The potential for a peace and justice bloc to take shape and gain a foothold in U.S. politics, and for radicals who contribute to that bloc's unity and forward motion to take steps toward cohering into a relevant left trend, can at least be glimpsed. The generation that once believed that revolution was in the air is blessed with another chance, a chance to partner with the generations now coming to the fore, to pass on what we have learned from our accomplishments and our failures, and to make a difference and keep at it until justice rolls down like waters and righteousness like a mighty stream. Max Elbaum. April 30, 2006. Acknowledgements. In 30-plus years on the left, I have had the privilege of interacting with an exceptional array of people who have devoted their talents and energies to the pursuit of social justice. All of them have informed this book. From the exuberant late 60s radical community in Madison, Wisconsin, I learned that politics could be something other than a set of ideas or a career. It could be a way to advance the cause of humanity. My comrades in the new communist movement of the 1970s and 1980s taught me about the nitty-gritty of day-to-day activism, and about how much can be accomplished through tenacity, collectivity, and solidarity across every kind of socially imposed barrier. To the remarkable people I worked with at Crossroads magazine in the 1990s, I owe thanks for living proof that partisans of different radical traditions can work harmoniously for a common purpose. And I am indebted to the San Francisco Bay Area's dynamic new generation of organizers and revolutionaries for buoying my hopes for a revitalization of the U.S. left. I also offer specific thanks to those individuals who helped in the preparation of this manuscript. Some reviewed drafts and offered their insights and comments, others gave generously of their time for interviews and discussions. All were of immense help. Of course, I alone am responsible for the book's shortcomings and the particular opinions expressed within it. My thanks here go to Francis M. Beale, Linda Burnham, Mike Davis, Roxanne Dunbar-Ortiz, Arnaldo Garcia, Harmony Goldberg, Steve Hamilton, Floyd Hinn, Abe Ignacio Jr., Van Jones, Raquel Lavina, Belvin Louis, Miriam Ching-Yun Louis, Nguyen Louis, Elizabeth, Batita, Martinez, Jason Negrin, Andy Nelson, Mirella Rangel, Eileen Raphael, Joy Schulman, Erwin Silber, Helen C. Toribio, Cindy Wiesner, Steve Williams, Butch Wing, Leon Wolfsey, and Ethan Young. 3 individuals must be singled out for special appreciation. Stephen Hyatt, my friend and comrade as well as editor of this volume, not only offered political insight but played a crucial role in ushering this project along at every stage, from initial conception to crossing the last T on the final page. Bob Wing, whose friendship and wisdom I have benefited from for more than 2 decades, spent an extraordinary amount of time in evaluating draft after draft. Besides providing valuable comments on a host of particular points, he added a perspective on the evolution of the late 60s revolutionary movement that was decisive in shaping the book's overall analytic framework. Finally, I thank my partner, Ellen Kaiser, for her perceptive political guidance and generous emotional support. Introduction. Almost all urban specialists agree, all signs point to a grim summer of riots in the nation's cities. They note, 1. Cuts and restrictions in federal programs for the jobless, 2. A hardening of white, black antipathies, 3. A growing police emphasis on repression and weaponry. Some of their conclusions: nothing can stop it. The nation is building toward organized insurrection within the next few years. Newsweek, February 19, 1968. The invasion of Cambodia and the senseless shooting of 4 students at Kent State University in Ohio have consolidated the academic community against the war, against business, and against government. This is a dangerous situation. It threatens the whole economic and social structure of the nation. Business Week, May 16, 1970. During the first 4 months of 1968, the Vietnamese Tet Offensive ended Washington's hopes of victory in Southeast Asia. Incumbent President Lyndon Johnson was forced to abandon his re-election bid, Martin Luther King was assassinated, and black rebellions erupted in more than 100 cities. Flames reached within 6 blocks of the White House. 70,000 troops had to be called up across the country to restore order. These jolts punctuated a decade of civil rights organizing, anti-war protests, cultural ferment and youth rebellion that shook the entire country. For several years after 1968 the U.S. could not conduct business as usual. Looming defeat in Vietnam inspired more challenges to Western imperial power throughout Asia, Africa, and Latin America, then commonly termed the Third World. Marxism and anti-imperialist nationalism gained seemingly unstoppable initiative. At home, more U.S. constituencies added their weight to the energized black community and the early anti-war battalions. Youth-led protests surged in the Puerto Rican and Chicano communities, an Asian American movement was born, Native Americans revitalized their long fight for land and freedom. Women took up the banner of liberation, a new movement for gay and lesbian rights entered the fray. Labor stirred, with more and harder fought strikes in 1969 and 1970 than in any year since 1946. All society was a battleground, a great deal was at stake and powerful social forces were in conflict. On one side stood the country's traditional elite, accustomed to power and absolutely determined to maintain it. On the other side millions mobilized because they were no longer prepared to accept unequal treatment or unjust wars. As in all popular upheavals, a portion of those who participated developed a long-term commitment to political activism. Many of them, seeing how intransigent the establishment was in resisting racial equality and defending imperial prerogatives, decided that the system could not be reformed. Looking at a country and a world in upheaval, they also concluded that the power of the oppressed was on the rise and the strength of the status quo was on the wane. They immersed themselves in and drew confidence from the spread of fresh ideas and organizations, the growth of revolutionary nationalist sentiment in communities of color, the development of the Black Panther Party into the central reference point for late 1960s radicalism, the emergence of the Young Lords Party and La Raza Unida Party, anti-imperialist currents in Students for a Democratic Society, radical tendencies in the women's and gay movements, Detroit's League of Revolutionary Black Workers, the American Indian Movement and many more. By early 1971, public opinion polls were reporting that upwards of 3 million people thought a revolution was necessary in the U.S. Tens of thousands believed revolution was not only desirable, but possible, and maybe even not too far around the corner. The appeal of Third World Marxism. Between 1968 and 1973, layer after layer of young people went in search of an ideological framework and strategy to bring that revolution about. Inspired by the dynamic liberation movements that threatened to besiege Washington with many Vietnams, many decided that a third world-oriented version of Marxism, sometimes explicitly termed Third World Marxism and sometimes not, was the key to building a powerful left in the U.S., within the belly of the beast. In tune with the central axis of 1960s protests, Third World Marxism put opposition to racism and military intervention at the heart of its theory and practice. It riveted attention on the intersection of economic exploitation and racial oppression, pointing young activists toward the most disadvantaged sectors of the working class. It embraced the revolutionary nationalist impulses in communities of color, where Marxism, socialism, and nationalism intermingled and overlapped. It linked aspiring U.S. revolutionaries to the parties and leaders who were proving that the power of the people is greater than the man's technology, the Vietnamese and Chinese Communist parties, Amilcar Cabral and the Marxist-led liberation movements in Africa, Che, Fidel, and the Cuban Revolution. In spirit as well as focus, all this fit the 1968 generation's mood much better than did the variants of Marxism offered by the 1930s descended Old Left. These had been shaped by the Soviet experience and were oriented mainly toward the trade union movement. Third World Marxism, in contrast, promised a break with Eurocentric models of social change, and also with the political caution that characterized old left groups, communist and social democratic alike. It pointed a way toward building a multiracial movement out of a badly segregated U.S. left. Third World Marxism seemed to many the best framework for taking the most radical themes struck by Malcolm X, Martin Luther King and Cesar Chavez, the U.S. figures that most inspired rebellious youth in the 60s, and transforming them into a comprehensive revolutionary ideology. Partisans of Third World Marxism included organizers from every front of the 1960s rebellions. Committed to turning their newfound outlook into a powerful force, thousands spurned professional, academic or business careers in favor of the activist life. They took steps to root themselves in industrial jobs, working-class neighborhoods and communities of color, threw themselves into anti-racist and international solidarity campaigns, studied until late hours of the night and passionately debated revolutionary strategy. Emergence of the new communist movement. Within the Third World Marxist ranks, a determined contingent set out to build tight-knit cadre organizations. These activists recognized that a slacking in mass protests could be on the short-term horizon. But they believed that any such lull would be short-lived and followed by upsurges even more powerful than those of 1968. And they believed that it was urgent to prepare a united and militant vanguard to ensure that the revolutionary potential glimpsed in the 1960s would be realized next time around. To guide this process, not just Marxism but Marxism-Leninism was deemed indispensable. Partly this was because the Third World parties they looked to for inspiration advocated Marxist-Leninist ideology. But they were also drawn to Leninism out of their own experience in sharp confrontation with state repression. And after all, even harsh critics of Leninism such as New Left leader Karl Oglesby acknowledged in 1969 that there was, and is, no other coherent, integrative, and explicit philosophy of revolution too. Adopting this view, thousands of young radicals rejected the early New Left's criticism that the Communist Party USA and similar groups were out of touch because they were based on Leninism. Deciding that the real problem was that the PUSA wasn't Leninist enough, they set out to build a new vanguard of their own. From 1968 through the mid-1970s, the resulting new communist movement grew faster than any other current on the U.S. left. At its height it held the allegiance of roughly 10,000 core activists and influenced many thousands more. It was the most racially integrated socialist tendency, with the highest proportion, 25 to 30% or more, of people of color in its leadership and membership ranks. The largest circulation left newspaper of the time, The Guardian, promoted the new movement's outlook. New communist movement cadre were among the most hard-working and self-sacrificing on the left. Hundreds experienced blacklisting from employers, were beaten by police or right-wingers, and served time in jail. At least 7 were victims of political murder. As disciplined members of their various organizations, movement organizers played vital roles in numerous local and occasional nationwide struggles, giving top priority to trade union campaigns and the freedom struggles of peoples of color. They led grassroots strike support efforts for some of the biggest labor battles of the 1970s and the mass mobilizations against the first High Court decision rolling back affirmative action, Bakke v. California Board of Regents, in 1977-78. Among the Third World organizations that these cadre looked to for inspiration, the Communist Party of China, CPC, was then the most ambitious in presenting its views as a rallying point for leftists worldwide. With its cultural revolution, China also claimed to pioneer a new, grassroots model of socialism. Largely because of this, Maoism captured the initiative within the early new communist movement, and Maoist tendencies were at first much better organized than the currents that looked as much or more to the Cuban or Vietnamese revolutions or to other variants of Third World Leninism. Of course, movement activists translated Marxist-Leninist doctrine into practical policies through the prism of their own backgrounds and experience. Theoretical pronouncements thus depict only one dimension of the new movement's underlying ideology. At least as important were the effects of its age, race, and class composition, the fact that most of its adherents had become radicalized, or for that matter, had become adults, at the height of the dizzying 1960s, and that the movement included a substantially higher percentage of intellectuals and individuals from middle-class backgrounds than the population as a whole. And although some participants, and critics, portrayed the new communist movement as a near-complete negation of the 1960s radical currents from which it sprang, in fact the movement carried on and developed many strands of its non-Leninist 1960s heritage. Looked at from an even longer-term historical perspective, the new communist movement can be understood as one more in a century-long series of, so far, unsuccessful efforts to make socialism a significant force in U.S. politics. This movement's consensus was that a breakthrough could finally be made if top priority was given to tackling three long-standing dilemmas of U.S. radicalism. How can the U.S. working class movement be put on a firm internationalist, anti-imperialist basis? What strategy can mobilize a successful fight against racism? And how can revolutionary cadre be developed and united into an organization capable of mobilizing workers and the oppressed to seize power? The audacity shown by the movement in grappling with these pivotal questions, not just in theoretical pronouncements, but in extensive practical organizing, accounts for much of its early 1970s initiative. But the movement did not prove capable of turning its initial momentum into long-term growth in numbers, influence, and internal cohesion. Indeed, it did not even succeed in uniting the bulk of its adherents into a single organization. Instead, over time sectarianism, unrealistic strategies and tactics, and anti-democratic practices sapped cadre morale, repelled potential supporters and allies, and produced numerous organizational splits. Thus, after a half-decade of spectacular growth, in the mid-1970s the new communist movement entered a period of steady decline. Maoism fell into disarray following the death of Mao, 1976, Beijing's repudiation of the Cultural Revolution, and China's shift toward alignment with the US under the banner of common opposition to the Soviet Union. As these changes unfolded, the movement's non-Maoist wing gained a measure of initiative and organizational strength. But no new communist group or tendency was able to adjust effectively to the rightward turn in U.S. politics that gathered momentum through the mid and late 1970s, and which they had not anticipated. None was able to galvanize or position itself within a durable, broad-based progressive coalition, or gain a solid institutional link to a large working-class constituency. Rather, between 1978 and 1981 many longtime activists left the movement and several of the most important groups split or collapsed altogether. A few of the more tenacious organizations survived to play important roles within the 1984 and 1988 Jesse Jackson presidential campaigns and Rainbow Coalition. But these groups were no longer surrounded by a larger revolutionary milieu, and they constituted a set of rival organizations rather than a common political trend. By the time the crises of 1989–90 engulfed every tendency in world communism, and much of the non-communist left, the new communist movement had spent its force. A lesson-filled experience. This 20-year experience constitutes an important chapter in the history of U.S. socialism, and simultaneously in the history of the New Left, anti-racist, anti-war and Third World solidarity movements. In particular, any evaluation of the tumultuous 1960s remains distorted and incomplete without grappling with the reasons why a Third World-oriented brand of communism captured the allegiance of thousands of the era's most committed activists. Despite this, the experience of the new communist movement is one of the most neglected in the existing literature about the U.S. left. Besides a few short articles written by spokespeople for its constituent groups, usually for immediate polemical purposes, the movement has received serious attention only in a few recent books focusing on 1970s people of color movements, where Third World Marxism had its most important impact. 3 No comprehensive and analytic treatment of the new communist movement's origins, outlook, activities, and impact has yet appeared. This book attempts to fill that gap. Further, beyond filling in a missing page in the historical record, I attempt to draw lessons from the movement's intense political experience. What gave rise to it? How did it develop and what were its strengths and weaknesses? What prevented the movement from building the mass-based revolutionary party it sought? And why did such a dynamic current end up leaving almost no institutional legacy for subsequent generations of radicals? History's trick on the generation of 1968 was that, despite appearances, the odds were stacked against building a revolutionary movement in the 1970s. U.S. capitalism was shaken, but retained immense economic, technological, military, and political reserves. Divisions within the working class and a deeply entrenched two-party system, Key factors in blocking the development of a united working class movement in the US for generations, had been challenged, but far from overcome. Indeed, the essential motion of mainstream politics in the 1970s was not further to the left but to the right, as a conservative backlash rooted largely in the much expanded suburban-based, white middle strata seized the initiative point for a broad, third world liberation movements had the capacity to win independence, at tremendous cost, but lacked the economic base to break out of the capitalist-dominated world market. And the most powerful counterweights to imperialism, the USSR and China, were too hostile to one another to make common cause, leaving the US able to exploit this division to tremendous geopolitical advantage. For all these reasons and more, no corps of young revolutionaries could have created the mass-based vanguard of aspiring Leninists' dreams. For that matter, neither could they have reversed the overall direction of US politics in the 1970s. That said, it remains the case that the new communist movement mishandled the chance to register a significant advance for the US left. Serious discussion of revolutionary ideas filled the air in the late 1960s, but conditions for social revolution, or even for constructing a durable, million-strong anti-capitalist bloc, did not exist. But the realities of US politics did offer prospects for the consolidation of an energetic radical trend, numbering in the thousands, anchored in anti-racism and anti-imperialism, with institutional stability and the capacity to galvanize stronger popular resistance to the rising right wing. The essential failure of the new communist movement is that it ultimately dissipated rather than coalesced the forces that could have accomplished that task. Beyond generally underestimating capitalism's resilience, the movement did not sufficiently appreciate the structural obstacles to gaining a secure foothold in US political life. In particular, the backward US two-party, winner-take-all electoral system erects tremendous barriers to revolutionary forces, translating gains made in periods of exceptional upheaval into a lasting base among the country's exploited and dispossessed. Navigating this difficult terrain requires tremendous flexibility, the pulls toward surrendering revolutionary politics in order to gain temporary influence on the one hand, or remaining pure but marginalized on the other, are immense. But the new communist movement did not even put this essential problem at the center of its deliberations. Rather, based on the hypothesis that upheavals even larger than those of 1968 were on the near-term horizon, the movement believed it could completely circumvent the county's existing political structures and still position itself to lead millions a short way down the road. Essentially, having come of age in the tumultuous 1960s, the movement's young cadre made undue generalizations from their intense but brief experience and embraced a voluntarist perspective on the pace and ease of social change, thinking that virtually anything could be accomplished if revolutionaries only had sufficient determination and correct ideas. This skewed perspective led directly to what Lenin himself had criticized as left-wing communism, an infantile disorder. 5 strategies and tactics that are out of touch with popular sentiment, rely on revolutionary rhetoric rather than effective participation in political campaigns, and shun compromises and alliances as threats to revolutionary purity. This ultra-leftism in turn pushed the movement toward ideological frameworks that reinforced rather than combated their voluntarist bent. Maoism, with its claim that the correctness or incorrectness of the ideological and political line decides everything, did the most damage. But the movement's non-Maoists, too, embraced rigid, simplistic and ultra-left conceptions of radical politics. Integrally connected to the movement's voluntarism and rigidity was the tendency to pursue a quest for orthodoxy, that is, to go beyond general identification with the revolutionary working class tradition in search of a supposedly pure and all but omniscient Marxism-Leninism. This dogmatic mindset stifled the movement's intellectual development, and in the organizational realm it reduced the complex task of building a mass-based radical party into the more formulaic process of building political sects. The irony here is that for all of this movement's audacious plans for social revolution, in a sense its failure was not due to thinking too expansively. Rather, it was because the movement shunned the true broad-mindedness and flexibility displayed by successful revolutionaries in favor of a narrow and mechanical perspective that this book dubs miniaturized Leninism. As for the individuals who passed through the new communist movement, thousands remain immersed in progressive activity today, especially within the trade unions and in communities of color. But though they draw heavily on the skills they learned during their years as Leninist cadre, they no longer function as a distinct or collective radical pole within popular social movements. Good 60s/bad 60s. While spotlighting the new communist movement's fundamental errors, I take issue in this book with today's conventional wisdom that the movement, and the entire revolutionary left, was a political aberration, an almost silly or even pathological reaction to the upheavals of the 60s. On the contrary, the turn toward revolutionary politics was a completely logical response to a generation's concrete experience. The new communist current in particular was a plausible, responsible attempt to overcome systematic injustice. At a time when hundreds of thousands of people were involved in or gravitating toward radical politics, the new communist movement stood out as the most ambitious and sustained effort of post-1968 radicals to combine the energy and creativity of 1960s movements with the working class tradition and tenacity of the old left. Thus there are positive as well as negative lessons to be drawn from this experience. In particular, the movement's insistence on giving prime attention to internationalism/anti-imperialism, anti-racism, and the need to forge a skilled body of revolutionary cadre pointed its partisans in the right directions. Not only were these pivotal questions for building a durable radical movement 30 years ago, but they remain, albeit in very different forms, crucial for revitalizing the left today. This is especially true as a new generation of organizers is now making its presence felt, who like their 60s predecessors are coming of age at a time when the left lacks a mass base and is fragmented along racial lines, and when revolutionary theory, strategy, and organizational models need a top-to-bottom overhaul. In making these arguments, I am of course challenging the interpretation of the 1960s that is now dominant within liberal and progressive circles, and especially within the academic left. That framework paints a picture of the good 60s turning into the bad 60s. Supposedly the early 1960s movements stand out as humane, sensible, and worthy of emulation in contrast to the heartless, violence-prone and irrational tendencies dominant after 1968, which are largely blamed for wrecking their more noble predecessors. This view is articulated most thoroughly in Todd Gitlin's The 60s, Years of Hope, Days of Rage, though the specific terms good 60s/bad 60s are those used by left historian Paul Burrell in describing the thesis of Gitlin's volume, point 6. The good 60s/bad 60s analysis is fraught with historical omissions. It is especially blind to the scope and impact of the late 1960s/early 1970s upheavals among peoples of color. This deficiency is documented by Elizabeth Martinez who, in an incisive review of 24 books about the 1960s, indicts the near-universal tendency to analyze that era's left staked out with Eurocentric boundaries. 7. It also rests on dubious political assumptions, which lift the late 1960s out of their historical context and gloss over the substantial differences between the challenges facing activists in 1968 to 73 as opposed to 1960 to 64. At their core is retreat from a systemic critique of U.S. economic and political structures. That retreat makes it impossible to comprehend the breadth and depth of grassroots enthusiasm for revolutionary politics that existed in 1968 to 73. It bolsters complacency masked as maturity by underestimating how profoundly periods of intense conflict can alter people's conceptions of what is possible and desirable. And it leads to the short-sighted politics of declaring out of bounds by definition any project that takes seriously the possibility of building a strong radical movement anchored in anti-racism and solidarity with the Third World. Agenda. The first 4 sections of this volume trace, stage by stage, the new communist movement's emergence, evolution, and decline. Part I grapples with the complexities of the late 1960s and engages the good 60s/bad 60s debate. Its opening chapter details the events that led large numbers of young activists to turn to revolutionary politics between 1968 and 1973. Chapters 2 and 3 describe the process through which Third World Marxism rose to predominant influence within the new revolutionary ranks. Part 2 describes the emergence of a distinct new communist movement within the broader Third World Marxist milieu. It begins with the formation of the movement's pioneer organization, the Revolutionary Union, in 1968, and ends at the point when the movement achieved definite shape, 1973, and optimism about uniting its ranks in a single organization was at its height. Within this section, Chapter 4 recounts the origins of the various new Marxist-Leninist groups, while Chapter 5 examines the movement's practical organizing work and the initiative it held within the U.S. left. The next two chapters analyze the movement's theoretical positions and political strategy, with Chapter 7 devoted to analyzing Leninist doctrine concerning the Vanguard Party. The final chapter in Part 2 describes the movement's political culture and the structure and functioning of a typical party-building group. Part 3 details the evolution of the new communist movement from the promise of 1973 to the doldrums it found itself in at the beginning of the 1980s. This section's first chapter examines the political shifts which, beginning in 1974, began to check the movement's momentum, new complexities of the anti-racist struggle as manifested in the 1974 Boston busing crisis, the 1974-75 energy crisis and deep recession, ever clearer signals that the country was moving to the right rather than the left. Chapter 10 analyzes the bitter debate over China's turn to alignment with the US against the USSR, which in 1976 split the new communist movement virtually down the middle. The next chapter traces the attempts by a second wave of new communist groups to continue the vanguard building project following the setbacks of 1974-76, and Chapter 12 explains the series of 1981 organizational crises that brought the largest of these efforts to an end. Part 4 tells the story of the tenacious organizations that survived the debacles of 1981 and tried to carry the main tenets of new communist politics into the fight against Reaganism. Chapter 13 focuses on these survivors' work within the main expression of 1980s progressive politics, Jesse Jackson's two presidential bids and the Rainbow Coalition. Chapter 14 examines how these last substantial remnants of a once promising movement collapsed amid the Jackson-Rainbow alignment's 1989 decline and the late 1980s events in Eastern Europe, the, now former, Soviet Union and Tiananmen Square in Beijing. Chapter 15, which opens this book's concluding section, discusses the trajectory of new communist veterans after the movement's decline and analyzes their influence on progressive politics today. Chapter 16 explores the political legacy of the new communist movement and the main lessons from its experience. An insider's story. Revolution in the Air ends on a forward-looking note, mainly because I still believe in the validity of the anti-capitalist, revolutionary project. And I still vividly recall the experiences that first led me to this belief. While this book is not a memoir, it does draw upon my personal recollections as a participant in the 1960s radical upheaval and then the new communist movement. In the late 1960s I was a member of Students for a Democratic Society, SDS, at the University of Wisconsin in Madison, one of the main centers of 1960s campus radicalism. I was aligned with the Revolutionary Youth Movement II section of SDS, seedbed of several early new communist groups. In the early 1970s, in Milwaukee from 1970 to 1972 and then in the San Francisco Bay Area, I was active in anti-war activity, labor organizing and socialist educational efforts within the emerging new communist movement milieu. Then in 1976 I was a founding member of one of the main second-wave party-building groups, the Line of March, in which I played a leadership role until the group's dissolution in 1989. I worked full-time for Line of March from 1978 until the organization's demise. Among other assignments I was an editor of its newspaper and its theoretical journal, and I was responsible for many facets of Line of March's relations with other left groups. In the course of this work I got to know, often in the course of inter-organizational conflict, activists from virtually every part of the new communist movement as well as most other sectors of the left. Following the dissolution of the Line of March, I had the opportunity to interact with other leftists on a very different basis. In the early 1990s, a new climate of openness and re-examination arose following the advent of glasnost and perestroika in the, now former, USSR and then the collapse of communist rule in Eastern Europe. One effort to take advantage of this fresh atmosphere was Crossroads magazine, launched mainly by veterans of the new communist movement in 1990 to provide a forum for people from different socialist traditions to take a new look at our histories, theories, strategies, and prospects. I served as managing editor of Crossroads from 1990 to 1995. In that capacity, I had the chance to spend hundreds of hours in discussion with former polemical rivals, getting to see previous experiences from their points of view and vastly expanding my understanding of the last 30 years of radical organizing. Working at Crossroads also enabled me to engage in dialogue with many talented individuals from today's new generation of activists, giving me some insights into how they see things and what they have, and have not, learned from the past. It was in the course of these discussions that I was reminded of how damaging for 1960s activists had been the break in continuity with the previous generation of revolutionaries, and I was struck by the glaring absence of material offering information and in-depth analysis of the new communist movement and, more generally, the revolutionary efforts of the late 1960s/early 1970s. At that point, the idea of putting together this history began to take shape in my mind. In 1995 I resigned as Crossroads managing editor, and by the end of 1996 I was able to free up enough time to begin work. Hopefully this process of dialogue and rethinking has given me sufficient critical distance to make sense out of the new communist movement's intense and controversial history. Of course, I have no illusions that the interpretations in these pages will satisfy all who participated in the movement's work or those who criticized it from other parts of the left. Even though sectarian passions, mine as well as others, have cooled, political analysis inevitably fosters disagreement and debate, especially when one writes about the workings of the left itself. If this book sparks criticism and further discussion of the left's history and future, it will have met a major part of its goal. In a more general sense, however, I do not claim to be nonpartisan. In the spring of 1968, in the apartment of a fellow activist at 1115 Spring Street in Madison, Wisconsin, I decided to make revolutionary activism my life's central thread. Though my opinions about how to implement this decision have changed and evolved, not least while writing this book, I have never regretted nor retracted the decision itself. Quite the contrary, my biggest regrets at this moment are that revolutionary ideas do not have more influence in our society, and that the left remains in the midst of a deep crisis of vision, theory, strategy, self-confidence, and organization. Yet I believe we will be a step closer to building a stronger left if we can sort through the experience of that complex combination of idealism, hard work, immaturity, critical analysis, misjudgment, hopefulness, sectarianism, self-sacrifice, and passion for justice that was the new communist movement. Part I. A new generation of revolutionaries, 1968 to 1973. 1. The system becomes the target. The conventional wisdom concerning 60s radicals delivers a simple verdict: the decade started with idealistic, impassioned young people putting their lives on the line to end segregation and register voters in a struggle to fulfill the promise of America. It ended with days of rage as the 60s movements, frustrated by the Vietnam War, became irrational and self-destructive. The trajectory of the 60s is thus traced by the arc from "We Shall Overcome" to "Street Fighting Man" and "Helter Skelter." But if once again the conventional wisdom is proclaiming the end of ideology, perhaps it's time to take another look at the radicalism of the 60s, a look beyond the familiar icons of pre-1968 saintly community organizers and post-1968 weather underground wild in the streets. Certainly the young radicals charged right past traditional boundaries in those explosive years. But was their direction completely irrational? Closer to the opposite is true. As a result of their engagement in the struggle against the war in Vietnam and racism at home, millions of young people attained new levels of insight into the extent of inequality and militarism in U.S. society, and their deep structural roots. These rebellious youth believed that there was a connection between the war in Vietnam and the 50-plus other U.S. military interventions in Latin America, Africa, and Asia between 1898 and 1965.1. They concluded that one-time Marine General Smedley Butler was simply admitting the truth when he declared, "I spent most of my time in military service being a high-class muscle man for big business, for Wall Street and for the bankers." 2. They didn't think it was either accidental or acceptable that the average income for families of color in 1967 was just 62% of white family income, and that in 1972 the figure was exactly the same. 3. They insisted that something systemic was at work when even the official National Advisory Commission on Civil Disorders reported in 1968, 4 years after the end of legal segregation, that the country was becoming two societies, one black and one white, separate and unequal. 4. And they got angry when that commission's recommendations for social programs to address the gap were rejected as too expensive. 5. Of course, heightened political awareness provoked a new set of hard questions. Above all, it raised that classic question, what is to be done? In grappling with this problem, the young revolutionaries of the late 1960s displayed confusion, naivete, and sometimes downright foolishness. But the more remarkable thing is how accurately they targeted the obstacles they were up against, how doggedly they worked to overcome their own prejudices and limitations, and how many of the issues they identified remain at the top of the progressive agenda today. 1968, it all fit together. The watershed year for the emergence of a revolutionary-minded layer of activists was 1968. Beginning with the explosion of the Vietnamese Tet Offensive at the end of January, that year's extraordinary calendar included Lyndon Johnson's forced withdrawal from the presidential race in March, the assassination of Martin Luther King in April followed by black uprisings in more than 100 cities, Robert Kennedy's assassination in June, and the nomination of Hubert Humphrey as Democratic candidate for president that August while police battered demonstrators in the streets of Chicago. This rapid series of jolts altered the country's political landscape, sharpening the racial and political polarizations that were already disrupting business as usual. They propelled fresh waves of people, especially young people, toward involvement in protest demonstrations. They catapulted the use of political violence to center stage and persuaded millions that the official violence of the police and military had no greater relationship to law, order, or moral legitimacy than the violence used by the government's opponents. Meanwhile, they convinced millions of others that an even more ruthless government crackdown was needed. And within the now burgeoning opposition movements, they produced a decisive leftward shift. They persuaded thousands that the traditional channels for changing public policy were closed, and that ending war and racial inequality, the two overriding goals of the 1960s upheavals, required more than speaking truth to power. Rather, achieving peace and equality required the oppressed layers of society to take power into their own hands. And, shocking as it seems today, winning power seemed like it might just be possible. The Tet Offensive not only shattered Washington's claims of imminent victory in Vietnam but raised the prospect of an outright U.S. defeat, thus boosting the confidence of insurgencies throughout the global South as well as opposition movements at home. The depth and breadth of anger in the African American community, demonstrated in more than 300 urban rebellions between 1964 and summer 1968, indicated that a mass social force ready for anything was coming into being. 6. Then in May a combination of French students on the barricades and workers on strike nearly succeeded in toppling the government of an industrialized capitalist country in the heart of Europe. By fall 1968, public opinion polls indicated that 1 million students saw themselves as part of the left, and 368,000 people strongly agreed on the need for a mass revolutionary party. 7. Among African Americans, revolutionary sentiments contended not just for influence but for preeminence, at least among those 30 years old and under. Chicano, Puerto Rican, Asian American and Native American youth were forming new radical organizations and seizing the ideological initiative in their communities. The combined effect was unmistakable. Just 15 years after McCarthyism had pushed U.S. radicalism all but underground, a new revolutionary current was taking shape. Indeed, the experiences of 1968 were so intense, so life-transforming, that today it is difficult to read first-person accounts of them without a sense of being transported almost to another world. There's this tremendous ferment. You get up in the morning and you look for the demonstration. You look for the protest. You look for something to be different before nightfall. It was natural. John Coltrane died in 1967 at age 39. Malcolm X was killed. Che Guevara dies. King dies. It all fit together. Bill Sales, in 1968 a leader of the Student Afro-American Society at Columbia 8. We had organizers in every rent strike, every welfare rights organization, every women's group. Every single organizing project in the whole city by the spring of '68 had an SF state student as their organizer. The capacity to provide academic credit for students complemented our control of the student government so that we dispensed all work-study jobs. Plus, the fact that the leadership of these programs, the graduate students, also had part-time instructorships at the college gave us control of the TA union. And we were making contact with the radical wing of the American Federation of Teachers, and we knew almost every secretary in every department, and we knew what every administrator was doing before they did. We had a network that went as far as Sacramento, the central offices of the state college system. We had political power, and it grew quietly. We had a power base that touched every single ghetto and barrio in the city. Sharon Gold, Martinez, on the build-up to the 1968-69 Third World Liberation Front, led strike at San Francisco State University 9. I thought I would be head of the party school in the new left international that would grow out of SDS. If people wearing Levis and wanting to dance to rock and roll was some kind of a sea change, then this France in May 1968 was the next sign of that change. It was massive. It was widespread. In SDS we had some contacts with these other student movements, the German SDS, the Japanese Zengakuren, the French students. We knew they were the same as us, and that they too were on the cutting edge of history. We assumed there would be something like a new international. Obviously it was so incredibly unworkable as to be loony to think of it. But on the other hand, that was one direction things could go. The popularity of the Beatles and the Rolling Stones and Dylan, and whatever, gave you the idea that there was no way to predict how a revolution could take place, but you were part of a mighty and unstoppable human surge. Paul Burrell, a founder of Radical America magazine in 1967, later a historian of the U.S. left 10.3 million think revolution is needed. For several years after 1968, additional upheavals increased the numbers and resolve of the young revolutionaries. Richard Nixon's doomed efforts to win the war in Southeast Asia led directly to the debacle of his May 1970 invasion of Cambodia, which resulted in the biggest protest explosion on U.S. college campuses in history. A few months afterwards, the New York Times reported that 4 out of 10 college students, nearly 3 million people, thought a revolution was necessary in the U.S. 11 Meanwhile, an unprecedented rebellion was raging within the military itself, spearheaded by black soldiers on the ground in Vietnam. A 1970 survey showed that 30.6% of black enlisted men planned to join a militant black group like the Black Panthers when they returned home. 12. On the labor front there was a revival of trade union militancy. 1969 saw more work stoppages than any year since 1945, and 1970 was even hotter. 13 A radical upsurge among African American workers in the auto plants of Detroit and increasing rebelliousness among many young white workers sparked more than a few revolutionary dreams and corporate nightmares. Among all racial and national minorities, identification with the worldwide rising of peoples of color grew dramatically, and it became commonplace for U.S. activists to term their communities third world peoples within this country's borders. The early 1970s also saw tremendous growth of the women's liberation movement, which had first emerged as a nationwide force in 1968, and, following the Stonewall Rebellion of June 1969, the new gay liberation movement. By 1972-73, there were signs that the ever-resourceful U.S. elite was managing to redirect discontent into safer channels. But the holes in establishment power and traditional thinking opened since 1968 were too deep to be patched over easily. In 1970, for example, Businessweek editorialized, "The invasion of Cambodia and the senseless shooting of 4 students at Kent State University in Ohio have consolidated the academic community against the war, against business, and against government. This is a dangerous situation. It threatens the whole economic and social structure of the nation." A full 3 years later, the New York Times still felt the need to carry an extended series on its op-ed page entitled "Capitalism, for Better or Worse 15. To be sure, the 1968 to 73 period was not typical. But the years in which social struggles simmer beneath the surface always outnumber those in which they conspicuously seize center stage and are self-consciously waged by millions. The bottom line is that the upheavals of those years did not stem from historical accident, individual idiosyncrasy, or collective irrationality. Quite the opposite, this turmoil had deep, material roots in the structure of U.S. society and in the clash between one set of social forces seeking to alter that structure and another seeking to maintain its power and privilege. The revolutionary current that took shape during and immediately after 1968 based itself on the recognition of this irreconcilable conflict and determination to focus on the systemic roots of inequality, injustice, and war. Thus, for all the exaggerations in its rhetoric and tactics, it marked an ideological advance over what had come before. Preparing the ground. The new political force that came together in 1968 was the result of a whole array of experiences, accumulated over more than a decade of struggle, in which young people who began as innocents learned one hard lesson after another about power, the nature of social conflict, and U.S. society. The explosive events of 1968 reverberated among a layer of youth already immersed in struggles for social change and already embarked upon a deep-going ideological quest. The remainder of this chapter can only review in capsule form the chief events that transformed the consciousness of 60s activists, but this staccato recounting will convey at least some of this period's intensity and indicate how deeply the turn to revolutionary politics was grounded in concrete experience. The prime force initiating a generation's ideological evolution from 1950s conformism to 1968 revolutionism was the civil rights movement. Beginning with the Montgomery bus boycott in 1955-56, this fight for racial equality played a decisive role in reopening space for all expressions of political dissent in the wake of McCarthyism. The movement's fight to end legal segregation and the white monopoly on political power challenged deeply entrenched interests and was protracted and bitter. Its success, legislatively expressed in the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965, was a monumental achievement. Breaking Jim Crow was an indispensable precondition for opening the path to further gains, not just for the anti-racist movement but for all democratic movements. Further, by sweeping away the legal edifice of segregation, it pushed millions toward recognition that racial inequality in the U.S. was not simply a matter of unjust laws or individual prejudice, but was related to the country's fundamental economic and social structure. The civil rights movement's success in mobilizing masses, defying unjust laws and changing the country was paramount in fostering self-confidence among the new radicals. The Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCC, which led the way in grassroots organizing in the most dangerous parts of the South, embodied audacity and persistence, and it was SNCC more than any other group that shaped the consciousness of the early New Left. 16. Abroad, the victory of the Cuban Revolution on January 1, 1959 fed into the same optimistic spirit. The ouster of a hated dictator by the young guerrillas of the 26th of July movement was taken as another sign that moral righteousness combined with bold action could triumph against tremendous odds. C. Wright Mills, about the closest thing much of the early white New Left had to a mentor, was deeply affected by the Cuban experiment, and his scathing denunciations of U.S. policy introduced many young activists to their first analysis of America as empire. The work of the Fair Play for Cuba Committee also injected a strongly internationalist and anti-imperialist component into early 1960s activism. 17 The 1961 Bay of Pigs invasion, and in a different way the 1962 Cuban Missile Crisis, served as wake-up calls about the aggressive, anti-democratic militarism of U.S. policy, even under the liberal John F. Kennedy. Against this backdrop, Students for a Democratic Society, SDS, developed as the main expression of early 1960s radicalism among white students. 18 By 1964 SDS had distanced itself from its nominal parent, the Social Democratic League for Industrial Democracy, and all formal ties were severed the following year. By that time SNCC and SDS had established themselves as the two premier organizations of the New Left. Neither was explicitly anti-capitalist. But both were characterized by a commitment to direct action, by a radical sensibility, and by enthusiasm for challenging official dogmas. Simultaneous with the civil rights movement's legislative victories came Lyndon Johnson's sharp 1964-65 escalation of the Vietnam War. An anti-war movement mobilized in response and soon assumed a sustained, mass character. Through the late 1960s and into the 1970s, the anti-war and anti-racist movements served as the central axes of large-scale protest, the main arenas in which new layers of radicals emerged and where they developed their thinking. The move toward the left accelerates. Between 1964 and 1967, both the expansion and leftward transition of the activist ranks accelerated. The refusal of the Democratic Party to seat the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party, MFDP, delegation at its 1964 Atlantic City Convention was a particularly significant turning point. The official Mississippi delegation was openly segregationist while the MFDP, which had painstakingly built both its base and its case, was represented by outstanding grassroots leaders such as Fannie Lou Hamer. Even so, liberalism's most prominent stalwarts, from vice presidential nominee Hubert Humphrey to United Auto Workers head Walter Reuther, loyally carried out Lyndon Johnson's strategy and froze the MFDP out. This betrayal of racial justice in favor of political expediency solidified many activists' suspicions of official liberalism. No longer did Democratic Party liberals seem to be allies, if faint-hearted ones, in the battle for justice. Rather they came to be regarded as merely the good cops in a good cop/bad cop division of labor within the establishment. Directly linked to this shift, a seemingly subtle but quite significant change began to take place in activists' view of the nature of that establishment. The analytical framework of power elite, see Wright Mills term 19, increasingly gave way to that of a full-blown ruling class. And while a power elite may be displaced or its power eroded in a number of ways, traditionally the only way to get rid of a ruling class is to overthrow it. That same year the civil rights movement served as the direct catalyst for Berkeley's free speech movement, which opened the era of large-scale campus protests by white students. Also in 1964, Malcolm X broke away from the Nation of Islam and founded the Organization of Afro-American Unity, trying to giving organizational expression to the revolutionary internationalist outlook that characterized the final stage of his political evolution. Malcolm had a direct personal influence on key circles of activists, including a large portion of SNCC, which was then in the process of transformation from being simply a militant civil rights organization to becoming a major source of radical ideas and strategies. 20 After Malcolm's assassination, February 21, 1965, and the publication of his autobiography that same year, his ideas galvanized a far larger audience. 21 The autobiography of Malcolm X was without question the single most widely read and influential book among young people of all racial backgrounds who went to their first demonstrations sometime between 1965 and 1968. Meanwhile the rage Malcolm so eloquently articulated exploded in city streets every summer from 1964 to 1968. In 1964, 15 urban rebellions shook the country, in 1965 there were 9, in 1966, 38, in 1967, 128, and in 1968, 131. most but not all in the days after the assassination of Martin Luther King. 22 According to the National Advisory Commission on Civil Disorders, about 18% of the black population within the affected areas, almost 1 out of every 5 residents, participated in these uprisings, and the majority of African Americans nationwide felt that rebellions would have beneficial consequences for improving economic and social conditions. 23 The demand for black power spread like wildfire after Stokely Carmichael and other leading SNCC activists made the phrase a central feature of their agitation during their June 1966 march against fear across Mississippi after James Meredith was shot. While the actual content of black power was subject to a variety of interpretations, including versions promoting black capitalism, its main thrust cut to the left, inspiring a deeper challenge to white supremacy. In these same years, U.S. farm workers began to mobilize in a meshing of anti-racist and trade union activism. On September 16, 1965, the anniversary of Mexican independence from Spain in 1810, the mainly Mexican and Chicano members of the National Farm Workers Association led by Cesar Chavez voted to join a strike against 33 California grape ranches begun 8 days earlier by the mostly Filipino Agricultural Workers Organizing Committee. The two groups soon merged to form the United Farm Workers Union, UFW, whose 5-year-long grape growers' strike and boycott changed business as usual in the factories in the fields. And with boycott committees working nationwide, the strike inspired a whole layer of young people not just in the Chicano and Asian American communities but well beyond. Events on the decade's other central battlefront were also reshaping activists' ideas. During negotiations for the first major nationwide demonstration against the Vietnam War, called by SDS for April 17, 1965, a struggle broke out over the long-standing practice of respectable peace organizations excluding communists from participation. SDS defied that tradition, accepted the endorsement of communist-linked groups, and allowed marchers to carry any signs they wished, including ones calling for the victory of Vietnam's National Liberation Front. The group withstood a major red-baiting campaign in the media and mobilized 15,000 protesters for a major success. Of course, the anti-war movement, like the civil rights and black power movements, would continue to be red-baited throughout its existence. But SDS's accomplishment shattered a long-effective formula for preventing protest movements from even considering anti-capitalist analyses of U.S. society. Not coincidentally, the progressive media began to bring government lies and imperial strategies into the light of day. These days one hardly has to be a radical to believe that the U.S. government lies as a matter of course. But today's reader should not underestimate what a jolt it was for Ramparts magazine to reveal in 1966 that Michigan State University had assisted counterinsurgency efforts in Vietnam, and in 1967 that the CIA was secretly funding the National Student Association. 24 And increasingly radical ideas were matched by increasing militancy on the ground, with 1967 seeing massive confrontations during Stop the Draft Week in Oakland and at the Pentagon in October, as well as the founding of Vietnam Veterans Against the War, VVAW. King's watershed anti-war speech. That same year Martin Luther King gave his momentous breaking silence speech condemning the Vietnam War. Defying intense pressure from the Johnson administration and much of the civil rights establishment, King began to speak consistently in terms of the direct links between U.S. violence in Vietnam, racism at home and profit-seeking economic interests. The murder of Che in Bolivia in 1967, and more generally Cuba's advocacy of hemispheric revolution during 1966 and 1967, also had a significant impact. In the phrase popular at the time, young people were making connections at a breakneck pace. How could it be otherwise, when they saw such juxtapositions as SNCC leader Stokely Carmichael, later Kwame Ture, arriving as an honored guest in Cuba in the midst of the bloodiest urban rebellion yet, the July 1967 uprising in Detroit during which 41 people were killed. 25 Stokely's angry response in Havana calling for armed revolution in the U.S., among other things, was front-page news, and leading politicians demanded his imprisonment. But activists focused on the dead in Detroit, the hundreds killed every week in Vietnam, and the solidarity extended by the Cubans to the Black Liberation Movement. Just a month before, rumors of Castro-trained guerrillas trying to take over northern New Mexico had spread through the government's nuclear laboratory in Los Alamos when 20 members of the Alianza Federal de Mercedes, later called the Alianza Federal de Pueblos Libres/Alliance of Free Peoples, led by Reyes Lopez Tijerina, conducted an armed takeover of the county courthouse in Tierra Amarilla. The action was part of a long campaign to win recognition of land grants and regain thousands of acres of stolen from New Mexicans of Mexican descent. The audacity of the Tierra Amarilla raid, and Tijerina's stunning acquittal in 1968 on charges stemming from it, fed into the explosion of the Chicano movement in subsequent years and also into alliance-building efforts with other constituencies, especially Native Americans engaged in battles for land and respect for treaties signed by the U.S. government. The mid-60s also saw an outpouring of radical literature to nourish organizers' growing intellectual appetites. Malcolm's autobiography has already been mentioned. The Wretched of the Earth by Frantz Fanon was published in the U.S. in 1963, One-Dimensional Man by Herbert Marcuse in 1964, Monopoly Capital by Paul A. Barron and Paul M. Sweezy in 1966, Who Rules America? By G. William Domhoff, and Containment and Change by Carl Oglesby and Richard Scholl in 1967. 26 radical periodicals, old and newly launched, began to circulate more widely in activist ranks, and 1964 saw the birth of the underground press. Guillaume Pontecorvo's film Battle of Algiers, 1966, painted one of the most vivid pictures of Western colonialism and Third World resistance ever put on film. For anyone doubting just how far left the exploration within the protest movements actually was, a review of Dr. Martin Luther King's 1967 book, Where Do We Go From Here? Chaos or Community? Would be an eye-opener. 27 The sanitized version of King's ideas presented on the national holiday commemorating his birthday each year has little in common with the systemic critique of U.S. society he presented in that volume and his belief that a militant and multifaceted grassroots movement was the key to changing it. During the last months of his life, King was immersed in organizing a militant poor people's campaign in an attempt to translate his increasingly radical analysis into a powerful force. Nevertheless, until 1968 only a small minority within activist circles embraced revolutionary politics, much less believed that a revolutionary platform could attract mass support. Their ranks at the beginning of the 1960s consisted almost exclusively of the members of small old left groups that had been badly battered by McCarthyism. As the decade went by, a number of these organizations grew, and other circles of activists without an old left heritage, or with only an indirect one, began to move leftwards. Most important was the steady radicalization of the leading circles within SNCC, SDS, and the layers of black activists influenced by Malcolm X and/or civil rights activist and armed self-defense advocate Robert F. Williams. Many of the latter joined together in the Revolutionary Action Movement, RAM, beginning in 1962, while others founded the soon-to-shake-the-country Black Panther Party in 1966. Support for revolutionary views was growing, but was still confined to clusters of key organizers. Then came the shocks of 1968. Revolution in the air. The year's first major shock, the Vietnamese Tet Offensive, was all the greater for being a near-complete surprise to war makers and war protesters alike. Beginning January 30, the National Liberation Front, NLF, launched a coordinated nationwide assault that attacked 120 cities, 36 of Vietnam's 44 provincial capitals, and the U.S. Embassy in Saigon. The city of Hue was taken and held for 4 weeks. 28 The war's major turning point, Tet exposed the weakness of the South Vietnamese regime, revealed the complete failure of Washington's Vietnam policy, and shattered the consensus that had up until then prevailed within the U.S. political and military leadership. In the aftermath of Tet, major figures begin to openly express doubts about the war. The most jarring public statement was Walter Cronkite's declaration in a February 27 CBS special report that the U.S. was mired in a stalemate and must negotiate a way out. 29. The Tet Offensive forced Lyndon Johnson to convene an extraordinary Blue Ribbon Advisory Group of Washington establishment figures, the Wise Men, to study the Vietnam situation and give him their conclusions. They, secretly, reported to Johnson in late March that the war could not be won and that the domestic cost of pursuing victory was too high. This report, coming on top of Senator Eugene McCarthy's anti-war challenge to Johnson in the Democratic presidential primaries and the continued growth of grassroots anti-war activity, was the immediate trigger for Johnson's dramatic March 31 withdrawal from the 1968 presidential race and his announcement that peace talks would begin. On the other side of the barricades, Tet's impact was extraordinary. For activists, the U.S. was no longer just a brutal warmaker or even dangerous imperialist, it was one that could be beaten. Martin Luther King was assassinated just 4 days after Johnson's announcement. King's murder set off a nationwide upheaval, with rebellions by African Americans in more than 100 cities. In Washington, D.C., flames reached within 6 blocks of the White House and machine guns were mounted on the Capitol balcony and White House lawn. 46 people were killed across the country, 2,500 were injured, and it took 70,000 federal troops to restore order. 30 For activists, King's murder symbolized the depth of the system's incorrigibility and convinced thousands that the nonviolent road he advocated was a dead end. Then the argument that change could be made through existing channels suffered another blow on June 5 when Robert Kennedy, who had mounted his own anti-war candidacy after McCarthy paved the way, was assassinated in Los Angeles, just after his victory in the California presidential primary. Between these two assassinations came the biggest campus rebellion since Berkeley's 1964 free speech movement, when more than 1,000 students occupied 5 buildings at Columbia. The protest was directed against the university's plans to build a gymnasium in the adjoining black community and displace the people living on the proposed site, as well as Columbia's ties to the Vietnam War, linked Institute for Defense Analysis. Black students held 1 building and whites 4 others. Mass arrests and police brutality ended the occupations and spurred a new round of campus radicalization nationwide. In May came the million-strong upheaval in France. U.S. activists watched TV network news reports on the famous night of the barricades in Paris 31 and read about the general strike of nearly 10 million workers in both the mainstream and alternative media. 32 But what really drove Paris' intoxicating message home was hearing direct, eyewitness accounts of student-worker alliances and rapidly growing revolutionary organizations from French or U.S. activists who toured U.S. campuses after being on the scene. Then in August came the Democratic Convention with its nomination of Hubert Humphrey as police attacked demonstrators outside the convention hall. The protesters' chant, "The whole world is watching," was literal truth, and the event polarized the country. For tens of thousands, the combination of unrestrained police violence with Humphrey's selection, which meant that both major parties fielded pro-war presidential candidates, drove the final nail in the coffin of work within the system formulas. Just before the Democratic Convention, the Soviets had invaded Czechoslovakia, a watershed not only in international politics but for the thinking of the new radical current. Just as a new wave of young people were becoming revolutionaries, the Soviet Union was acting like anything but a force for freedom and liberation. Rather, when faced with a challenge from below, it responded with the same kind of militarism and repression as the U.S. Beyond those headline-grabbing events, a host of other clashes and movements kept the pot boiling. From fall 1968 on, a continuous wave of protests rocked the campuses. Among these, the months-long strike led by the Third World Liberation Front at San Francisco State University beginning in November 1968 and the spring 1969 Third World Strike at UC Berkeley were watersheds in galvanizing a new level of student militancy under the leadership of students of color. They also scored tangible victories, winning the first ever ethnic studies programs at U.S. universities. In 1970, the People's Park fight at Berkeley, which resulted in the virtual military occupation of the city for 2 weeks, and smaller scale but similar fights in other college towns, showed that large youth/counterculture communities near the campuses had emerged as additional centers of protest. but the largest post-1968 protest was the explosion following the 1970 U.S. invasion of Cambodia. After narrowly defeating Hubert Humphrey in the 1968 presidential election, Richard Nixon built his Southeast Asia policy around the strategy of Vietnamization, continue the war, in fact, escalate the killing by beginning secret bombing in Cambodia and intensifying the air war against North Vietnam, but withdraw increasing numbers of U.S. ground troops to lower the U.S. body count and defuse anti-war sentiment at home. Radical anti-war activists called this simply changing the color of the corpses. 33 But especially after 1971, Nixon's approach proved reasonably effective in one respect. In May of that year, U.S. combat deaths averaged 35 a week compared to 200 a week in May 1970. 34, and as a result Nixon succeeded in keeping wavering sections of the population from joining the anti-war movement. For the next 2 decades, reliance on proxy armies rather than U.S. troops to fight counter-revolutionary wars was a staple of Washington's policy. But in the short run, Vietnamization was incapable of shoring up the ineffectual South Vietnamese army. To give this beleaguered force a breather as U.S. troops withdrew, Nixon decided that U.S. ground forces were needed for one more massive operation. On April 30, 1970, he announced that U.S. troops, backed by B-52 airstrikes, had entered Cambodia in order to destroy North Vietnamese command posts and that additional airstrikes against North Vietnam were underway. 35. Coming after a year of announcements that the war was being de-escalated, Nixon's invasion of Cambodia ignited a firestorm. Protests began within hours and hundreds of thousands took to the streets. Confrontations with police took place from coast to coast, and in the next few weeks 4 white students were killed at Kent State and 2 black students at Jackson State. 6 African Americans were also killed May 11 in Augusta, Georgia, when police fired on a protest against the beating death of a black man in prison. On May 10, the National Strike Information Center at Brandeis announced that 448 campuses were either striking or shut down. Some 4 million students and 350,000 faculty were taking part in what amounted to a campus general strike. During the first week in May, 30 ROTC buildings were burned or bombed and National Guard units were mobilized on 21 campuses in 16 states. 36 Nixon was forced to backtrack and promise withdrawal of troops from Cambodia within 30 days. Indeed, he was so shaken by events that after an emergency anti-war demonstration on May 9 he left the White House nearly alone and mingled with student protesters at the Lincoln Memorial at 4 a.m., talking aimlessly about sports and surfing. 37. For the first time there was a large-scale split in the trade union leadership regarding support for the war. And in the military, according to the Wall Street Journal, at least 500 GIs deserted every day of May. 38 The inner circles of power were also split. 250 State Department employees signed an anti-war protest statement and Henry Kissinger was quoted as saying later, "The very fabric of government was falling apart." 39. New constituencies mobilize. The May 1970 protests turned out to be the last anti-war actions of such sustained militancy. Likewise, the 1970s did not see further ghetto rebellions on the scale of the 1964-68 uprisings. But even after those convulsions receded, and after SNCC and SDS had collapsed, SNCC slowly but steadily fading from 1968 on, SDS exploding in a spectacular factional battle in June 1969, other indicators of the establishment's vulnerability and the spread of radicalism to new constituencies were on every hand. To begin with, for the first time since the immediate post-World War II period, the U.S. faced major economic challenge. The costs of the Vietnam War were coming home with a vengeance, other capitalist economies were getting stronger relative to the U.S., the value of the dollar was plummeting, and beginning in 1970 the U.S. balance of payments deficit began to spiral out of control. 40 So on the economic front as well, Nixon was forced into a strategic retreat. He imposed wage price controls and declared that the dollar would no longer be convertible to gold, thus unilaterally abandoning the Bretton Woods world financial structure set up after World War II. Meanwhile, in the political realm, the revelations of the Pentagon Papers in 1971 and then the Watergate crisis, a direct result of the confrontation between a president trying to conduct an increasingly unpopular war against white opposition, gripped the country from 1972 to August 1974. The space for radical activity expanded as government authority and credibility eroded. More sophisticated approaches to organizing began to take root in several movements, and activism gained momentum in sectors that had only begun to stir in 1968. Of prime importance, the Black Freedom Movement continued on a mass level while developing new programs and more advanced organizational expressions. The Black Panther Party, termed in 1968 by J. Edgar Hoover the greatest single threat to the internal security of the country 41, reached the height of its influence in 1969-70 and demonstrated that urban black youth would not only rebel in the streets but flock to a disciplined revolutionary organization. Detroit's League of Revolutionary Black Workers, launched in 1969 on the basis of in-plant efforts by the Dodge Revolutionary Union Movement, DRUM, and similar formations, provided a glimpse of the power wielded by revolutionary-minded African American workers at the point of production. A host of new black student organizations also emerged on campus, and hybrid combinations of nationalism and socialism became a powerful ideological force among black college students. In September 1970, the Radical Nationalist Congress of African Peoples was founded in Atlanta by a gathering of 3,500. In 1972, the first African Liberation Day marches, organized by black anti-imperialists, mobilized 60,000 on May 27, 30,000 in Washington, D.C. alone. Even larger numbers marched in 30 cities on African Liberation Day 1973. In March 1972, the National Black Political Convention in Gary drew 8,000 and formed the National Black Assembly on the basis of a radical program. Historian Manning Marable later termed the gathering the high point of black nationalist agitation in the post-World War II period. 42. In the anti-war movement, the October 1969 Vietnam moratorium involved millions in the largest public protest against government policy ever seen in the U.S., 43, and then the November 15, 1969 Washington mobilization saw 500,000 to 800,000 attend the largest single march, to that point, in U.S. history. In the years after the 1970 Cambodia protests, anti-war activism spread to new sectors, and in 1971 another Washington, D.C. protest drew 500,000 on April 24. In the week leading up to that rally, Vietnam veterans against the war conducted Operation Dewey Canyon 3, which included some of the most dramatic moments of the entire anti-war movement. The operation began with a march to Arlington Cemetery of 1,500 vets, wives of dead GIs and Gold Star mothers, but the iron gates of the National Shrine were locked in their faces. That night, network TV broadcast interviews with anti-war veterans and the vivid image of a mother in tears after being denied admission to her son's burial place. The VVAW actions culminated at the steps of the Capitol with hundreds of veterans tossing their silver stars, Navy crosses, battle ribbons, purple hearts, and bronze stars over the fence. The ceremony began with an ex-Marine saying, "We cast these medals away as a symbol of dishonor, shame, and inhumanity." 44. By this time, VVAW, which had started in the spring of 1967 with a half-dozen members, numbered 11,000 vets, fielded 26 regional coordinators, and included a left wing that not only opposed U.S. intervention but called for an outright NLF victory. 45. A week after the April 24 march, an attempt was made to shut down the government through civil disobedience. These May Day protests resulted in the largest number of arrests, 12,614, most later ruled illegal, in U.S. history. 46. Though less frequently expressed in the form of demonstrations, anti-war sentiment continued to develop during 1972, with new groups, including the Union of Vietnamese in the U.S., which supported the peace platform of the NLF, adding their voice. The Paris Peace Agreement was finally signed in January 1973, though Nixon and Kissinger tried to pretend otherwise. It ratified the U.S. defeat and marked a huge setback for the strategy of worldwide counter-revolution. Meanwhile, the most important vehicle for enforcing Washington's will around the world, The U.S. military was itself experiencing an unprecedented internal rebellion. The first anti-war GI coffee house opened in 1968 in Columbia, South Carolina. Soon there were a host of such coffee houses, and also an explosion of anti-war newspapers aimed at armed services personnel. 227 published at least one issue between 1968 and 1972.47 Annual Armed Forces Days began to be marked more by GI anti-war protests than official celebrations, even in cities and towns that had long been bastions of support for the military. It was a true political earthquake. For example, when on May 15, 1971 almost 1,000 people, mostly active duty GIs from nearby Fort Hood, marched through the streets of Killeen, Texas. Even more inflammable was the situation on the ground in Vietnam. Army records showed 551 incidents of assaults on superiors with explosive weapons, fragging, resulting in 86 deaths, between 1969 and July 1972.48 Between August 1969 and April 1972 10 major incidents of mutiny occurred and an unrecorded number of minor incidents. 49 The depth of the military's crisis was revealed not by any radical periodical, but by a U.S. Army colonel writing in the June 1971 Armed Forces Journal. By every conceivable indication, the U.S. Army in South Vietnam is approaching a state of total collapse, with individuals and units avoiding or having refused combat, murdering their officers, drug-ridden, and dispirited, where not near mutinous. The morale, discipline, and battle-worthiness of the U.S. Armed Forces are, with a few salient exceptions, lower and worse than at any time in this century and possibly the history of the U.S. 50. While the military was in such crisis, a sector of the population at home whose youth were being sent to Vietnam in greatly disproportionate numbers was swinging into action. On March 3, 1968, over 1,000 Mexican-American students walked out of Lincoln High School in L.A., beginning a series of high school blowouts and strikes that spurred a new generation of Chicanos toward radical activism. 51 That same year saw the founding of the militant Brown Berets and of Casa Hermandad General de Trabajadores, Center for Autonomous Social Action, General Brotherhood of Workers, a socialist-led organization based among Mexicano workers. March 1969 brought the first ever National Chicano Youth Liberation Conference, which adopted a manifesto, El Plan Espiritual de Estlan. A month later, Mexican-American student leaders founded El Movimiento Estudiantil Chicano de Estlan, MECHA, on the basis of a similar activist and radical platform. In 1970, the bitterly fought strike and boycott campaign begun by the United Farm Workers in September 1965 culminated in victory, when 26 grape growers were forced to sign contracts with UFW leader Cesar Chavez. A month later, the Watershed Chicano moratorium mobilized 20,000 plus in the largest anti-war march to that date in Los Angeles history and the biggest ever anti-Vietnam War march initiated and led by organizations of color. Outrage spread throughout the country's Mexican-American community after county sheriffs and LAPD officers attacked the demonstration and later that day killed 3 Chicanos, including well-known journalist Ruben Salazar, who was shot while sitting quietly in the Silver Dollar Bar. In the next 2 years, the La Raza Unida Party, which had been founded in 1969, spread across the Southwest, and for a time appeared to put the radical wing of the Chicano movement on a firm organizational foundation. The years 1968 and after also saw the birth and rapid development of the Asian American movement. 52 The Asian American Political Alliance at UC Berkeley, founded in spring 1968, was the first Asian American political formation. Previous organizations of Chinese, Japanese, Filipinos, Koreans, or other U.S. residents of Asian descent had formed on a nationality-specific basis. In the summer of 1968, the first nationwide Asian Student Conference took place, and Asian student groups played important roles in the pivotal fights for ethnic studies at San Francisco State and UC Berkeley. The next several years saw an explosion of Asian American activism, with young activists spotlighting the racist character of the U.S. war in Vietnam, rediscovering community activism and the country's Chinatowns, Japantowns, and Manila towns, and linking up with Asian farm worker militants and left-wing veterans of earlier generations. Revolutionary ideas quickly gained influence, not least because of the prestige of powerful left movements in Asia, including the communist parties in Vietnam, China, and Korea, the communist-led armed insurgency in the Philippines, and the militant Zengakuren student movement in Japan. Simultaneously, a radical youth movement with substantial community support developed as part of El Nuevo Despota, the New Awakening, in New York and other centers of the Puerto Rican diaspora. 53 Its main expression was the Young Lords Party, which was modeled on the Black Panthers and within a few years of its founding in 1969 had attained a membership and base in the thousands. The radicalization process among Puerto Ricans in the U.S. was intertwined with an expansion and leftward turn in the independence movement on the island, crystallized in the formation of the Puerto Rican Socialist Party, PSP, in 1971. More than 2,000 people participated in the founding meeting of the PSP's U.S. branch in the spring of 1973. At the very moment when the PSP was raising the banner of Puerto Rican independence in New York City, another revitalized struggle for sovereignty was being waged, by force of arms, halfway across the country. Beginning February 27, 1973, a contingent of America's indigenous people occupied Wounded Knee on the Pine Ridge Reservation in South Dakota, and for 71 days defied a siege by the FBI, local goon squads and federal troops. 54 A rebirth of Indian activism had been underway since the early 1960s and was catapulted to nationwide prominence by the 18-month occupation of Alcatraz Island in San Francisco Bay, which began in November 1969. But it was the confrontation at Wounded Knee that showed the strength of the alliance that had been built between traditional Indian elders and the younger, mainly urban-based militants of the American Indian Movement, AIM, founded in 1968, as well as the breadth of resistance sentiment throughout the Indian population. Out of the prisons, kitchens, and closets. Inevitably, such ferment among the dispossessed found reflection among those whose chains were not metaphorical but literal. The late 1960s saw the development of a radical movement behind the walls, as thousands of prisoners became politicized and a prisoner support movement evolved on the outside. George Jackson, whose book, Soledad Brother, The Prison Letters of George Jackson, became a bestseller, was one of the movement's most prominent voices. Jackson was killed August 21, 1970 in San Quentin during what authorities claimed was a bungled escape attempt. 55 The next morning at least 700 inmates at Attica Prison in New York, most wearing black armbands, refused to eat breakfast, and there were similar solidarity actions in prisons across the country. Prison protests frequently turned into open revolt, and there were at least 16 prison rebellions during 1970 alone. The bloodiest confrontation took place in September 1971 at Attica. 1,200 inmates seized control of half the prison and took hostages. Negotiations were stonewalled by Governor Nelson Rockefeller, and in the ensuing military assault 29 inmates and 10 hostages were killed, every one by gunshot wounds inflicted by the attacking police. An official commission stated, with the exception of Indian massacres in the late 19th century, the state police assault which ended the 4-day prison uprising was the bloodiest one-day encounter between Americans since the Civil War. 56. The women's liberation movement erupted in these same years. Developing out of the civil rights movement, the reborn U.S. women's movement held its first nationwide conferences in August and then November 1968. Hundreds of local consciousness-raising and activist groups based on different variants of radical and socialist feminism took shape between 1968 and 1972, and even liberal feminism, expressed via the National Organization for Women, formed in 1966, and Ms. Magazine, whose first regular issue appeared in July 1972, was much further left than it is today. 57 Establishing the legitimacy and importance of the fight against sexism, among activists as well as in society as a whole, was no easy task. But there was no stopping hundreds of thousands of women from embracing the fight for equality in every sphere of life. And there was no avoiding the fact that women's liberation had added new dimensions to the critique of U.S. society. One of the most progressive movements of women, however, developed independently of the self-described women's movement. The welfare rights movement, also originating largely out of the civil rights movement, reached its peak in 1969. That year the National Welfare Rights Organization, NWRO, founded in 1967, grew to include 22,500 dues-paying members in 523 chapters. Besides conducting numerous campaigns for greater welfare benefits, many successful, NWRO was an active participant in anti-war and other broad coalitions. 58. Coming out from behind a different set of barriers, homosexuals in the late 1960s broke through some of society's oldest taboos to forge the modern gay and lesbian movements. A tiny organized campaign for equal rights had existed before 1969, but it was the Take to the Streets rebellion that followed a New York City police raid on the Stonewall in the night of June 27 to 28, 1969, that opened the path to building a mass movement. Within a few months of Stonewall, gay liberation fronts formed across the country, and by 1973 there were more than 800 gay rights organizations in existence. 59 The dominant current within them advocated that radical, anti-racist, and anti-imperialist perspectives be considered an integral part of the fight for lesbian and gay rights. 4,000 spurred to explore new ideas by participating in these movements. The amount of radical literature available kept growing by leaps and bounds. The output of left-wing publishing houses expanded and the circulation of underground/opposition newspapers exploded. By summer 1970 the Underground Press Syndicate included 200 papers with 6 million readers, not counting another 500 underground papers in high schools. Liberation News Service, founded in 1967, kept many of these publications up to date on radical activities and analysis, and also supplied photographs, drawings, and cartoons, via its weekly packets. The Radical Filmmaking Newsreel Collective added another media dimension to the left beginning in 1968. Scores of new black community newspapers were launched, and the nationwide Muhammad Speaks attained a peak weekly circulation of 650,000 in the early 1970s. Dozens of new Chicano publications appeared, linked together via the Radical Chicano Press Association. 68 Telling gauge of the intellectual mood was the outpouring of radical titles from mainstream publishing houses, ranging from Robert L. Allen's Black Awakening in Capitalist America, Doubleday, to Felix Green's The Enemy, What Every American Should Know About Imperialism, and Huey Newton's To Die for the People, both from Random House. 61 It is especially noteworthy that publication of radical books did not slack off after 1970 but continued at a steady pace for several more years. Shaking the Empire. Beyond the U.S. borders, it wasn't just Vietnam that gave Washington strategists nightmares. When at the beginning of 1968 North Korea seized the USS Pueblo and held its crew as spies, the U.S. was too overextended to do anything but issue an apology, quickly renounced, in order to get the sailors back. In October the Mexican government, faced with the rising student protest movement and fearing embarrassment at the upcoming Olympic Games in Mexico City, turned to armed repression and massacred at least 300 students at the Plaza de las Tres Culturas. Many activists who survived left for rural areas to form armed guerrilla movements. 2 weeks later, on October 18, Tommy Smith and John Carlos gave the Black Power salute while receiving their Olympic medals, generating one of the most powerful images of the entire decade. Seen by tens of millions, this action, added to the defiant posture of world heavyweight champion Muhammad Ali, the warrior saint in the revolt of the black athlete in America, brought radical protest into the previously off-limits realm of mainstream sports. 62 The landmark Medellin Conference of Catholic Bishops also took place in 1968. It called for social justice under the banner of liberation theology, giving a boost to grassroots movements throughout the continent and propelling many people of faith to the left. In Northern Ireland a new movement for Catholic civil rights emerged beginning in 1968, after a series of police attacks on Catholic communities, By August 1969 the 6 counties were immersed in a virtual civil war, and for over a month the Catholic ghettos in Derry and Belfast were barricaded and no-go areas for British troops and Protestant armed units. At the time of the French May 1968 general strike, there were significant demonstrations of solidarity in Mexico City, Berlin, Tokyo, Buenos Aires, Berkeley, and Belgrade, and students and workers in both Spain and Uruguay attempted general strikes of their own. Massive student strikes in Italy forced Prime Minister Aldo Moro and his cabinet to resign. Germany experienced its worst political crisis since World War II, and a student strike at the University of Dakar, Senegal, led to a general strike of workers. 63 Across Western Europe, tens of thousands of young 1968 ERS flocked into anti-capitalist organizations or formed new ones. Right on the U.S. northern border, the fight for an independent Quebec, within which revolutionary socialists held considerable influence, heated up. The Canadian government had to impose an Emergency War Measures Act in October 1970 to suppress the movement. In 1970 Uruguay's Tupamaros kidnapped CIA agent Dan Mitrian. Before he was executed, Mitrian revealed the sordid details of U.S. interference in Uruguay's affairs. In 1973 the Mitrian story reached a mass U.S. audience via Constantine Costagavras' film State of Siege. In the Philippines 1971 opened with a first-quarter storm of protest against the US-backed Marcos regime, and Marcos declared martial law in September 1972 to beat back rising dissent. In Chile, the Popular Unity, UP, coalition of the Socialist and Communist parties won a three-way contest for the presidency on September 4, 1971. Salvador Allende assumed office only to be faced with a CIA-organized destabilization campaign that culminated in the bloody 1973 coup. In the Middle East, the Palestinian movement began to get worldwide attention and suffer as the Israeli occupation of the territories seized in 1967 continued and the PLO began to articulate its program before the international community. This national liberation struggle started to gain a new level of support. In Africa, armed struggle against Portuguese colonialism gathered strength in Angola, Mozambique, and Guinea-Bissau. Amilcar Cabral, Marxist leader of the liberation movement in Guinea-Bissau, visited the U.S. several times to address bodies ranging from the UN General Assembly to gatherings of black activists, where his views made a deep impression. No wonder policymakers in Washington felt beleaguered, and young activists were energized by the feeling that they were part of a rising worldwide movement. Worker militancy. A surge of labor militancy sufficient to alter the political thinking of both new radicals and government policymakers took shape in 1969–70. After a post-war record for strikes was set in 1969, 1970 upped the ante further with 381 major work stoppages involving 2,468,000 workers. 64 Among the sharpest confrontations were a nationwide strike against General Electric that sparked support actions on dozens of campuses, a post office walkout during which U.S. troops were called out to sort the mail, and a 2-month strike against General Motors, the longest auto walkout since 1946. And at least on the local level, there were a growing number of cases where unionists welcomed the support, and even considered the ideas of student and ex-student radicals. In Detroit, the League of Revolutionary Black Workers built a strong enough base to seriously worry the United Auto Workers leadership and the city's power structure. 65 And in 1971–72 militant job actions and strikes shook General Motors' most productive auto plant at Lordstown, Ohio, indicating a new mood of combativity and even radicalism spreading among the young, white workers, including many Vietnam vets, typical of the Lordstown workforce. A few ties even developed between radical workplace organizers in the US and their counterparts in Italy, where Hot Autumn 1969 had not only seen the third largest strike wave in Western Europe in the 20th century, behind May 1968 in France and the British General Strike of 1926, but numerous alliances between young workers and student radicals. 66 Under these conditions, it did not seem very surprising that a president representing the free market Republican Party would resort to wage price controls, or that young organizers would envision revolutionary politics gaining influence in the U.S. working class. 1969, Implosion and Fade Out. Later chapters will detail the ways in which those who turned to Marxism tried to make their revolutionary vision come true. For the moment, the main point is the tremendous ferment underway among the dispossessed. Without placing the upsurges of 1968 to 73 in the Black, Chicano, Asian American, Puerto Rican and American Indian communities, as well as among women and lesbians and gays, at the center of analysis, and without grasping the links between those movements and the upheavals in the armed forces, the prisons, among welfare recipients, on many shop floors and among urban youth, it is simply impossible to grasp those years' political dynamics and the reasons that revolutionary ideas gained such a following. Yet it is these very movements, in particular the movements of peoples of color, that the good 60s/bad 60s school ignores, focusing almost exclusively on the ebb and flow of activism among white radicals in and around SDS. Todd Gitlin's The 60s is a prime example. His climactic chapters on 1969 and 1970, just the years when some of the most important movements noted above were gaining momentum, are entitled Implosion and Fade Out. 67. Both chapters put SDS and its Weatherman faction, which in 1970 went underground to pursue armed struggle, at the center of analysis. Other components of the emerging revolutionary current, with the partial exception of the women's movement, are included only as background, if they are mentioned at all. The turn taken by many prominent figures out of the New Left to apocalyptic rhetoric and small group violence is taken both as the central development of late 60s activism and as the main culprit in destroying a once promising New Left. It is certainly true that such tendencies were a noteworthy part of that era's political drama. Violence, termed as American as cherry pie by SNCC leader H. Rap Brown, was showing up more often than cherry pie on television screens and in everyday life. 68 From one side came the ongoing violence perpetrated in Vietnam and the ever-increasing repression of dissidents at home. From the other came explosions of mass frustration such as the 1964-68 Black Rebellions and, post-1968, the trashing of property and rock-throwing of mainly white anti-war demonstrators. But at the end of the decade a different type of protest violence entered the mix, attacks on war-related or other establishment institutions by small groups, using firebombs or other such means, planned in advance rather than bursting out spontaneously during mass demonstrations. In spring 1968 there were 10 bombings on campuses, in fall 1968, 41, between spring 1969 and May 1970 at least 250.69. A big dose of inflated rhetoric accompanied many of these acts, and not only from advocates of picking up the gun within SDS or certain sections of the African American movement. Inevitably, violent incidents and apocalyptic rhetoric received a greatly disproportionate share of media attention, not least because the powers that be were eager to paint the radical movement as a mindless destructive force. Ironically, the best single chronicle of how the media systematically distorted the nature of 1960s protest movements remains Todd Gitlin's first book, The Whole World is Watching. 70. The portrayal of small group violence as the essence of radicalism reached a peak in the wake of the two most notorious radical bombings of the period, the townhouse explosion March 6, 1970 in New York City, in which 3 members of the Weatherman group were killed when their bomb-making workshop exploded, and the destruction by the Weather Underground, like New Year's gang of the Army Mathematics Research Center at the University of Wisconsin, Madison on August 24, 1970, in which a graduate student who was working at night was accidentally killed. Numerous books and articles have identified one or the other of these incidents as symbolizing the end of the 60s and, explicitly or implicitly, the dead-end nature of the era's experiment with revolution. One strand of the New Left did ebb after those bombings, and, probably more important, after the Cambodia upheaval, which took place halfway between them, Nixon's hasty retreat, and his subsequent acceleration of U.S. troop withdrawals. Militancy declined among a layer of college students, overwhelmingly white, whose activism rose and fell in almost direct proportion to the size of draft calls and the number of U.S. troops deployed in Vietnam. The later chapters of Jitlin's The Sixties paint a vivid picture of the rage and frustration that swelled up within the sector between 1968 and 1970. That frustration led many activists to adopt distorted, apocalyptic perspectives. And, as Jitlin points out, it led to tension and conflict as the earlier sense of all activists simply being part of the movement gave way to bitter doctrinal disputes and factional maneuvering. It became more and more difficult for activists from different tendencies to maintain personal friendships, and all aspects of political life acquired an abrasive edge. Many activists felt a deep sense of loss, even trauma, in these changes, but it is still one-sided to analyze the late 1960s principally through the prism of this experience. The downturn in militancy among white college students after 1970, and the turn to underground organization and bombing taken by a few, remain only one part of a much bigger story. Even within the ranks of white students who had turned to revolutionary politics, the armed struggle now course attracted only a vocal minority. Most shared a belief in revolution in our lifetime, as the saying went, but not tomorrow. The majority view was cogently expressed in 1970 by The Guardian: neither objective nor subjective conditions exist in America to create a revolutionary situation at this moment. But conditions do exist to raise the political consciousness of millions and millions, in preparation for developing a mass revolutionary movement. 71. Most young white organizers believed that the key task was to reach out to those millions. Beyond that, the more important developments were outside the sector of white student or ex-student revolutionaries altogether: the spread of radical ideas and organization to ever more diverse constituencies, a process that continued for several more years. However neat the symbolism seems, the radical surge of the 1960s did not end with a bomb blast in the spring or summer of 1970. A broad base of revolutionary sentiment. The new revolutionary current that emerged in 1968 to 73 was too broadly based for any single event to halt its initial momentum. Ideas about revolution had spread widely among youth of color, penetrated deeply into the predominantly white counterculture, moved central to debate on college and university campuses. This breadth meant, among other things, that for people to identify themselves as political revolutionaries and set their life's priorities accordingly had a recognized social standing. In contrast to the situation today, being a revolutionary in 1968 to 73 did not translate into being stamped with the label of ideological oddball or social misfit. In many cases it was considered a sign that an individual had strong sense of social responsibility, and gave that person a positive standing within his or her immediate community. This respect in turn gave the revolutionary effort strength and self-confidence. The new revolutionaries were also undismayed by an examination of their own social composition. Most recognized that their ranks consisted disproportionately of individuals emerging from the intelligentsia and middle classes. This reflected the pivotal role college students had played in almost all the 60s protest movements, and was consistent with long-established patterns in the growth of radical movements worldwide. At the same time, there were numerous people from working-class backgrounds intermingled with their middle-class comrades. The 1960s saw a massive expansion in the number of working-class youth gaining access to higher education, and this layer was well represented within the radical ranks. Many were the first members of their family to attend college. They frequently felt responsible to give back to the community and immerse themselves in efforts to stop the war, in which a disproportionate number of working-class kids were dying, end poverty and combat racism. And especially in communities of color, numbers of working-class youth who had never set foot on a college campus were attracted to revolutionary ideas. Furthermore, though its component parts tended to be divided along racial lines, in its overall composition the emerging revolutionary current was one of the most racially diverse on the political map. Few doubted that a tremendous amount of work lay ahead before the insurgent ranks fully reflected the social layers with the greatest stake in fundamental change. But the notion that those taking up this challenge were all white and middle class is a latter-day myth. Another important factor was the huge amount of time and energy these young people devoted to doing politics and their willingness to sacrifice. The put your body on the line tradition of the New Left ran strong in this group. And the New Radicals were inevitably influenced by the fact that they had come to adulthood just as mass movements were growing spectacularly and winning important victories. Like earlier generations, they tended to make unwarranted historical generalizations from their own experience, in this case believing that social change could come quickly if only activists brought sufficient determination to the task. Such a voluntarist view of politics would get the 1968 generation into a lot of political trouble, especially after the surge of the late 1960s/early 1970s died down. But during those explosive years the spirit produced a tremendous outpouring of energy and brought out many of these individuals' finest qualities. Further, economic conditions were favorable for young people to engage in a mammoth amount of volunteer activism during 1968 to 73. Jobs were relatively plentiful and rents were low. It was common for 3, 4, or 5 activists to share a household and survive on the wages of 1 or 2 working full or even part-time. It was also relatively inexpensive to conduct political campaigns, and sufficient funds could be raised via small contributions from the organizers themselves and their immediate social base. This stands in sharp contrast to the 1980s to 1990s pattern of dependence on wealthy individuals or foundations for the money to staff progressive organizations. This was a crucial factor underlying the growth of organizational forms that had an activist rather than just paper membership. The radical formations of the time generally operated with a large proportion of the membership volunteering huge quantities of time, and were not dependent on a handful of full-time paid staff. More complex challenges on the agenda. Although they did not create a revolutionary or pre-revolutionary situation, the clashes of 1968 to 1973 did drastically change the U.S. political terrain. Protest had spilled out beyond traditional channels and demands that required more than reforming the existing social arrangement had widespread support. The established centers of power could no longer completely control events. The masses of everyday people had stepped onto the political stage as independent actors. Radicalism was no longer a fanciful notion promoted by a few voices on the fringes, it had gotten a foothold in the mainstream. This changed terrain confronted organizers with more complex challenges than they had faced earlier in the decade. The end of legal segregation had been a major blow to entrenched power and as such was resisted with violence, but by 1964 to 65 all but the most reactionary recognized that adjusting to this change presented fewer dangers to the system than further resisting it. Similarly, the existence of any kind of peace movement was highly unwelcome to the foreign policy establishment, but as long as such a movement expressed no sympathy for the other side it could be tolerated. But in the late 1960s those boundaries had been crossed. The fight against racism began to pose demands that targeted the structural roots of inequality. Qualms about the war in Vietnam turned into challenges to the core principles of U.S. foreign policy and even to expressions of solidarity with the enemy. Beyond that, the critiques of domestic inequality and foreign policy began to be connected both intellectually and in the practice of mass movements. No longer were dissidents mainly calling for the U.S. to live up to the noble ideas upon which the U.S. was supposedly based. Voices were raised arguing that the true history of the U.S. and the private profit system did not reflect those ideals in the first place. Hundreds of thousands of people, with a broader base numbering in the millions, were taking to the streets and considering views of social change that went well beyond reform. Within the protest movements there were thousands who self-consciously saw themselves as revolutionaries and who were prepared to devote their lives to that goal. All the key institutions of U.S. capitalism had taken some kind of beating and were under overwhelming pressure to change in some way. U.S. hegemony in the capitalist world was eroding and Washington's capacity to get its way in the Third World was being seriously undermined. It seemed to observers of many political persuasions that the squeeze on the U.S. international empire was going to continue, and to exacerbate the class, racial and ideological fault lines that had opened up at home. As it turned out, major structural changes in capitalism were indeed just around the corner. Analysts from all quarters now target the early 1970s as marking the end of the long post-war economic boom and the beginning of a new phase in capitalist development. 72, among other things, U.S. workers' average weekly earnings, adjusted for inflation, rose through the 1950s and 1960s, peaked in 1973, and declined from there through the mid-1990s, when they again began to rise slightly. 73, but the specific contours of the new phase conformed only in part to the predictions of that time, and did not turn out to be nearly as conducive to the left's growth as the revolutionary wing of the 1968 generation had thought. Rather than ushering in a period of general, if uneven and difficult, progressive advance, the 1970s economic restructuring spurred, and was spurred by, a conservative revival that, at the end of the decade, was crowned with Ronald Reagan's ascent to the presidency. But in 1968 Reaganism was far in the future. Between 1968 and 1973 thousands of young people anticipated big changes ahead and dedicated themselves to shaping those changes in a revolutionary direction. The questions that then preoccupied them were the classic ones facing revolutionaries: what is the most effective way to bring revolution about? What kinds of ideology, strategy, organization, and practical activity provide the best ways to advance the revolutionary cause? The sense of urgency and polemical fury that gripped these young revolutionaries as they confronted these questions is ridiculed today. But that fervor was fundamentally a measure of how seriously the young radicals took their task and how closely they felt their efforts were bound up with the sufferings and aspirations of peoples across the globe. For thousands and even tens of thousands, the system had become the target, and making revolution had become the most important thing in their lives. 2. The appeal of Third World Marxism. Intertwined with the growing appeal of revolutionary ideas was Marxism's rise to ideological hegemony on the left. And among the various traditions within Marxism, a version of Leninism identified with Third World movements, especially the Chinese, Cuban, and Vietnamese communist parties, gained the largest following. Third World Marxism was such a strong pole of attraction that it influenced every trend on the left. It made its mark on radical and socialist feminism and even had an effect on the radical reform current, left liberalism, that emerged in and around the Democratic Party. But its main appeal was to those who sought a framework for social revolution that put the anti-imperialist and anti-racist upsurges of that era at its very center. This included not just the wave of young activists of all backgrounds who decided to define themselves primarily as Marxists and Marxist-Leninists, but militants in communities of color who had adopted a critique of capitalism and characterized themselves as revolutionary nationalists. Indeed, for several years after 1968 the Third World-oriented Marxist and revolutionary nationalist currents developed in tandem and interpenetrated to such an extent that the boundaries between them were quite unclear. This situation was the product of particular historical circumstances. In contrast to the other periods when Marxism and socialism gained significant influence in the United States, 1900 to 1920 and the 1930s, national liberation movements, many but not all communist-led, were playing a more prominent role in the struggle against world capitalism than either working-class movements in the capitalist heartlands or socialist countries. Thus the period was both a Marxist moment and a nationalist moment. And, despite the distinction in theory between working-class internationalism and ultimately bourgeois nationalism, in the concrete it was not easy, especially for newly radicalized youth, to distinguish between a Marxist project in which national liberation for the moment played the pivotal role and a nationalist project that utilized important elements of socialist theory or rhetoric. In other periods of U.S. history the relationship of Marxism to nationalist movements in communities of color has been quite different, and nationalism has taken less progressive forms. But at the end of the 1960s, the version of working-class ideology being embraced by a new generation of aspiring Marxists was heavily influenced by nationalism, and simultaneously a Marxist-influenced revolutionary nationalism was achieving unprecedented influence within broader nationalist circles. All this would have been impossible without a major leap in the influence of Marxism between the early and late 1960s. The remainder of this chapter will examine the general social and political factors that accounted for that rise, and Chapter 3 will detail the way the process unfolded. American Samoa. The movement developed an organizational expression, an imperial power. Marxism's high standing in the late 1960s marked a striking shift from the early part of the decade. The contrast was most evident in the paradigmatic organizations of the early New Left, SNCC and SDS. Both had their origins in non-Marxist political currents. Especially important in their formation was a mix of religious ideology, humanist liberalism, and social democracy. Even as both became more radical through the mid-1960s, they did not adopt a Marxist framework, though individuals in both organizations advocated Marxist views, and in SNCC some of the most vocal advocates of nationalism were simultaneously the most bitterly opposed to Marxism. Both SNCC and SDS especially shunned Marxism's emphasis on the centrality of the working class and the need for a working class-based political party. In both organizations, and in New Left circles more broadly, the dominant view of Marxism and Marxist parties was that they were old, stuffy, and mired in irrelevant controversies from the 1930s, that they offered few insights into the crucial issues of race, culture, morality or, for those pioneers then concerned about sexism, gender, and that they devalued direct action and participatory democracy in favor of hierarchy and top-down leadership. Through the early and mid-1960s scattered individuals, journals, and old left parties chipped away at these assessments. But only after 1968, in response to political earthquakes that revealed to millions just how deep the roots of U.S. militarism and racism actually were, did Marxism spread widely among 60s activists. Washington's stubborn continuation of the war in Vietnam was a prime factor in this ideological shift. Despite massive protest at home, international isolation, growing economic difficulties, and, after Tet, overwhelming evidence that victory was impossible, the U.S. refused to withdraw. Something beyond a single misguided policy simply had to be operating. Young activists increasingly identified that something as the drive of an imperial system to defend its worldwide sphere of influence. A poll among college students taken in April 1970, even before Nixon invaded Cambodia, showed a staggering 41% agreeing with the statement the war in Vietnam is pure imperialism. 1. Vietnam prodded activists to examine U.S. foreign policy more generally. They didn't have to look very far to discover that Washington had a long and sordid history of military interventions and CIA-organized coups throughout the Third World, or that foreign investment was a major source of profit for U.S. corporations and banks. The US-sponsored 1954 coup in Guatemala, which directly benefited United Fruit, ongoing support for apartheid in South Africa, the deployment of Marines to the Dominican Republic in 1965 and the CIA to Uruguay in the late 1960s, all these seemed part of a pattern. Marxism argued that its roots lay the economic imperatives of capitalism, and that explanation made sense. Thus the critique of U.S. policy in the Third World became the entryway to Marxism for thousands of young radicals. This is one of the key reasons why there was so much sympathy for the Leninist tradition on the part of the 1968 generation. Of all the traditions within Marxism, it was Leninism that placed the most emphasis on the imperialist nature of 20th-century capitalism, on the revolutionary potential of national liberation struggles, on the legitimacy of armed struggle, and on the primacy of building solidarity with oppressed peoples. Indeed, though what has come to be called Leninism encompasses a complex set of theoretical and strategic propositions, for late 60s young radicals the definition of Leninism boiled down to those few points, plus the need for a tight revolutionary party, a violent revolution, and a dismantling of the capitalist state. The appeal of Leninism wasn't just a matter of theory. The more young radicals learned about the Leninist tradition, the more it resonated with their own experience. Communism as a separate wing of the socialist movement originated in the split in world socialism that accompanied World War I and the Russian Revolution. It emerged when a sector of the movement broke decisively with those socialists who supported the war, or at least did little or nothing to oppose it. Late 60s activists felt a powerful political and emotional bond with this legacy. They too had faced ostracism and worse for forcefully opposing the war in Vietnam and refusing to bow to fierce pressures to remain patriotic. Like the communists of 1914-19, they too had spent years in frustrating fights with more prestigious left forces that had dragged their feet, or worse, in the anti-war campaign. Though today's democratic socialists don't talk about it much, most U.S. Social Democrats played a sluggish or even backward role in the anti-Vietnam War movement. SDS's parent organization, the League for Industrial Democracy, played a major role in the red-baiting campaign against the pivotal SDS-sponsored anti-Vietnam War march in April 1965. The Socialist Party, the official U.S. affiliate of the Socialist International, was hostage to a faction within it that actually supported the war, and except for an energetic Debs caucus, anchored by the tireless pacifist David McReynolds, was all but completely absent from anti-war activity. Especially consequential was the muted stance taken by Michael Harrington, SP chair after 1968 and arguably the best-known social democrat in the country since the publication of his book, The Other America, Poverty in the United States, in 1962. Harrington was personally opposed to the war, for which he caught flack from the SP's right wing. But as pointed out by his sympathetic biographer Maurice E. Sermon, others, especially at the time, were far less charitable. Harrington always held back. Michael did not allow himself to issue the kind of passionate and uncompromising moral condemnation of the Vietnam War so evident in Martin Luther King's speech. Time and again throughout the 1960s he would refer to the war as a tragedy, as if it were an earthquake, a hurricane, or a plague. He could never bring himself to say that the evils of the war were the product of human agency. It was as if the war had been set in motion by an act of God, rather than on the orders of the President of the United States. But by not blaming Johnson for the war, he could avoid blaming those among his closest and longest-standing political comrades who were supporting the slaughter LBJ had unleashed. He could continue to view them as good socialists with whom he differed on peripheral issues such as how best to end the war. In his response to the central issue of the 1960s, Michael let pass the chance of a lifetime to make a democratic socialist perspective relevant to the hundreds of thousands of Americans who supported the anti-war movement. Point 2. Meanwhile, dissent editor Irving Howe, the other most prominent U.S. Social Democrat, long opposed the demand for immediate withdrawal from Vietnam and was generally derisive of the New Left. And prominent Black Socialist Party member Bayard Rustin acted as a hatchetman for Hubert Humphrey at the Chicago Democratic Convention while demonstrators and McCarthy delegates alike were being beaten by Chicago police. All this was duly noted and loomed large for the generation of 1968. Disgust with social democracy was only reinforced when activists looked beyond Vietnam. French socialists while in power had conducted the colonial war in Algeria, complete with torture. The Harold Wilson-led Labour Party government in Britain backed U.S. Vietnam policy despite its misgivings. Social Democrats worldwide were among the most vocal supporters of Zionism and opponents of Palestinian self-determination. In the U.S. this led to virulent attacks on SNCC in 1967 after its newsletter published an article supporting the Palestinian side in the Arab-Israeli Six-Day War. In that context, it seemed only natural to identify with the tendency that had fought against similar social democratic backwardness during an earlier imperialist bloodletting. Likewise, it seemed sensible to utilize the framework that communism offered, of revolution versus reformism, of internationalism versus social chauvinism, in order to understand the nature of this bitter split among socialists. Even more significant, communist-led movements and states in the Third World seemed to be imperialism's most consistent and effective opponents. Vietnam, Cuba, and China were the lodestars. The Vietnamese were in the forefront, facing genocide but defeating foreign invaders arms in hand. Cuba's defiance of the behemoth just 90 miles away and Che's selfless effort to bring revolution to other parts of Latin America inspired admiration even beyond the radical ranks. A 1968 opinion poll revealed that more college students identified with Che Guevara, 20%, than with any of the 1968 presidential candidates. 3. China, meanwhile, was the most populous nation on Earth, and its 1949 revolution had altered the world political map. Its attraction for new generation activists dates especially from the beginning of the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution in 1966, and China's post-1967 claims that it was Vietnam's firmest supporter. The Cultural Revolution was pivotal because it seemed to promise a more democratic and creative kind of socialism than that of the USSR. Officially, it called for ordinary people to rise up, participate in political life, and criticize officials who wielded power, even if they were leading communist officials, and Cultural Revolution doctrine claimed that socialism would be built mainly through moral and ideological transformations, not economic development. For U.S. young people rebelling against alienation and consumerism, this approach seemed totally on target, and only later would many become aware of the gap between the Cultural Revolution's claims and its bitter reality. Likewise with China's rhetoric about all-out support for Vietnam. From 1967 on, Chinese public statements referred to their country as Vietnam's rear area. In 1970, China hosted the summit meeting which officially launched a united front of Vietnamese, Cambodian, and Laotian revolutionaries against the U.S., and Chinese Premier Zhou Enlai personally attended the meeting to express China's solidarity. Ideologically, the Communist Party of China, CPC, put itself forward as a new center for the world revolutionary movement, in a way that the Cubans and Vietnamese parties did not, and promoted itself as the shining example and prime champion of liberation movements waged by peoples of color all over the world. And at least until Nixon visited China in 1972, Western establishment ideologues promoted a mirror image of the Chinese argument, painting China as the most dangerous advocate of revolution on the planet. Race, class, and capitalism. The second main factor pushing activists toward Marxism was the way the fight against racism was unfolding. After battering legal segregation and winning formal voting rights in 1964-65, veterans of the civil rights movement turned their attention to battles for economic equality and political empowerment. This brought the African American movement into direct confrontation with the country's underlying economic structure of power. Issues concerning the segmented structure of the labor market and the disproportionate concentration of African Americans in low-wage sectors moved to the center of their concerns. The pivotal question of class, both the class structure of U.S. society as a whole as well as class differences within the African American community, came to the fore. Many activists, and not just black activists, still looked skeptically on Marxism's capacity to shed light on the cultural and psychological dimensions of racism or the unique experience of African Americans. But in targeting the interconnection between class exploitation and racial oppression, Marxism had more to offer than any other framework. Likewise, Marxism offered a powerful optic through which to analyze the increasingly apparent links between the anti-racist struggle in the U.S. and anti-imperialist struggles worldwide. Marxism provided the underpinnings for one of the most influential frameworks for analyzing the special oppression of U.S. peoples of color during this period, the view that these communities, especially African Americans and Chicanos, constituted internal colonies for. Again, it was the Leninist tradition that gave the most weight to anti-racist struggles. It had far more to offer theoretically and a far richer practical history in this field than social democracy. And once more, actions taken by the Cubans, Chinese and other Third World communists sealed the case. When Fidel Castro first visited New York in 1960 to speak at the UN, he refused to stay at a downtown hotel and instead based himself in Harlem, where he held a well-publicized meeting at the Teresa Hotel with Malcolm X. Shortly thereafter, Cuba gave sanctuary to Robert F. Williams when he was forced to flee the U.S., and throughout the 1960s and 1970s gave honor, refuge and a political platform to dozens of other black revolutionaries. China also was home to Robert Williams for some years, and in 1963 and again in 1968 Mao Zedong issued personal statements supporting the African American freedom struggle and linking it to the worldwide anti-imperialist struggle. Another factor moving many toward Marxism was the late 60s outpouring of militancy, and even occasional expressions of radicalism, within organized labor. The early New Left had viewed U.S. trade unionism as accepting, if not actually supporting, racial inequality in the workplace. The bulk of the trade union leadership lined up behind Washington's war in Vietnam, initially carrying a large portion of the rank and file with it. Through most of the 1960s, dissenting voices, mainly from a few surviving left-led unions like the West Coast Longshoremen, ILWU, the United Electrical Workers and Hospital Workers Union 1199, were overpowered by the conservative bloc headed by AFL-CIO President George Meany. It is therefore no surprise that the New Left was strongly influenced by C. Wright Mill's warning against adopting a labor metaphysic and by Herbert Marcuse's arguments in One-Dimensional Man that the working class had become a conservative force. 5 But in the late 1960s changes were afoot. Many have already been referred to: workers and students shutting down France in May 1968, the 1969-70 strike wave, the insurgency among black auto workers and the United Farm Workers strike and boycott, the new combativity among young white workers, and the post-Cambodia split in labor officialdom over Vietnam. In addition, opinion polls made it increasingly clear that workers and the poor were proportionately far more opposed to the war in Vietnam than the more privileged classes. This had always been the case, but many student activists only began to notice it in 1968. And while student protest ebbed at the more elite universities after 1970, anti-war and other demonstrations spread further, if less spectacularly, at community colleges and high schools with higher percentages of working-class youth. All this was absorbed by young activists who were trying to identify potentially radical social forces powerful enough to make a bid for political power. One incident captures the changing reality, and the radical reaction to it, perhaps better than any other. On June 7, 1971, a month after anti-war protesters had tried to shut down Washington, D.C. with massive civil disobedience, a group of New York City municipal employees went on strike. Among them were the workers who operated the drawbridges leading to Manhattan. When they walked off their jobs, they left 28 of the 29 bridges locked in an open position. In response, The Guardian wrote, "A few thousand striking workers did what 15,000 demonstrators had failed to accomplish in Washington a few weeks before: immobilize all traffic in and out of the city." 6 This image of workers shutting down the country's largest city captured the imagination of thousands of young radicals. More than a few put their copies of C. Wright Mills and Herbert Marcuse into storage and began to look with fresh eyes at the Communist Manifesto. The clash of Marxist generations. Still, belief in the revolutionary agency of the working class, so central to classical Marxism, took root less strongly among the generation of 1968 than the anti-racist and anti-imperialist strains of the Marxian framework. This was one reason why there was such a break between the aspiring communists of the late 1960s and most of the communists whose outlook was forged in the 1930s and 1940s. For the most part, the old left had embraced what could be described as a trade union, pro-Soviet Marxism-Leninism, while the 60s generation by and large adopted a Third World liberation Marxism-Leninism. Though the two generations used the same Marxist phrases and texts, they frequently talked right past each other. Indeed, the gap was so large that many on both sides could not even recognize militants from the other generation as part of what they considered the communist movement. This breach was expressed in numerous conflicts between most 1968 revolutionaries and pro-Soviet mainstream communism. Most young radicals rejected Soviet society as a desirable socialist model. This was partly because, along with everyone else in the US, they had long been bombarded with negative portrayals of Soviet life. But it also stemmed from indictments of Soviet society from critics on the left. And even more important than whatever picture young radicals formed of Soviet domestic realities was their perception of the USSR's role in international politics. The Soviet invasion of Czechoslovakia was a watershed. The use of tanks to suppress the Czech experiment in socialism with a human face seemed conclusive evidence that the USSR was as repressive, militaristic, and disrespectful of national self-determination as the US. Reinforcing this opinion was the Soviet seemingly half-hearted support of national liberation movements. Moscow seemed far more interested in pursuing peaceful coexistence, détente, with Washington than in backing revolution. Indeed, it appeared that the US and USSR often tried to cooperate in attempts to keep hotspots from exploding into revolutionary transformations. The young generation's attention was riveted on Southeast Asia, and it was appalled by Soviet policy in Cambodia. Following a March 1970 coup in which right-wing General Lon Nol overthrew the neutralist government of King Sihanouk, the USSR gave formal recognition to the Lon Nol regime instead of to the coalition between Sihanouk and the Cambodian communists that quickly formed to overthrow it. This new liberation front was allied with the South Vietnamese revolutionaries, but it wasn't until October 1973, when it was clear that the Lon Nol regime was doomed, that Moscow shifted its recognition to the Cambodian insurgents. 7. The Soviets argued that détente would put some restraints on U.S. actions and provide a more favorable climate for left movements in the Third World. Such reasoning didn't carry much weight with young activists who were haunted by the level of violence Washington was inflicting on those who challenged its domination. Diplomatic attempts to convince Washington to accept peaceful coexistence seemed futile at best and downright dishonest at worst. It appeared that imperialism could be stopped only by powerful revolutionary movements taking up armed struggle, and what they needed from the socialist world was militant support, not advice to cool it while deals were struck between Washington and Moscow. While Soviet support for Third World revolutions was indeed less than all out, the young radicals' view of détente was one-sided. It all but completely overlooked the pivotal matter of nuclear weaponry, and the significance of the Soviets' achievement of strategic nuclear parity with the US during the late 1960s. Prevention of nuclear war had to be a key objective of any serious anti-imperialist movement, and the Soviet nuclear parity was a major deterrent to Washington's use of nuclear weapons in Vietnam or elsewhere. US policymakers were distressed by the Soviet achievement, while on the other side of the barricades the leadership of the Vietnamese liberation struggle recognized its vital importance whatever their disappointments with aspects of Soviet policy. The Vietnamese communists never shared the cavalier attitude toward the use of nuclear weapons and negative view of détente that characterized the Chinese Party's outlook. These differences, however, were not apparent to young U.S. activists in 1968–73. They had little appreciation of the dilemmas that faced a Soviet leadership that knew their country was always the prime target of a massive U.S. nuclear arsenal. And with the Vietnam War raging, they didn't appreciate the importance of the campaign for nuclear disarmament, and focused instead on the frontline role of national liberation movements and armed struggle. The unimpressive character of the Communist Party USA, PUSA, was also an important factor for young radicals. In the 1930s the party had anchored a powerful radical current, and when many new leftists turned to Marxism they began to appreciate, or even romanticize, the CP's earlier contributions, for example, the direct action of the CIO sit-down strikes in the auto industry. But since then the CP had been battered by McCarthyism and decimated by bitter internal struggles in the wake of Nikita Khrushchev's revelations about Stalin's crimes at the 20th Congress of the Soviet Communist Party in 1956. By 1960 the party had been stabilized under the leadership of Gus Hall, but its membership was down to about 5,000 from a 1940s peak of 50,000 plus, and its mass influence had been reduced at least as sharply. 8 Even so it constituted the largest U.S. socialist organization and maintained the largest membership of black activists. It would have been an uphill battle for the PUSA to regain the central role in the progressive movement it had attained in the 1930s. However, the party persisted in pursuing policies that guaranteed that it would not make it halfway up the slope. For starters, the PUSA was among the most rigid communist parties in the world in its defense of every detail of Soviet policy. Unwavering support for the Soviet invasion of Czechoslovakia was the most embarrassing example. but the generation of 1968 also found the CP's approach to domestic politics wanting. The PUSA was intensely hostile to all expressions of African American radical nationalism, from Malcolm X to the late SNCC and early Black Panther leaders, and this hostility alienated young militants of all colors. The PUSA attacked the New Left for petty bourgeois radicalism and insisted on the centrality of the trade unions to left strategy even at a time when other social sectors were driving the progressive movements forward. This position translated into the CP's valuing connections with a layer of labor officialdom over aggressive efforts to build the anti-war or anti-racist movements from below, leading to numerous clashes with young activists. The PUSA, moreover, was very cautious about raising radical ideas, and it was culturally conservative at a time when most young radicals were inclined toward audacity and cultural experimentation. The PUSA's negative stance toward the new generation was well summarized by Peggy Dennis, a longtime party activist who was also the widow of Gus Hall PUSA head Eugene Dennis. Throughout the 1960s decade, the current party leadership placed the organization in opposition to and in isolation from practically every new form of struggle that erupted in the ghettos, on the campuses and in the streets. Blinded by the inexactness of the new rhetoric of the black and white youth militants and by the sometimes erroneous and often strongly anarchist ideas in their ranks, the party leadership proved incapable of understanding this new movement and the deep-going social crisis it engendered. The party leadership slowly modified its opposition under the impact of the struggle waged inside the party, and finally adopted a condescending posture of concern for the young black and white resistance fighters as misguided victims of repression, still denying them the decisive catalyst role for struggle these young people were throughout the decade. Despite its rhetoric favoring coalition and unity, the current party leadership has taken the party backward into a pre-1930-like sectarianism. It exacerbates rifts between itself and the various levels of possible coalition allies, it gloats over disarray within the left, and sees itself in competition with any and all socialist searchings not contained within the party itself. 9. Given such a stance, it is hardly surprising that the bulk of the new radical generation decided to take their energy elsewhere. Like almost every other existing left organization, the PUSA did grow somewhat amid the ferment of the 60s. Scores of talented young people joined, appreciating the party's history of struggle and sense of the long haul. And at the beginning of the 1970s, the PUSA led an ultimately successful campaign to free imprisoned party member Angela Davis, charged with supplying weapons used in an unsuccessful attempt by Jonathan Jackson to free his brother, Soledad brother author George Jackson, led to the biggest expansion in the PUSA's ranks and influence in decades. It's also true that not every reason young radicals rejected the PUSA was a good one. Some did hold the anti-working class prejudices the party criticized, while others shared the society's knee-jerk anti-communism and directed it toward the PUSA. Many simply regarded the CP as composed of old stuffed shirts. Nor does it follow at all that the PUSA's misguided policies stemmed from a revisionist abandonment of Marxism-Leninism, as the new communist movement came to believe. But the key point is that the PUSA failed to engage the new radical generation as a partner in struggle, refused to entertain the notion that it had things to learn as well as to teach, defended Soviet actions that were backward if not indefensible, and walled itself off from the new movements in sectarian complacency. Thus the most experienced socialist group in the country missed the chance to connect itself to the new generation, with negative consequences for all concerned. Trotskyism's bid falls short. Trotskyism, which originated as an anti-Stalinist left opposition in the 1920s, did relatively better than pro-Soviet communism in attracting young radicals. Trotskyists offered an insightful critique of the way Soviet society and policy had developed under Stalin and his successors and staked a claim to being Lenin's true heirs. The main U.S. Trotskyist organization, the Socialist Workers' Party, was one of the first socialist groups to try to develop a relationship with Malcolm X and to publish his speeches in its press. Above all, the SWP threw itself into the anti-Vietnam War movement and played a central role in the series of coalitions that sponsored the large national marches of 1967 to 1972. The SWP and its youth organization, the Young Socialist Alliance, grew substantially during the 1960s and early 1970s, like the CP recruiting a layer of talented activists. But in contrast to the PUSA, the influx of 60s militants qualitatively changed the SWP's character, with individuals from the new generation given central leadership posts by the late 1960s and fully taking the reins of power in the 1970s. Still, several features of Trotskyism made it unattractive for most 60s activists. First, U.S. Trotskyism, much more than its European counterparts, was intensely hostile to the Vietnamese and other national liberation movements. The SWP pilloried their leaderships for basing their strategies on long-term cross-class alliances and a two-stage revolutionary process, a national democratic stage followed by a socialist stage. Trotskyist doctrine regarded such multi-class blocs or fronts, and especially theories of two-stage revolution, as Stalinist betrayals of working-class interests. Going even further, SWP doctrine held that communist parties with origins in the Stalinist movement were incapable of consciously leading anti-capitalist revolts and characterized the Vietnamese, Chinese, and other such parties as counter-revolutionary. To most young activists, such positions seemed not just criticism from the sidelines, but backward and national chauvinist. Second, the SWP's tactics in the anti-war movement included a number of costly negatives. Its insistence on single-issue demonstrations contrasted with efforts to explicitly link anti-racist demands to anti-war activities, and the SWP rebuffed all initiatives aimed at cohering any kind of radical, anti-imperialist current outside the SWP itself. In practical terms, this latter stance translated especially into a marked antipathy to SDS. SWP did not denounce that organization, or the broader New Left, with nearly as much vehemence as the PUSA, but like the CP did not try to work within or develop close ties with the largest radical student organization of the period. This was a strategic mistake of the first order, and contrasted sharply with the entry into SDS of the Maoist Progressive Labour Party, discussed at length in the next chapter. The SWP was also unable to translate its early enthusiasm for Malcolm X into an ongoing relationship with revolutionary nationalism or to distinguish itself in the fight against racism. Again, Trotskyism's hostility to cross-class alignments was at the root of the problem. People of color freedom movements in the 1960s and 1970s universally assumed a cross-class character and made progress largely to the degree that such alliances was strengthened and consolidated. The SWP's shortcomings were widely noted even by Trotskyists in other countries. Tariq Ali, a Trotskyist of Pakistani origin who was one of the leaders of the anti-Vietnam War movement in Britain, offered this critique of the SWP leadership. They struck me as apparatchiks pure and simple, obsessed with inter-party manipulations, factional intrigue, and an unbelievable sectarian attitude. The SDS had won over the cream of American youth in the late 60s. The youth adjunct of the Socialist Workers' Party had recruited the leftovers. Even these proved to be too independent as far as the new leadership was concerned, and most of the 68 levy did not last long in their ranks. If I had been in Berkeley rather than Oxford, I would not have joined this international. 11. Finally, Trotskyism was vulnerable even in its strongest area, its critique of Soviet society and foreign policy. After all, what was the point of adopting Trotskyism's speculations in this area when far more powerful players seemed to be creating an alternative to the Soviet model on the ground? Trotskyism offered an elegant theoretical framework, but in the real world Cuba was embarked on a daring and innovative effort to build socialism. Che had given his life for internationalism. Vietnam was demonstrating that the power of the people is greater than the man's technology, and China was experimenting with a seemingly grassroots-based cultural revolution. The communists leading these explorations were hostile to Trotskyism, charging it with being a purist doctrine attractive to intellectuals but unable to deal with the day-to-day struggles of workers and the oppressed. They indicted Trotskyism for having no relationship to actual revolutions except that of critic or outright opponent. Certainly there was a good deal of slander thrown in, much of it originating from what the Trotskyists accurately called the Stalin school of falsification. But few 60s activists rejected Trotskyism mainly because they bought into Stalinist historiography. Rather, they were reacting to direct experiences with US Trotskyism and to the gulf between Trotskyism and the forces actually driving revolution forward worldwide. A third world, based international in the making? Despite these various shortcomings, both pro-Soviet communism and Trotskyism would have attracted more young radicals had there been no alternative pole. But the dynamic revolutionary parties in the Third World seemed to offer a new international in the making. Cuba's independent position, for example, carried great weight. Though allied with the USSR since the early 1960s, the Cuban party never simply echoed Soviet positions and frequently differed sharply with Moscow. Especially between 1966 and spring 1968, Cuba stressed the need for armed struggle and hemispheric revolution, in contrast to Moscow's emphasis on peaceful, parliamentary activity and détente. What's more, Havana actively organized for its views, convening the Tricontinental Congress of 100 revolutionary organizations from around the world in January 1966. The gathering, which included numerous groups not recognized by Moscow as members of the communist movement, founded the Organization of Solidarity with the People of Asia, Africa, and Latin America, OSPAL, and issued its own regular publication, Tricontinental Magazine. 12 During the ensuing period, the Cubans openly criticized several pro-Moscow communist parties, and the Soviet Party itself, and encouraged the development of guerrilla movements. Che Guevara went to Bolivia to participate personally in this internationalist effort, and in 1967 the Cubans published his message to the Tricontinental with its widely quoted call to create 3 many Vietnams. 13 The distance between the Cuban and Soviet parties closed somewhat in late 1968, but the Cubans continued to pursue distinct policies in domestic and foreign affairs, and to develop ties with young U.S. revolutionaries who were outside of, or even unfriendly to, the Moscow recognized PUSA. The Chinese Communist Party was even more ambitious in presenting an alternative to the USSR. The Sino-Soviet split burst into the open in 1960–63, and in a public and comprehensive series of open polemics the CPC accused the CPSU of abandoning revolutionary principles, revisionism. 14 In contrast, the CPC put itself forward as the contemporary guardian of Lenin's legacy. Lenin had built the original Communist International by doing battle with revisionists who refused to oppose World War I and advocated electoral politics rather armed insurrection. The CPC claimed to be fighting modern revisionism today. Against the Soviets' stress on achieving peaceful coexistence between capitalist and socialist countries and the possibility of peaceful transition to socialism, the Chinese emphasized the inherent capitalist tendencies toward war, gave prime weight to national liberation struggles, and endorsed militant, extra-legal tactics and armed struggle. The CPC also implied that the Chinese were leading the worldwide upsurge of peoples of color against white domination, not only against the US and Europe, but also against efforts by the white Soviets to dictate policy to revolutionaries of color. Filled with enthusiasm for a united, Third World-led revolutionary movement, the generation of 1968 overlooked numerous complexities. For instance, Beijing cut off its package of trade aid to Havana in 1966, and Cuba accused China, as well as the USSR, of not practicing true Marxism-Leninism and of interfering in Cuba's internal affairs. 15 The Vietnamese consistently called for an end to the Sino-Soviet split and refused to side with either power. Neither the Cuban or Vietnamese parties regarded the CPSU as revisionist. These differences will be discussed in later chapters. For the moment, the key point is that such disputes, even when young U.S. activists were aware of them, seemed secondary to the picture of a concerted Third World surge against Western domination. The overriding conclusion among young radicals was that there were clear parallels between Lenin's break with the opportunists of his day and the division between partisans of armed struggle, China, Cuba, and Vietnam, and opponents of it, the USSR and the communist parties it dominated. Even further, there seemed to be parallels between both of those experiences and the day-to-day fights in the US between aspiring revolutionaries and the more cautious old left, whether social democratic or pro-Soviet communist. The biggest upheaval of the decade in another advanced capitalist country, the events of May 1968 in France, drove this point home. While millions of French students and workers took to the barricades and engaged in passionate imaginings of a radically different society, the pro-Soviet Communist Party of France did its best to blunt the upsurge's radical edge. The Guardian captured the overwhelming sentiment. The Communist Party of France was unable to respond as a revolutionary vanguard after 35 years of parliamentary politics. The party initially condemned the student uprising, as did the Soviet Union. After French workers began to join the rebellion on their own, the CP, through the General Confederation of Labor, moved in with a call for a one-day strike. The CP clearly sought to control the spontaneous uprising and channel it into a parliamentary and trade union direction, seeking a popular front government and improved wages and working conditions for the workers. Workers were warned against joining the students. It is difficult to separate the French CP response from international matters. The Soviet Union, at first referring to the students as hooligans, is not displeased with President de Gaulle. Poland, too, of the few communist governments who have discussed the issue openly, applauded the de Gaulle foreign policy, saying France has faithful friends who do not want to see her in chaos. 16. The Leninist Party and the 1905 to 1917 analogy. The experience of US activists was far less intense than that of their French counterparts. But the same basic elements were present. Many decided that revolutionary mass action was desirable and possible, and that they needed to find a new vehicle for leading that mass action on to victory. That quest led to the central question of the party. Of all the practices associated with communism, today the vanguard Leninist Party is probably more discredited than any other. For current-day activists, it seems almost inconceivable that the project of party building could appeal to large numbers of thoughtful, independent-minded youth immersed in vibrant mass struggles. Leninism's call for a party of a new type is seen as top-down, undemocratic, elitist, a rationale for irrelevant sex if not justification for brutal dictatorial rule. But surprising as it may seem, for a host of 1960s activists the Leninist Party was regarded as quite the opposite, as a weapon for democracy, a vehicle for combating elitism, a structure facilitating grassroots empowerment. Above all, constructing a Leninist vanguard seemed to offer the most effective route to mobilizing millions for social revolution. Many 1968-era radicals were won to party building in part by theoretical argument. For all the reasons discussed so far, they turned to Marxism and became convinced that Leninism embodied Marxism's revolutionary vision and anti-imperialist strategy. They therefore read Lenin and adopted his theory of the vanguard party as part of the package. But they never would have done so if this theory had not resonated with their own experiences. Leninism's claim that the vanguard party is a far more effective and liberating radical force than the looser organizations of democratic socialism or grassroots participatory democracy corresponded to the realities that had shaped 1968 radicalism. Most 1960s veterans had gone through battles in which an initially small core of activists had achieved leadership of broad masses and outdistanced others who started out with far more influence. Time and again, tiny bands of militants who articulated demands that spoke to the aspirations of the dispossessed were able to move mountains. This was a key lesson drawn from the way a virtual handful of SNCC organizers and homegrown leaders like Fannie Lou Hamer had been able to build the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party and defy intense pressure to trade principles for political expediency. It described the trajectory of the watershed Berkeley free speech movement, when a core of civil rights activists with Mario Savio at the pivot prevailed over both established moderate student leaders and the university. This was the radicals' experience when the besieged SDS leadership stood firm against the red baiting of its 1965 anti-Vietnam War demonstration and broke the back of the long-standing communist exclusion policy. For a generation shaped by such experiences, and hundreds like them on a smaller scale, The notion of a vanguard winning leadership of the working class if it is united, disciplined, and willing to do battle with opportunists didn't seem top-down or undemocratic. Far from being a formula for imposing unpopular policies on a passive constituency, Leninism seemed to capture the dynamic, living way in which movements develop in the course of struggle against powerful adversaries. Activists also identified with Lenin's observation about how chaotic grassroots protest often outstrips the strategy and organization of revolutionaries. The key exposition of Lenin's theory of the vanguard party, what is to be done, hinges much of its argument on this point. 17 According to Lenin, one of the central reasons to build a party of professional activists is that otherwise the work of the revolutionaries can never keep pace with the spontaneous resistance of the oppressed. Lenin recognized that there is an ebb and flow in the class struggle, and that during most periods the oppressed classes do not take an active part in politics. But his focus was on the vital question of what will happen when they do. Will there be a well-organized body of revolutionaries prepared to explain the nature of the capitalist system, draw new militants into leadership of the movement, and provide the means to protect them from police repression? Or will each generation of activists have to reinvent revolutionary organization for themselves? Lenin's arguments on this point seemed to reach across the decades to directly address all those who had scrambled to find their way in the ferment of the 60s. Moreover, Lenin's theory of the party was an incentive to action. Activists gobbled up histories of the Russian Revolution and learned how the Bolshevik Party started as a small group spending inordinate amounts of time on ideological polemics. They waded through the pages that described how this party had been carefully molded into a united and disciplined organization, and how this training allowed the Bolsheviks to stand firm against World War I and in favor of a worker and peasant revolution while other, initially more influential, forces wavered. And they learned how this stance enabled the Bolsheviks to grow spectacularly during the mass upheavals of 1917, achieve majority support in the Russian working class, and finally lead the seizure of state power. All this seemed directly applicable to the situation in the late 1960s US, which 1968 radicals began to analyze through the prism of the 1905 to 1917 model. The 1905 revolution in Russia had failed, but it had demonstrated the potential of masses in motion and served as an intense learning experience for the emerging working class and the still small core of Russian Marxists. After this dress rehearsal for revolution, the Bolsheviks led by Lenin had nurtured their party carefully and even learned to survive underground. A decade later, when the Russian population rose up against the carnage of World War I, the Bolsheviks were in position to lead the popular uprising for peace and political power. The extent of social upheaval in the 1960s, and the obvious fact that it was not led by a strong left party, made it fairly easy for activists to think of 1968 to 73 as the American 1905. Most of them realized that there would be periods of ebb ahead, though in their youthful exuberance some couldn't imagine an ebb lasting as long as the 12 years between 1905 and 1917. But this only lent more urgency to the conclusion that it was necessary to follow Lenin, quickly organize a revolutionary party, and get ready for the next round of mass upheaval just down the road. The 1905 to 1917 analogy also provided a framework for analyzing the 1968 generation's relationship to the old left. The communists of the 1930s had acquitted themselves well, most thought, but their revolutionary resolve faded during the long ebb and repression of the late 1940s and 1950s. Thus they were unable to play the revolutionary role required when the new movements of the 1960s took off. Some young activists felt sorry for the old left, others were angry at them, but almost all were sure that their generation would do better. US activists were not alone in looking at the 60s through the ebb and flow, 1905 to 1917 prism. In almost all the advanced capitalist countries, a youth-based current that saw itself to the left of mainstream communism adopted this point of view. Not surprisingly, France topped the list, where many agreed with Daniel Singer's analysis of the decisive question confronting the post-1968 left. The storm of 1968 took everybody by surprise. Though nobody can predict the length of the interlude, it is quite safe to forecast another upheaval. What the revolutionary groups have not yet ensured is that history will not repeat itself. There are still no political forces on the horizon capable of carrying the movement to its logical conclusion, of turning a rebellion, a rising, into a revolution. 18. Leninism and democracy. The young radicals who turned to Leninism saw no contradiction between a party that could lead an assault on the state and one that was internally democratic. Virtually all New Left veterans had experience in democratic organizations with wide-ranging discussion, open membership, and non-hierarchic, informal structures. Often these organizations had come to be dominated by a handful of leaders, sometimes selected more by the media than by the membership, with the rank and file excluded from actual decision-making. Almost invariably control was exercised by the individuals who had the most education, money, social confidence, or other benefits stemming from class, race and/or gender privilege. And strong New Left sentiment against any kind of formal structure had deprived organizations of any mechanisms for ensuring leadership accountability. The result was a handful of strong personalities manipulating things under the guise of consensus and anti-bureaucracy. A scathing critique of such practices as manifested in the women's liberation movement can be found in The Tyranny of Structurelessness, a widely read 1970 pamphlet by Jorian, 19. On top of all this, late 60s activists had bitter experience with liberals and social democrats who themselves engaged in thoroughly undemocratic practices while preaching against the evils of Leninism. One of SDS's formative moments came when the organization's Social Democratic parent organization had locked SDS leaders out of their office after the SDS convention that drafted the Port Huron Statement in 1962. And after the snub to the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party in 1964 and the backroom deal nomination of Hubert Humphrey in 1968, it hardly seemed that the Democratic Party touted by liberals had much democratic content at all. No. Liberal democracy, social democracy and New Left participatory democracy all seemed infected with the very anti-democratic practices and elitism they accused Leninism of embodying. In contrast, the tighter, more accountable structure offered by Leninism appeared to provide tools to combat precisely those problems. Instead of manipulation by media-chosen celebrity leaders, there would be accountability from an elected central committee. Instead of domination by privileged class elements, strict internal policies would make sure people from working class and oppressed minority backgrounds could exercise power. Instead of allowing individuals who talked a lot but didn't do any work to dominate deliberations, high membership standards would exclude the blowhards and value the self-sacrificing hard worker. The Leninist proposal for building a tight cadre corps gained additional support as activists became more aware of the extent of state repression, infiltration, and disruption. It wasn't just a matter of reading about government spy operations and the like. Many had direct personal experience with police informants, misinformation campaigns, local Red Squad harassment and COINTELPRO dirty tricks and worse. 20 Public, open groups were exceedingly vulnerable to such tactics. People who were serious about radical politics, and about their responsibilities to ordinary people taking up protest activities, saw a need for organizations capable of resisting the government on this front. Similarly, the ongoing rebellion underway within the armed forces and the prisons deeply impacted young organizers. Broad and public organizing among GIs and prisoners was an absolutely indispensable part of waging this rebellion. But the nature of prisons and the military meant that secret and conspiratorial organizational forms were required as well. Those who denounced Leninism had little to offer here. To the contrary, it was almost exclusively the communist tradition that historically had organized among soldiers and behind bars, indeed, right within the Nazi concentration camps. Against such a backdrop, many aspiring revolutionaries concluded that building a new Leninist vanguard was not just a good idea, but a historical necessity. 3. The transformation of New Left radicalism. Describing the general logic of the turn among activists to Third World Marxism is not the same as detailing the process as it occurred. This shift did not take place via a simple series of ideological steps, the late 60s movements were too fragmented and diverse for that. No single organization included all, or even a majority, of the people gravitating toward revolutionary politics. Rather, the young radicals were grouped in a few nationwide formations, many local circles, and various networks particular to one sector of activism. The biggest chasm was that of race. De facto segregation in housing, employment, education, and society in general, the different ways in which oppression was experienced by whites and by different peoples of color, backward racial attitudes among white activists who had grown up in a racist society, the emergence of black power ideology and the call for whites to organize against racism within white communities, all these meant that most radical organizations of the time tended to be race or nationality specific. Organizations were thus exclusively or overwhelmingly made up of blacks, Chicanos, Puerto Ricans, Asians, Native Americans, or whites. Other fault lines divided organizers by geographical area, by age. Many generation gaps could arise between activists just 3 or 4 years apart in a time of such rapid change, by sector, GI organizers, campus militants, and others, and by gender. The process of Marxism gaining influence, and what interpretation of Marxism was embraced, differed based on where individuals happened to be located. And in some cases Marxism gained only rhetorical converts, with previously held notions being simply reformulated using Marxist terms. With all these qualifications in mind, it is still possible to trace the main organizational forms that embodied Third World Marxism in the U.S. Monthly Review and The Guardian. A vital role was played by the periodicals young radicals relied upon for news and analysis. Especially important in countering tendencies toward isolation and narrowness were two widely read independent, that is, non-party, publications, Monthly Review magazine and The Guardian newspaper. Monthly Review, MR, was founded in 1949 by Paul Sweezy and Leo Huberman and quickly established itself as an accessible socialist periodical focusing on economic analysis and developments in the Third World. MR was an early and enthusiastic supporter of the Cuban Revolution and, after some hesitation, backed China in the Sino-Soviet split. Monthly Review's circulation during the late 1960s was 8,000 to 10,000, and it was common for a single copy to be passed around a household or campus and read by many individuals. MR's book publishing arm, Monthly Review Press, established itself as one of the most important left publishing houses and issued a steady output of volumes promoting Marxism, Leninism, and Third World revolutions. Among the most influential, in addition to Barron and Sweezy's Monopoly Capital already mentioned, were Paul Barron's Political Economy of Growth, Harry Magdoff's The Age of Imperialism, The Myth of Black Capitalism by Earl O'Ferry, Racism and the Class Struggle by James Boggs, and Open Veins of Latin America by Eduardo Galeano. 1. The Chinese Cultural Revolution particularly impressed Monthly Review's editors, and MR played a bigger role than any other U.S. intellectual institution in promoting the outlook associated with Mao Zedong. In 1966 Mr. Press published Fanchen, a documentary of revolution in a Chinese village by William Hinton, a Pennsylvania farmer who had spent 6 years in China beginning as a tractor technician for the United Nations Relief and Rehabilitation Agency. 2 The book, which detailed the social transformation in one Chinese village, was the single most influential volume popularizing the day-to-day work of the Chinese Communist Party. Its paperback edition sold a remarkable 200,000 copies, establishing Hinton's reputation as the period's most authoritative left voice on China. Monthly Review editors Huberman and Sweezy likewise penned an enthusiastic article titled The Cultural Revolution in China for their magazine's January 1967 issue. The piece was reprinted in pamphlet form by the SDS-sponsored Radical Education Project. The Guardian had been founded as the National Guardian during Henry Wallace's 1948 Progressive Party presidential campaign by 3 radical newspapermen, James Aronson, Cedric Belfridge, and John McManus. 4 During the repressive 1950s the paper played a key role in the defense of Julius and Ethel Rosenberg, took a strong stand against the Korean War, and published regular contributions from W.E.B. Du Bois. In the early 1960s it focused on the civil rights and early anti-Vietnam War movements and added several new generation activists to its staff. These recruits grew increasingly discontented with the structure and leadership of the paper, and in 1967 essentially forced the remaining active founder, James Aronson, to turn control over to the staff organized as a collective. The change marked a generational and political transition from old left to new left, and it was accompanied by a name change to The Guardian. Apparently some young protesters associated the title National Guardian with the National Guard. To reflect the paper's new sensibility, the masthead slogan was also changed, from Progressive News Weekly to Radical News Weekly. After Aronson's departure, the paper lost significant old left financial support. Then backing from the large pro-Israel contingent of, otherwise, progressives was lost when The Guardian defended Palestinian national rights after the 1967 Arab-Israeli War. But aggressive efforts to build ties with SDS, SNCC and other organizers central to the anti-war and black liberation movements bore fruit. By the end of 1969 the paper had doubled its number of pages from 12 to 24 and increased its paid weekly readership to 24,000, the highest total since the paper's initial years. 5. During the late 1960s The Guardian offered more extensive on-the-spot coverage of national liberation movements than any other U.S. publication. It was an enthusiastic partisan of Cuban and Chinese efforts to build socialism. Its week-in, week-out coverage from Vietnam by correspondent Wilfred Burchett was unmatched. Burchett, who later anchored the paper's equally outstanding Africa coverage, also wrote several books, and his 1968 volume Vietnam Will Win, published by The Guardian and distributed by Monthly Review Press, played a pivotal role in convincing many young radicals that the National Liberation Front held overwhelming popular support in South Vietnam. 6. The paper served as one of the main vehicles for left debate, and among the individuals contributing regularly to the paper's columns were SDS or former SDS activists Greg Calvert, Carol Neiman, Todd Gitlin, and Carl Davidson, Black liberation veterans Julius Lester, Robert Allen and Phil Hutchings, and former labor activist/future figure in cultural studies Stanley Aronowitz. The Guardian's cultural section became one of its most popular features after former Sing Out editor Irwin Silber joined the staff as cultural editor in 1968. 4 years later Silber would become the paper's executive editor, take the lead on ideological questions, and spearhead the Guardian's immersion in the new communist movement. In organizational terms, the key power figure was managing editor Jack A. Smith, who had been the leader of the 1967 staff revolt. In 1969-70 The Guardian began to stress specifically Marxist, in contrast to broadly revolutionary, politics. Advocacy of Marxism-Leninism became a feature of occasional editorials. The paper called for building a socialist movement rooted in the working class and heightened its polemic against those tendencies in the new left that advocated small groups taking up armed struggle or other anarchist strategies. Such positions provoked a faction sympathetic to the Weather Underground to challenge the staff majority. In April 1970 the dissidents physically seized the Guardian's offices, and the paper's staff kept the paper coming out by pasting up the galleys on one staff member's kitchen table. The majority maintained the support of most regional bureaus and foreign correspondents, including Burchett, and weathered the storm. The insurgents went on to launch the Liberated Guardian, which lasted a year before becoming the local New York City Star. The disruption and split reduced the Guardian's circulation, though not as much as the 1969 collapse of SDS, which had been the paper's largest on-the-ground sales vehicle. In 1971 paid circulation was down to about 18,000 and it took 2 more years to climb back above 20,000. Editorially, the attempted takeover only accelerated the paper's turn toward Leninism and a working-class focus. Between 1970 and 1972 the paper tried to balance advocacy of this outlook with calls for unity of the entire left against the war in Vietnam and in support of black liberation. The paper's pages continued to express enthusiasm for Cuba and tilted strongly toward China in the Sino-Soviet split, The Guardian also called for united action by all socialist countries in defense of Vietnam and gave positive coverage to the PUSA-centered campaign to free Angela Davis. Standing out as one of the few broad-based radical institutions of the 1960s to sustain itself into the 1970s, the paper's influence on activists just turning toward revolutionary ideas was immense. Aggressive distribution of materials from China's foreign languages press and from Cuba also figured heavily in the 1968 generation's ideological evolution. By the late 1960s, inexpensive copies of writings by Mao, especially the famous Little Red Book, quotations from Chairman Mao Zedong 7, Che and Fidel, as well as Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin, were available in every large city and college town. Young activists were hungry for radical literature, and beyond individuals hitting the bookstores and libraries, thousands launched informal study and discussion groups. Marxist literature was also a staple of the period's wave of free universities and of new radical caucuses within academic associations. Many college courses for the first time included Marxist works in their syllabuses. The wave of enthusiasm for Third World Marxist revolutionaries went far beyond individuals who thought of themselves as aspiring Marxist-Leninists. Large contingents in the women's and gay movements, for instance, looked to Mao for ideas about how to practice criticism, self-criticism, combat liberalism, and serve the people. There was a widespread fascination with Mao and Che in the counterculture. Some of Mao's pithier quotations, including more anarchist than Marxist ones like "The thousands of principles of Marxism can be summarized in one sentence, to rebel is justified," were featured in the underground press. 8 Che's declaration that, at the risk of sounding ridiculous, "Let me say that the true revolutionary is guided by great feelings of love," was regularly cited for inspiration by radicals of all persuasions as well as non-activist participants in the era's youth culture. 9. Progressive labor and the Revolutionary Action Movement. Yet the distribution of books and periodicals alone could never have won a new generation to Marxism. An indispensable role was played by organizations and less formal circles on the ground. In the early and mid-1960s, Progressive Labor, PL, was the main group advocating what it called Revolutionary Leninism. 10 PL had been launched as the Progressive Labor Movement in 1962 by activists who had left or been expelled from the PUSA because they sympathized with China in the Sino-Soviet dispute. The group quickly established itself as a combative, if small, force on the left. In January 1963, PL launched a campaign to aid coal miners engaged in a bitter and violent strike in Hazard, Kentucky. It then organized student trips to Cuba in defiance of a U.S. government travel ban. In May 1964, PL launched the May 2nd movement as an explicitly anti-imperialist student group opposed to intervention in Vietnam. PL member Bill Epton became a leading figure in the African American movement in Harlem. At the founding rally of Malcolm X's Organization of Afro-American Unity in 1964, Epton was introduced as an honored guest. He was singled out as a leader of the Harlem Uprising a month later and charged with criminal anarchy, sparking a major defense campaign. In spring 1964, PL was strong enough to launch a weekly newspaper, Challenge. A year later it had grown to 300+ members, and in 1965 it transformed itself into the Progressive Labor Party. PL established ties with the Chinese Communist Party and became the more or less official U.S. representative of Marxism-Leninism, Mao Zedong thought. PL's version of Leninism tended toward the schematic, especially after it proclaimed itself a party. Its rhetoric was crude, its internal structure rigid, and its activity frequently sectarian. In the freewheeling early 1960s, these qualities alienated many in the New Left. But PL was also militant. It threw itself into work with youth, it identified with China, Cuba, and the Third World, and it made a serious effort to organize workers. This unique combination attracted a number of talented activists. PL's biggest impact on the new radical generation came after February 1966, when it dissolved the May 2nd movement and sent its members into SDS. PLers functioned as a disciplined caucus and injected a new dynamic into SDS's internal life. On the one hand, PL's forthright advocacy of Marxism and militant anti-imperialism spurred many SDS members, and other 60s radicals, to examine those positions seriously for the first time. At the same time, PL's tight discipline within the previously loose SDS aroused a great deal of hostility. Soon this hostility extended beyond PL's organizational tactics to the substance of PL's program. Ironically, during the very years, 1967 to 69, when thousands were turning toward revolutionary politics, PL was moving away from the most popular positions identified with Third World Marxism. Hewing to an approach that valued maintenance of revolutionary purity over engagement with real-world social forces navigating the inevitable twists and turns of radical advance, PL started to attack the Vietnamese for selling out the revolution by entering into negotiations with the US. Similarly, just as China was gaining prestige, PL began to criticize the CCP for not denouncing the Vietnamese. Instead of backing the militant wing of the Black Liberation Movement, PL condemned anti-working class nationalism and singled out the Black Panther Party for special venom. And just when stirrings of worker rebelliousness were growing in 1969 to 70, PL pushed an especially narrow view of working class organizing focused on building student support for wage demands of campus workers. PL's flip-flop transformed the way in which the group influenced the new radical generation. Progressive labor all but completely lost its previous position as a strong if somewhat dogmatic pole of attraction, and instead became viewed as a prime example of what a Marxist-Leninist party was not supposed to be. As a result, a whole layer of new leftists embraced Marxist-Leninist ideas in the course of struggle against the formerly orthodox PL. Though much smaller than PL and not nearly as ideologically coherent, the Revolutionary Action Movement, RAM, also played a significant role in drawing young activists toward Marxism. 11 RAM was founded in 1962 by a core of black activists largely composed of students at Central State College in Wilberforce, Ohio. The group was initially inspired by the ideas and work of Robert F. Williams, leader of the NAACP chapter in Monroe, North Carolina and an advocate of armed self-defense who was forced to flee to Cuba in 1961, relocating to China in 1966. Williams published a newsletter, The Crusader, which projected a vision of black revolution, internationalism, Third World solidarity and armed struggle. RAM, the first independent black Marxist organization of the 1960s, attempted, not very successfully, to develop these ideas into a political program. The group was loosely organized, functioned in a semi-underground manner, and issued the bi-monthly journal Black America and the RAM Speaks newsletter. Several of its central leaders, especially Max Stanford/Muhammad Ahmad, developed close ties with Malcolm X. Though never large and not engaged in sustained day-to-day organizing, RAM influenced many people in SNCC as well as individuals who were later to play key roles in the League of Revolutionary Black Workers and the Black Panther Party. Its influence peaked in 1965 to 66, but facing government repression and without a viable organization-building strategy, RAM declined and dissolved by 1969. The demise was quiet. RAM's significance had not resided in its organizational strength, but in its popularization of revolutionary nationalist, Marxist and Maoist ideas during a critical period of the Black Freedom Movement. The central role of the Black Panther Party. Many of the ideas circulating in RAM, especially audacious advocacy of black-led revolution, found their strongest organizational expression in the Black Panther Party, BPP. 12 The Panthers were not a Marxist organization per se, but combined shifting strands of nationalism and Marxism into an eclectic mix. Still, they were the most prominent revolutionary organization in the country during the key transitional years 1968 to 1971, and they proved to be the most important single organization in the transition of thousands of activists from New Left radicals, Black Power advocates or Third World militants to partisans of Third World Marxism and Leninism. The BPP was founded by Huey Newton and Bobby Seale in Oakland, California in October 1966. One of their first activities was following Oakland police officers to observe and record instances of racist harassment and brutality. Panther members carried arms while doing this work, which was legal in California at the time. When in May 1967 the state legislature moved to pass a bill making armed citizen patrols illegal, Seal led a lobbying trip to Sacramento during which Panthers were photographed on the state capitol steps carrying shotguns. This photo catapulted the new group into the nationwide spotlight. For the next 3 years the Panthers expanded their membership, developed their practical organizing work and faced an unrelenting wave of government harassment, infiltration, and violence. The Panthers put their objectives into a 10-point program, published in each issue of their newspaper, The Black Panther. Point 1 read, "We want freedom. We want power to determine the destiny of our black community." Point 3 declared, "We want an end to the robbery by the capitalist of our black community." And point 10 summed up the program with a call for land, bread, housing, education, clothing, justice, and peace, and a United Nations supervised plebiscite, in which only black colonial subjects will be allowed to participate, for the purpose of determining the will of black people as to their national destiny. 13 The Panthers' day-to-day work focused around Serve the People, or survival, programs, especially breakfast for children programs. But before long the Panthers were forced to devote most of their energy to legal and political defense. Growing in size and geographical reach up until early 1971, the Panthers peaked at about 4,000 members in several dozen cities. Eldridge Cleaver, a former prisoner whose book Soul on Ice hit the bestseller list in 1968, joined and served as Minister of Information. The Panthers announced a merger with SNCC in early 1968. The BPP leadership felt that it had eclipsed SNCC and could dominate any partnership, but the two groups never fully unified and the alliance was declared dead just a few months later. In fall 1968, after publicly terming the Panthers the major internal threat to U.S. security, FBI Chief J. Edgar Hoover ordered the intensification of COINTELPRO activities directed against the party. COINTELPRO, the FBI's counterintelligence program, targeted U.S. radicals in a variety of ways ranging from disinformation campaigns to theft of movement files to physical attacks. Over the next several years hundreds of Panthers were arrested and dozens were killed, including 749 arrested and 27 killed in 1969 alone. Party leaders were especially targeted. Following a shootout that left an Oakland police officer dead in October 1968, Newton, who held the actual reins of power within the BPP, was charged with murder. The nationwide Free Huey campaign that followed attracted broad support not only on the left but among prominent liberals and Hollywood luminaries. Convicted of voluntary manslaughter, Newton was later freed on bond and his conviction was overturned by an appeals court in 1970. Bobby Seale was included in the indictment of 8 activists for conspiracy following the violence at the 1968 Democratic Convention. When he insisted on his right to represent himself at the trial, he was shackled in the courtroom by Judge Julius Hoffman. In 1969 Seale, along with leading BPP member Erica Huggins, was charged with murder after a BPP member suspected of being a police informer was killed in New Haven, Connecticut. The charges against Seale and Huggins were eventually dismissed, and in the Chicago conspiracy trial Seale's case was severed from the other defendants and he was never convicted. Through this intense period the Panthers were the most well-known revolutionary organization in the country. Their main base lay among the poorer strata of blacks in the inner cities. The Panthers added the key ingredient of organization to a sector that had demonstrated its capacity to rebel during the urban uprisings of 1965–68. While advocating black leadership not only for the black community but for the entire radical movement, the BPP criticized pork chop or cultural nationalists for putting symbols of identity above political struggle. The Panthers promoted alliances between black revolutionaries, other activists of color and radical whites, and not simply on paper. The country's first self-identified Rainbow Coalition was organized in Chicago in 1969 by Chicago Panther leader Fred Hampton. It included the Panthers, the Puerto Rican Young Lords and the Young Patriots, a group of poor, mostly Appalachian whites. While not formulated in classically Marxist terms about working class unity, the Panthers' rainbow vision lent credibility to proto-Marxist notions about unity across the color line. On other occasions the Panthers utilized Marxist language, and selling copies of Mao's Little Red Book was one of the activities that drew attention to the Panthers early on. They also denounced anti-communism and red baiting, and occasionally referred to the principles of Marxism-Leninism. The Panthers stressed internationalism and devoted many pages of their newspaper to coverage of liberation struggles in Africa and throughout the Third World. Panther leaders visited China and gave glowing reports upon their return. The BPP also praised Cuba and that country gave sanctuary to many party members fleeing repression in the U.S. In 1970 Huey Newton publicly offered to bring the entire Panther Party membership to Vietnam to fight on the side of the NLF. The offer was graciously declined. Especially significant was the BPP's character as a disciplined, centrally led, cadre party that was attempting to build a base among ordinary people. The Panthers' use of this organizational model, so different from SNCC or SDS, was a watershed in legitimizing the notion of a tight revolutionary party among young radicals. Even though the Panthers did not derive their organizational approach from Leninist theory, they did speak of themselves as a vanguard. For most 60s activists of all colors, contact with the Panthers marked their first encounter with a cadre group claiming that title, except for largely disliked old left groups. The Panthers also explicitly counterposed their vision of revolution against the politics of progressive labor, making the BPP a rallying point for activists who disagreed with PL but wanted to develop a revolutionary, Third World-oriented, Marxist-Leninist identity. In spring 1971 long-simmering differences within the Panthers, exacerbated by the intense pressure of the government's COINTELPRO campaign, erupted into a violent internal battle. A faction headed by Cleaver, then in exile in Algeria, accused the Newton-dominated leadership of reformism for stressing serve the people programs, legal defense work and popular political education. Cleaver argued that prime attention should be given to armed actions and building an underground. After months of polemics and shootouts, a struggle that gave COINTELPRO many opportunities, the minority supporting Cleaver left or were expelled, some going on to form the underground Black Liberation Army, BLAT. Newton's faction maintained the party's central operations but pulled almost all of the remaining membership back to Oakland, where the BPP concentrated on building up local influence through survival programs and electoral activity. They achieved substantial success, especially under Elaine Brown, who took over day-to-day leadership in 1974 when Newton fled to Cuba after being charged with the murder of a prostitute. But the party abandoned most work with the rest of the left and began to recede as a pole of attraction for leftward-moving youth. Perhaps ironically, even the Panthers' factional bloodletting and decline served to push many young people toward Marxism-Leninism. These aspiring revolutionaries continued to embrace the Panthers' advocacy of black leadership, building a base among the dispossessed, and cross-racial alliances, while concluding that a more careful and theoretically grounded approach could tap the strengths the Panthers had demonstrated while eliminating the weaknesses. These weaknesses included problems of sexism, often blatantly expressed, a near-total lack of internal democracy combined with compulsory adulation for Supreme Servant of the People Huey Newton, use of physical force to resolve differences, and more than occasional participation in drug dealing, theft and other criminal activities. At the time, most radicals were willing or able to acknowledge these weaknesses only to a limited extent, and placed the problems they did recognize in the context of an organization under violent siege. Many attributed the BPP's shortcomings to the distance the party maintained from core Marxist concepts rather than to its enthusiasm for revolution. In particular, those turning toward Marxism were skeptical of the Panthers blurring the distinction between the impoverished working-class layers of the black community and the sector of petty criminals and unstable individuals whom Marx classified as the lumpenproletariat. They saw this latter sector as the main social base of the negative tendencies in the BPP, as well as the prime recruiting pool for police informants, and believed that a more clear-cut commitment to Marxist theory and to building a base among black workers, rather than the brothers on the block, would have served the Panthers well. Many concluded that taking up Marxism-Leninism was the way to continue the best in the Panthers' legacy. Of course, the impact of the Black Panther Party went far beyond those cadre who turned to Leninism in the late 1960s. For the next decade and more, the Panthers at their zenith were a reference point for the entire Black freedom movement and much of the U.S. left in general, and they remain an inspiration for efforts to renew radicalism today. Yet the BPP experience has not had the kind of analytic treatment it requires. Several books have offered a wealth of description and insight, memoirs by Elaine Brown and former party chief of staff David Hilliard among them. But some of the key questions of what exactly went right and what went wrong, to what extent was the BPP's practice was shaped by its leaders' ideology, and to what extent by the class, age, and gender composition of its ranks, and what lessons can be drawn for building a mass revolutionary formation among the urban Black population, have not yet received the in-depth analysis they deserve. That task is well beyond the scope of this book or the capacity of this author. But even in the absence of a full evaluation, it is imperative to recall that the BPP politicized thousands of African American youth, put forward a program that forced every other organization in the African American community to respond, and more than any other single group spurred young activists of every race and nationality to start down a revolutionary path. Late SDS, I consider myself a revolutionary communist. One of the largest contingents of activists taking that road, and certainly the largest single contingent of white activists, came out of SDS. Signs of a sea change in SDS began to accumulate in 1966–67. Kirkpatrick Sale's meticulously researched history of SDS describes the transition in those years from the old guard to a new breed in which leadership was transferred, from the Eastern intellectuals to the Middle American activists, from those born in the left-wing traditions of the coasts to those raised in the individualistic heritage of the frontier. It was the ascendance of what was now known in SDS as Prairie Power 14. The new group included more people attending non-light schools and from working-class backgrounds than the original SDS core. It was put off by what it regarded as the in-group elitism of the old guard and took organizational leadership more by rebellion than via smooth transition. In general, it was an angrier and more impatient contingent than the original SDS founders. This Prairie Power generation of SDS leadership included a number of activists who were later to play pivotal roles in the new communist movement, while some of the most prominent advocates of the good 60s/bad 60s framework, including Todd Gitlin, came out of the SDS old guard. Along with this sociological shift came a more concerted effort to delineate an SDS strategy, in particular to identify social forces that could act as agents of radical change. Debate raged about building an SDS that would not focus on changing the educational system but on turning students into radical cadre, and about the political potential of the so-called new working class, people with technical, clerical, and professional jobs that require educational backgrounds. 15. Exploration of such ideas inevitably spurred discussion of class structure and led to more frequent interaction with Marxism. And the encounter with Marxist ideas was accelerated by the entry of PL. Then came the upheavals of 1968 and an influx of members, energy, and fury. SDS expanded from roughly 30,000 members and 250 chapters in the fall of 1967 to 80,000 to 100,000 members and 350 to 400 chapters in November 1968.16. Beyond the enthusiasm created by sheer numbers, the membership was launching demonstrations and educational campaigns across the country, and thousands of new members were crying out for national coordination and guidance, sending the leadership scrambling to keep up. Simultaneously, direct personal contact was established between influential members of SDS and Cuban and Vietnamese communist parties. An alliance was forged between SDS, at least its non-PL sector, and the Panthers, extending common work right down to the chapter level. Under the weight of all these influences, Leninist concepts rapidly moved from the margins to the very center of SDS. As early as the spring of 1968, the depth of this change was signaled when Bernardine Dohrn, first elected to national office that year, replied to a question about whether she considered herself a socialist by saying, I consider myself a revolutionary communist. 17 Dorn's comment did not mean that SDS's tens of thousands of rank-and-file members identified themselves in the same way, though certainly some of them did. It did indicate that among a few thousand core SDSers, both PL supporters and opponents, Marxism-Leninism had won rhetorical if not yet actual hegemony. This change was underscored by the manifesto that the non-PL faction rallied around later that year. Toward a Revolutionary Youth Movement, drafted by Mike Klinsky, was designed to turn general anti-PL sentiment into a positive program. 18 The document targeted U.S. imperialism as the enemy, analyzed U.S. society in terms of conflict between the proletariat, no mention of a new working class, and bourgeoisie, and gave particular attention to the Black liberation movement. It argued that the route to building a working class movement lay through organizing working class youth, building a revolutionary youth movement, RYM, and presented its strategy as a better elaboration of Marxism-Leninism than PL's. As a result, the central debate during SDS's final year was framed as a contest over what strategy best represented Leninism, voices questioning the premise that Marxism-Leninism provided the best framework for revolutionary politics in 20th-century industrial societies were pushed to the margins. The Weathermen and RYM too. The unity among those who opposed PL was shallow and differences soon erupted within the revolutionary youth movement camp. One tendency became known as Weatherman, after the title of its spring 1969 manifesto. You don't need a weatherman to know which way the wind blows, a line from Bob Dylan's Subterranean Homesick Blues. 19 The other was simply termed RYM2. The two groupings maintained a shaky alliance in preparation for the coming battle against PL, which culminated at SDS's June 1969 National Convention in Chicago. At the convention, RYM forces asserted that PL had attacked every revolutionary nationalist struggle of the Black and Latin people in the U.S., Ho Chi Minh, the National Liberation Front of South Vietnam, and the Revolutionary Government of Cuba, and declared PL expelled from SDS. The decision, which arguably did not receive majority support among voting delegates, irrevocably split the organization. Within a few months most SDSers walked away from all the organized factions, and by spring 1970 SDS was altogether gone. PL briefly tried to maintain a campus grouping calling itself the Real SDS, but this effort was soon abandoned. PL also went further in its attacks on Vietnam, China, and all other radical organizations, and over the next several years lost the bulk of its most rooted and talented organizers, many of whom went on to play important roles within the new communist movement. On the RYM side, by late summer 1969 Weatherman and RYM2 were engaged in bitter polemics. The Weathermen attributed little if any radical potential to the white sector of the working class and argued that armed struggle was on the immediate agenda. Weatherman accepted the proposition that blacks, whites, and other racial groups should organize separately and called for building a white fighting force to support the struggles of peoples of color. Its first major action after the demise of SDS was the Days of Rage protests to bring the war home in October 1969 in Chicago, during which their cadre charged police lines and physically attacked officers. The action had been projected to draw thousands of young radical activists to Chicago, but drew only a few hundred people and resulted in more than 250 arrests and many injuries. Nevertheless, it was evaluated by the Weather leadership as a success in terms of hardening their cadre in preparation for the armed struggle to come. Chicago Panther leader Fred Hampton, in contrast, denounced the action as foolish, non-revolutionary, and customistic. In December, Weatherman convened a war council at which the final decision was made to take the entire organization underground and launch armed struggle. While the number of actual Weather members was always small, perhaps 300 at its peak, its ideas influenced a much larger number of militants, as did the dedication of its cadre and the group's success in carrying out a number of well-publicized bombings without being caught. On the other hand, Weatherman's more revolutionary-than-thou denunciations of everyone else on the left and their position that all white people except us are backward aroused tremendous hostility in many quarters. talking glibly about tactics such as assassinating police officers in minority communities in order to bring down repression and thus radicalize more people of color, an outright racist position despite its ultra-revolutionary guise, didn't win many friends among radicals of any color either. The media gave Weatherman immense amounts of publicity, and the group was frequently portrayed as the logical extension of the entire New Left. This pattern unfortunately extended to writers within the left as well. Kirkpatrick Sale's excellent history of SDS, for instance, includes many criticisms of Weatherman but in many ways treats them as the heroes of his tale. Gitlin likewise puts them center stage, though in his interpretation as villains. In one limited sense the scenario is accurate. Weatherman did represent the natural outcome of one influential strand of 1960s activism, a strand rooted among white, middle-class students, ideologically based on moral outrage, committed to direct action tactics, and disconnected from the day-to-day lives of rank-and-file communities. In desperate times activists coming from that vantage point will take desperate measures, and Weatherman's actions responding to the genocide in Vietnam were as predictable as night follows day. The more unusual fact was that the Weatherman leaders whose actual practice was far more anarchist than Marxist, felt compelled to argue their politics using Leninist terminology. RYM2, in contrast, took seriously the notion of immersing itself in the working class. While opposing PL's attacks on the Panthers and Vietnamese revolutionaries, RYMII's core was oriented toward building a group that would look much like the 1962-67 version of Progressive Labor. But RYM2 was at least formally a broad anti-imperialist youth organization, and there were different views on many issues within its ranks. The group as such dissipated after less than a year of activity, but the ties forged among many of its militants endured much longer. A substantial number of RYMII's core members went on to establish Marxist-Leninist collectives, and overall this tendency provided one of the main seed beds for the new communist movement. The impact of SDS's collapse. The split and collapse of the largest radical organization of the 1960s was a watershed event. For members on all sides, or no side, of SDS's factional wars it was a wrenching, even traumatic, experience. But by the time the final explosion came there was little effort to prevent SDS from disintegrating. The majority of the membership identified less with SDS as such than with the more general concept of the movement. They regarded organizational boundaries as porous and ever-changing and considered all activists as simply movement people. Doctrinal battles were considered more draining than significant. And even though most rejected PL's politics, the idea of leaping from a loose student group into the highly ideological alternatives offered by RYM2 or the Weathermen was unattractive. Furthermore, the value of a nationwide membership organization for providing political education or programmatic guidance seemed elusive. A badly divided SDS leadership had not offered much along these lines in some time. So the base of SDS resigned itself to the organization's demise, and walked away. A different dynamic operated among those several thousand, non-PL, SDSers who had by this time become essentially full-time organizers. They had become deeply frustrated at the very looseness and breadth of the organization. PL Cotter could view an amorphous SDS as a recruiting pool for their party, but the non-PL revolutionaries lacked, but felt they needed, a more cohesive organization. Intensely focused on this issue, thinking more about taking up non-campus organizing, and believing that a tighter organization would have tremendous potential for growth, they saw less and less value in maintaining a broad student group. Inner organizational considerations were also framed by the intensity of conflict raging in the broader society. Any radical group aiming for even minimal effectiveness needed a consensus in 1969 greater than it had in 1964. Without some kind of operational unity around at least a few salient issues, were the Panthers mainly to be defended against police violence or criticized as proponents of divisive nationalism? Was the main ideological task in the anti-war movement exposing U.S. imperialism or denouncing an alleged NLF sellout? And without some agreement on priorities for organizing work, no organization could establish itself on a stable footing. Certainly a host of doctrinal points could be up for internal debate. But if a group couldn't develop some measure of unity in action, it would be dead in the water no matter how large its paper membership. But SDS had long passed the point where it could achieve any degree of practical unity. This was the fundamental reason for the widespread sentiment that SDS had reached the end of its life cycle and that its demise was necessary to clear the way for other organizational initiatives. While not as frequently mentioned at the time or since, it is also extremely doubtful that an organization that was essentially all white could have maintained its viability much longer. There were understandable reasons why SDS evolved that way in the particular context of mid-60s movements, but the proposition that an organization aiming to build a base in the working class can foster anti-racist unity or keep its political bearings on racism or any other issue, while remaining exclusively white is completely unrealistic. Nevertheless, SDS's demise still constituted a major setback. For several crucial years no effort was made to construct a nationwide student organization based on the political consensus that had been reached among late 60s campus radicals. Such an effort might not have succeeded. But even in failure it would have offered at least the prospect of maintaining deeper and broader connections between activists on different campuses, as well as between the hundreds who had become 24-hour-a-day cadre and the thousands who had not. And such an effort could have vastly strengthened radical initiative during various 1969 to 1972 upsurges, in particular filling a vacuum that existed during the 1970 Cambodia explosion. Evolution of the Puerto Rican left. In contrast to the role SDS played among whites, no single organization encompassed the bulk of radical youth of color. As a result, Marxism and Leninism gained influence among them through more varied organizational experiences, and the process was spread out over a longer period of time. The pivotal role of the Black Panther Party has already been highlighted. For several other groups the Panthers were not just an ideological influence but a direct organizational model. The Young Lords Party, YLP, founded as the Young Lords Organization in 1969, aimed to be a Puerto Rican counterpart to the BPP, and some activists briefly held dual membership in both organizations. 20. The first Young Lords were former Chicago gang members who had gotten politicized and worked closely with the Chicago Panthers. But the center of gravity of the Young Lords quickly shifted to New York City, where three small groups coalesced to found a YLO chapter. One of these, the Sociedad de Albizu Campos, named for Don Pedro Albizu Campos, president of the Nationalist Party who fought for Puerto Rican independence from the 1920s till his death in 1965, was based mainly among college students. The second was based on the Lower East Side and included members who interacted extensively with other radical formations, and the third, made up mostly of 14 to 16-year-olds, was based in Spanish Harlem. The new group immediately plunged into an ambitious grassroots campaign. Focusing on what they had determined was one of Spanish Harlem's most urgent problems, inadequacy of garbage collection in the Harlem barrio, the Young Lords employed a creative set of tactics, including demands for the sanitation department to supply the community with brooms, and skillful propaganda to mobilize broad support, fend off police assaults and win a tangible victory against the unequal distribution of city services. By the fall of 1969 the group was growing rapidly and in 1970 to 71 it numbered upwards of 1,000. Its base was much larger, and proportionately exceeded the Panthers, especially in reaching beyond youth to include Puerto Ricans of all generations. The New York Lords split with the Chicago group in June 1970 after becoming convinced that most of them had not shed their earlier gang ways, and at that point the group changed its name to the Young Lords Party. Geographical expansion more than made up for the break, and the YLP soon established footholds in Newark, Philadelphia, Bridgeport, Boston, and Detroit as well as in New York neighborhoods beyond Spanish Harlem. The YLP launched a bilingual newspaper, Palant, first as a mimeographed packet and then as a full-fledged tabloid on May 8, 1970. In 1970-71 they sold almost 10,000 copies every other week. Ideologically, the Lords began with a mixture of revolutionary, nationalist, and Marxist ideas quite similar to the Panthers. The group's 13-point program was modeled on the BPP 10 points. It declared, "We want self-determination for Puerto Ricans, liberation on the island and inside the United States, and we are revolutionary nationalists and oppose racism." The Lords also included a point that read, "We want equality for women. Down with machismo and male chauvinism." 21. More than many organizations of the period, the Lords waged considerable struggle against sexism inside the organization and promoted anti-sexist views, including criticisms of the mocking of gays, in Palant. The Lords' rapid growth was accompanied by debate over strategy and ideology. Most of the organization's core moved towards socialism and Marxism, others advocated a kind of militant reformism and left the group. Discussion of the precise relationship between Puerto Ricans on the island and in the U.S. was a central theme, and a decision to try to build a YLP operation in Puerto Rico did not work out well. Faced with government repression as well as mounting strategic complexities, after 1971 the Lords' numbers began to decline. As in so many other sections of the young revolutionary left, organizational and strategic difficulties led many of the most committed militants to try to find solutions via more defined ideological perspectives. Many members, as well as ex-members and sympathizers, turned to more systematic versions of Leninism, and the dominant section of the leadership in 1972 adopted Marxism-Leninism Mao Zedong thought. Another group, El Comite, was launched in the summer of 1970 by Puerto Ricans and other Latinos who were fighting urban renewal on the New York's Upper West Side. 22 El Comite started as a much smaller group than the Lords, its founding members tended to be older, and several had served in the military in Vietnam. The group's early work focused on local housing, education, and employment. It worked to rally community support for bilingual education, community control of schools and tenants' rights. Within a few years it had developed a student sector and a workers' organization, and El Comite members began the process that in 1975 would result in launching the Latin Women's Collective, a key institution in the decade's efforts to organize working-class Latinos. El Comite also initiated a March 1971 conference attended by 1,000 people that jump-started the ultimately successful campaign undertaken by the entire Puerto Rican left, and many non-Puerto Ricans, to free the 5 nationalist prisoners. The 5 were Lolita Lebron, Rafael Cancel Miranda, Andres Figueroa Cordero and Irvin Flores, who on March 1, 1954 unfurled a Puerto Rican flag and fired weapons from the gallery of the House of Representatives, wounding 5 congressmen, and Oscar Collazo, who was shot while trying to attack President Truman during the 1950 uprising on the island. They had been sentenced to prison terms of 50 to 75 years each. 4 were released in September 1979 when President Carter commuted their sentences to time served. Andres Figueroa Cordero had been released earlier because he was suffering from cancer. He died March 7, 1979. Under the influence of left organizations in Puerto Rico and a number of Marxist veterans with whom the group established contact, El Comite moved steadily in the direction of Marxism-Leninism. The Cuban Revolution's influence was keenly felt. Among other things, Cuba was the staunchest international supporter of Puerto Rican independence. Systematic study of Puerto Rican history, international developments, and Marxism was undertaken, and in a carefully prepared process the organization formally adopted Marxism-Leninism in 1974-75. The third main group on the Puerto Rican left, and eventually the largest, was the Puerto Rican Socialist Party, PSP. 23 PSP grew out of the Movement for Independence, MPI, which had been founded on the island in 1959 and had had at least a small presence in New York City since 1960. The 60s worldwide upsurge had a radicalizing effect on the MPI and on all politics in Puerto Rico, leading to student protests, labor militancy, and anti-war and pro-independence demonstrations. In this context the MPI made the decision to transform itself into a Marxist-Leninist party, to expand its activities both within Puerto Rico among Puerto Ricans born, raised, and/or living within the U.S. The formal founding of the PSP took place at a congress in Puerto Rico in 1971. Meanwhile, in the US, the group accelerated efforts to develop a broader leadership corps by adding younger, US-raised recruits to the mainly Puerto Rican, born older cadre. Organizers threw themselves into struggles for workers' rights and against discrimination, as well as support work for Puerto Rican independence. In March 1972, the party began publishing a bilingual supplement to its newspaper, Claridad. PSP began to fill the space opening up by the decline of the Young Lords and also expanded its geographical reach, establishing branches in New Jersey, Philadelphia, Bridgeport, Boston, Chicago, and elsewhere. The PSP regarded Puerto Ricans in the United States as an integral part of a single Puerto Rican nation, and its organizing here was based on the notion of a dual priority, independence for Puerto Rico and the struggle for socialism in the U.S. Its program stated that the PSP is organized to direct the national liberation struggle of our people and to take state power, to transform the present structure completely and direct the working class in the construction of a new society in Puerto Rico, a socialist and revolutionary society. Its primary role in the U.S. is to unleash the national liberation struggle, in all its fury, in the very hearts of North American cities to which a significant portion of our colonized population was forced, and to link that struggle to the struggle for revolutionary transformation of North American society. 24. With the prestige of the radical tradition on the island behind it, a deep bond with Cuba and a base among older workers and intellectuals as well as youth, PSP was able to spread its message quite broadly. More than 2,000 people attended the official founding meeting of the PSP's U.S. branch in the spring of 1973. Together, the combination of PSP, YLP, and El-Comite exposed and won tens of thousands to revolutionary politics in the early 1970s and made Leninism the dominant perspective on the Puerto Rican left. Marxism-Leninism's predominance in the Asian American movement. In few other communities of color did activists have as direct links to homeland politics as among Puerto Ricans. But countries such as Mexico, China, the Philippines, and Japan also had strong lefts within which Marxist-Leninists were dominant. This inevitably influenced the ideological formation of activists of Mexican, Chinese, Filipino, and Japanese descent in the U.S. This pattern continued a tradition played out earlier in German, Finnish, and other European immigrant communities. The Third World liberation movements of the time exerted a powerful influence on all leftward-moving youth, but for many with a particular national heritage it was delivered with special force and or via direct family and personal interactions. For Asian American youth, the influence of dynamic communist movements in Asia intersected with a pivotal moment in community formation in the U.S. 25 The late 60s saw the initial formation of a new Asian American identity and, given the upheavals of the time, radicalism, in particular, opposition to war and racism, became embedded within it. A new US-born generation was reaching adulthood. That generation sought a voice in U.S. politics, and it naturally saw that goal as linked with the civil rights movement and the ensuing upsurge in all communities of color. Further, the Asian American communities, then much smaller than they are today, had not yet developed significant infrastructures of liberal/progressive organizations to capture some of the awakening generation's energy. The Chinese American community was dominated by the reactionary Kuomintang Link 6 companies, making the polarization between protesters and the establishment especially sharp. The U.S. nuclear bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki and concentration camp internment of Japanese Americans, the parents and grandparents of many Japanese American activists, also had a particularly strong impact. All these factors pushed a large proportion of Asian American youth leftwards, and the largest portion of these relatively quickly onto Marxism-Leninism. The Third World strikes at Berkeley and San Francisco State were crucial in the evolution of Asian American radicalism, and after those battles many activists hooked up with or formed collectives to take up community organizing. Two of the earliest and most prominent groups formed in 1969, the Red Guard Party in the San Francisco Bay Area and Iworkun, IWK, in New York. Both were mainly but not exclusively composed of young Chinese Americans, from their inception both looked to People's China for inspiration, promoted revolutionary ideas and took up work in Chinatown in addition to campus activism. In January 1970 IWK launched a bilingual newspaper, Getting Together. Both groups were influenced in their earliest stages by the Panthers, and IWK by the Young Lords. The Red Guards started a Panther-modeled free breakfast for children program and IWK initially advanced a 12-point program. More orthodox version of Marxism steadily gained ground, and in 1971 the two groups merged to form IWK as a nationwide organization. In 1972 the organization made its first attempt to systematically analyze from a Marxist-Leninist perspective the revolutionary situation and the role of our organization. 26. Another revolutionary group, Wei Minshi, won over the leadership of the Asian Community Center, a radical project based in San Francisco's Chinatown. Along with IWK and the Red Guards, it stressed the promotion of positive images of People's China, and all three groups sponsored public events featuring films from the mainland that brought out hundreds of people. These opened up contact with pockets of veteran communists who remained in the community, further accelerating the motion toward orthodox Leninism. Los Angeles East Wind Collective and the Bay Area, based J-Town, for Japantown, Collective were other important groups. A bit later, in 1973, the Asian Study Group, launched by a former member of Progressive Labor, Jerry Tung, also took up practical campaigns and ideological efforts among Asian Americans. While many young Filipinos participated in the general development of the Asian American movement, a distinct radical Filipino current also took shape. 27 In 1971 the revolutionary Kalayaan Collective was formed in the Bay Area. Similar groups were formed in New York and Chicago. Several of the individuals involved had only recently arrived from the Philippines, where they had worked in or with the Communist Party of the Philippines, CPP, which had been formed by Cotter critical of the traditional pro-Moscow party, adopted Mao Zedong thought, and gained leadership of the growing movement against the regime of Ferdinand Marcos. The three U.S. collectives threw themselves into struggles against discrimination within the U.S. and the anti-Vietnam War movement as well as building support for the anti-Marcos insurgency. The Bay Area Collective began publishing the monthly Kalayaan newspaper in August 1971. All three collectives took up and promoted systematic study of Marxism-Leninism and materials from the CPP. Links were also established between young Filipinos and a previous generation of Filipino communists who had organized among farm workers and cannery workers. After Marcos declared martial law in September 1972, the three collectives led in forming the National Committee to Restore Civil Liberties in the Philippines. The next year the three local collectives were dissolved and their members, along with the majority of NCRCLP activists and other individuals, founded the Union of Democratic Filipinos, Katipunan ng Mga Demokratikong Pilipino/KDP, to fight on a nationwide basis for anti-imperialist revolution in the Philippines and socialism in the U.S. Marxism and the new Chicano generation. In the Chicano movement, Marxist ideas intersected and contended with variants of nationalism that were more distant from Marxism and held relatively more influence. 28 The largest non-student organization in and just after 1968, the Brown Bereism did not develop in a Marxist direction. Though for a time many thought of the group as a Chicano counterpart to the Black Panthers, the kind of cultural nationalism often criticized by the BPP in fact predominated. On campuses, El Movimiento Estudiantil de Estlan, MECHA, formed at a 1969 conference in Santa Barbara that transformed previously scattered groups into a single organization, endorsed the general concept of Chicanismo, whose main thrust was to reject assimilation into mainstream white America and to promote activism based on self-respect and pride in the Chicano heritage. Within this framework, members of MECHA held a range of radical, nationalist and reformist perspectives. Advocates of Marxism did not hold sway, but they influenced numerous other activists and conducted an ongoing polemic against what they saw as dead-end cultural nationalism that points to a form of struggle that does not take into account the interconnectedness of the world and proclaims as a solution the separatism that the capitalist has developed and perpetuated in order to exploit working people further. 29. Likewise, Marxism did not predominate within the La Raza Unida Party, LRUP, probably the most broadly based center of Chicano militancy between 1970 and 1972. But members of the organization's labor committee in Southern California and their allies in New Mexico and other states formed a Marxist pole and stressed the importance of sinking roots in the Chicano working class. These activists would later form the Marxist-Leninist August 29 movement, ATM. Building a working class base was also the top priority for Casa Hermandad General de Trabajadores, Center for Autonomous Social Action, General Brotherhood of Workers, which had been formed in 1968 mainly by veteran labor organizer Bert Corona and rapidly attracted a number of younger Mexican-American activists. Casa built a substantial base in its targeted constituency as well as among student and ex-student militants during the early 1970s. Its early work focused on providing services to and defending the rights of undocumented Mexican immigrants. Marxism was the dominant ideological perspective within Casa, and some members had ties with Mexico's sizable and sophisticated communist movement. That movement, and its close ties to the Cuban Revolution, exerted an influence both within Casa and among young Chicano and Mexicano militants well beyond its ranks. Casa gave great weight to the link between the struggles in Mexico and the U.S. and promoted the concept sin fronteras, without borders, also the name of the organization's newspaper. We do not distinguish between the Mexican born on this side of the border and those born south of that border. We recognize that border as an imperialist means of separating workers of the same nationality who are exploited as cheap labor by the same source of capital. 30. Finally, a significant role in spreading Marxist ideas was played by the Marxist current within the early 70s movement for Chicano studies, 31 by radical artists who organized groups such as the Mexican American Liberation Art Front and linked the new generation to the tradition of Mexican revolutionary artists such as David Alfaro C. Quiroz and Diego Rivera, and by organizers who rooted themselves in community projects and the new wave of radical community-based newspapers, such as former SNCC staffer Elizabeth Batida Martinez, who edited El Grito del Norte in northern New Mexico and coordinated the Chicano Communications Center. Marxist ideas also established a foothold within the Native American movement, though the details and history of this process remain largely unwritten about, as well as a subject of substantial controversy. 32 It seems a consensus that no Marxist cadre groups or organizing collectives formed on an explicitly Marxist basis, and there was no organized Marxist tendency within the American Indian movement, AIM. But a number of individual Indian activists embraced Marxism, and in the early 70s several put together ongoing Marxist study groups. Connections were strong between Marxist-oriented activists in the US and Canada. AIM was a cross-border organization, and Marxist influences were strong north of the border. Almost all sectors of the Indian movement expressed solidarity with armed liberation movements in the Third World. When the International Indian Treaty Council was established in 1974, in part to internationalize the Indian struggle in the wake of Wounded Knee, representatives of Marxist liberation movements were present, and some Indian activists conceived of the council as a liberation front in Marxist terms. Still, the outlook of Indian elders and traditionals, rooted in a different view of the relationship between human beings, the land, nature, and technological development, and with a strong spiritual dimension, exerted a greater and more lasting pull on the new generation of Indian militants than did Marxism. The League of Revolutionary Black Workers. Within the Black Liberation Movement, the League of Revolutionary Black Workers never became as widely known as the Black Panther Party or SNCC. 33 But between 1969 and 1971 it had a more concentrated ideological impact on young activists of all races moving toward working class politics. From the moment a group of black radicals calling themselves the Dodge Revolutionary Union Movement, DRUM, spearheaded the first wildcat strike to close the Dodge main plant in 14 years, May 2, 1968, word began to spread that something exciting was being born. Within weeks hundreds of workers were attending drum-sponsored rallies, challenging the United Auto Workers leadership for its complicity with systematic discrimination against black workers in the plants, and flocking to newly formed revolutionary union movements, RUMs, at other factories. This outpouring of militancy scared auto company executives so much that, as the excellent history of the movement by Dan George Akes and Marvin Sirkin, in Detroit, I Do Mind Dying, put it, no less an authority that the Wall Street Journal took them drum very seriously from the day of the first Wildcat, for the Wall Street Journal understood, that the Black Revolution of the 60s had finally arrived at one of the most vulnerable links of the American economic system, the point of mass production, the assembly line. 34 Indeed, there was much for journal readers to worry about. A new explosive element in the factories of the late 60s was the presence of 250,000 black workers. They invariably got the jobs requiring the greatest physical exertion and jobs which were the noisiest, dirtiest, and most dangerous in the plant. Blacks were further abused by the 90-day rule, under which workers could be dismissed at will before coming under full contract protection. The exploitation experienced by all workers was compounded for black workers by the institutional racism which pervaded every aspect of factory life. Dodge, Maine was typical. 99% of all general foremen were white, 100% of all superintendents were white, and 90% of all skilled apprentices were white. All the better jobs were overwhelmingly dominated by whites, and when whites did have difficult jobs, there were often two workers assigned to a task that a black worker was expected to do alone. The company was not even subtle in discrimination. Sick notes signed by black doctors were refused as inadequate. 35. Fueled by such inequities, support for drum and its counterparts mushroomed during summer and fall 1968, and in June 1969 the various RUMs joined together to officially found the League of Revolutionary Black Workers. The League's talented leadership team included veterans of the Revolutionary Action Movement, SNCC, and a number of other formal and less formal radical groupings in Detroit's black community. General Baker and Chuck Wooten anchored the group's in-plant organizing. Ken Cockrell, a brilliant tactician and lawyer, later became a Detroit City Council member and mayoral candidate. John Watson brought journalistic expertise and breadth of vision to the group, and Mike Hamlin played a key role in forging unity both within the organization and with potential allies. Expanding its work step by step within the auto plants and in community and student organizing efforts, the League sought to avoid Panther-style confrontations with police with their corollary effect of getting bogged down in legal defense. As of January 1970 it could declare that no one in the League's orbit had been killed by police or sentenced to jail. The League insisted that the working class would make the revolution, with black workers, situated at the intersection of class exploitation and racial oppression, at the pivot. The League's prominence grew further after James Forman, well known for his contribution as executive director of SNCC, moved to Detroit in 1969 and joined the group's central staff. Profiles of the League and interviews with its leaders soon filled the radical media. The most powerful picture was drawn by the film Finally Got the News, a documentary about the group's work released in 1970. Activists across the country responded with enthusiasm to the film's message that revolutionary politics could take root within the working class. Despite its commitment to class politics, the League was never a purely Marxist organization. Members espoused mixtures of Marxism and nationalism, and even those who considered themselves Marxists were divided on various doctrinal and strategic issues. In 1971 these differences sharpened within the leadership and split the organization. The story of former League members' subsequent efforts belongs more to the history of the new communist movement, see Chapter 4, than to the chronicle of how Marxism initially won broad influence among the generation of 1968. SNCC and the Third World Women's Alliance. Meanwhile SNCC, which had played such a crucial role through the mid-1960s, fell into increasing factionalism after 1967-68. Many of its organizing projects deteriorated, a number of its most effective organizers departed and the never consolidated merger with the Panthers ended with considerable bad feeling. Post-merger efforts to rebuild did not bear fruit, and instead factionalism increased and key leaders like Stokely Carmichael and James Forman left or were expelled. In 1969 an extreme nationalist faction took control of the remnants of SNCC, and after that it ceased to have much practical or ideological impact. An exception to this downward trend was SNCC's Black Women's Liberation Committee. 36 With SNCC veteran Francis Beale at the forefront, the committee was launched in 1968 and soon broke away from SNCC to form the Independent Black Women's Alliance. In 1970 it expanded to include Puerto Rican and other women of color and became the Third World Women's Alliance. TWWA pioneered in developing and promoting the concept of triple jeopardy, and published a newspaper of that name that women of color faced the combined and intersecting burdens of capitalism, racism, and sexism. While not an explicitly Marxist organization, TWWA encouraged the study of Marxism and Leninism, and in the mid-1970s its core leadership went on to play a role within the new communist movement. Nationalist rivals to Marxism. The mid and late 1960s also saw the rise of a number of black organizations that advocated revolution and utilized some Marxist concepts but mainly posed an opposition between nationalism and Marxism, shunned political cooperation with whites, and were frequently hostile to black revolutionaries who favored cross-racial alliances. Several of these also downplayed the importance of mass political activism in favor of a stress on cultural and spiritual transformation. 37 Ron Karenga was an early and extremely influential leader in this current. Karenga formulated the Kawaida, tradition in Swahili, theory of cultural and social change from which the Kwanzaa celebration is derived. Karenga founded the U.S. organization in Los Angeles, and for several years U.S. and the Panthers were the main poles in the period's acrimonious debate over cultural nationalism versus revolutionary nationalism, as well as in face-to-face violent confrontations, fanned if not initiated by COINTELPRO. Though U.S. did not develop into a strong or nationwide organization, not least because it did not prioritize community-based mass action, Karenga's ideas spread widely within the black movement. More activist-inclined nationalist groups gave less attention to cultural matters but shared US distrust for the taint of white ideologies. Stokely Carmichael moved in this general direction, declaring in 1968 that communism is not an ideology suited for black people and that blacks required an African ideology which speaks to our blackness, nothing else. It's not a question of right or left, it's a question of black. 38 In 1969, after spending time in Guinea, Carmichael founded the All-African People's Revolutionary Party, APRP, and changed his name to Kwame Ture. The APRP, which identified itself as Pan-Africanist, argued that Africa lay at the center of liberation for all people of African descent and that struggles in Africa, if not relocation to that continent, needed to be at the center of African American politics. A different nationalist strategy was put forward by the Republic of New Africa, RNA, founded in 1968 in Detroit. RNA declared that African Americans should form their own independent state in the South and conducted practical campaigns toward that end, including an attempt to physically establish a new African capital in Hinds County, Mississippi in 1971. The large turnout, over 3,500, at the founding conference of the Congress of African People, CAP, in 1970 indicated the influence of these diverse nationalist strands. Participants ranged from elected officials such as Gary Indiana Mayor Richard Hatcher to Louis Farrakhan of the Nation of Islam to Jesse Jackson from SCLC's Operation Breadbasket. Noted playwright and author Emory Baraka, formerly Leroy Jones, who had been playing a key practical role in the African American movement in Newark, emerged as a key nationalist spokesperson and CAP leader. A few years later his dramatic turn to Marxism-Leninism would bring the new communist movement its best-known figure. Slightly later, in 1972, a new coalition took shape that brought together not only the main nationalist groups but more Marxist-oriented revolutionary nationalists and Marxist-Leninists as well. This was the African Liberation Support Committee, ALSC, launched following a 1971 trip to Africa by a number of activists from the Youth Organization for Black Unity, YOBU, founded as the Student Organization for Black Unity in 1970, and Malcolm X Liberation University, MXLU, in North Carolina, founded in 1969. 39 ties were forged with the organizations leading the independence struggles in Portugal's African colonies, especially the Front for the Liberation of Mozambique, Frelimo, and Amilcar Cabral's African Party for the Independence of Guinea and the Cape Verde Islands, PIG. The U.S. activists returned committed to build a strong solidarity movement, and much impressed by the Marxist views of these African movements. ALSC rapidly built a nationwide network of local chapters and was able to mobilize 100,000 demonstrators in 30 cities for African Liberation Day, May 26, 1973. ALSC's leadership included a large contingent from the South, including Owusu Sedokai, head of MXLU, who was elected ALSC's chair. Sedokai, key YOBU members and other central figures were shifting from nationalism toward Marxism, and ALSC as such soon reflected this change. In June 1973, ALSC declared itself an anti-imperialist, anti-capitalist Black United Front which encourages black workers to take the lead. Through that year and 1974, the ALSC was the site of a sustained and very public debate about strategies for black liberation, within which Marxism-Leninism gained influence at the expense of the more strictly nationalist views. The prestige of Cabral, who was assassinated January 20, 1973 by agents of Portugal in Conakry, Guinea, Frelimo and other African communists played a key role in moving sentiment in this direction. Hegemonic discourse of black radicalism. Transcending organizational lines, an outpouring of Marxist analyses of black oppression and black liberation also drew large numbers of black, and non-black, activists toward Marxism. A key forum for such material was the Black Scholar magazine, which was launched in 1969 and quickly achieved a circulation of 10,000. Though carrying articles expressing the full range of radical viewpoints within the black movement, the magazine frequently featured Marxist pieces as well as consistently positive coverage of Marxist-led African movements, Cuba, and China. Marxism was also the theoretical foundation for a number of influential books by black intellectuals, especially James Boggs's Manifesto for a Black Revolutionary Party, 1969, and Racism and the Class Struggle, 1970, Robert L. Allen's Black Awakening in Capitalist America, 1969, which offered the period's most extensive presentation of the domestic internal colonialism thesis, and Earl O'Ferry's The Myth of Black Capitalism, 1970. 40 The combined impact of all this organizational and intellectual ferment led even Stanley Aronowitz, a harsh critic of Marxism-Leninism, to conclude that like other sections of the American left, many black movement activists adopted Marxism-Leninism as the guide to their action. A version of Marxism merged with nationalism became the hegemonic discourse of black radicalism. 41. Beyond the black liberation movement, but like ALSC drawing strength from direct contact between North Americans and Third World revolutionaries, the Vence Ramos Brigade, VB, also pulled many young organizers toward Marxism. The idea of organizing U.S. activists to work and travel in Cuba originated after a delegation from SDS went to Havana in 1968. The 1st Brigade, with 216 participants, left for Cuba in November 1969. A much larger 2nd Brigade went in March 1970, and soon the brigade was institutionalized as one of the most imaginative enterprises ever undertaken by the American left. 42 The VB not only provided hundreds of activists with an opportunity to interact with Cuban communists on a day-to-day basis while picking sugar cane or building houses. It also developed a nationwide structure, which still exists, for organizing within the U.S. The brigade focused on building solidarity with Cuba, but its political education programs popularized socialism and Marxism, and its structure served as a vehicle through which aspiring U.S. revolutionaries could build ties with one another. the brigade gave priority to recruiting young people of color and became a key site of ideological development as well as networking among Black, Puerto Rican, Chicano and Asian American activists. In this capacity, the Vence Ramos Brigade served as the main bridge leading from vague radicalism or nationalism to Marxism for many activists of color. Leninism, the common sense of revolution. For each individual the route to Marxism was slightly different. But threaded through thousands of stories was one overriding theme. Marxism in its Leninist, third world-oriented version won influence because in broad outline it made more sense than any other available framework. Marxism-Leninism provided a worldview unmatched in scope, depth, and revolutionary lineage. It revealed the structural roots of, and connections between, war, discrimination, violence, and the blocked channels of the country's formerly democratic political system. It foregrounded precisely the issues, imperialist war and domestic racism, which topped the 1960s protest agenda. It provided an ideological link, and potentially organizational ties, to a powerful constellation of revolutionary parties mainly but not exclusively in the Third World. Above all, Marxism-Leninism offered strategic direction to channel the energy of zealous young activists. Even one of Leninism's sharpest critics, former SDS President Carl Oglesby, in his landmark 1969 article Notes on a Decade Ready for the Dustbin pointed to the deep roots of Marxism-Leninism's appeal, a. Because there was no way to resist the truth of the war, no way, that is, to avoid imperialism, b. Because once the policy critique of the war had been supplanted by the structural critique of the empire, all political therapies short of socialist revolution appeared to become senseless. And, c. Because the necessity of a revolutionary strategy was, in effect, the same thing as the necessity of Marxism-Leninism. There was, and is, no other coherent, integrative, and explicit philosophy of revolution at 43, emphasis in original. Oglesby warned of great dangers in swallowing Leninist orthodoxy whole. So did other insightful activists. Veteran SNCC organizer Phil Hutchings, among others, criticized the Eurocentric biases of the old doctrinaire, or new doctrinaire, white theory that passes for Marxism-Leninism in this country and called for Third World people to take the lead in creating a new Marxism-Leninism. 44 Oglesby, Aronowitz, and others stressed Marxism-Leninism's shortcomings in dealing with realities of an advanced industrial country in the second half of the 20th century. There was no shortage of voices pointing out the problems of societies under Leninist one-party rule, China and Cuba as well as the USSR. Some aspiring revolutionaries disregarded these cautions altogether. But for most, including Hutchings, who later became active in the new communist movement, adopting Marxism-Leninism did not mean ignoring these dangers. It simply meant weighing them differently. Dogmatism had its enthusiasts, but for most activists the turn to Third World Marxism was not an embrace of mechanical formulas or outdated doctrinal tenets. Rather, it meant signing on to a broad ideological tradition that offered focus and direction to the energy unleashed during the 1960s. Intellectually, young activists turned to Marxism-Leninism because they saw in it a framework for furthering, not halting, by their journey of discovery and demystification. Indeed, many saw Third World Marxism as offering a path to the revitalization of the Marxist tradition, not least by breaking it free of Eurocentric models and limitations. Besides its intellectual appeal, Marxism-Leninism offered a link between ideas and concrete practical work. It compelled a collective effort, and suggested a concrete organizational form that seemingly had stood the test of history. Of crucial importance, it offered a path for breaking down segregation within the left and building multiracial formations on the basis of a common revolutionary perspective. How could such prescriptions not appeal to youth formed in the heat of surging mass movements and watching 2-3 many Vietnams break out across the globe? Surely a shrinking U.S. empire only meant sharpening domestic conflicts and the likelihood of revolutionary opportunities not too far ahead. Under such circumstances, the only responsible course was to increase the number of cadre and construct a tightly knit revolutionary leadership. Otherwise the next revolutionary chance would be missed, just as power was seemingly left lying in the streets of Paris in 1968 because no vanguard existed to lead the spontaneous upsurge. On the ground experiences reinforced the grandiose logic of historical analogy. The ideologically eclectic groups of the late 1960s had proved unstable. The Panthers, SDS, the Young Lords, all had aroused aspirations for sweeping social change and all had grown rapidly for a time. But their very success led to intense repression, and confronted them with the challenge of sustaining large-scale, coordinated work that could win immediate victories while simultaneously moving closer to ultimate revolutionary objectives. Without a more defined political framework, without some agreed-upon procedures for both organizational democracy and discipline, it simply was not possible to meet this challenge. An international phenomenon. Young activists in the United States were hardly alone in thinking along these lines. The years immediately following 1968 saw the rise of a new revolutionary left worldwide. Anti-imperialist youth and student movements were a global phenomenon, inspired by Vietnam, in Ethiopia, Ecuador, India, Thailand, Peru, Puerto Rico, Uruguay, Venezuela, Brazil, Argentina, Indonesia, Pakistan, Greece, Turkey, Panama, Mexico, Italy, Spain, Japan, Belgium, France, West Germany, and the United States, to make only a partial list. These movements spontaneously acted in solidarity with one another. 45 The specific ideological contours within this new revolutionary current varied from country to country, but almost all its components defined themselves as to the left of pro-Soviet communism, looked positively on the Leninist tradition, defended the legitimacy of armed struggle, and located the center of gravity of contemporary political struggle in the Third World. Within the Third World itself, young people holding such views gravitated toward pre-existing armed liberation movements or formed new ones of their own. For example, a host of new organizations combining political and military action were formed in Mexico, Argentina, and across Latin America, and the generation of 1968 spearheaded a revival of armed struggle in the Philippines. But Western Europe and Japan were affected as well. In the aftermath of the rebellions and strikes from 1967 to 1970, guerrilla groups and new communist parties formed throughout the industrialized countries in the belief that they could accomplish what the actions of millions of people had failed to do, destroy the existing system so that a new society could be born. 46. Thus currents influenced by Third World Marxism, essentially counterparts to the new trend taking shape in the US, formed in Japan, Canada, Great Britain, and across Western Europe. France's new revolutionary wave drew directly on the energy of May 1968, and West Germany's built on years of activism by that country's Sozialistischer Deutscher Studentenbund, SDS, whose militant internationalism had led it to break with its parent Social Democratic Party, paralleling USSDS's break with its own original Social Democratic sponsor. Italy's new extra-parliamentary left attained the greatest influence of all, fueled by the militancy of 1969's Hot Autumn and rooting itself in long-standing indigenous traditions of operaismo, worker self-organization and militancy at the factory level, as well as sympathy for Third World movements. Its three main organizational currents, Lotta Continua, Il Manifesto, and Avanguardia Operaia, each grew to about 15,000 members. 47 The fact that thousands of their generational counterparts, from Europe to Latin America to China, all seemed to be taking the same road only confirmed US activists' conviction that they were following in the footsteps of those who had forged a revolutionary communist international from the wreckage of opportunist socialism 50 years before. Mistaken judgments. In hindsight we can see fundamental flaws in historical judgment and ideological framework at work. A central problem was outright misassessment of how ripe capitalism was for defeat. This error was fundamental to the failure of the entire revolutionary left, but in the late 1960s just about everyone, including many capitalists themselves, underestimated the economic resilience of capitalism and in particular its capacity to harness the scientific and technological revolution to its advantage. Young revolutionaries likewise misjudged the main powers arrayed against Western imperialism worldwide, the self-identified socialist countries and the national liberation movements. Regarding the latter, the dynamism Third World movements displayed during the 30 years following World War II led late 60s radicals to an exaggerated evaluation of their potential. Many liberation movements succeeded in winning political independence from technologically superior Western powers via popular mobilization and people's war. But the material basis did not exist for these same movements to sustain economic development along socialist lines, even when assisted by more developed powers such as the USSR. Thus they could not serve, beyond the national independence stage of their struggles, as the bulwarks of anti-capitalism that most 1960s activists anticipated. Similarly, the fact that from the late 1940s to the mid-1970s nationalism manifested itself overwhelmingly as a progressive, anti-imperialist, and anti-racist force led the 1968 generation to one-sided generalizations about that explosive and contradictory phenomenon. 60s activists generally concluded from their experience that within nationalist movements revolutionary nationalism would always hold initiative, and that revolutionary nationalism itself was only a hair's breadth away from working-class internationalism. This view left 60s veterans ill-equipped to deal with other periods, like the present, when many of the most powerful nationalist movements advance conservative social and economic agendas, are indifferent or hostile to pan, Third World or international working-class solidarity, foster chauvinist attitudes toward other peoples, and initiate divisive ethnic conflicts. Though most of the new revolutionary generation did not have a positive view of the USSR, a large proportion came to accept the argument that the one-party state and administrative command version of central economic planning pioneered by the Soviet Union were indispensable elements of socialism. Many decided that China was forging a new, more democratic socialist path. And most believed that China was both politically correct and ideologically principled in its conflict with the USSR, instead of realizing that the Sino-Soviet split was a disaster for the entire global alignment against Western imperialism and the result of realpolitik maneuvering, nationalism, and factional interests on both sides. Again, young U.S. radicals were not alone in such judgments about the socialist world, which were shared by many older, more experienced radicals and wide layers of the intelligentsia. The fact is that the 60s radicals knew very little about what had really happened in the USSR or what was actually taking place in China. They tended to judge the contradictory information they did receive by the standard of how strongly one or another source seemed to oppose U.S. imperialism. And given the strong overlap between harsh critics of the communist-ruled countries and those who vacillated in opposition to imperialism's foreign wars, they tended to dismiss their arguments without the serious investigation they deserved. It should also be noted that much hard information about the leadership abuse and arbitrary violence that infused China's Cultural Revolution was not readily accessible in the late 1960s. Only after 1976 did evidence become widely available that the mass struggle campaigns that supposedly were empowering ordinary people and staving off the rise of a new ruling elite had done nothing of the sort. Rather, because of a voluntarist approach that did not link mass action to economic, technological, or intellectual development or to constructing institutions for working-class democracy, as well as omnipresent manipulation by CPC leaders, military figures, and demagogues, they set back China's development and alienated a whole generation from Marxism and from politics in general. 48. Likewise, the most devastating chronicle of the USSR's Stalin period from a socialist inside the Soviet Union during those years, Roy Medvedev's Let History Judge, was not published in the US until 1972. 49. Moreover, even 20 years later many people beyond the communist movement were taken by surprise when the full depth of problems in the command-administer model began to be revealed under Mikhail Gorbachev's perestroika, and in a different way by China's unmistakable turn toward capitalism. The thinking process of the 1968 generation was captured by Italian communist Lucio Magri in 1989. It is now fashionable in the West, even on the left, to consider the October Revolution and its sequel not as a process which degenerated in stages but as a regression from the beginning. but the historical reality is rather different. First Stalinism, then the authoritarian power of a bureaucratic, imperial caste, were one side of that historical process, and we were wrong not to have seen its effects in time and denounced it in its roots. But for decades another side also continued to operate, the side of national independence, the spread of literacy, modernization and social protection across whole continents, the resistance to fascism and victory over it as a general tendency of capitalism, support for an actual involvement in the liberation of 3/4 of humanity from colonialism, containment of the power of the mightiest imperial state. 50. It is hardly surprising that activists whose day-to-day experience involved combating U.S. genocidal violence, and for whom Stalin was a historical figure demonized mainly by those conducting that violence, would see that second, progressive side of the earlier Soviet experience and would be inspired by the claims made for the Cultural Revolution in China. Even beyond these misassessments, however, many elements of Third World Leninism were, at the least, overly rigid. Among the most cited today is underestimation of the importance of democracy, both within the revolutionary movement and, if and when a revolution succeeds, within the new society. Likewise disastrous was the tendency to confer vanguard status on a party because it espoused a sanctioned version of Marxism-Leninism rather than because it actually has won the allegiance of workers and the oppressed. Indeed, the very proposition that there is one and only one correct, revolutionary doctrine, and that this doctrine finds expression in one pure tradition that has defeated a series of deviations since Lenin's time, is flawed. The proposition that maintaining a revolutionary stance above all meant hewing to the orthodox road was a time bomb for all who turned to Leninism at the end of the 1960s. Much more evidence in later chapters will show how devastating that time bomb proved to be. But in the years when thousands first turned to Third World Marxism, these dangers seemed far in the background. Part 2. Gotta Get Down to It, 1968 to 1973. 4. A new communist movement takes shape. Within the growing contingents of youth turning to Third World Marxism, questions of organization inevitably came to the fore. Some activists were satisfied with situating themselves in a radical milieu and participating in whatever demonstrations or other activities came along. But for those most determined to deepen their political analysis and utilize it as a guide to action, such a local orientation was insufficient. So beginning in 1968, aspiring cadre formed a host of new Marxist groups, or worked to transform mass organizations that had been based on general revolutionary politics into explicitly Marxist or Marxist-Leninist formations. Within this wide-ranging and diverse process, the most important development was the emergence of a few nationwide organizations intent upon constructing a specifically Maoist trend and making Maoism the cornerstone of a new communist party. Study groups and organizing collectives. The organizational starting point for thousands of young revolutionaries was participation in a Marxist study group, and hundreds of these were launched across the country. Frequently the process was as informal as 5 or 6 friends deciding to read a few works of Marx, Lenin, Mao, or perhaps Che or Amilcar Cabral and meet weekly to discuss them. More ambitious circles would tackle more and longer writings, involve a larger, if fluid, membership, and last months or even years. Another common form was the local Marxist organizing collective. A few activists, often after taking part in the same study group, would get together, hammer out bare-bones principles of unity and a rudimentary division of labor, and undertake mass organizing and systematic theoretical study. Numerous radicals leaving college campuses headed for a working-class city, Detroit, Chicago, Baltimore, etc., formed or swelled the ranks of such collectives. The process of organizational development took a different form when all or most of the key members of an existing revolutionary organization embraced Marxism. In many cases these core cadre decided to try to transform their organization as a whole into a Marxist one. Some efforts along those lines were rocky and involved internal conflict and splits, but if ultimately successful they brought the apparatus and prestige of the pre-existing organization into the new, Marxist phase. Such transformations took place in several of the key groups spearheading grassroots struggle in communities of color such as the Young Lords, and also in a few local chapters of SDS or RYM2. The individuals immersed in these efforts were mostly in their 20s and came directly out of the anti-Vietnam War and anti-racist movements. The majority had no previous experience in any communist group, but some had spent a year or two in the PUSA or progressive labor and brought this experience to bear in constructing new groups along Leninist lines. Also playing a pivotal role were a few dozen individuals from the previous generation who had been in or around the PUSA or PL or both. These older activists did not operate as any kind of unit. Rather, different individuals connected with different circles of younger militants based on geographical proximity, family ties, or mere accident. Ideologically, this new wave of organization builders reflected the full Third World Marxist spectrum. Many, often veterans of the Vence Ramos Brigade, took their main inspiration from Cuba. Some identified with Third World liberation but focused mainly on one particular struggle or issue within the U.S. Even among those who believed that the Chinese Communist Party had presented the most comprehensive and useful framework for analyzing current realities, there were distinctions. Hard Maoists thought only the CPC expressed modern-day Leninism in its most advanced form, while a probably larger number of soft Maoists, much as they admired Mao, were not prepared to say that the Chinese CP was more revolutionary than the Cuban or Vietnamese parties. Among all these tendencies, differences over concrete strategies, organizing methods, and tactics were commonplace. And, like the social movements from which they emerged, the initial wave of new Marxist organizing efforts started off divided along racial lines. But in these formative years the factors pulling different circles together prevailed over the tendency to fly apart. Almost all those involved believed that they were collectively participating in the revitalization of U.S. communism based on the fresh energy unleashed during the 1960s, hence the widespread appeal of the phrase New Communist Movement, which came into use in the early 1970s. A further common denominator was belief that this new movement was part of a rising international current centered in the Third World. Another was agreement that support for national liberation and armed struggle had to lie at the heart of any U.S. Marxist project. There was also a strong consensus that no existing U.S. party provided effective revolutionary leadership to contemporary mass movements. Such sentiments fostered a sense of common purpose within the broad Third World Marxist milieu. And they overlapped enough with specifically Maoist positions, in particular with China's claim that the CPSU, and the PUSA, had fallen into modern revisionism, to give advocates of Maoism an opening to take leadership of this current as a whole. Partisans of Maoism had an ideological head start toward that end, in that the CPC's early 60s polemics proposed concrete strategies for U.S. Marxists, in ways that no other Third World Communist Party ever did. Of these, the prime one was to construct a new anti-revisionist vanguard party. Thus it was the more Maoist-oriented sections of the Third World Marxist milieu that first seized the initiative. Their flagship organization, the first new communist group and up until 1973-74 the largest and most important, was the Revolutionary Union, RU. The Revolutionary Union and Red Papers 1. RU's origins lay in a decision by three New Left activists to move from Berkeley to the nearby industrial city of Richmond in late 1967. One Bob Avakian, an anti-war organizer heavily influenced by the Panthers, was the spark plug of this small group. His closest ally was Steve Hamilton, who had participated in the free speech movement and then briefly served as the PL organizer at UC Berkeley. In Richmond, Avakian, Hamilton, and their comrades took up workplace organizing and strike support and set up a young partisans organization targeting working-class youth and community college students. They threw themselves into campaigns for community control of police, and tried to infuse young workers with enthusiasm for projects undertaken by the Black Panthers. In spring 1968 this now expanded corps began to discuss founding a new Marxist-Leninist organization. They drew in other individuals and circles, including a collective at Stanford University led by English professor Bruce Franklin and several older veterans of the PUSA and PL. One of these, Leibel Bergman, a former peeler who had lived in China, played a role second only to Avakian's in shaping the emerging formation's outlook. In 1968 the Bay Area Revolutionary Union, BARU, was formally launched with units in San Francisco and Oakland, Berkeley, as well as Richmond and Palo Alto. BARU's formation led to greater coordination of its members' organizing projects and fostered more uniformity in tactics. But in these early days the approaches of different units were far from identical. Some proceeded cautiously, hoping to build a long-term base, while others continued with the flamboyant style and provocative rhetoric, "Today's pig is tomorrow's bacon," that characterized sections of the student movement. The most successful BARU initiative was the Richmond Workers' Committee, which played a major role in supporting a strike by workers at Standard Oil in the spring of 1969. The committee also helped facilitate an alliance between the oil workers and the students on strike at San Francisco State. As virtually the first student-worker alliance in more than 30 years, the effort received considerable media attention and was the subject of a widely distributed film produced by the radical newsreel collective. In addition to practical organizing, BARU moved aggressively to define and popularize its version of Marxism and communism. In 1969 the group issued a pamphlet entitled The Red Papers, later known as Red Papers I, the first manifesto of the new communist movement. In its opening article Red Papers I presented BARU's perspective on what constituted revolutionary Marxism-Leninism. The document identified imperialism as a social system, capitalism in its monopoly stage, not simply as an oppressive policy. It targeted the U.S. monopoly capitalist ruling class as the enemy of people both within the U.S. and in the Third World. Red Papers I asserted that the Third World faced the brunt of imperialist attacks and that national liberation movements in Asia, Africa, Latin America, and the Middle East stood in the forefront of the anti-imperialist fight. These movements were not only on the verge of freeing many nations from U.S. domination but were limiting the ability of U.S. imperialism to resolve its contradictions at home. For Red Papers I, solidarity with national liberation movements was the prime imperative flowing from the principle of proletarian internationalism. Within the U.S., the working class was termed the main revolutionary class. This class was in turn said to have the capacity to rally broader allies by pursuing a multi-sector united front against imperialism. Great stress was placed on the black liberation struggle, which was considered to have a dual character, first as the freedom struggle of an imported colonial people with a revolutionary thrust in its own right, and second, because the overwhelming majority of blacks are also workers, as an integral forefront component of the working class movement. Less attention was given to the movements of Puerto Ricans, Chicanos, Asian Americans, and American Indians, but these were also identified as simultaneously part of the worldwide anti-imperialist movement and the U.S. workers' movement. The women's liberation struggle was targeted as a major and integral part of the anti-capitalist movement, and BARU called for the leading role in women's liberation to be played by working women. In order to cohere a solid united front and win eventual victory, the leadership of a Marxist-Leninist party was declared an absolute necessity. Further, overturning capitalism required smashing the existing state apparatus, termed in essence a dictatorship of the monopoly capitalist class, and replacing it with a new state, the dictatorship of the proletariat. Red Papers I argued that this could not be accomplished peacefully. We recognize the need for organized armed struggle against the power of the state. Assessing the state of the revolutionary movement, BARU estimated that it was still diffuse, loosely connected and primitive in organization and ideology. It therefore called for forming local collectives on the basis of Marxist-Leninist ideas and commitment to practical work as a transitional step toward a revolutionary party. Red Papers I noted the racially divided workings of the emerging revolutionary trend, and though it was not specific about steps to change the situation, the document argued that the vanguard to be must be made up of activists of all racial backgrounds. It further asserted that a major section of the leadership must and would come from people of color. Against the brainwash. While the first article in Red Papers I advocated positions common to almost all Third World Marxists, the pamphlet's second piece was specifically Maoist. Against the brainwash, a historical and theoretical defense of Marxism-Leninism aimed at revolutionaries who were still resistant to full-blown communist doctrine, hewed closely to the fundamentalist version of communist history set out by the Communist Party of China. Against the brainwash criticized the Soviet Communist Party for having copped out on the peoples of the world by making conciliation and collaboration with U.S. imperialism the cornerstone of their policies. The Soviets were accused of developing a new set of bogus theories that were simply updates of the original revisionism of the pre-World War I Second International. These were described in CPC-style shorthand as the Three Peacefuls and the Two Holes, which supposedly constituted the doctrinal heart of modern revisionism. The Three Peacefuls were belief in the possibility of peaceful transition to socialism in the capitalist countries, the need for peaceful coexistence between capitalist and socialist states, and the notion that socialism will eventually triumph via peaceful competition with capitalist countries. The two holes were the CPSU's thesis that the Soviet state was no longer the dictatorship of the proletariat but a state of the whole people, and that the CPSU was no longer a strictly working-class organization but a party of the whole people. Allegedly, these propositions opened the door for non-socialist policies not just in the Soviet Party but in the PUSA, which was alleged to have followed its Soviet mentor into modern revisionism and become a party of dangerous counter-revolutionaries. The abandonment of revolution by the CPSU and PUSA was presented as only the most recent in a string of opportunist betrayals that had afflicted the communist movement. According to Against the Brainwash, a struggle between bourgeois and socialist ideology, a struggle between two lines, is constant and inevitable within the socialist movement. Ongoing two-line struggle reflects the movement's existence within capitalist society, and the periodic splits within the movement are rooted in this fact. Lenin's great contribution was that he led the revolutionary camp in the great two-line struggle that accompanied World War I. According to Red Papers 1, because Lenin led the affirmation of the revolutionary essence of Marxism, and applied it to the new conditions of imperialism, the ideology of Marxism became known as Marxism-Leninism. In the 1960s, Mao Zedong supposedly led the genuine revolutionary forces in a similar polarization. Mao Zedong occupies the same relation to the revolutionary movement that Lenin did in his day, defender of the revolutionary essence of Marxism-Leninism. This is the meaning of the concept, the thought of Mao Zedong. The ever-controversial issue of Stalin was only taken up once these other points had been established. Stalin is the bridge between Lenin and Mao, Red Papers 1 wrote. Baru acknowledged that under Stalin more than a few of those who were purged or executed as counter-revolutionaries were innocent. And Stalin was criticized for trying to handle contradictions between a growing Soviet bureaucracy and the Soviet people through administrative means rather than popular mobilization. But he is simultaneously given credit for the advances made by world communism between the 1920s and the 1950s, and especially for the victory over fascism in World War II. The article's tone was cautious, but in the end it ratified the official Chinese position that Stalin was a great Marxist-Leninist who made some errors, some could have been avoided, others were scarcely avoidable. Having argued that the true revolutionary tradition ran from Marx and Engels through Lenin, Stalin, and Mao, Red Papers 1 added a critique of rival claimants to a revolutionary heritage. It denounced Trotskyism as characterized by left phrase-mongering and sabotage of mass struggle. It criticized progressive labor, which was said to have made some initial contributions to anti-revisionism, for degenerating into Trotskyist-like left opportunism. It also included a critique of anarchism, which it saw as maintaining some influence among students and contributing to sentiment against building a new vanguard. While the main framework of Red Papers 1 was drawn from Maoism, the pamphlet as a whole was not simply an echo of CPC positions, nor did it constitute an absolutely orthodox Maoist tract. Besides the general third worldism of its opening piece, Red Papers 1 included an article by Steve Hamilton on Baru's early organizing that signaled considerable openness to experiment in practical work. The collection's list of further readings, while mainly composed of works by Marx, Lenin, Stalin, and Mao, included selections from Ho Chi Minh, Frantz Fanon, and Huey Newton that indicate a vision of Third World Revolution broader than the strict Maoist canon. Its ideas on black liberation and on party building, build local collectives, were more reflective of the experience and on-the-ground sentiments of the generation of 1968 than derived from classical texts. It is also noteworthy that throughout the pamphlet the U.S. was painted as the mainstay of the imperialist system. While the USSR was criticized for kowtowing to Washington, there is little or no stress on identifying the Soviet Union as a restored capitalist country or as social imperialist, that is, socialist in words, imperialist in deeds. Red Paper's approach on this point was undoubtedly in tune with the overwhelming sentiments of U.S. Third World Marxists, but it was out of step with the latest international analysis of the Chinese Party, which by 1969 was calling the USSR a threat to the peoples of the world comparable to the U.S. Red Paper's one also had an overall modest, weary not the center of the left tone. Still, the basic ideological thrust of Red Paper's one could hardly be mistaken, especially since it was signaled on the cover, which featured pictures of Marx, Engels, Lenin, Stalin, and Mao, along with the image of a rifle. Within a year of its publication, Red Paper's one had gone through several printings and 20,000 copies were in circulation. The document made its way to every large city and college town and became must-reading among Marxist-leaning activists. Red Paper's one combined an accessible writing style with a skill at elaborating Marxist-Leninist doctrine that was unusual for the time. Whatever one thought of its arguments, in logic and readability it held up considerably better than rival manifestos such as Toward a Revolutionary Youth Movement, RYM, or You Don't Need a Weatherman to Know Which Way the Wind Blows, Weatherman. Red Paper's one put Baru on the national map and was the most influential single document promoting the initial development of a new U.S. Marxist-Leninist trend. It was in the wake of this manifesto's publication that the terms Marxist-Leninist movement, party building movement, new communist movement and anti-revisionist movement began to appear alongside or replace the phrase revolutionary movement within much of the Third World Marxist milieu, because these terms claim to offer more precise definitions of the new trend taking shape around the country. Nationwide expansion and ideological consolidation. Through 1969 and into 1970 Baru grew steadily in the Bay Area and began to develop ties with circles in other parts of the country. Then it went through a major split. A faction led primarily by Bruce and Jane Franklin, and influenced by the Eldridge Cleaver wing of the Panthers, projected a scenario of revolution via protracted armed propaganda and urban guerrilla warfare. They argued for starting immediately to build a clandestine army and criticized the leadership majority for giving undue weight to trade union struggles and failing to appreciate the leading role of Black and Latino liberation movements. The Baru majority, in turn, criticized its opponents for abandoning a working-class perspective and for misjudging the popular mood, including the mood in communities of color, because of petty bourgeois revolutionary adventurism. The Franklin faction left at the end of 1970, taking with them about a quarter of the membership and forming the short-lived Vence Ramos organization, which dissolved in 1973. The fact that significant support could be gathered within Baru for the Franklin position indicated how ideologically fluid the early new communist movement was. At the same time, the struggle's outcome spurred greater unity and tightened discipline within Baru, and also strengthened the working-class orientation of the entire trend for which Baru was setting the pace. As noted, the internal conflict within Baru was influenced by Eldridge Cleaver's armed struggle now faction within the Panthers. The Cleaver group's development, combined with the violent internal Panther struggle, led to a significant change in Baru's recruitment policies. Up to 1970, Baru had maintained a strong alliance with the Panthers and, despite being more ideologically defined, in many ways regarded itself as a counterpart organization working along a parallel track. This perspective led Baru to advise black activists with whom it worked to join the Panthers. Though Baru envisioned eventual development of a racially integrated vanguard, for the short term it accepted a racial division within the revolutionary ranks. In 1970 this policy was changed and Baru committed itself to recruiting activists of all racial backgrounds. The post-split consolidation process gave Baru new momentum and laid the basis for several years of steady growth. Many individuals joined and so did entire collectives from other parts of the country. Baru was the first new organization to offer a developed ideological perspective and begin to create a nationwide structure, and as such it attracted some of the most eager, experienced, and talented activists from the 1968 upsurge. The group changed its name to simply Revolutionary Union, RU, moved its headquarters to Chicago and termed itself a nationwide pre-party formation, a term that quickly passed into widespread use. The RU also expanded its practical work. The organization directed members to get jobs in factories, or hospitals, post offices, and other non-industrial settings with large concentrations of workers. In a dozen or so cities, RU Qatar launched local anti-imperialist newspapers aimed at workers, the Milwaukee Worker, the People's Voice in Detroit, etc. And usually was able to establish small intermediate workers' organizations around these publications. RU Qatar remained active in anti-Vietnam War protests and several rose to leadership in Vietnam veterans against the war. RU members worked in post-SDS groups on campuses, radical student unions and the like, and from this base RU initiated the Attica Brigade as an anti-imperialist student organization in 1972 specifically to fill the vacuum left by the demise of SDS. The brigade differed from SDS, however, both in its domination by one ideological tendency and in its commitment to developing a multiracial membership. In the spring of 1973 the brigade held an Eastern Regional Conference drawing 250 people from 31 chapters. 4. By 1972 the RU was strong enough to initiate labor support campaigns on a nationwide scale. In May 4,000 mainly Chicana women went on strike against Ferrico in Texas and New Mexico, then the largest U.S. manufacturer of men's and boys' pants. The RU established FARA strike support committees in many cities whose activity eclipsed that of official union-sponsored efforts. The bitter strike ended in February 1974 with the workers winning union recognition, their main demand. The RU also expanded its publishing activities, putting out red papers 2, 3, 4, and 5, as well as a number of topical pamphlets. It set up United Front Publishers and in 1973 launched a nationwide monthly newspaper, Revolution, which included a section in Spanish. By this time the organization had grown to close to 500 members functioning in more than 15 cities. It had several regional offices, an elected central committee that met every few months, and a standing committee in Chicago that provided day-to-day leadership. The largest portion of RU members came out of the student movement. A smaller set was made up of older veteran communists or 60s activists who had been radicalized off campus. Each of these categories included some individuals from working class backgrounds, but the majority were from the middle classes. A relatively small number, at most 20% and probably less, of the early 70s membership were recruited directly via organizing in the working class. The RU made some headway in its goal of reflecting the racial diversity of the working class but was still overwhelmingly white. At most 10% of its ranks were black and Latino. Another 5 to 10% were Asian American, mostly organizing via the Wei Minshi organization in San Francisco's Chinatown. Fanchon author William Hinton was identified with the RU and was widely believed to be a secret member. The RU was not monolithic. The original Bay Area core led by Bob Avakian and Leibel Bergman held the greatest measure of power. But experienced activists who had formed collectives in the East and Midwest had their own ideas and independent bases. Though the Franklin group had left, the RU never completely shed its links to the confrontationist/semi-anarchist strand of 60s activism. And though it never wavered in upholding Maoism, the RU was willing to experiment with a range of ideas in analyzing U.S. conditions and in organizing tactics. In terms of party building, RU's perspective through 1973 was that the central task was building the struggle, consciousness, and revolutionary unity of the working class and developing its leadership in the United Front. 5. Practically speaking, this meant getting young activists into some aspect of working class organizing while conducting study and theoretical debate within this context. The RU believed that expanding the numbers of communists with roots in the working class was a prerequisite to holding a founding congress for a new party. During the years when the new communist movement was first taking shape, this viewpoint expressed the common-sense consensus of most young cadre. The October League and the Communist League. Two other new groups developed into strong nationwide organizations between 1968 and 1973. In 1969, out of the dissolving RYM2 milieu, Mike Klinsky and other RYM2 leaders in Los Angeles formed the October League Collective. 6. Klinsky, son of a PUSA organizer, was one of the many red diaper babies within the new communist movement. A short while later a similar collective, the Georgia Communist League, was launched mainly by former RYM2 leaders in Atlanta. Its key figure was Lynn Wells, a spark plug of organizing in the South since the mid-1960s. The two collectives merged in early 1972 to launch the October League as a nationwide organization. Shortly afterwards the OL immersed itself in a 7-week wildcat strike by the mostly black workforce at Mead Packaging Company in Atlanta. An OL cadre, Sherman Miller, was head of the strike committee. The company and the entire Atlanta political establishment seized upon Miller's open communist affiliation to launch a fierce red-baiting campaign against the walkout. But the strike gathered community backing and the charismatic Miller retained near unanimous worker support. The walkout won only limited gains, but the experience was crucial in building the OL internally and projecting it nationally. Members of October League produced a film about the walkout and Miller went on a nationwide speaking tour. A number of collectives with whom the OL had already built ties affiliated, and by fall 1972 the organization was able to launch a nationwide monthly newspaper, The Call, with a Spanish-language section, El Clarín. The new organization attracted a number of older PUSA veterans, including Harry Haywood, who had played a key role in formulating the 1930s PUSA position that a distinct black nation existed in the South. Haywood had resisted the CP's dropping of this thesis in the 1950s as no longer applicable and charged that this shift was a central aspect of the party's alleged turn to revisionism. OL grew more slowly than RU and issued no theoretical manifestos comparable to red papers. On the various questions up for debate in the new trend, OL stuck closely to the official positions of the CPC or the 1930s positions of the PUSA. As of 1973 the OL remained smaller than RU, but also functioned nationwide, conducted more work in the South, and included a higher percentage of Black and Latino members. The third sizable new group was the Communist League, CL. 7 CL was formed as the California Communist League, CCL, in 1968 when a group of former SDSers joined with a corps of activists in Los Angeles led by veteran communist Nelson Pirie. In the 1950s Pirie had been part of the PUSA's farthest left faction, defending Stalin and charging Khrushchev and the PUSA leadership with revisionism. They were expelled and in 1958 formed the Provisional Organizing Committee to reconstitute a Marxist-Leninist party, POC. The POC quickly went through a series of damaging splits and by the mid-1960s had lost most of its initial few hundred members. Pirie, a charismatic African-American who had stuck with the group through many twists and turns and had succeeded in building a small base in south-central Los Angeles, was expelled in 1967. A year later he led formation of the CCL. The CCL won recruits both from its direct community organizing and from the broad Third World Marxist milieu. In 1970 it changed its name to the Communist League. Largely because of Pirie's work, the CL began with a large proportion, perhaps even a majority, of African American members. Like the RU and OL, CL defined itself as anti-revisionist, and for a brief time all three groups interacted on a friendly basis. Steve Hamilton was invited to represent the RU at CL's founding meeting, and Klinsky attended as a representative of OL. But CL differed from the RU, OL, and almost all the rest of the new Marxist-Leninist trend in that it had a stronger allegiance to pre-1956 Stalinism than to Third World Leninism or post-1968 Maoism. Most new generation communists shared the perspective of Red Papers 1, which placed Lenin and Mao in the top rank of revolutionary leaders and accepted Stalin mainly because he was seen as linking the two. But CL under Piry's direction considered Stalin the world's foremost communist after Lenin. They grudgingly supported Mao because he defended Stalin and called Khrushchev a revisionist, but they remained suspicious of the Cultural Revolution and the concept of Mao Zedong thought, which they believed smacked of petty bourgeois nationalism. Piry and his comrades also disagreed with the CPC's claim that the CPSU's fall into revisionism translated into the USSR restoring capitalism. Likewise, the Communist League did not accept the idea of a new communist movement, considering the phrase a negative concession to what it believed had been an anti-working class new left. Instead, CL regarded itself as the heir to a single, continuous, and pure Marxist-Leninist legacy. That's what gave CL, like the Maoists, a ready-made outlook around which to take organizational initiative. The fact that a veteran of the old communist movement led CL, while the top leaders of the other new formations were from the 1968 generation, crystallized these differences. For all these reasons there was a certain distance between CL and the other groups, individuals, and informal circles that made up the emerging new Leninist trend. But through 1973 the differences seemed subsumed in a shared commitment to anti-revisionism and the importance of armed movements in the Third World. The CL published a newspaper, The Western Worker. Its biggest breakthrough came in 1971 when it recruited a significant number of activists from the Detroit League of Revolutionary Black Workers following the breakup of that organization, about which more below. General Baker, who had led the League's in-plant organizing efforts, was the most prominent of these. Numbers of Chicano activists coming out of mass campaigns and Marxist study groups in the Southwest also affiliated. By 1973 CL had established itself nationwide, and while it was still smaller than RU and had a lower public profile than either the RU or OL, its roots in the working class were at least as strong, and its proportion of Black and Latino members was significantly higher. New organizations in communities of color. Among the other new groups formed in 1968 to 73, several of the most important were based within particular racial minorities. From their inception in 1969 both the Red Guard Party in San Francisco and Iworkun, IWK, in New York, revolutionary organizations of Asian American youth, were enthusiastic supporters of the CPC. The two organizations merged in 1971, adopted the name Iworkun, and continued the publication of Getting Together newspaper. In 1972 IWK formally adopted Marxism-Leninism Mao Zedong thought. That same year the Young Lords Party also adopted Marxism-Leninism Mao Zedong thought and changed its name to the Puerto Rican Revolutionary Workers Organization, PRUO. Though the Lords had substantially declined in size from their high point of 1,000 plus members in 1970 to 71, the organization still retained considerable prestige and influence. The Puerto Rican Student Union merged into the new PRUO that same year, and PRUO continued to publish the YLP-launched bilingual newspaper Palant. In 1971 the League of Revolutionary Black Workers had dissolved following a split within its leadership. 8 Executive Committee members Mike Hamlin, John Watson, and Ken Cockrell wanted to see the League expand rapidly and stressed ideological education, ambitious use of media, and mass campaigns. Other leaders argued for a slower pace of growth and giving priority to in-plant organizing. These differences were intertwined with an ongoing discussion of how, or whether, to replicate the League's experience in other cities. When these disagreements could not be resolved, Hamlin, Watson and Cockrell resigned. In alliance with James Forman, the most aggressive advocate of nationwide expansion, they launched the Black Workers' Congress. While General Baker and many of the remaining League members joined the Communist League, and for a time adopted a very low public profile, the BWC held a series of well-publicized activities, including a September 1971 national founding meeting in Gary, Indiana that drew 400 delegates. While the organization was named the Black Workers' Congress, it was open to all activists of color, and a number of Puerto Ricans and Asian Americans joined its ranks. Between 1971 and 1973 the BWC functioned as a hybrid group, combining some elements of a Marxist-Leninist cadre formation and some of a looser mass organization. Though it began with considerable prestige, it was unable to develop stable units and successful day-to-day work. Severe internal tensions developed, especially between Foreman and the rest of the leadership. In 1973 a major tightening up occurred. Foreman was charged with extreme individualism and assigned prime blame for the BWC's weaknesses. He was expelled and the BWC formally adopted an orthodox interpretation of Marxism-Leninism Mao Zedong thought. The main left force in the Filipino community, the Union of Democratic Filipinos, KDP, defined itself as a mass revolutionary organization rather than an explicitly communist one. But the KDP core considered themselves Marxist-Leninists, and the organization as whole positioned itself within the new communist milieu. It anchored solidarity work with the armed struggle led by the Maoist CPP in the Philippines, and developed fraternal relations with the emerging Maoist groups. Slightly later the Asian Study Group, founded by Jerry Tung, transformed itself into an explicitly communist organization. 9 Then in his early 30s, Tung had been a member of Progressive Labor in the 1960s, he left PL in 1971. After serving time in prison on charges of conspiracy to riot, in 1973 Tung pulled together a number of activists for an intensive study of Marxism-Leninism Mao Zedong thought. Most participants were students from City College and other nearby campuses, but ties were also built with circles of community activists in New York's Chinatown and a similar small group, Yellow Seed, in Philadelphia. These circles soon coalesced into a Marxist-Leninist organization. While not in principle all Asian, the membership initially was overwhelmingly Asian American. It published a bulletin called Workers' Viewpoint and changed its name to the Workers' Viewpoint Organization in 1974. New multinational organizations. Other new groups defined themselves as multinational, meaning they aimed to recruit among all races and nationalities. Most of these, however, had their roots among circles of white activists and at least initially were predominantly, or even exclusively, white. The Chicago-based Sojourner Truth Organization, STO, was one of the more important of these. STO was formed by about a dozen people, the majority veterans of the failed RYM2 effort, in 1969 to 70.10. A central figure was Noel Ignatian, who had spent 8 years in the POC before being expelled in 1966. STO distinguished itself in two areas. First, it sharply criticized what it called the Stalin model of party organization for suppressing critical thinking and for a distorted, party-centered view of how the working class will develop its revolutionary potential. In opposition to Stalin, STO drew on the ideas of Italian Marxist Antonio Gramsci and stressed the need for flexible forms of working-class self-organization. Second, STO promoted a particular interpretation of the origins and dynamics of white supremacy that centered on the way white skin privileges operate to tie white workers to capital. Along with Ignatian, Ted Allen, another POC veteran who was active in the small Harper's Ferry organization, played the decisive role in elaborating this perspective. Despite many insights, STO and Harper's Ferry had great difficulty translating these views into sustained organizational growth or in recruiting activists of color. They remained almost all white groups unable to grow beyond 50 or so members. On the national scene, STO played an important role in organizing a 1972 conference in Grailville, Ohio of independent collectives and individuals. Some of the collectives remained in touch with each other and in the mid-1970s formed the short-lived Federation of Independent Marxist-Leninist Collectives. But the conference failed in its main goal of trying to cohere a nationwide tendency to rival RU, OL, and CL. Keeping a much lower profile was the Philadelphia Workers' Organizing Committee, PWOC, formed in 1971. Clay Newlin, a young organizer, was its leading figure. After 1975 to 76, PWOC played a central role in a second wave of party-building efforts. But in its early years the group focused on local work, especially in trade unions, believing that the largest Marxist-Leninist groups were fatally afflicted with ultraleftism. The PWOC linked this ultraleftism to what it saw as flaws in the Chinese Communist Party's outlook, in particular the argument that capitalism had been restored in the USSR. Another group that would be much more prominent later, the Proletarian Unity League, POUL, was formed in the early 1970s in Boston. 12 Like the PWOC, POUL was sharply critical of the ultraleftism that it believed dominated the biggest party formations. But POUL denied that this was connected either to the CPC's analysis of the USSR or to Maoism in general. A larger public role up to 1973 was played by the California-based New Voice Group, begun in 1971-72 by ex-PL members. Meanwhile, former PL leader Bill Epton moved into new communist circles, working on the short-lived Proletarian Cause magazine in 1972 and then helping found Black Liberation Press and the Black New York Action Committee. The Guardian jumps in. More important was the 1972 decision by the Guardian to throw itself into the new communist trend. Following the 1969 collapse of SDS and the 1970 liberated Guardian breakaway, the staff had to devote considerable attention to consolidating itself ideologically, regaining financial stability and rebuilding circulation. The Guardian's pages focused on national liberation movements abroad, the black liberation and anti-war movements at home, and the new stirrings of worker militancy. But up to 1972 the paper contained little coverage of the new Marxist-Leninist groups, and considerable distance existed between them and the paper's staff. Matters began to change when Erwin Silber was chosen executive editor in January 1972. That spring he and his wife, veteran activist and blues singer Barbara Dane, traveled around the country to meet with readers and obtain an up-to-date assessment of organizing at the grassroots. They found that the activists with the most energy and sense of direction were associated with recently formed Leninist groups, especially RU. Silber was impressed with the extent and quality of the party-building activity underway and shared this assessment when he returned to New York. His report aroused excitement. Party building particularly tapped into the imagination of the most experienced staff members, including Silber himself, who had shown considerable skill at Marxist analysis beginning as a youth leader in the PUSA in the 1940s, then as a central figure in the People's Song movement and as editor of Sing Out. At about the same time managing editor Jack Smith visited China. Smith was less ideologically oriented than Silber, but he was acutely attuned to currents that might provide material support for the always struggling paper. He returned with an agreement for the Guardian to sponsor tours to China, which could provide a vehicle for U.S. activists to experience the Chinese Revolution close up and simultaneously raise funds. The potential for a growing Marxist-Leninist current to make up some of the income and circulation loss which the Guardian had experienced after 1970 only reinforced the genuine enthusiasm the staff felt for party building. In the summer of 1972, signals that a shift in emphasis was underway began to appear in the Guardian's pages. Then in October the staff selected the first issue of the newspaper's 25th year of publication to make a major statement. In a front-page editorial, The Guardian declared that after a quarter of a century of observing and participating in the actions and debates of the political left in the U.S., we are convinced of one thing: the major task confronting us is to assist in bringing to birth a new revolutionary political party, based in the working class, armed with the science of Marxism-Leninism, committed to socialist revolution. 13 The editorial acknowledged that a newspaper could not create a party, but committed The Guardian to providing a forum to focus and debate the principal questions facing Marxist-Leninists. Other pages in that same issue indicated that The Guardian took its new priority quite seriously. 2 new columns were introduced: Fan the Flames by Silber, which would take up current controversies as well as broad issues of theory and strategy, and From the Bottom Up by Earl O'Ferry, which aimed to embody a search for functional and creative methods of struggle based on Marxist-Leninist theory and practice, and to counter the pattern of giving too little attention to the socialist theoreticians evolving out of the struggles of blacks and other national minorities. The anniversary issue also began a multi-part series defending China's foreign policy by Jack Smith, which would soon be compiled and published as a Guardian pamphlet. While the series was one element of the paper's positive coverage of China, The Guardian did not define itself as an advocate of Mao Zedong thought. Instead, while praising Mao, it continued to feature a broader range of Third World Marxist views and especially to project the positions of the Cuban and Vietnamese CPS. By doing so, The Guardian became the main reference point for activists who took their main inspiration from those parties as well as the large number of soft Maoists who were immersed in party-building work. The 1973 Forums, a barometer of growth. The Guardian's new stance qualitatively heightened the new communist movement's visibility. The most broadly circulated publication within the new activist generation, the paper also had high standing among left veterans and was widely read by revolutionaries outside the U.S. Thus The Guardian was well positioned to initiate the most ambitious public gatherings of the early party-building movement. In the spring of 1973 it sponsored a series of forums in New York intended to foster inter-movement dialogue and project the anti-revisionist current collectively before the broader left. The largest gathering, What Road to Building a New Communist Party? March 23, featured OL Chair Michael Klinsky, RU Central Committee member Don H. Wright, BWC top leader Mike Hamlin and Guardian executive editor Erwin Silber. 14 Over 1,200 people turned out for the evening, and thousands more read the transcript or heard the tape of the event, both of which were made available nationwide. Excitement was so high that rumors spread in many cities that the formation of a new party would be announced at the gathering. There was no truth to this rumor. In fact, there were considerable tensions behind the scenes between the various participants. But the fact that so many activists took this rumor seriously indicated the momentum the young movement had by then acquired. The other forums were titled The Role of the Anti-Imperialist Forces in the Anti-War Movement, The Role of the People's Republic of China in World Affairs, Women and Class Struggle, The Question of the Black Nation and Roads to Building a Workers' Movement. Attendance averaged about 500. Besides RU, OL, BWC, and The Guardian, representatives of Peru, IWK, and the Harper's Ferry organization spoke at one or another event. So did Frances Beale from the Third World Women's Alliance, Fanchon author William Hinton, People's Coalition for Peace and Justice leader Sidney Peck, and Vivian Rivera of the Puerto Rican Socialist Party. The Communist League, which until then had kept its distance from The Guardian, privately asked if it could have a speaker at the forum on party building, but the paper's staff turned the request down. A focal point for most party builders of the period, The Guardian Forum served as the best barometer of the movement's strength as of 1973. A mere 5 years earlier this trend had not existed at all. Now it included several nationwide organizations and many local ones that together could count upwards of 1,000 members. Several thousand more cadre located themselves within the movement's parameters, participating in study groups, attending events, and doing practical work in one or another coalition or mass organization. Representatives of the movement's constituent groups debated their differences in front of large crowds, and the country's most widely read left publication promoted the goal of building a new communist party. International ties. Participants in this emerging current also felt themselves directly linked to their counterparts across the globe. Such sentiment went beyond identification with the prestigious revolutionary parties of China, Vietnam, and Cuba. By 1973, young people who had taken to the streets in the late 1960s had formed new Leninist parties or party-building groups in numerous countries. As in the US, many of these included, or built on initial structures set up by, communists from a previous generation who had supported China in the Sino-Soviet split. Among the most important new organizations formed in the Third World were the Communist Party of the Philippines, launched in 1968 on the basis of Marxism-Leninist Mao Zedong Thought 15, and the Communist Party of India, Marxist-Leninist, formed by rebels engaged in armed struggle, mostly in West Bengal, in 1969.16. Significantly, new communist organizations also sprang up in the advanced industrial countries where conditions more closely paralleled those in the US. In France, Maoist groups proliferated after the watershed uprising of 1968-17 and their ranks numbered in the thousands. In 1968 the first efforts to launch new anti-revisionist organizations were made in West Germany. By 1973 the new Communist Party of Germany, KPD, Communist League, KB, Communist League of West Germany, KBW, and other groups were moving toward their peak of 10,000, combined, members and a significantly broader support periphery. 18 different organizations of Italy's strong extra-parliamentary left were exploring merger possibilities. 19 and new Marxist-Leninist and Maoist groups were taking shape in other countries all across Western Europe and in Japan. In Canada, 1972 saw the first steps toward forming in struggle, one of the two main organizations, the other was the Canadian Communist League, which comprised that country's self-designated New Communist Movement. 20. The history of the new Marxist-Leninist formations in these different countries, which is beyond the scope of this book. 21, in broad outline paralleled the rise and decline of the new communist movement in the U.S., and in the early 1970s they were on the rise. U.S. Marxist-Leninists kept themselves informed about these party-building efforts in other countries, and the larger U.S. groups sought to develop direct links with these generational and political counterparts. Belief spread through the new communist ranks that not just in a general ideological sense, but in concrete organizational terms, this movement was expanding around the globe. It was no wonder that new communist movement activists were flush with optimism. 5. Strongest pull on the anti-capitalist left. Today it seems almost unimaginable that Marxist-Leninists constituted the most dynamic section of a vibrant anti-capitalist left just 30 years ago. In 2001 the entire left barely registers in U.S. politics. Social democratic views predominate among those who identify with any kind of socialism, reflecting the fact that Democratic Socialists of America, DSA, with 7,000 on-paper members, is by far the largest socialist organization. Advocates of revolutionary politics have only the barest foothold in popular movements, and among them anarchists and revolutionary nationalists hold more influence than Leninists. The situation was very different in the early 1970s. The left was then a recognized force, and revolutionary and Marxist ideas held sway within it. In 1973, when The Guardian was reaching 20,000 readers a week and drawing 1,200 to its forum on party building, DSA's main predecessor, the Democratic Socialist Organizing Committee, DSOC, was just being founded as a loose group of 300 people. 1 DSOC's moving force, Michael Harrington, was well known, but the group had no presence in activist movements, was almost all white, and published only a newsletter. The other organization that in 1982 would join with DSOC to form DSA, the New American Movement, NAM, had no relationship with DSOC, considered itself revolutionary, and engaged in debates over party building with The Guardian. Revolutionary nationalist currents in communities of color had a far larger social base than DSOC and NAM combined. The new communist movement was only 5 years old, but already it was recognized as a current on the rise, and its ideological framework was largely setting the terms of left debate as a whole. Immersion in mass movements. A key reason for this Young Trends initiative was its prominence within mass movements. Many of its cadre had been leaders in one or another 60s struggle, and still more had been stalwarts in the ranks. The movement brought these organizers' work under its wing, thus attaining a strong foothold in popular movements from its inception. And as hundreds of activists left college campuses or transformed youth-based people of color organizations into Marxist-Leninist groups, the movement acquired the left's largest contingent of young cadre devoted to sinking roots in the working class and communities of color. The final period of anti-Vietnam War organizing coincided with the movement's formative years, and partisans of the new trend were ever present in anti-war campaigns. They did not lead the new mobilization to end the war in Vietnam, the MOB, sponsor of the huge November 1969 demonstration in Washington, or either nationwide coalition formed after the MOB split in 1970. But young Marxist-Leninists were a key component of one of those coalitions, the People's Coalition for Peace and Justice, and anchored local organizing in several cities. Because of their internationalist vision, Movement Cotter were among the most persistent activists at exposing the true nature of Nixon's Vietnamization troop withdrawals and mobilizing for continuing anti-war actions. Meanwhile, The Guardian influenced the entire peace movement, since the paper carried the most reliable reports from Southeast Asia, via dispatches from Wilfred Burchett, and also provided the best coverage of strategic debates among anti-war organizers. The new Marxist-Leninists devoted special attention to anti-war agitation among workers and minorities. They were active in such initiatives as the Third World Front Against Imperialism, formed by more than a dozen people of color organizations in New York City in 1971. Cotter worked within the coffee shop movement and other projects aimed at active duty GIs and helped build Vietnam Veterans Against the War, which in 1973 changed its name to Vietnam Veterans Against the War/Winter Soldier Organization and adopted a radical, anti-imperialist program. And they incorporated anti-war agitation in their earliest efforts to build a base in factories, offices, and working-class communities. To advance such efforts, RU took the lead in organizing November 1972 demonstrations sponsored by Marxist-Leninist groups and the rank-and-file workers' organizations they had launched. These actions marked the movement's first independent anti-war initiative. They took place in about a dozen cities and drew anywhere from a few hundred people to 5,000 in New York. 2 These were small turnouts by the standards of the huge national demonstrations, but on their own terms they were reasonably successful. The young movement showed that it could act in a coordinated manner nationwide, and proved that it could mobilize a small but significant working class and people of color audience behind anti-imperialist and anti-racist, not just anti-war, demands. In anti-war and other work, new communist groups supported civil disobedience and militant tactics when employed by large numbers. In keeping with mainstream Leninist tradition, however, they opposed small group armed actions or propaganda of the deed by such groups as the Weather Underground, as well as all tendencies toward violence or terrorism directed at civilians, such as that practiced by fringe formations like the Symbionese Liberation Army. In the labor movement, besides RU's influence in the Farah support campaign and OLE's leadership in the Meade strike, new communist cadre were able to establish organizations of radical workers in at least a few large workplaces and unions. The RU initiated the outlaw group among postal workers, and OL cadre were prominent in the Brotherhood Caucus at the Fremont, California General Motors plant, where the caucus insurgent slate swept to Union leadership in 1973. Local newspapers aimed at workers were launched by non-RU Marxist-Leninists in St. Louis, Chicago, Madison, and other cities. In Detroit, former members of the League of Revolutionary Black Workers led a wave of wildcats at auto plants in the summer of 1973. At Chrysler, two black workers, Isaac Shorter and Larry Carter, seized an electric power control cage and shut down the entire assembly line. They were protected from plant security and police by their fellow workers. Chrysler was forced to capitulate, and a picture of Shorter and Carter being carried out of the factory on the shoulders of their co-workers, as well as excerpts from their calls for worker solidarity and social revolution, were published in many mainstream dailies and in just about every radical periodical in the country. 3. Concentrations in communities of color. Within communities of color, the young movement rapidly made its mark. It was the dominant left trend within the Asian American community, where its ideas about the need for a U.S. revolution and support for Marxist-Leninist parties in China, Vietnam, and the Philippines spread well beyond activist ranks. Accompanying the broad projection of a revolutionary vision was the extensive day-to-day work of the activists who formed or joined Iworkun, Wei Minshi, the Asian Study Group, the Union of Democratic Filipinos and other collectives. The San Francisco Bay Area sections of these groups played leading roles in one of the key battles shaping the 1970s Asian American movement, the fight to defend San Francisco's International Hotel. Housing mainly elderly Filipino and Chinese bachelors, whose life options had been restricted by racist anti-miscegenation laws, the I Hotel stood in what remained of a once thriving Manila town. Despite a sustained grassroots campaign that garnered tremendous popular support and mobilized thousands for a last-ditch effort to physically block the sheriff's final assault, the tenants were evicted and the I Hotel was torn down in 1977. Among Puerto Ricans, the main new communist groups, Peruo, the post-1972 Young Lords, and El Comite, shared predominant influence with the Puerto Rican Socialist Party, which after 1973 was the largest of the three. PSP based itself on Marxism-Leninism, but it did not consider itself part of the new communist movement because it did not agree with the framework of anti-revisionism and, as a party uniting Puerto Ricans on the island and in the U.S., did not have as its central goal building a single U.S. Communist Party. Thus the new communist movement was not the exclusive organizational occupant of the large terrain held by Third World Leninism in the Puerto Rican community. But it was positioned as a key component of this influential revolutionary bloc. Within the Chicano movement, Marxist-Leninist ideas held an important presence, but anti-revisionist organizational efforts initially lagged behind. CASA was a strong radical and working-class pole, but like PSP it did not define itself as anti-revisionist or devote itself to building a new U.S. vanguard party. The RU, OL, and CL each recruited among Mexican-American youth but established only a limited foothold. The key activists pressing Marxist-Leninist views within the La Raza Unida party had begun to work together by 1972-73, but it was only in 1974, by which time LRUP was past its peak, that they consolidated themselves into the August 29 movement. Early work within the Black Liberation Movement was uneven. The RU put a great deal of energy into support work for the Black Panthers in 1968-70. After its recruitment policies changed in 1970, RU tried to develop its own base among African Americans but achieved only minor success. CL and OL fared somewhat better, with OL building on its work at Meade to gain a small following among black workers in the South, and CL deploying CATA recruited from the League of Revolutionary Black Workers to add support among African American workers in Detroit and a few other cities to its South Central LA base. The Black Workers' Congress maintained its visibility after being launched in 1971, especially through the well-publicized activities of prominent leaders such as James Forman, but it was unable to develop sustained organizing campaigns in local areas. Still, the early and mid-1970s saw a steady stream of fresh black activists and organizations gravitate toward the new communist movement. These included individuals in many cities who had been in and around the Black Panther Party but disagreed with the directions taken by both the Cleaver and Newton factions after their bitter split. It also included the leading core of the African Liberation Support Committee. By the time the ALSC officially declared itself an anti-capitalist Black United Front in 1973, the key ALSC leadership from Malcolm X University and the Youth Organization for Black Unity, publishers of the respected newspaper The African World, were promoting Marxism-Leninism rather than revolutionary nationalism. Central activists such as Abdul Al-Kalimad from People's College in Nashville, founded in 1970, were likewise emerging as advocates of Leninism inside and outside the ALSC. Partisans and sympathizers of the new communist movement also established a presence at the 1972 National Black Political Convention in Gary, Indiana, which drew 8,000 and founded the National Black Political Assembly. Authors identifying with the new movement were regularly featured in the Black Scholar, and the influence among black activists of the revolutionary states and parties championed by the Marxist-Leninists, Cuba, China, Cabral's PAIC, Frelimo in Mozambique and the MPLA in Angola, was at its height. Altogether, the anti-revisionist current held wide initiative and seemed on the threshold of becoming a leading force within the African American movement. Campaigns to defend political prisoners necessarily accompanied anti-racist efforts, and radical organizing in general, during this period. Movement activists threw themselves into many of them. But the main prep-party groups did not participate in the largest, the campaign to free Angela Davis, because Davis was a member of the PUSA and CP. Activists were central to the defense effort. For a time The Guardian was an exception. It gave the case extensive coverage and co-sponsored its annual summer picnic with the Committee to Free Angela Davis in 1971, before it threw itself full force into party building. Point 4. Several Leninist groups participated in and/or gave support to the Hawaiian People's Movement for Land and Sovereignty. Elsewhere in the U.S., movement organizations backed Native American struggles in their propaganda. The Guardian's coverage of Wounded Knee was of high quality, but did not distinguish themselves in organizing efforts or in providing theoretical analyses of indigenous peoples' histories or current realities, and recruited few American Indians to their ranks. U.S. China friendship work. The first wave of movement Cotter did not limit their anti-imperialist organizing to campaigns against the war in Vietnam, though that remained their main priority until the Paris Peace Agreement was signed in January 1973. Solidarity with the armed movements in Africa was another focus, largely though not exclusively through the African Liberation Support Committee. Efforts to promote sympathy with China and normalization of U.S.-China relations were given a special priority. Movement activists were in the forefront of launching local U.S.-China friendship committees beginning in 1971. In 1973, celebrations of the anniversary of the Chinese Revolution, October 1, were held in more than 24 cities, with 5,000 attending events in New York and the San Francisco Bay Area. By 1974, more than 35 local committees had been formed and the National U.S.-China People's Friendship Association was set up. 5. Meanwhile, the Union of Democratic Filipinos centered its solidarity work on the growing insurgency in the Philippines. Others who identified with the party-building movement, many of them veterans of the Vence Ramos brigades, held key positions in Cuba solidarity work. They also participated in the 1972 formation of the Committee of Solidarity with Chile aimed at opposing Washington's destabilization of the elected government of Marxist Salvador Allende. After the bloody 1973 coup, Chile solidarity work expanded to include boycotts of Chilean goods and campaigns to aid refugees. On campuses, in prisons, behind desks. A large percentage of its founding cadre had come to Marxism-Leninism out of the 60s student rebellion, so it is hardly surprising that the movement attached considerable importance to revitalizing campus-based activism. Student radicalism was regarded as a force in its own right, and students from working class and minority backgrounds were regarded as a key bridge to their communities of origin. The most ambitious campus effort was the already mentioned RU-led Attica Brigade, which in 1974 changed its name to the Revolutionary Student Brigade. But just about every new group conducted some kind of student work, and for some it was a top priority. IWK maintained the link it had established at the beginning of the 1970s between work in San Francisco's Chinatown and organizing at UC Berkeley for 20 years, recruiting many students and smoothly transitioning them into post-graduation projects. Prisoner support was another priority. And as revolutionary ideas spread behind the walls, at least one new Marxist-Leninist organization was formed by prisoners themselves when inmates in New York formed the People's Party. 6 At a far different location on the class spectrum, Marxist-Leninists were prominent within many of the radical professional, academic, and research organizations that attained influence in the late 1960s/early 1970s, including the North American Congress on Latin America, NACLA, Health Policy Action Center, Medical Committee for Human Rights, MCHR, Union for Radical Political Economics, URPE, Union of Radical Criminologists, Committee of Concerned Asian Scholars, and the National Lawyers Guild, which anti-revisionists briefly dominated later in the 1970s. Despite an ambivalent attitude toward feminism, see Chapter 6, early movement groups did deploy cadre within the women's liberation movement. A few joined the socialist feminist women's unions that sprang up after the formation of the Chicago Women's Liberation Union in 1969-70, though some groups were charged with treating the women's unions simply as sites for recruitment, rating. More frequently, movement groups tried to promote their perspective on women's equality by sponsoring their own events, especially each year on March 8, International Women's Day. Programs typically emphasized the gains women had made in China, Vietnam, or Cuba. After the formation of the Coalition of Labor Union Women, CLUW, in 1974, several groups sent cadre into its local chapters. Electoral politics. No new communist organization supported George McGovern's 1972 anti-war and reform presidential candidacy, though a handful of individual cadre did. The major groups all focused their energy on grassroots organizing and regarded participation in traditional electoral politics as a betrayal of principle. After Nixon was re-elected and the Watergate incident turned into a government-shaking scandal, some groups tried to create a left pole within the amorphous movement to impeach Nixon. The RU initiated a network of throw the bum out committees, and other Marxist-Leninists took part in the grassroots national campaign to impeach Nixon. Neither managed to reach beyond the already active left. In the fall of 1973, movement cadre, again mainly from RU, tried to give direction to the widespread anger and sporadic protests that broke out in response to the so-called energy crisis. The U.S. government and media blamed the crisis on Arab oil-producing countries who conducted a 6-month selective embargo of the U.S. and a few other countries that had backed Israel in the 1973 Middle East War. In fact, manipulation by the oil companies was more responsible for gasoline price hikes and lines at filling stations than the embargo. Neither Marxist-Leninists nor others on the left succeeded in building durable anti-corporate protest groups. But the movement, especially through The Guardian and a widely distributed pamphlet put out by RU's United Front Press 7, did as well or better than anyone else in getting its analysis out. Indeed, by 1973 the new communist movement had acquired a publishing capacity rivaling that of older and more established trends. It also excelled in literature distribution. Its young, energetic, and self-confident cadre were more willing than others to spend a long day hawking newspapers on a street corner, sit for hours behind a campus literature table, or get up at 4:30 in the morning to distribute leaflets at a factory gate. At the opposite end of the literature distribution spectrum, movement ideas gained a surprising foothold within mainstream publishing. The early 1970s saw a flood of volumes painting positive pictures of Mao and the Chinese Revolution. Macmillan published James Forman's The Making of Black Revolutionaries in 1972, and Anchor Books / Doubleday even put out The Essential Stalin, Major Theoretical Writings, 1905 to 1952, edited with an unabashedly pro-Stalin introduction by H. Bruce Franklin, in 1972.8. Much of the young movement's practical organizing and propaganda work was afflicted by a counterproductive ultra-left tilt. Imperialism was almost always described as being in crisis. Despite general calls for an anti-imperialist united front, exposing what were considered reformist illusions, and those figures who allegedly spread them, almost always received priority over establishing durable relationships with reform-minded leaders. Setting up small, politically pure mass organizations under anti-revisionist control was almost always preferred over long-term base building and contention for influence within actually existing mass organizations. While able to produce some short-term results, this proved an ultimately disastrous policy, contributing substantially to the isolation of the Marxist-Leninists as U.S. politics in the 1970s shifted rightwards. Militant rhetoric was regarded as a necessary staple of mass agitation, and a general spirit of looking over your left shoulder, to make sure positions could not be criticized as insufficiently revolutionary, infused much of the group's political work. But the early 1970s were not quiet times, and for a few years the pluses stemming from the movement's youthful energy balanced the minuses of its ultra-revolutionary rhetoric and tactics. The very scope and quantity of the movement's efforts were impressive, and the new trend gained considerable prestige from being more closely identified with Third World revolutionary movements than any other tendency on the U.S. left. Likewise, it had a greater proportion of African Americans, Puerto Ricans, Chicanos, and Asian Americans in its leadership and membership ranks, and gave more practical and propaganda priority to combating racism and foreign intervention, than any other socialist trend. Shaping left debate. The combination of extensive practical work, widespread promotion of its ideas, multiracial composition, and a powerful anti-racist and anti-imperialist thrust rapidly made the new trend a force to be reckoned with on the left. Even bitter rivals were forced to engage with its version of Marxism-Leninism. The New American Movement, for example, was the most ambitious organizational effort to continue the revolutionary but not Leninist strand from the late New Left. More precisely, from the white side of the New Left, since NAM was all but completely white and never made much effort to alter this fact. The process of forming NAM began in 1970, by 1972 it had roughly 1,000 members and 30-some local chapters, making it larger than any single anti-revisionist organization, though considerably smaller than the new communist movement as a whole. 9 The next year NAM leaders Frank Ackerman and Harry Boyd authored a major analytic article, Revolution and Democracy, which came to serve as NAM's unofficial party-building manifesto. Revolution and Democracy argued that the Bolshevik model was inappropriate for the late 20th century US, and that a more open and democratic alternative was required. What is most striking about this manifesto today, however, is the ground it concedes to Marxism-Leninism, particularly its Third World variant. We admire, and draw inspiration from, many accomplishments of the Russian, Chinese, Cuban, and Vietnamese revolutions. We have far greater reservations in the case of Russia than in the other cases, of course, about what the post-revolutionary government has become. In no case is our admiration uncritical. But in general, we identify with all the revolutions mentioned here as representing, on balance, very positive steps forward in world history. It is sometimes suggested that anyone who identifies with the revolutions of China, Cuba, and Vietnam is really a Marxist-Leninist, since those countries are the vanguard of the worldwide Marxist-Leninist movement. Moreover, as we will discuss, we deeply value Lenin's contributions to revolutionary theory and practice. If that is what the term means, we surely are Leninists. But the more common usage defines Leninists as those who believe in the need for a vanguard party, modeled on the Bolshevik party organization. In this sense, we are clearly not Leninists. For those who consider this approach too great a deviation from Leninist or Maoist orthodoxy, we urge them to take seriously the spirit of the Chinese Communists, and to adopt the method of Lenin. We identify with Lenin's revolutionary spirit and determination, we agree with his critique of mechanistic determinism and economism, his writings on the nature of the state, his approach to creating a revolutionary alliance of the oppressed, and his treatment of nationalism and imperialism. 10. Less than a decade later the authors of Revolution and Democracy wrote in a far different vein, all positive references to revolution, Lenin, and Third World communists were removed if not explicitly repudiated. The authors' advocacy of a mass, democratic socialist formation was not abandoned, for a few more years, at least. But whereas in the early 1970s this view had to justify itself in relationship to the Leninist legacy, and even try to enlist the method and spirit of Lenin and Mao on its side, in the early 1980s the pull on NAM came from the opposite, social democratic direction. Boyd himself played a leading role in advocating merger between NAM and DSOC to form the non-revolutionary and proudly anti-communist DSA. A similar road was traveled by another early NAM leader, Michael Lerner. In 1973 he published the New Socialist Revolution 11, which argued a perspective very close to Revolution and Democracy. Many twists and turns, and 13 years later, Lerner would launch Tikkun magazine, ideologically located somewhere between vague humanism and mild social democracy and, while critical of many Israeli government policies, unalterably Zionist. In the early 1970s, though, the far stronger pole was set by Third World revolutionaries and the new communist movement. After Erwin Silber wrote a critique of Revolution and Democracy, Boyd, Ackerman, and Silber engaged in an extensive back and forth in the Guardian's pages. 12, NAM collected these articles and published them in a pamphlet. Both sides claimed victory in the encounter, but in the short term the edge lay with the Leninists, since several Leninist tendencies formed within NAM and broke off to affiliate with the new communist movement, but no comparable side switching took place in the other direction. A number of PUSA dissidents, including former party leaders Al Richmond and Dorothy Healey, did join NAM after condemning anti-democratic practices within the CP and resigning in the early 1970s. Socialist Review, SR, magazine, which was close to NAM though not formally affiliated with it, went through a similar evolution. SR was founded as Socialist Revolution in 1970, and quickly established itself as a vehicle for theoretical discussion among a significant layer of New Left veterans. James Weinstein was the driving force behind SR, which he regarded as a vehicle for building toward a new mass socialist party in the tradition of Eugene Debs. Weinstein had argued for such a direction while on the editorial board of Studies on the Left before divisions among the editors led to Studies' demise in 1967. While an opponent of Leninism, SR began with a strong anti-imperialist thrust and like NAM presented its views as a more effective revolutionary framework than that of the new communist movement. By the late 1970s the magazine's outlook, like NAM's, was under pressure from the opposite direction, and it signaled a rightward shift in orientation with a 1978 name change to Socialist Review. Left intellectual tendencies that lack specific organizational linkages reacted to the Marxist-Leninist agenda as well. The magazine Radical America, founded in 1967, gave voice to a non-dogmatic radicalism that especially explored issues of working-class history and culture. A similar perspective infused the pamphlet publishing efforts of the New England Free Press, NEFP, an outgrowth of the earlier SDS Radical Education Project. These institutions shared the new communist movement's emphasis on rooting the left within the working class, as well as many of its criticisms of social democracy, but were extremely critical of Leninism. In 1976 NEFP issued Russell Jacoby's Stalin, Marxism-Leninism and the Left, which critiqued what it called the revival of Stalinism and the emergence of the new Marxist-Leninist parties and movement. The next year Radical America carried a major piece by Jim O'Brien titled American Leninism in the 1970s. O'Brien's article was a well-researched survey by a non-Leninist of the various Leninist groups. The author considered such a piece useful because a sizable number of the most serious, hard-working, most self-critical, and most deeply radical people in the present-day left are members of Leninist organizations or would like to be. In particular, a very high proportion of those leftists doing political work in a working-class context are Leninists. 14 While examining the PUSA and various Trotskyist groups, O'Brien wrote that the most striking development in American Leninism in the early 70s was not the fate of the CP or its already existing rivals, but the rise of what became known to its partisans as the new communist movement. Jacoby, O'Brien, and others writing in Radical America elaborated themes struck in the earlier critiques of Marxism-Leninism by Carl Oglesby, Phil Hutchings, Julius Lester and Stanley Aronowitz. But like those earlier warnings against dogmatism, their impact was limited, mainly because they had little to offer in terms of strategic or, especially, organizational alternatives. The contrast with the new communist movement, which offered a vehicle for coordinated and collective action, was sharp and not to the critics' advantage. Marxist-Leninist Cotter mainly regarded this outpouring of criticism as evidence that opponents were worried about their movement's growing influence. Gaining ground versus revolutionary nationalism. Marxism-Leninism also gained ground relative to revolutionary nationalism within the African American movement. Though these two currents intertwined considerably in the first few years after 1968, a process of differentiation inevitably took place as revolutionaries started to formulate more defined strategies and build organizations to implement them. Questions of how to develop a united working class movement and construct a multiracial communist party necessarily loomed large for individuals gravitating toward Leninism, but these were known issues for nationalists concerned with formulating nation-building programs of various sorts. This sorting out process began in the very early 1970s and by 1973-74, amid increasingly sharp polemics, it had proceeded relatively far. 15. The most ambitious attempt to consolidate a broad-based organization on revolutionary nationalist principles was the Congress of African Peoples, CAP. Following its establishment in 1970, CAP tried to consolidate local chapters that would advance its program of self-determination, self-sufficiency, self-respect, and self-defense and its near-term goal of forming a black political party. Only a small proportion of the 3,500 people present at CAP's founding took up this task. However, launching CAP chapters in about a dozen cities. The most extensive organizing was conducted in Newark, where the Amory Baraka led Committee for a Unified Newark became the local CAP group, and published CAP's newspaper, Black Newark. Over the next few years differences sharpened over the weight to be given electoral politics and cultural nationalist practices and over the role of black business ownership in the freedom movement. Negative experiences with black elected officials whose proclamations of black unity covered a pro-capitalist agenda, the influence of Cabral and Marxist-led movements in Africa, and the polemic between Marxists and nationalists within ALSC combined to reshape CAP's outlook. By 1973 the group was advancing Marxist concepts, by spring 1974 it was taking the Marxist side in the inner ALSC polemic, and in fall 1974 it formally embraced Marxism-Leninism. CAP's shift paralleled the ideological evolution of the central activists in Malcolm X Liberation University and YOBU. In January 1974 those Cotter, along with others from Nashville's People's College and a few other circles, formed the Revolutionary Workers League, RWL, as an initially secret communist group. During this period cultural nationalist pioneer Ron Karenga also rethought certain of his earlier notions about race and class and began writing in a Marxist vein. Then in 1975 Baraka proclaimed himself a full-fledged Marxist-Leninist and projected this transformation to a broad audience via an article, Why I Changed My Ideology, in the Black World. 16, originally called Negro Digest, Black World was published by the Johnson Corp., which also published Ebony and Jet. A seminal figure in the Black Arts movement, the central Black Power organizer in Newark, and chosen in 1973 Secretary General of the National Black Political Assembly, Baraka was the best-known figure to publicly align himself with the new communist movement. His declaration was all the more dramatic since just a few years earlier he had been an outspoken nationalist. Not all black nationalists became Marxists, of course. On the contrary, there was sharpening criticism of Marxism from many influential figures, for example poet and Third World Press founder Haki R. Madhubuti, Don L. Lee, who denounced the latest attack on black nationalism and Pan-Africanism by the New Left, the sons and daughters of the Old Left. 17 nationalist organizations such as Kwame Tours APRP and RNA continued their efforts, and especially on campuses there was a continuing reservoir of support for nationalist perspectives. But the revolutionary nationalist current was unable to develop a strategic or organizational initiative able to garner mass support. Thus as the 1970s wore on it lost ground relative to reformist black elected officials on the one hand and, in revolutionary-minded circles, to the new Communist Party building movement. Competing Leninist trends. The new communist movement was also encouraged by the way its rivalry was unfolding with other self-proclaimed Leninists. The often bitter competition on this front took a toll, especially in alienating workplace militants caught in the crossfire between rival brands of communists at their factory or office. But the very fact that a large portion of the left was competing for the mantle of the real Marxist-Leninists convinced most movement cadre that they were on the right course. The title Marxist-Leninist was evidently quite a valuable prize, and the anti-revisionists were convinced that their fidelity to the Bolshevik model and close identification with the Chinese, Vietnamese, and Cubans, recognized even by critics such as Boyd and Ackerman as the vanguard of the worldwide Marxist-Leninist movement, gave them the inside track. Even by 1971 the new communist movement had eclipsed its competitors for the Marxist-Leninist title out of the New Left, PL and Weatherman. A slightly modified version of early Weatherman politics did regain a measure of initiative in 1974 after the Weather Underground published Prairie Fire, The Politics of Revolutionary Anti-Imperialism. 18 This led to the formation of the above-ground Prairie Fire Organizing Committee, PFOC, which along with the Weather Underground continued to frame its outlook in Marxist-Leninist terms while rejecting the central role of the working class. PFOC still did not see any problem with the racially segregated movement and sought to organize only whites into its international solidarity and other campaigns. For a brief period in the mid-1970s PFOC exercised a measure of initiative. But, not least because of its all-white composition, it was unable to mount a serious challenge to the new communist movement, much less gain the prominence its predecessors had achieved within SDS. Among the left tendencies that focused prime attention on the working class, an energetic rival was Third Camp Trotskyism, whose 1960s/1970s revival was led by the International Socialists, IS. Point 19 in many respects is history paralleled that of the anti-revisionist groups. The organization was made up overwhelmingly of young people radicalized in the 1960s, and its most rapid growth, as well as its shift from being a student-based group to one focusing on industrial organizing, occurred in 1968 to 75. But ideologically, the gap between IS and the new communist movement could not be bridged. Third Camp Trotskyism not only regarded the USSR as an exploitative society and backward force in world politics, but considered China, Cuba, and North Vietnam to be non-socialist societies ruled by counter-revolutionary Stalinist parties. Describing its ideological counterparts in Britain, Tariq Ali wrote, "Their view of world politics seemed to me to be bizarre and far too Eurocentric. When I discovered that for them there was no qualitative difference between Chiang Kai-shek and Batista on the one hand and Mao Zedong and Fidel Castro on the other, I realized that I would always be a stranger in their house. Their hostility to the Chinese and Cuban revolutions and the possibility of further outbreaks of a similar sort in the future was, in my eyes, tantamount to writing off a large part of the globe." 20. In practical terms, its top priority was sinking roots in large-scale industry, and its greatest concentrations were in the UAW and the Teamsters. Intensely hostile to trade union officialdom, the group advocated building caucuses and movements among the union rank and file rather than attempts to win union office. While expressing support for non-workplace-based movements of peoples of color, and gays and women, IS focused its organizing overwhelming on the workplace. It recruited a handful of African American workers in the auto and other industries but remained an overwhelmingly white group throughout its existence. IS appealed to young radicals looking for a disciplined, working-class, oriented group but wary of Stalinism in any form. It reached a peak of roughly 500 members by the mid-1970s, but throughout that decade it functioned in the shadow of the new communist movement. IS itself noted the disparity, writing that during the late 60s and early 70s there was a sorting out of politics. The majority of the revolutionaries created in those times, if they remained active, became part of the anti-revisionist, new communist or Marxist-Leninist current, the Maoists. We refer here not only to the few thousand combined members of the Marxist-Leninist organizations, but the several times that number who looked to them for leadership and who expected them to form a new unified party. 21. The ultimate rival. Far more difficult was the new movement's attempt to outdistance the PUSA. For anti-revisionists, the CP was the ultimate rival, the prime organization they had to supplant in order to be recognized as the genuine representative of Marxism-Leninism in the US. To the new movement's advantage, within the generation of 1968 its influence was already larger than the CP's. New Communist Party builders benefited immensely from the prestige China enjoyed among anti-racist and anti-imperialist youth as well as among broad layers of the left intelligentsia, in contrast to the sullied reputation of the USSR. The fact that the average movement cadre was much younger than his or her PUSA counterpart also meant that it could deploy more human energy in mass organizing campaigns. But the Communist Party could not be eclipsed easily. It had a long tradition, international ties, including relationships with the Cubans and Vietnamese, and financial resources. Between 1968 and 1973 the party maintained cohesion within its core leadership, kept most of its older members within the fold, and retained many of the connections it had built up over decades within labor and the black community. Support for the Soviet invasion of Czechoslovakia had caused the CP tremendous embarrassment and led to some defections, but there was no internal upheaval comparable to the explosion of the mid-1950s. Meanwhile, the Angela Davis campaign produced a rise in the PUSA's standing and boosted recruitment. Out of this effort the CP initiated the National Alliance Against Racist and Political Repression in 1973, probably the most successful party initiative of the decade. the party's relative strength among a layer of African American activists, which, among other things, led to a prominent CP role in some Black Panther defense efforts, was also an asset. In absolute numbers, the Communist Party's membership and periphery in 1972–73 was probably almost the same size, though much older in average age, as the young anti-revisionist trend. The PUSA, in short, was dug in. And its leadership was confident that it would outlast its uppity challenger, a far from unwarranted conviction as things turned out. But for a few years the party was forced into a defensive posture. The leadership was compelled to veer away from its long-standing policy of publicly ignoring all socialist trends positioned to the PUSA's left. In response to the Guardian's spring 1973 forums, the PUSA's Daily World ran a series of articles attacking Maoism and the Guardian. 22 movement Cotter took this as grudging recognition of their growing influence, and as evidence that the CP felt the need to shore up its defenses and try to inoculate its followers against its rivals' views. A pullback toward mainstream politics. But even as the movement gained ground among activists who had rejected the system, changes were underway that undermined the significance of this advance. In particular, the traditional channels that had been so tightly closed in 1968–70 began to open slightly as establishment liberals tried to recapture the initiative. The biggest change was the rise of a strong reform wing in the Democratic Party, which crystallized in George McGovern's successful quest for the 1972 presidential nomination. McGovern mobilized many veterans of the 1968 McCarthy and Kennedy bids and appealed to young people who wanted an end to the Vietnam War. He made a major effort to enlist liberal feminists and to a lesser extent sought the support of the established African American leadership. A number of Democratic candidates for lower offices pursued a similar course. While uneven nationwide, altogether it added up to a sophisticated liberal offensive that sought both to regain initiative vis-a-vis the Republicans and to bring those sectors alienated from traditional politics back into the two-party system. While the Nixon landslide in 1972 stymied McGovern on the first point, liberalism did reasonably well on the second. Many people who had leaned leftward after 1968, especially white college students, fell in behind its banner. On a parallel track, a number of prominent New Left veterans saw openings within mainstream politics and set off in that direction. Tom Hayden, main author of SDS's Port Huron Statement in 1962 and a key New Left leader throughout the 1960s, was one of the first to shift course. A savvy, pragmatic activist, Hayden was widely charged with opportunism for this turnabout. But a careful review of Hayden's 1960s activism, as well as a close reading of his 1988 memoir Reunion, makes clear that this turn was more consistent with his earlier efforts than it appeared. Through the 1960s Hayden was committed to peace and anti-racism, but he never became a convinced anti-capitalist, much less a Marxist. His consistent reference point was how to assemble sufficient power to achieve rapid, tangible results. When the political system stonewalled New Left efforts, Hayden advocated street protests and proved a charismatic protest leader. When conditions changed, Hayden saw the opportunity to get quicker results by taking his skills into the electoral arena. His stance on many specific issues shifted to the right, but his fundamental framework changed very little. Hayden's first attempt to respond to changed political terrain was the Indochina Peace Campaign, IPC, which he founded with Jane Fonda and others in 1972. IPC's goal was to take the anti-war message into Middle America. Despite the campaign of vilification conducted against Fonda because she had been photographed in North Vietnam wearing a helmet and looking approvingly at an anti-aircraft gun, IPC reached many people previously distant from anti-war activity. After IPC wound down in 1974, Hayden mounted an unsuccessful challenge to California Senator John Tunney in the 1976 Democratic primary. Then Hayden formed the Campaign for Economic Democracy and moved deeper into California Democratic Party politics. Numbers of other radicals followed a similar course, and by 1975 enough had won public office to form the National Conference on Alternative State and Local Public Policies, a network of election-oriented progressives. The McGovern and Hayden efforts were overwhelmingly white. But a parallel motion was underway among African Americans. Significant numbers of black aspirants to political office were beginning to walk through the doors opened by the 1965 Voting Rights Act and the mass politicization of the black community. Richard Hatcher became the first black mayor of a major northern city in Gary, Indiana in 1968, and other successful efforts followed on the local, state and congressional levels. Though the progressive sentiments of African American voters kept most black elected officials from shifting as far from the left as their formerly radical white counterparts, their general drift was in the same direction. The divisions that surfaced after the 1972 National Black Political Assembly reflected this dynamic. A week after the Assembly released its National Black Political Agenda, the Congressional Black Caucus issued its own manifesto, which activist Ron Walters called a watered-down version of the Agenda 23, and though the Assembly had mandated that the agenda be promoted independently of both major parties, leading black elected officials ignored that decision and endorsed McGovern. Strategic challenges. This back to the mainstream motion was still in its early stages in 1972-73. But from its inception it posed significant strategic and tactical challenges to the revolutionary left. As reform politics regained initiative and possibilities arose for progressives to win public office, it was inevitable that masses of people would support efforts to utilize these openings to try to attain their goals. In these circumstances, it was inevitable that skillful pro-capitalist figures would try to position themselves as leaders trying to change the system from within, attracting many who had labored in grassroots movements during headier times. What did these new dynamics mean for revolutionaries? Precedents existed for a range of responses. One alternative was to jump into the midst of this reform motion and fight for left influence within it. Another was to denounce those who pursued electoral office or other reformist goals as succumbing to establishment co-optation, to use the popular sixties pejorative term. A great deal depended on the revolutionaries' assessment of capitalism's near-term prospects. If the system was in precarious shape, facing big economic shocks, international defeats, and so on, and if millions of workers were just a jolt away from moving rapidly to the left, then reformist efforts were likely to be fragile and short-lived, giving way rapidly to another round of mass upheaval. But if Washington was able to cut its losses in Southeast Asia, limit strain on the economy and recapture the allegiance of discontented strata, and if a mass-based conservative revival was taking shape that would exert a huge rightward pull, especially on trade union officialdom, millions of suburban-dwelling white workers, and former students who were entering the professional strata, then there were stronger arguments for trying to establish a left pole within more traditional forms, or at least straining every nerve to try to forge the broadest possible alliances on a minimal program of mass action against reaction. Under those circumstances, focusing solely on building explicitly left-led organizations and agitation for revolution would inevitably relegate anti-capitalists to the margins. The new communist movement, along with other revolutionary tendencies, made its choice largely on the basis of the 1905 to 1917 analogy and its general leftist tilt. The dress rehearsal for revolution framework pressed relentlessly toward an assessment that the system was in big trouble, that reform openings were more superficial than real, that new popular upsurges were right around the corner, and that the vast bulk of the working class was on the verge of moving decisively leftward. To be sure, there was evidence of instability on every hand. The Watergate scandal, not brought under control until August 1974, was doing daily damage to the political system's credibility. From 1970 on, economic troubles were weekly front-page news, and this was even before the worst recession of the post-World War II period took place in 1973-76. Another factor shaping the movement's posture was that in the early 1970s it was still in the process of defining itself as a distinct revolutionary trend. Some of the key figures in the new reform motion were the very people the young radicals had denounced in the process of forging a Marxist-Leninist outlook. To turn around and participate in initiatives alongside, much less led by, these sellout liberals would have required a tremendous emotional as well as analytic leap. Together such factors made it all but inevitable that the young movement would position itself mainly outside the early 1970s reform motion and denounce it for misleading the masses. The movement did not seriously consider trying to position itself within an informal popular front where it would both cooperate and contend with reformists in the McGovern and Congressional Black Caucus camps, sometimes inside and sometimes outside the Democratic Party. Nor did it decide that it needed to dig in for a very long haul and take a patient approach to working within trade unions and other large working class organizations, allying with reform-minded figures and trying to build a broad and rooted progressive current. Even if the Marxist-Leninists had adopted that approach, they would have faced an uphill fight. The 1970s did see major economic and other shocks, but the resulting shift in the country's mass politics was to the right, not the left. Heightened class, political and racial antagonisms broke the New Deal coalition apart. A backlash against advances by peoples of color gained ground among millions of middle-class and working-class whites. What analyst Mike Davis called a sustained insurgency of nouveau riche strata 24, aimed largely at reshaping state spending and intervention to reinforce the subsidized position of the middle strata and new entrepreneurship and curtail Great Society type programs targeted at minorities, women, and the poor 25, became a nationwide force. The dominant sections of capital turned to the deregulation, all power to private capital constellation of policies that would later be dubbed Reaganism and neoliberalism. Under those circumstances, for revolutionary-minded activists to have been able to consolidate the allegiance of a substantial social base and help cohere an effective and broad-based progressive front would have required both incredible strategic foresight and enormous tactical dexterity, hardly to be expected of a trend whose activists were mainly in their 20s. Perhaps if an old left party had shown the flexibility to embrace the energy of 60s activists while imparting to them historical perspective and political sophistication, more fruitful directions might have been chosen, and many of the most talented and dedicated activists from the 1960s would not have devoted themselves to building pure revolutionary structures that were out of touch with the sentiments of even progressive-minded workers. It could also have made a big difference if Martin Luther King had not been assassinated and had been able to utilize his unique stature to force both liberals to his right and revolutionaries to his left into some kind of 1970s version of the Rainbow Coalition. Given Malcolm X's trajectory in the last year of his life, it is also possible to conceive of him playing such a role. But these scenarios are almost pure what-ifs. In the real world, the ineffectiveness of the old left and the murderous violence directed against these two black leaders, who were simultaneously the two most important overall leaders of the 1960s movements, were inescapable facts of life. 6. Elaborate doctrine. Weak class anchor. As the new communist movement grew and contended with other trends, it further elaborated its theoretical outlook and strategy. Red Papers 1 in 1969 had established the initial framework, and for the next several years this strongly Maoist perspective shaped the movement's agenda. Further, since Maoist ideas held initiative within the wider spectrum of Third World Marxism, they influenced much broader layers of revolutionaries who were also debating such matters as how best to combat racism, what strategy to pursue in the labor movement, and so on. For the new communist movement proper, defining an ideological pedigree and mastering the fundamentals of Marxism-Leninism were considered key tasks. Activists delved into study of the labor theory of value and other central components of Marxist political economy, philosophy and the scientific method of dialectical and historical materialism, and classical communist doctrine concerning the vanguard party and the dictatorship of the proletariat. Hundreds of cadre participated in reading groups covering Marx's Capital or portions of Lenin's collected works. The majority read shorter works by Marx, Engels, and Lenin. But study group leaders often found it more expedient to utilize articles by Mao and Stalin, which tended to be even shorter, written in more popular language, and more schematic. Two pieces by Stalin were particular favorites: Dialectical and Historical Materialism, his popularization, many would say mutilation, of Marxist philosophy, and the foundations of Leninism. 1. His codification, many would say mechanistic distortion, of Lenin's ideas. Whatever the mix of texts, this surge of study gave Khorkhader an immersion in Marxist-Leninist doctrine as well as a common language for communication across geographic, racial and organizational boundaries. It also combated, though never fully overcame, the strong current of anti-intellectualism that afflicted the movement. This had deep roots in the general anti-intellectualism of U.S. society and the less talk, more action impulses that predominated within sections of the late New Left. Further, for all its calls to study, the movement's worshipful attitude toward the Marxist-Leninist classics distorted the intellectual development of its adherents. Virtually all the movement's pioneer organizations stressed the universal truth of Marxism-Leninism and argued that, theoretically, the challenge before U.S. communists was solely to apply this truth to concrete conditions in the U.S. This outlook suggested that all truly important theoretical questions had already been resolved, and it betrayed a certain fear that too much exploration of new theoretical terrain would lead inexorably toward a revisionist betrayal of revolutionary principle. In the movement's early years, when the boundaries of what was and was not acceptable had not yet been rigidly codified, the immersion of Khader in study of the classics tended to have a net positive effect. But particularly after 1974, see Chapter 9, the movement paid a terrible price for embracing this quest for orthodoxy. The corollary to studying the fundamentals was defining the lines of demarcation separating Marxism-Leninism from opportunism. The mandate for this task came from Lenin's dictum that before we can unite, and in order that we may unite, we must first of all draw firm and definite lines of demarcation. Two party builders thus analyzed the history of the socialist movement in terms of revolutionaries drawing one line of demarcation after another with allegedly opportunist trends, anarchism in the mid-19th century, social democracy in the early 20th century, Trotskyism in the 1920s. For Maoists, but also for many others who were critical of the USSR and seeking an explanation for its failings, the thesis that in the 1950s and 1960s a new line of demarcation had been drawn, with Soviet or modern revisionism, held tremendous appeal. The most comprehensive case for this view was presented in the CPC's early 1960s polemics, in particular the June 14, 1963 proposal concerning the general line of the international communist movement and the 9 supplementary comments which followed. 3 Red Papers 1 had drawn its critique of the Soviet Party from this source, but the CPC went into much greater depth. They identified the Soviet 20th Party Congress in 1956 as the first step along the road of revisionism and accused Khrushchev of using his criticism of Stalin to negate the fundamental theories of Marxism-Leninism. The CPC argued that all the contradictions of the contemporary world were concentrated in the vast areas of Asia, Africa, and Latin America, the storm centers of world revolution, and argued that the CPSU erred by failing to acknowledge the depth of the conflict in this component of the world's struggle for socialism. The polemics made a major point of attacking the Soviet leadership for seeking reconciliation with Yugoslavia, charging that under Joseph Tito's rule Yugoslavia had restored capitalism. In the last comment, which differed somewhat in perspective from the others and was the only one written by Mao himself, the CPC charged that Khrushchev was taking the Yugoslav road and there was a danger of capitalist restoration in the Soviet Union itself. Evaluating the history of the PUSA. Applying this framework to U.S. left history, the new movement considered the PUSA a revolutionary party from its formation in the wake of the Russian Revolution up until the mid-1950s. The CP was credited with having made an outstanding contribution to organizing industrial workers, fighting racism, promoting internationalism, and building a broad popular front in the 1930s and 1940s. Even during its heyday it was seen as having a tendency to downplay the importance of Marxist-Leninist theory and to make reformist errors in practical policy. Supposedly these came to a head with leader Earl Browder's move to transform the party into a loose, non-vanguardist communist political association in 1944. But, according to the movement's received wisdom, Browder was criticized and expelled with the assistance of the international movement in 1945, and the CP regained its Marxist-Leninist bearings. things allegedly went sour for good in the mid-1950s. A bitter internal battle erupted following Khrushchev's criticism of Stalin, which the new communist movement regarded as a conflict between revisionists and anti-revisionists. Supposedly the revisionists, with Soviet backing, triumphed at the PUSA 16th National Convention in 1957. In that interpretation, many members even further to the right quit the party, while the genuine Marxist-Leninists remained inside and tried to stave off the full consolidation of opportunism. In the early 1960s, when the differences between the CPC and CPSU exploded into a public rupture, these anti-revisionists left the PUSA or were driven out. The bulk then formed PL, which supposedly upheld Marxism-Leninism until it too degenerated in 1967–68, leaving the vacuum to be filled by the new communist movement. This perspective was not unanimously held. Some activists and groups, especially in and around the Communist League, were much more negative about the PUSA's history. They argued that the CP had been infected with opportunism and had played a reformist rather than a revolutionary role even during the 1930s. They also felt that many CP members credited with being anti-revisionists during the fight against Browder, in particular William Z. Foster, were revisionists themselves. And they disputed the idea that PL had ever been an anti-revisionist force. These differences were not of strictly theoretical interest, they had concrete practical implications, especially concerning whether or not to model the new movement's work on the Popular Front strategy of the 1930s CP. Though the stakes in this debate seemed large to those involved, the entire range of opinion was remarkably narrow. In light of the new material about the PUSA that appeared beginning in the 1970s, books by both former members and new left historians, including Al Richmond, Peggy Dennis, Joseph Starobin, Mark Nazon, and Maurice E. Sermon, the oversimplified character of the revisionist versus anti-revisionist framework becomes apparent. 5 But much of this material was still unpublished in the early 1970s, and at the time discussion in the new movement's ranks was no less sophisticated than the deliberations in other parts of the activist left, the United Front and the Proletarian Corps. When it came to translating ideological principles into strategy, the United Front Against Imperialism framework introduced in Red Papers 1 was dominant. The concept was inspired by a brief paragraph in the CPC's proposal concerning the general line: the proletarian parties in imperialist or capitalist countries must maintain their own ideological, political, and organizational independence in leading revolutionary struggles. At the same time, they must unite all forces who can be united and build a broad united front against monopoly capital and against the imperialist policies of aggression and war. 6. The main article in Red Papers 2 elaborated Baru's application of this view to U.S. conditions, calling for a united front with 5 spearheads: 1. The national liberation of Black and Mexican American peoples, and support for the democratic rights of all oppressed minorities; 2. Against imperialist aggression, support for colonial liberation; 3. Against fascism; 4. Against the oppression and exploitation of women; and 5. Unite the proletariat to resist the attack on living standards. 7. Not everyone who accepted the United Front Against Imperialism formula agreed with the RU's interpretation. There was a wide spectrum of views about which constituencies would play the key roles within the front, the issues around which it should be built, and so on. And some circles rejected the whole formula and proposed alternatives, such as a united front against fascism concept drawn from the Seventh World Congress of the Comintern in 1935, or a class against class position in which alliances with non-working class sectors played little or no role. Consistent with the movement's general ultra-left tilt, however, in the early 1970s just about every group conceived of the United Front more as a collection of different sectors or organizations under party control than as an alliance of different political forces that were able to find a degree of common ground. Bound up with the question of strategy was settling on a class analysis, in particular, determining which sectors of the working class were destined to lead the class as a whole. To identify these key sectors, movement groups utilized mixtures of 4 criteria: 1. What groups of workers actually produced surplus value for the capitalists? 2. Which sectors consisted of large concentrations of workers employed in big enterprises? 3. Which sectors included the largest proportions of workers of color? And 4. Which workers labored under the most oppressive conditions? This analysis led most early organizations, following communist tradition, to target the industrial proletariat, workers in large-scale industry, mining, communication, and transportation, as the leading proletarian core of the working class. Others targeted the lower strata or deeper strata as the most reliable revolutionary force. These strata overlapped with the industrial proletariat, but tilted more in the direction of including many non-industrial but non-white and severely oppressed workers, while excluding some of the better paid, and disproportionately white, industrial workers. In either case, anti-revisionists simultaneously targeted the most privileged workers, termed the labor aristocracy, following Lenin, as the social base for the backward trade union bureaucracy and for the opportunist views that misled the majority of the working class. These perspectives contrasted sharply with analyses, some descended from the new working class theories of the mid-1960s, that gave weight to professional and technical workers, and/or believed all categories of workers had equal political potential. The movement's focus on reaching the proletarian core necessarily required adopting a policy toward the trade unions. Most groups hewed to the traditional communist position that unions were the basic mass organizations of the working class, the first line of defense against employers, but were simultaneously limited to a reformist role by their acceptance of collective bargaining rules within capitalism. This generally translated into an approach of working within the existing labor movement with the aim of transforming it into a powerful bloc of class struggle unions. Only a few groups, for relatively brief periods, advocated boycotting the existing unions and trying to create pure radical alternatives, dual unionism. Still, the dominant tendency in the early 1970s saw the key to building class struggle unions as developing opposition caucuses in which communist cadre largely determined the caucus program and held dominant organizational influence. Skilled organizers utilizing this approach could often draw around themselves a small nucleus of left-leaning workers. But it did not encourage the formation of alliances with non-communist reform leaders, or even with cadre of other communist groups, nor did it give much priority to patient work with the rank-and-file workers who were not already radicals. This probing of strategy was not matched by much discussion about what society would look like after the revolution. Matters were left at the level of restating general formulas about the need for a dictatorship of the proletariat, with occasional additions about continuing the revolution along the lines of the Chinese Cultural Revolution, or praise for Cuba's use of moral rather than material incentives. Movement propaganda would point to gains made by workers, peasants, or women in China, Cuba or North Vietnam, but little was said about the structure of a socialist U.S. The national question. Beyond the foundation stones of ideology and strategy, two specific issues stood center stage in the movement's doctrinal self-definition, the national question and the question of international line. In this the new communist current demonstrated its roots in the upheavals to the 1960s, whose central issues were racism and U.S. war-making abroad, as well as the influence of Third World-based revolutionary nationalism. The new movement devoted tremendous energy to analysis of the special oppression facing African Americans. To a lesser but still considerable extent it tackled the situation of Puerto Ricans, Chicanos, Asian Americans, and Native Americans. The dominant approach was to term these issues the national question and to utilize the framework of national oppression and national liberation. Activists leaned heavily on the perspective developed by the Bolsheviks and adopted by the PUSA in the late 1920s, especially on Stalin's 1913 article Marxism and the National Question. 8 A few voices within the movement felt that the use of national categories rather than racial categories, in particular, defining blacks as an oppressed nationality rather than as people singled out for special oppression via the social construct of race, was theoretically imprecise and reflected the mechanical application of a framework drawn from a different, European experience. but the entire movement shared the same stress on the centrality of anti-racism and the vital role of people of color movements. Just about all new Marxist-Leninists held that peoples of color faced dual oppression as both oppressed racial, or national, groups and, in their overwhelming majority, as sectors of the working class. Consequently, freedom movements among peoples of color were simultaneously integral components of the working class movement and cross-class liberation struggles, having a revolutionary thrust in their own right. In this second respect, they were inextricably connected to the upsurge of liberation movements throughout the Third World. The very language of the time, which frequently referred to peoples of color within the U.S. as Third World peoples, reflected this perspective. Further, anti-revisionist doctrine honed in on the central role that white supremacy in general and black slavery in particular had played in the development of U.S. political economy, class structure, and ideology, indeed, in shaping the distorted definition of who constituted a real American. The movement thus regarded the fight against white supremacy, and the battle for African American equality in particular, as pivotal not just for socialist revolution but for all democratic advance. Movement groups articulated their anti-racist perspective in various ways. Common formulations called for building an alliance between the multinational working class and the oppressed nationalities and asserted that racism, or national oppression, constituted the main obstacle to working class unity. Within these parameters there were a range of views. Controversy existed, for instance, over whether or not the black or Chicano people constituted a distinct nation within the borders of the U.S. Stalin's article had defined a nation as a historically constituted, stable community of people, formed on the basis of a common language, territory, economic life, and psychological makeup, manifested in a common culture. Few in the movement challenged this definition, but debate raged over whether the African American or Chicano community fit its requirements. 10 At stake was whether or not these peoples had the right of self-determination as used in the strict Leninist sense of the right held by and only by full-fledged nations, to establish a distinct nation-state. There was a more popular usage of the term self-determination, which meant the right of oppressed minorities to form organizations independently of whites, to develop their own ideological positions, and exercise control in their communities. The new communist movement was among that section of the multiracial left most committed to defending this type of self-determination, and movement activists of color frequently led in constructing autonomous Third World organizations. But as the young Marxist-Leninist groups became increasingly concerned with articulating their views in orthodox terms, the significance of this popular usage was pushed into the background. As we will see later, it turned out that there was no direct correspondence between whether or not a particular group believed that black or Chicano people constituted a nation and whether or not it consistently supported black or Chicano self-determination in the broad sense of the term, or what stance a group took in any particular controversy over busing, affirmative action, and so on. There were also differences over how to analyze and approach the racial cleavages among workers. A few sections of the movement attached importance to the relative material advantages, privileges, enjoyed by white workers, and stressed the need to identify and attack these in practical struggles and in educational work. But others regarded any stress on white privilege as abandoning a class-based perspective, and approached racism within the working class as a problem mainly of white workers' backward ideas. International line. Another central preoccupation was how to concretely express the Marxist-Leninist principle of proletarian internationalism. Overwhelmingly, building solidarity with national liberation struggles was considered a top priority. At the beginning of the 1970s, virtually all movement groups espoused some version of the thesis that U.S. imperialism was the main exploiter and enemy of the peoples of the Third World. This was the position of the Cuban and Vietnamese CPS, the main liberation movements in Africa and the Middle East, and the all but universal conclusion of young people radicalized during the period of the Vietnam War. It was also the mid-1960s position of at least one faction within the Chinese Communist Party. In 1965, Lin Biao, head of the Chinese People's Liberation Army and until 1971 the officially designated successor to Mao, had written in his widely circulated pamphlet Long Live the Victory of People's War, the contradiction between the revolutionary peoples of Asia, Africa, and Latin America, and the imperialists headed by the United States, is the principal contradiction in the contemporary world. 11. But consensus over the principal contradiction did not rule out substantial differences within the ranks, particularly over the role of the Soviet Union. The partisans of Mao Zedong thought, led by RUNOL, argued for the post-1968 Chinese position, which was that the USSR had become a restored capitalist state and a social imperialist superpower that all revolutionaries must oppose. Those inclined toward a more general Third Worldism as well as soft Maoists subscribed to an alternative view, which was highly critical of the USSR but skeptical of the claim that it had become a capitalist country. The Guardian was the main nationwide advocate for the latter position. On the doctrinal level these differences were quite sharp. Hard Maoists quoted Mao's 1970 statement that the Soviet Union today is under the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, a dictatorship of the German fascist type, of the Hitler type, while the Guardian described the USSR as socialist and called for a united front of all socialist countries in support of Vietnam. 12 Likewise, while the Chinese and their closest supporters were increasingly hostile to most parties that retained close ties to the Soviets, Cuba especially, the Guardian, PWOC and scores of Vence Ramos Brigade veterans promoted solidarity with Cuba as a touchstone of internationalism. These differences would eventually mature into a rupture that split the new communist movement down the middle. But in these early years they were overshadowed by unity in the ongoing mobilization against the Vietnam War, and by common solidarity with Beijing's campaign for recognition as the sole legitimate government of China. This was achieved when the UN ceded the People's Republic of China on October 25, 1971 and Nixon declared that Taiwan is part of China in February 1972. The Woman Question vs. Women's Liberation. The pioneer anti-revisionist organizations did not give what they termed the woman question the same degree of attention as the struggle against racism or the question of international line. But Marxist-Leninist tradition and the reality of an exploding women's liberation movement demanded that it be given some weight. So did the very real commitment of movement cadre, especially women cadre, to women's equality. Early movement efforts broke little new ground. Genuine equality between the sexes can only be realized in the socialist transformation of society as a whole. Read the quotation from Chairman Mao on the cover of Red Papers 3, which laid out the RU's analysis. 13 Initial theoretical engagement with sexism mainly consisted of arguing this proposition. Emphasis was placed on the links between women's oppression and capitalism, mainly on the use of women as a pool of cheap labor that could be moved in and out of the workforce, and on the experiences of working-class women and women of color. At least in these early years, anti-revisionism's zeal in offering a class approach glossed over the depth and complexity of sexism as a form of oppression in its own right. These problems were partly due to limitations inherited from traditional communism. But they also stemmed from a one-sided reaction to dominant trends in the women's movement. Rather than appreciating that movement's vitality, its fresh insights and the tremendous mark it was making on the entire society, the party builders of 1968-73 focused overwhelmingly on its shortcomings, in particular its domination by white, middle-class women. Marxist-Leninists weren't making this problem up, the class and race blind spots they noted were real. Moreover, these went beyond to be expected growing pains, since leading feminists made self-conscious choices that set women's liberation on a skewed class and racial trajectory. The most damaging was the decision to exclude black women from the women's movement's first nationwide gathering in the fall of 1968. The grounds for that decision, made by white women who all considered themselves radicals, was that the presence of black women, rather than being necessary for incorporating the experiences of all women, would shift the agenda away from sexism to racism. 14, inevitably a set of serious problems, including the emergence of a virtually all-white women's movement, flowed from this backward decision. Under such circumstances, it was not surprising that young Marxist-Leninists, and not them alone, regarded the early 1970s women's movement as an attempt by privileged white women to write themselves out of the drama of racial oppression, in which they were part of the oppressor group, by writing themselves in as victims in the drama of gender domination. 15 Equally galling was feminism's tendency to substitute facile analogies between sexism and racism for concrete analyses of their similarities and differences. Among other things, this obscured crucial differences in the way gender and race intersect with class. While women are distributed fairly evenly across the class spectrum, peoples of color are disproportionately concentrated in the lower class strata. It was because of such problems that most activists in minority communities, women and men both, looked askance at the early 1970s women's movement. Outright sexism was certainly part of the reason why many radical men denigrated women's liberation. But when an anti-imperialist, anti-racist, and anti-sexist organization such as the Third World Women's Alliance was also refusing to identify with the white women's movement, these conflicts could hardly be attributed to male chauvinism alone. Still, the early New Communists' narrow and mechanical approach only made the situation worse. It did not provide a framework for effectively combating class and racial blind spots or for unleashing the full radical potential of the anti-sexist struggle. Later, some of the second-wave Marxist-Leninist groups moved past reductionism to make far more sophisticated analysis of women's oppression. But by that time both anti-revisionism and the radical and socialist wings of the women's movement had lost their initial momentum, and the results were not nearly as great as they would have been had Marxist-Leninists adopted a more advanced viewpoint in 1968-73. Outright homophobia. The first wave of party builders also foundered in addressing the oppression of gay men and lesbians. Doctrinally, most of the movement simply ignored this issue, though The Guardian did decide by 1971 that it was appropriate to include opposition to discrimination against gays under the broad rubric of defending democratic rights. But whatever was formally said or not said, for the most part the movement's attitude toward homosexuality and the gay movement was decidedly negative. Fundamentally, most Marxist-Leninists shared the homophobia prevalent in society as a whole, and on the issue of gay rights they surrendered to prejudice instead of analyzing and opposing it. To rationalize homophobic attitudes that were increasingly being rejected by the progressive community, and especially by the women's movement, many party builders pointed to the anti-gay tradition of mainstream communism as well as the backward positions of the Chinese or Cuban CPS. Prior to World War I, several European socialist parties supported agitation for homosexual rights, and immediately after the October Revolution the Bolsheviks repealed all laws against homosexual activity. But this stance was reversed under Stalin, and intense hostility to homosexuality became the communist norm. The PUSA generally followed suit, though in some pockets a more tolerant ethos prevailed. For instance, ex-PUSA member Harry Hay, founder of the Matachine Society in 1951, the first lasting gay rights organization in the U.S., spoke positively of the attitudes of many former comrades long after he had left the organization. 16. But there were additional reasons that gave the movement's homophobia a particularly bitter edge. These were described by former Revolutionary Union leader Steve Hamilton. Communists are always having to defend unpopular, un-American notions such as anti-racism and communism. It is nice to be like any other worker on something. By and large that is more possible on cultural issues in general and on something like that homosexuality, that after all has not much to do directly with worker versus boss oppression. Also, I think it has to do with why anyone is homophobic, i.e., 1. Fear of loss of sex role definition. As communists we want people to be tough, be fighters, so are you particularly tended toward glorifying the macho image for men? 2. A puritanical reaction to the sexual openness, greater flexibility in sexual expression, that is suggested by homosexuality. Communists have to demand self-sacrifice, some subordination of personal fulfillment to political tasks, and if they resent doing it they may be particularly bothered by the hedonism they perceive in people around them. 17. The new communist movement, like much of the early 1970s socialist left, also accepted the myth that there were few if any gays and lesbians of color and / or from working class backgrounds. Together these sentiments resulted in homophobia pervading the first party-building groups. Most regarded gay liberation as an issue for privileged whites at best and a backward distraction from the class struggle at worst, and the majority of early groups prohibited open gays or lesbians from being members. The movement had a similar though less mean-spirited reaction toward the environmental movement. Again, there were grounds for criticizing environmentalism's then dominant trends. The first Earth Day in 1970, for instance, was promoted largely by establishment liberals spearheaded by Wisconsin Senator Gaylord Nelson, who boasted that part of their agenda was to divert young people from anti-imperialism into a safer arena. Still, the Marxist-Leninists were unable to see beyond such maneuvers to appreciate the significance of one of the most crucial issues and vital movements of the 1970s and beyond. Mao Zedong thought. During its formative period, the foreground ideological self-definition of this new trend was anti-revisionist or Marxist-Leninist. The groups that hewed most closely to the outlook of the Chinese Communist Party considered Marxism-Leninism Mao Zedong thought synonymous with contemporary Marxism-Leninism, but others in the movement, while praising Mao, refrained from or differed with this usage. The term Maoist was then regarded as a pejorative by all those sympathetic to Mao. Early on this seemed to many to be a mere semantic or tactical difference. But in fact it reflected the temporary coexistence within one movement of perspectives that would later prove incompatible. Maoism did provide the most elaborate framework available for early 1970s revolutionaries who were critical of the USSR, and it served as the new movement's strongest single reference point. But it did not, and could not, consolidate behind its banner all those who rallied to the perspective of Third World Marxism. For one thing, official proclamations notwithstanding, Mao Zedong thought was not a consistent doctrine. It contained different and only superficially compatible elements, and in fact was an amalgam of perspectives associated with different factions within the Chinese Communist Party. One tendency stuck closest to the orthodoxy of Marxism-Leninism as developed under Stalin. This was the dominant framework in the anti-revisionist polemics of the early 1960s. A second thread gave far more weight to Third World nationalism than classical Stalinism had done, and also tended toward populism in constantly emphasizing the people rather than the working class. Lin Biao's Long Live the Victory of People's War, which put forward a strategy of the countryside of the world surrounding the cities, most reflected this tendency. Finally, there was Cultural Revolution Maoism, with its emphasis on a constantly aroused populace bombarding the headquarters and creating socialism through ideological enthusiasm regardless of the level of technology, industry, and science, and without state institutions where workers could elect, and recall, their leaders. Infused with voluntarism, the view that human will can change history regardless of objective conditions, this view bordered on anarchism. Inspiring as it was to young radicals worldwide, it was more distant from classical Marxism than any other tendency in the CPC. Translating these threads into a perspective for U.S. revolutionaries made for a complicated mix. On the one hand, it was the Cultural Revolution and Lin Biao style support for Third World liberation that first attracted U.S. radicals to China's banner. But in trying to turn this attraction into a concrete program, these same activists were inexorably drawn to the more comprehensive, and more Stalinist, anti-revisionist polemics. At the beginning of the 1970s most cadre believed that all these threads constituted a coherent whole. But in China, the authors of the anti-revisionist polemics had been denounced and ousted from power as opponents of the Cultural Revolution. 18 and Lin Biao fell from power, and died in a suspicious plane crash while fleeing China, in 1971 as the CPC leadership prepared to host Richard Nixon and begin its rapprochement with Washington. It was only a matter of time before conflicts along similar ideological lines broke into the open among U.S. Maoists. Even more important, the U.S. movement was not made up of activists who took leadership from the CPC alone. Many had a stronger affinity for the communist parties of Vietnam or Cuba, which both pursued their own, independent revolutionary paths and regarded the USSR as a socialist bulwark and integral part of the world anti-imperialist front. The Vietnamese offered a traditional Leninist framework close in basic logic, though not on several specific assessments, to Chinese views in the early 1960s. 19 The Cubans were the most willing to innovate ideologically, and were far more flexible about developing relationships with groups that did not originate within, or even feel friendly to, any section of the traditional communist movement. Meanwhile, other young Marxist-Leninists were influenced mainly by African revolutionary leader Amilcar Cabral, who also believed the USSR to be socialist, by ideas emphasizing autonomous organizations of workers prominent in the Italian extra-parliamentary left, or by Antonio Gramsci, whose major works were just beginning to circulate widely in English. It was inevitable that the full range of views within the international far left would find expression among U.S. radicals. It was perhaps more surprising that the CPC did not match its polemical aggressiveness about forming new anti-revisionist parties with any direct steps to promote unity among its international supporters. Even though the CPC compared its role to Lenin's anti-revisionism of 50 years before, it did not follow his course of organizing a new communist international. In contrast to the Bolsheviks in 1918-23, the CPC called no conferences of anti-revisionist parties and sent no emissaries to other countries to promote Marxist-Leninist unity. In the 1920s, Comintern intervention had played a key role in the formation of a single U.S. Communist Party, and a few years later intervened to end factional warfare within the PUSA. The CPC in the 1960s and 1970s took no such steps. Instead, the Chinese limited themselves to distributing literature, issuing abstract calls for unity, and establishing formal ties with various U.S. Maoist groups once these groups had been set up. In the early and mid-1960s the CPC had ties with PL, during the early 1970s it developed ties with both RU and OL. By and large U.S. Maoists lauded the CPC stance as one of high principle. After all, one of the main criticisms of the Soviets was that the CPSU waved the baton trying to control the affairs of other parties. Had the CPC exercised its influence, it almost certainly could have imposed greater unity on the early new communist movement. But the history of the Comintern shows that there were far more problems than benefits when a party in one country, no matter how prestigious, tried to guide parties in another. Still, with the benefit of hindsight, it seems very unlikely that the CPC's hands-off approach was due to principled regard for equality among communists. It stemmed more from simple lack of interest. Only one faction within the Chinese Communist Party seemed to believe it important to develop a trend of like-minded communist parties, and its leaders were removed from power early in the Cultural Revolution. 20 The other tendencies within the CPC saw little potential in revolutionary movements in the advanced capitalist world, and the dominant faction was much more interested in strengthening ties with Western governments. From its vantage point, it was useful to have groups in the US promoting friendship with China and the Chinese view that the USSR was a dangerous superpower, but beyond that, it was irrelevant what policies a US left group might pursue, or whether sympathizers with China formed a single party or not. No class anchor. Even if the CPC had acted differently, unity imposed from outside could only have been artificial and temporary. Far more decisive in determining the movement's future was the fact that it lacked a firm, institutional anchor within a class or substantial class fraction inside the United States. The 1960s upheavals had weakened the traditional structures that exercised authority within the working class, unions, urban Democratic Party machines, conservative churches. But radical movements had not succeeded in taking over these institutions or creating alternatives that involved hundreds of thousands of workers. The new generation of radical youth, including those who came from working class and or oppressed minority backgrounds, were rebelling against the dominant institutions in their communities as frequently as they brought the social bases of those institutions with them. As these young activists adopted Marxism, they set the goal of sinking roots in the working class. But they were not embarking on this project with the extensive class and community ties that characterize a more stable, cross-generational movement. Furthermore, Despite the turmoil of the times, no large and cohesive section of the working class turned leftwards as a united social force. Individuals from crucial strata embraced radicalism, but not those strata as such. Students and youth brought energy and passion to the revitalized left. But they were an inherently transient layer destined to scatter across the class spectrum. Even the black movement provided only a partial exception. The African American community, then unique among communities of color in size and nationwide distribution, was alive with social protest. But the Black freedom movement was a cross-class phenomenon. Only in the late 1960s did the specifically working class sectors of it develop independent radical vehicles and begin to act as an autonomous social force. Where this did occur, in Detroit more than anywhere else, it was possible to glimpse the potential power in a sustained interaction between revolutionary cadre and a coherent, in-motion social base. But this was too localized and fleeting a phenomenon to anchor a nationwide revolutionary trend. And even one solid stratum could only be a starting point. The US is a huge country with an extremely complex social structure and a deeply fragmented working class. It would take a large, strategically located and politically active sector, maybe more than one sector, to provide a sufficient anchor for the development of a durable revolutionary movement. 3 decades earlier, the huge upsurge of workers employed in mass production had provided that kind of base for the development of the PUSA. When such a powerful section of the working class takes the stage, it provides revolutionary activists with a reference point and reality check, an arena for large-scale organizing that not only develops their practical skills but provides strong incentive to maintain unity in action while debating differences. And the history of the left worldwide indicates that a large and active grassroots base is a powerful force for democratic practices within left organizations. Of course, the work of revolutionaries often plays a role in laying the groundwork for mass upsurges. But the main factor is the way millions spontaneously respond to injustice and exploitation. Revolutionaries can sometimes shape the direction of mass movements, but they cannot create them on their own. In its formative years, the new communist movement lacked that kind of class anchor. Most of its adherents recognized this, but they counted on one emerging a short way down the road. They envisioned this occurring partly through their own efforts and partly through the spontaneous spread of the 1960s spirit of resistance. But most of all, they anticipated further national liberation victories that would exacerbate internal class contradictions in the US, producing a capitalist onslaught against workers and a massive working class response. This seemed quite plausible at the time, and not just to radicals, but in the meanwhile this young movement had to hammer out its strategy, build its structures and develop its work. On the plus side, movement cadre were immersed in a variety of vibrant social movements. They functioned within a large, if loose, revolutionary milieu, and felt themselves part of a rising worldwide revolutionary trend. All this gave them a running start. But the lack of a class anchor meant that there were only limited checks on the tendency of a youthful movement to try to force history to move faster through isolated acts of confrontation and other forms of ultra-leftism, or the tendency of a movement disproportionately composed of individuals from the intelligentsia to lose its sense of proportion about theoretical differences and fall into self-destructive infighting. Likewise, the pressures from the broader society toward racial, sectoral, and geographical fragmentation were not countered by sentiments bubbling up from a vigilant multiracial base. They had to be fought mainly via ideological and organizational means. And there is a long history of left parties that lack a solid class base at home becoming dependent on models, and franchises, from abroad. The lack of a class anchor also contributed to the revolutionary left taking shape as a number of mutually hostile trends rather than a more cooperative alignment. Without minimizing the ideological and sociological differences between new Communist Party builders, PUSA supporters, revolutionary nationalists, and others, the way their disagreements manifested themselves in bitter sectarian battles was at least partly framed by this problem. A more cohesive class base for the left, which in various ways would have held all radical forces accountable for advancing its interests, might have changed the equation, offering immediate negative consequences for unchecked intra-left conflict. All this made for a set of delicate balances in the early new communist movement. Its young cadres' intense commitment and energy drove the movement forward, but frequently hovered on the edge of counterproductive adventurism. Early debates over differences gave the movement an intellectually stimulating and democratic character, but too frequently broke down into point-scoring and name-calling. The movement drew strength from its identification with national liberation movements, but the temptation to import their strategies for use in the U.S. threatened disaster. The new communist movement thus had to walk a tightrope as it sought to turn youthful revolutionary enthusiasm into a mature political trend. Success was possible, but without a class base external to itself to provide an anchor, a great deal depended upon self-conscious decisions about how to focus its partisans' energies. Those decisions, in turn, were bound up with the way the movement conceived of its chosen task, building a new Marxist-Leninist party. 7. Envisioning the vanguard. More than any other doctrine, the theory of the vanguard party shaped the new communist movement's development. Building a new party was the movement's main goal. Organizational priorities were calculated in terms of their contribution to achieving this goal, based ultimately on the movement's vision of what a Marxist-Leninist party would look like in the first place. Because the party question was so central to the new communist movement, this chapter is devoted to it, beginning with a brief review of Marx's and Engels' ideas on working class organization and Lenin's theory of a party of a new type. From there it looks at the ways different socialist trends took up the party question in the years between the Bolshevik Revolution and the upheavals of 1968. Finally it focuses on the conception of the revolutionary party adopted by the new communist movement. Point 1. Socialist organization, Marx and Engels. Marx and Engels did not develop a complete theory of socialist organization, but they did put forward a broad, general framework. Mainly in the Communist Manifesto, the founders of the modern socialist movement painted the following picture: the working class is increasingly united by the process of capitalist development itself. Out of their day-to-day struggles, the workers learn to combine into trade unions and then into a political party. The communists participate in the workers' movement alongside other working class parties and point out the fundamental, long-term interests of the working class as a whole. Here are the most relevant passages from the manifesto. But with the development of industry, the proletariat not only increases in number, it becomes concentrated in greater masses, its strength grows, and it feels that strength more. The various interests and conditions of life within the ranks of the proletariat are more and more equalized. Collisions between individual workmen and individual bourgeois take more and more the character of collisions between two classes. Thereupon the workers begin to form combinations, trade unions, against the bourgeois. Now and then the workers are victorious, but only for a time. The real fruit of their battle lies, not in the immediate result, but in the ever-expanding union of the workers. This organization of the proletarians into a class, and consequently into a political party, is continually being upset again by the competition between the workers themselves. But it ever rises up again, stronger, firmer, mightier. The communists do not form a separate party opposed to other working class parties. They have no interests separate and apart from those of the proletariat as a whole. They do not set up any sectarian principles of their own, by which to shape and mold the proletarian movement. The communists are distinguished from the other working class parties by this only: 1. In the national struggles of the proletarians of the different countries, they point out and bring to the front the common interests of the entire proletariat, independently of all nationality. 2. In the various stages of development which the struggle of the working class against the bourgeoisie has to pass through, they always and everywhere represent the interests of the movement as a whole. Point 2. Between the 1880s and the 1910s, the organizational work of most socialists proceeded along these lines. Working class parties were founded in most countries of Europe and in the US. The Socialist Second International, which all these parties joined, was founded in 1889. The International Working Men's Association, later termed the First International, had been formed in 1864 and dissolved in 1874. These parties were broad organizations that aimed to both reflect and embrace the entire working class. In some countries, especially Germany, the vast majority of politically minded workers did join the Socialist Party. The Socialist parties ran candidates for office, attempted to win a majority in parliament, published newspapers, tried to influence the trade unions and organized working-class sports and cultural clubs. Second international parties were loose organizations, revolutionary and reformist tendencies coexisted within them, and any individual could become a member by professing agreement with the party's aims and paying a nominal amount of dues. Members could, and did, form different organized tendencies and express their views publicly in their own publications. In the Second International parties a special role was assigned to the bourgeois intelligentsia. Lenin is often criticized for the allegedly elitist position that socialist ideas are brought to the working class by intellectuals. But this perspective was widespread among all tendencies, reformist as well as revolutionary, during the heyday of the Second International. It was Karl Kosky, later Lenin's bitter opponent, who wrote, "Socialism, as a doctrine, has its roots in modern economic relationships just as the class struggle of the proletariat has. But socialism and the class struggle arise side by side and not one out of the other, each arises under different conditions. Modern socialist consciousness can arise only on the basis of profound scientific knowledge. The vehicle of science is not the proletariat, but the bourgeois intelligentsia. It was in the minds of individual members of this stratum that modern socialism originated, and it was they who communicated it to the more intellectually developed proletarians who, in their turn, introduce it into the proletarian class struggle where conditions allow that to be done. Thus, socialist consciousness is something introduced into the proletarian class struggle from without and not something that arose within it spontaneously. The task of social democracy is to imbue the proletariat literally, saturate the proletariat with the consciousness of its position and the consciousness of its task. 3. Emphasis in original. The socialists of this period saw no contradiction between the intelligentsia bringing socialist ideas to the working class and the development of a thoroughly democratic party made up overwhelmingly of workers. In their view, once socialist ideas began to be popularized, those ideas and the party representing them would gain influence because the very logic of capitalism would keep pushing workers towards socialism. Eventually, the ever-growing unity and political consciousness of the working class would result in its ascent to power. The working classes in the developed capitalist countries achieved many gains through the mass socialist parties of the 1880 to 1914 period. Headway was made, though unevenly country to country, in securing political rights, the right to vote, greater freedom of speech, assembly, and the press, and the rights of trade unions to organize. But by the beginning of the 20th century new challenges had appeared, and a number of problems with the Second International model began to appear. This was the era of the transformation of competitive into monopoly capitalism. Among other things, this shift saw the major European powers, and the US, scramble for control of land, resources, and people in Africa, Asia and Latin America, and this struggle threatened war between the rival imperialist powers. Many socialists, Lenin prime among them, argued that this new, imperialist stage heightened the contradictions of capitalism and made revolution a practical question rather than a distant possibility. Further, this new stage laid the basis for a powerful alliance between national liberation movements in the countries oppressed by imperialism and workers' movements in the capitalist heartlands. But the transition to imperialism didn't bring only heightened revolutionary potential. New mechanisms for ensuring capitalist domination also appeared. Within the socialist movement itself there arose strong tendencies toward reformism, abandoning the goal of revolution for a program of reforms, opportunism, sacrificing the long-range interests of the entire working class for the temporary interests of a small part of it, and economism, narrowing the vision of the proletariat only or mainly to the economic, trade union struggle. The wing of socialism that adopted these perspectives focused its efforts only on immediate reforms, tended to subordinate the independent role of the working class to other classes, tailed behind the spontaneous trade union consciousness of the workers, and drifted toward an alliance with their own bourgeoisie against oppressed nations and also against the capitalists, and workers, of other capitalist countries. The leading voice of this tendency, which was widely criticized as revisionism, was Edward Bernstein, who summed up his views as "the movement is everything, the ultimate aim nothing. Lenin and the party of a new type." It was in this context that Lenin developed a radically new approach to the Revolutionary Party. Lenin's views were partly shaped by the particular conditions faced by the Russian socialist movement. Russia was still an absolutist dictatorship, in which workers' organizations, the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party in particular, were illegal and forced to function in an underground or semi-underground manner. Many of Lenin's specific organizational prescriptions flowed from this reality. But the central features of Lenin's approach were argued on general theoretical grounds and were presumably applicable to any country. Lenin's key point was an emphasis on the distinction between the Socialist Party and the working class. He challenged the dominant view that a revolutionary party could embrace the entire proletariat and called for building a party restricted to a self-conscious vanguard layer, that is, to the proletariat's most politically advanced section. For Lenin, this was the key to combating reformism, economism, and opportunism, and to mobilizing the working class for revolution. Lenin laid out his argument in What is to be Done, where he placed much greater emphasis than previous socialists on the limitations of spontaneous working class consciousness. Lenin went beyond Koskai's position that socialist consciousness had to be initially brought to workers by the intelligentsia. He argued that once socialist ideas entered the workers' movement, the force of bourgeois ideology would still constantly pull workers back toward a narrow, trade unionist consciousness. This pull could only be combated by a party made up of a vanguard minority of workers, and intellectuals, who had transcended the narrow horizons of reformism. This party would serve as the indispensable conscious element in the working class movement. It would not limit itself to strengthening the militancy of workers in economic struggles, but would utilize every instance of injustice to raise the consciousness of the proletariat. To belittle the socialist ideology in any way, to turn aside from it in the slightest degree, means to strengthen bourgeois ideology. There is much talk of spontaneity. But the spontaneous development of the working class movement leads to its subordination to bourgeois ideology, for the spontaneous working class movement is trade unionism, and trade unionism means the ideological enslavement of the workers to the bourgeoisie. Hence our task, the task of social democracy, is to combat spontaneity, to divert the working class movement from this spontaneous striving to come under the wing of the bourgeoisie, and to bring it under the wing of revolutionary social democracy. It is often said that the working class spontaneously gravitates towards socialism. This is perfectly true in the sense that socialist theory reveals the causes of the misery of the working class, and for that reason the workers are able to assimilate it so easily. Nevertheless, bourgeois ideology spontaneously imposes itself upon the working class to a still greater degree. Because bourgeois ideology is far older in origin than socialist ideology, it is more fully developed, and it has at its disposal immeasurably more means of dissemination, and the younger the socialist movement in any given country, the more vigorously it must struggle against all attempts to entrench non-socialist ideology, and the more resolutely the workers must be warned against the bad counselors who shout against overrating the conscious element, etc. Working class consciousness cannot be genuine class consciousness unless the workers are trained to respond to all cases of tyranny, oppression, violence, and abuse, no matter what class is affected. The Social Democrats' ideal should not be the trade union secretary, but the tribune of the people, who is able to react to every manifestation of tyranny and oppression, no matter where it appears, who is able to generalize all these manifestations and produce a single picture of police violence and capitalist exploitation. 4. Emphasis in original. Though its membership would be restricted to a minority of the working class, Lenin's vanguard would seek to win majority support in all layers of the proletariat. The key to accomplishing this was gaining the allegiance of what Lenin called advanced workers, individuals from working class origins and usually making their living through wage labor who led their co-workers in protests and strikes and on their own formulated independent socialist theories. These advanced workers were conceived of as arising in every country and as being the key bridge between the party and the mass of workers. The party, formed initially by intellectuals, would have to reach out to these workers and educate them so that their independent socialist theories were transformed into the outlook of scientific socialism. Further, the party needed to draw advanced workers into its ranks in such numbers that they would constitute a majority of the membership as well as a central component of the leadership. The party would then have the quality and composition required to win majority working class support. Even so, the party would not merge or fuse into the working class as a whole. Rather, it would maintain itself as a special advanced detachment of the class, prepared to lead the struggle for power. The organizational features of this party of a new type all flowed from this theoretical conception. To ensure that the party retained its vanguard character, the party could not be open to simply anyone who wished to join. Rather, the party itself would select who was to be admitted. Every member not only had to pay dues and support the party's program, but also conduct his or her political work as part of a party committee. In today's terms, Lenin argued for an activist rather than a paper membership list organization. It was this membership requirement that became the focal point of the differences between the Bolshevik and Menshevik reformist factions of the Russian socialist movement and catalyzed the split between the two. To ensure that the party functioned effectively in its battle with spontaneity, it needed to act in a nationwide, coordinated way. Hence it was to be organized along the lines of democratic centralism, meaning that once open debate and then a vote had produced a party position, all members had to maintain unity in action. Democratic centralism also meant that central bodies were given a great deal of power to direct the work of every other party committee. Within Lenin's framework, there was plenty of room for flexibility depending on circumstances. For parties that functioned legally, Lenin argued that open congresses should be held for the membership to elect party leaders. But for underground work in Russia, Lenin insisted that it was necessary to suspend the electoral principle. Instead of allowing the rank and file to vote for the Central Committee, that committee would be authorized to choose, co-opt, its own members. Lenin also believed that underground work required a higher degree of centralization, and that military-type discipline at times was necessary. Interestingly, both the Bolsheviks and the Mensheviks supported the notion that democratic centralism was required in Russia. Lenin wasn't criticized for advocating democratic centralism, but for being an ultra-centralist. Other conditions besides legality or illegality affected Lenin's thinking and the Bolsheviks' practice as well. After the failed 1905 revolution, for instance, Lenin expressed a more positive view of how far working class consciousness could develop spontaneously and how much the vanguard party could learn from, rather than only teach, the masses. He was deeply influenced by the fact that the Soviets, the Russian word for councils, were created spontaneously by militant workers and felt that the Bolsheviks had made a big mistake by initially opposing the Soviets because they weren't under the party's control. The experience also caused Lenin to expand his view of how broad membership in the vanguard party could be. At the time he wrote What Is to Be Done, Lenin conceived of a vanguard made up almost exclusively of full-time organizers and propagandists who kept shifting from one assignment to another. But after 1905, Lenin shifted his perspective and argued that workers who retained their factory jobs should be recruited in large numbers, as long as they met the requirements of supporting the party program and operating within the discipline of a party committee. Reformist versus revolutionary wings. An even bigger shift in Lenin's viewpoint occurred later, in response to the pro-war stance adopted by the majority of socialist parties after the outbreak of World War I. This betrayal of principle challenged internationalists to find an explanation for the depth of opportunism's influence. Up until that point, Lenin and his supporters had attributed opportunism to the spontaneous pull of bourgeois ideology and the influence of alien class elements, such as intellectuals who proclaimed their faith in socialism but refused to submit to the discipline of a worker-majority party. But these explanations were clearly inadequate, since the outbreak of hostilities saw some of the most prestigious sections of the workers' movement, for instance, the central leadership and trade union core of the large German and French parties, backing their own governments in inter-imperialist war. According to Lenin, the explanation lay in the dynamics of capitalism's new imperialist stage. In imperialism and the split in socialism, he argued that monopoly superprofits allowed the capitalists to bribe a section of the working class within the imperialist countries with better economic conditions and greater political rights than other workers at home and oppressed peoples abroad. These crumbs from the imperialist table were the material base for a privileged layer of workers, the labor aristocracy, to take shape and ally with their capitalists against the rest of the working class. 5 Thus the working class was materially split into two camps, a privileged upper stratum that was, at best, reformist, and a lower stratum that was the social base for revolutionary politics. The old notion of one class, one party was replaced by the concept of a divided working class within which a permanent battle raged between reformists and revolutionaries. The Leninist vanguard was conceptualized as rooted within and leading the revolutionary wing. The responsibilities of the vanguard thus needed to be expanded. First, the Revolutionary Party had to make a decisive break, both ideologically and organizationally, with the bankrupt socialist parties that represented the bribed labor aristocracy. Then, beyond the task of resisting spontaneity and alien class elements, it had to lead the struggle against the parties of working-class reformism. For tactical reasons, it might sometimes be necessary to form united fronts with reformist parties. But the fundamental relationship was considered one of struggle. Defeating reformism was considered especially urgent because, in the view of Lenin and his allies, the possibility of revolution was on the immediate agenda. This perspective was the theoretical basis for the development of the Bolshevik Party in the period immediately before the October Revolution. Likewise, it was the rationale for the formation of the Communist Third International in 1919. Revolutionaries in all countries were urged to break with the opportunist socialist parties, to set up new communist parties, and to prepare for insurrections aimed at seizing state power. Lenin did not, however, call for a monolithic party with no provision for inter-party democracy or dissenting views. He argued that differences within the party were normal and healthy and that they needed to be publicly expressed. He wrote that socialist debates in full view of the working class were a key way in which the party fulfilled its responsibility to raise the political and theoretical horizons of the proletariat. Whenever legality permitted, Lenin argued for elections to determine the party leadership, and he defended members' right to form factions on the basis of competing platforms. He made a sharp distinction between unity of action and unity of thought, and argued that discipline was appropriate only for carrying out actual work, not for the expression of opinion. Right up through the Bolshevik Revolution, and even afterwards, there were split votes on the Bolshevik Central Committee, and Lenin often was in the minority. Lenin's conception of the vanguard was widely criticized by other socialists. Bernstein and other reformists attacked Lenin's perspective as elitist, undemocratic, sectarian and aimed at subordinating the workers' movement to the narrow agenda of a few self-appointed leaders. Lenin was also criticized by figures in the revolutionary wing of the movement, among them Rosa Luxemburg and, at times, Leon Trotsky. 6 Lenin's opponents argued that there would be a strong tendency for such a disciplined vanguard to short-circuit the complex process of the working class coming to political maturity. Lenin thus violated the Marxist concept that the emancipation of the working class must be the act of the workers themselves. 7 Lenin's opponents also warned of a tendency for a highly centralized vanguard party to substitute itself for the working class in the exercise of power, and eventually for the top leadership of the party, or even a single individual, to substitute themselves for the party. Debate over this point was ongoing in the revolutionary left throughout the early years of this century. But following the Russian Revolution and the immense prestige it gave the Bolsheviks, Lenin's conception became dominant within socialism's revolutionary wing. Stalin codifies Lenin, the Marxist-Leninist Party. Within a few years of the October Revolution, the theory and practice of the vanguard party began to harden. Greater stress was placed on discipline and centralism, less weight was given to inter-party democracy or strategic cooperation with non-party revolutionaries. Monolithic unity began to be seen as a virtue. The context for this shift included the emergency situation brought about by civil war and counter-revolutionary intervention in Russia by capitalist armies, with the revolutionaries holding power only after tremendous losses, the economically and politically backward/undeveloped state of Russia, which would have been an immense obstacle to building socialism even if there had been no civil war, and the failure of revolutions in the West, especially in Germany, in 1917–23. Faced with these new challenges, the Bolsheviks took a series of steps that qualitatively changed the way they had previously functioned. At its 10th Congress in 1921, the party for the first time imposed a ban on factions and on public expressions of dissent by party members. Lenin stated that these were to be temporary measures, but in fact they became permanent policy. About the same time, the last representatives of other parties were excluded from positions in the Soviet government and there was a crackdown on the rights of all other socialists. Russia became a one-party state. This situation had been developing since the outbreak of the Civil War and was due in part to other parties backing the counter-revolution to varying degrees. But it had not been part of Lenin's, much less Marx's, pre-revolution perspective. Once it took hold, however, the essential merger of ruling party and state reinforced the most top-down interpretation of the vanguard party model as well as the most party-centered model of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Then Lenin died in 1924, and political differences that had existed between other top Bolshevik leaders erupted into a full-scale battle for power. Inevitably, much of the fight was waged in terms of who would best carry on Lenin's legacy. Thus each of the main contending figures, Leon Trotsky, Joseph Stalin, Grigory Zinoviev, Nikolai Bukharin, put forward his own formula of what constituted authentic Leninism, a term never used by Lenin himself. By the late 1920s Stalin had emerged victorious, and his definition of Leninism became the accepted formula: Leninism is Marxism of the era of imperialism and proletarian revolution. But Stalin didn't stop there. Rather, he moved to codify his interpretation of the ideas of both Marx and Lenin into an official doctrine to which all party members had to pledge allegiance and which he gave the name Marxism-Leninism. Zinoviev had laid the ground for Stalin's step with an earlier proposal to adopt the phrase Marxo-Leninism. 9. Stalin's squeezing of the many-sided ideas of Marx, Engels, and Lenin into a science of Marxism-Leninism, and his successful imposition of this framework on the Soviet and other communist parties, shaped, or rather, misshaped, the ideological development of the communist movement for decades. Following the upheavals of 1989, the late General Secretary of the South African Communist Party, Joe Slovo, would look back on communist organizational practice this way: it is clear that a sizable portion of the diet of so-called Leninism on which we were all nourished was repackaged Stalinism. Much of it was Stalinism in search of legitimization. The technique was to transform moments of specific revolutionary practice into universal and timeless maxims of Marxism which served to rationalize undemocratic methods both within the party and in society. 10. Stalin also put his particular stamp on the vanguard party model. In keeping with the shift toward top-down control, he asserted in the Foundations of Leninism that the party of Leninism was the embodiment of unity of will requiring iron discipline and ruthless struggle against opportunist elements. 11. By the end of the 1920s, the Communist International and its member parties functioned in ways that were quite different from Lenin's time. Though formal rules permitted members to assert differing opinions, in practice any expression of dissent was stifled. Even in theory the ban on factions was no longer portrayed as an emergency measure but was promoted as a virtue, indeed, as indispensable for maintaining the revolutionary character of the party. The deliberations of leading bodies were kept secret from the membership and the leading committees presented a picture of unanimous agreement to the rank and file. Immense power became concentrated in one or a handful of leaders. The Communist International, or Comintern, became completely dominated by the CPSU under Stalin. Officially sanctioned theory now emphasized the iron unity aspect of Bolshevism, not the development of a democratic political culture among comrades. The one class, one party view came back in a different form. Loyalty to the working class was equated with loyalty to the Revolutionary Party, and differences with the party line were characterized as reflecting alien class influences. Those holding such differences were labeled as objectively, and sometimes consciously, agents of the enemy class. Increasingly, the measure of a party's vanguard character was not its social base and influence within the revolutionary wing of the proletariat, but its allegiance to the so-called science of Marxism-Leninism and to the International. Further, the one-party state was promoted as an indispensable aspect of socialism, with the leading role of the Communist Party enshrined in law. During and after the period of Stalin's rule, he died in 1953, proponents of this model defended it as the embodiment of orthodox Marxism-Leninism, while left critics attacked it as a Stalinist distortion that turned Lenin's ideas completely upside down. It should be noted that within large non-ruling parties that had a substantial mass base, such as the Italian CP, the tendencies toward dogmatism and top-down dictate were muted. These parties' interaction with an energized proletariat promoted more democratic and innovative practices, even if no theoretical declarations were issued challenging the Stalinist model. In practice there was considerable distance between the functioning of such parties and much smaller ones that lacked a substantial base and were never able to break out of a sect-like existence on the margins of their societies. Alternatives to the Comintern model. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Great Divide in the socialist movement, adherents of the reconstituted Socialist International continued non-vanguard parties of the old type. These were the direct descendants of the pre-World War I socialist parties, the German Social Democrats, British Labour Party, French Socialist Party, and so on, but tilted even more toward strictly electoral activity. Party membership still formally remained open to anyone who wished to join, and individuals or factions were generally free to express their ideas in public. But statutes allowing expulsions of members for various reasons were utilized more frequently than in the past, mainly to remove activists who criticized leadership from the left. Most important, these parties became almost universally dominated by their parliamentary fractions, the core of leaders with seats in parliament, who more and more often pursued policies at variance with formal party objectives. In the years following World War II, most of these parties rescinded the nominal allegiance to Marxism they had up to then retained, and many even abandoned any formal programmatic commitment to replacing capitalism with socialism. Given this approach to organization, as well as the policies pursued by world social democracy in the 1960s, it was no surprise that almost all of the post-1968 revolutionary generation, even those who were suspicious of Leninism, rejected the Second International. Within the revolutionary camp, the different tendencies that broke off from mainstream communism mostly proclaimed loyalty to Lenin's conception of the party while interpreting it in slightly different ways. The Trotskyist movement defended the practice of the party of a new type up until Lenin's death. Though Trotsky himself supported many of the restrictions on inter-party democracy in the early 1920s, most Trotskyist parties argued that they were more democratic than their Stalinist rivals, and in practice many, though not all, did permit a larger degree of internal dissent. But Trotskyist parties frequently exceeded all others in claiming exclusive revolutionary status based on supposed allegiance to a correct line and continuity with the Bolshevik tradition rather than because they actually represented a large section of the working class. That outlook led to frequent divisions over doctrinal matters, and by the mid-1960s Trotskyism in most countries was made up of several mutually antagonistic small groups. Far more important for the 1968 generation were national liberation vanguards such as the African Party for the Liberation of Guinea-Bissau and the Cape Verde Islands, PAIGC, led by Amilcar Cabral, the Front for the Liberation of Mozambique, FRELIMO, and similar groups. These organizations, though self-defined cross-class fronts rather than strictly working-class parties, drew on the experience of the communist movement and functioned with a discipline that resembled the Leninist model. In this way, even without offering new theoretical arguments for their organizational practices, they buttressed the argument for Leninism. Still more important was the influence of the Cuban and Vietnamese communists. In Cuba, the central revolutionary figures, Fidel, Che, and their comrades, merged their July 26 movement and the traditional Cuban Communist Party in 1961 to form a new Communist Party of Cuba under their leadership. While not given to praise of Stalin and more flexible in its day-to-day workings than almost any other ruling CP, the Cuban Party advocated a Leninist model without qualification. So did the Vietnamese CP, which had long been a loyal Comintern affiliate. Maoism and Stalin's model. Most significant of all, however, was the influence of the Chinese Communist Party. In its initial anti-revisionist polemics, the CPC argued the case for the Stalin-codified Comintern party model. The CPC acknowledged, in a limited way, that there had been abuses of authority and violations of democratic rights under Stalin. But these problems were not attributed to structural flaws in Stalin's model, and in many ways the CPC polemic reinforced its most top-down interpretation. The CPC's argument combined defense of Stalin as a great Marxist-Leninist with insistence on the crucial role of strong party leaders. Khrushchev had criticized the development of a cult of personality that considered Stalin all but infallible, but the CPC dismissed this charge as essentially a ruse. Marxist-Leninists maintain that if the Revolutionary Party of the Proletariat is genuinely to serve as the headquarters of the proletariat in struggle, it must have a fairly stable nucleus of leadership, which should consist of a group of long-tested leaders who are good at integrating the universal truth of Marxism-Leninism with the concrete practice of revolution. The leaders of the Proletarian Party emerge from the masses in the course of class struggles and mass revolutionary movements. They are infinitely loyal to the masses, have close ties with them and are good at correctly concentrating the ideas of the masses and carrying them through. Such leaders are genuine representatives of the proletariat and are acknowledged by the masses. It is a sign of the political maturity of a proletarian party for it to have such leaders, and herein lies the hope of victory for the proletariat. 12. The CPC's message was clear. Khrushchev had criticized arbitrary repression, denounced adulation of an individual leader, released thousands of political prisoners, and opened up a certain space for dissent. But the CPC attacked Khrushchev for failing to put Stalin's repression in historical context and for using the concept of a cult of personality as a smokescreen for undermining of the dictatorship of the proletariat and the party's vanguard role. Whatever the weaknesses and self-serving aspects of Khrushchev's stance, and there were many, the essential point was that the CPC opposed the first democratic opening in the communist movement since Lenin's time. Behind these arguments, the CPC was of course less concerned with the historical question of Stalin than justifying its own monopoly on political authority within China. Everyone sympathetic to the Chinese in the Sino-Soviet dispute interpreted the CPC stance as an assertion that revolutionary politics and the most rigidly centralized vanguard party were inseparable. The Cultural Revolution and two-line struggle. This view was reinforced, though in somewhat roundabout fashion, by the Cultural Revolution. On the surface, it might seem that this allegedly grassroots upheaval would have promoted a more flexible, anti-hierarchical conception of the party, as well as a less party-centered view of the revolutionary process. To a limited extent this was true. The Cultural Revolution did inspire the formation of a few anti-hierarchical revolutionary organizations, mainly in France, where they were termed les Maos in contrast to the orthodox groups dubbed Marxist-Leninist. 13 But similar sentiments in most countries, including the US, never developed into a coherent tendency, and most of the early new communist movement picked up on aspects of the Cultural Revolution that pushed in a very different direction. Prime among these was the tremendous weight given to ideological purity. Mao declared that the correctness or incorrectness of the ideological and political line decides everything, and this dictum was quoted endlessly. 14 And despite its attack on party leaders taking the capitalist road, the Cultural Revolution still projected the idea that a single vanguard party was the only possible vehicle for formulating and implementing a correct line. Mao's Little Red Book opened with the chapter titled The Communist Party and stated, "Without a revolutionary party, without a party built on the Marxist-Leninist revolutionary theory and in the Marxist-Leninist revolutionary style, it is impossible to lead the working class and the broad masses of the people in defeating imperialism and its running dogs." 15. Then there was the cult of Mao Zedong. Mao's picture was everywhere, he was praised as the great helmsman, he was given credit for personally saving the CPC from opportunism, and he was commended for almost single-handedly initiating the Cultural Revolution. Marxism-Leninism was even renamed Marxism-Leninism, Mao Zedong thought. The phrase wrapped up the overall package, having the correct line decides everything, the party is the only possible embodiment of the correct line, the key to maintaining the party's revolutionary purity is a strong, if not near infallible, leader. All this simply put more colorful, 1960s dressing on the perspective that had come to dominate the communist movement under Stalin. In some respects it even hardened that perspective further. The Cultural Revolution put front and center the idea that all differences of opinion within the party directly reflected differences in class outlook. This approach was crystallized in the thesis of two-line struggle. Narrowly speaking, this referred to the idea that a constant battle between proletarian and bourgeois lines raged within the party itself. More broadly, it meant a mandate for waging sharp struggle defending proletarian against bourgeois ideology in every area of life. In terms of inter-party debate, two-line struggle meant that there was a premium on identifying one viewpoint as a bourgeois line and its strongest supporters as a bourgeois headquarters. Those within that headquarters were subject to the charge of being on the capitalist road, objective representatives of the bourgeoisie who, if they persisted in their erroneous ways, could only become self-conscious agents of the enemy class, or, in countries where the communists held state power, a new bourgeoisie themselves. While seeds of the two-line struggle framework can be found in Lenin, Maoism extended and changed Lenin's ideas. Lenin did insist that in society there were only two basic outlooks, bourgeois and socialist, and that there could be no above-class ideology, but did not use the framework of ideological struggle to refer to inter-party debates, which he characterized as theoretical, political, or tactical. Lenin was certainly given to sharp polemic, but until the emergency measures of 1921 he argued for giving them very free rein. Stalin's codification of Leninism and his repressive practices marked a shift away from Lenin and popularized the idea that struggle against dissenters was a battle against enemy agents. But even Stalin's conception of a monolithic party did not include the idea that the development of a bourgeois headquarters within it was inevitable. This was an innovation of Maoism, and it was one of the reasons orthodox Stalinists, such as the U.S. Communist League, were suspicious of the Cultural Revolution and did not accept the idea of two-line struggle. It is easy to see how the two-line struggle framework had a devastating effect on debate within the party. Differences of opinion tended to escalate rapidly into charges and countercharges about one or another side representing the bourgeoisie. In theory, such charges could be leveled against those who held party leadership as well as against dissenters. But since in a centralized structure the leadership invariably holds the upper hand, the main effect was to reinforce ideological uniformity and chill dissent. Adopting the Stalinist-Maoist model. Within the early new communist movement, the party model developed under Stalin and then Mao held predominant influence. The entire movement considered Lenin's What is to be done? Its basic text and most of it viewed Stalin's foundations of Leninism as the authoritative interpretation of Lenin. This applied to activists principally inspired by the Cuban and Vietnamese CPS as well as those who looked to the CPC, since those parties also located themselves in the Third International tradition and included Stalin's work as part of their heritage. Further, all sections of the new communist movement drew heavily on selections from Mao when trying to define democratic centralism, especially his concise stricture that, 1. The individual is subordinate to the organization, 2. The minority is subordinate to the majority, 3. The lower level is subordinate to the higher level, and 4. the entire membership is subordinate to the Central Committee 16. The bridge between this overall model of the party and concrete activity was termed party building line. In movement parlance, this referred to a group's specific strategy for bringing a new party into being. Anti-revisionists recognized that party building also took place after a party was formed, via efforts to expand membership, gain influence, and so on, but the phrase was rarely used in this more general sense. Given consensus that the movement's fundamental purpose was to construct a new vanguard, and near unanimous support for the Stalinist-Maoist party model, it might seem that party building line would be a topic on which most of the movement could agree. As it turned out, this was not the case. For one thing, there were differences over whether or not party building should be considered the movement's central task from the moment of its birth. The pace-setting RU said no, a prerequisite for party building was for the young movement to gain more experience in working class organizing and for the workers' movement itself to attain greater strength. Critics of RU, CL and OL in the lead, argued that this was mistaken, that any time there is no genuine revolutionary party the prime task of all Marxist-Leninists is to create one. To them, if party building was not identified as the task around which every aspect of communist activity was organized, the movement would inevitably fall into opportunism. As for more concretely identifying specific kinds of party building work, most of the movement utilized three basic categories: theory, unity and fusion. 17 The first, also termed line development, meant analytic efforts to formulate political line and strategy. Unity encompassed efforts to bring Marxist-Leninists together in one organization. And the final category, sometimes also termed communist intervention in the class struggle, meant fusing Marxist-Leninist ideology with the masses of workers and oppressed peoples, basically, practical organizing and propaganda work. Competing party building lines differed over how to combine and set priorities among these three tasks. Some groups argued that theory and unity had to top the agenda at every stage until the party was formed. The Communist League was the main early advocate of this position, which was later adopted by many smaller collectives and groups. Otherwise, how could the movement grow from its initial shallow understanding of Marxism-Leninism and fragmented state to a point where it had formulated a comprehensive revolutionary analysis and brought all cadre into a single organization? Unite Marxist-Leninists on the basis of political line was the most common party-building formula among this group. Others, RU early on, and in the movement's second wave, the Philadelphia Workers' Organizing Committee, argued that this was a recipe for building a party mainly of petty bourgeois intellectuals that would be isolated from real workers' struggles. How to identify and reach advanced workers was also a hot topic of debate. Were advanced workers limited, as Lenin implied, to those who elaborated independent socialist theories, or should the movement broaden the category to include larger numbers who were advanced relative to the average political consciousness in the working class? 18. On this issue, most of the larger groups pragmatically and rather quietly adopted the latter position. Did advanced workers still have to come mainly from the industrial proletariat, or did many now originate in other sectors? And perhaps the category should be expanded to be advanced workers and advanced fighters from the movements of the oppressed nationalities? Again, most of the larger organizations, as well as those focused on work within a particular oppressed minority, took the latter position. And what weight should be given propaganda aimed at the advanced relative to agitation aimed at average workers? Lenin had defined propaganda as presenting many ideas to a few people, and agitation as presenting one or two ideas to a large group of people. OL and RU early on gave considerable attention to agitation, but CL and many smaller collectives argued that propaganda was the top priority in the pre-party period, that little real influence in the working class could be built until a new party was consolidated, and that broader agitation would have to wait until that task was accomplished. Another debate centered on identifying the biggest ideological obstacle to consolidating the movement. Was it petty bourgeois leftism inherited from the relatively anarchistic and largely student-based movements of the 1960s? Or was the pull of revisionism stronger because of the relatively large U.S. labor aristocracy and the deep roots of reformism within the U.S. socialist movement? The communist movement had a long tradition of targeting either right opportunism or left sectarianism as the main danger at any given point. Several new Marxist-Leninist groups tried to follow that tradition, but early efforts were inconsistent and positions were frequently taken more because of short-term rivalries with other groups rather than because of any consistent analysis. That would change somewhat after the mid-1970s, when a more clear-cut differentiation became apparent between groups that regarded the early movement as infected with ultra-leftism and those which resisted such an assessment. As with so many other topics on the agenda, however, in the movement's initial years the debate over party building line was more energizing than destructive. Only later would different groups decide that disagreements in this area reflected fundamental differences over the nature of the vanguard party, and thus constituted unbridgeable demarcations with opportunism. At first, the party-building discussion pushed activists to think more deeply about the interrelationship between different types of work and the complexities of building organizations, especially the link between a broad theoretical perspective and the details of day-to-day work. Since every group had to do a certain amount of line development, uniting cadre, and practical organizing to first establish itself, most party-building line disagreements were initially just minor differences in emphasis. And in any case, early differences were subsumed in almost the entire movement's advocacy of the Stalin model or its slightly modified Maoist version. Freewheeling early years. Above and beyond the debates on party-building line, the early years of organization building were infused with energy and innovation. In fact, there was much distance between the model the movement aspired to reproduce and most of the movement's early practice. The professed goal was to develop a large body of revolutionary cadre, functioning with absolute unity in action, behind a strong leadership, in a democratic centralist party holding a correct line. But early on, freewheeling discussion, trial runs with a variety of organizing approaches, and even flexibility in organizational matters, including limits on the authority of central leaders, predominated. Partly this was due to the influence of the grassroots side of the Cultural Revolution, to the spirit of experimentation associated with Che and the Cuban Revolution, and to the general diversity of opinion and practice within the Third World movements that inspired young U.S. communists. Even more, it was due to the party-building trend's origins within and continuing interaction with vibrant and diverse popular movements. The period's broad layers of energetic, independent-minded organizers acted as a check on tendencies toward dogmatism and abuse of authority. Most of the activists turning to the new communist movement came out of and were intertwined with this broader milieu. Almost all had participated in and many had been leaders of the battles that had produced a revolutionary generation in the first place. There was simply no way such people were going to meld into a single organization or follow a single leadership without clashes of opinion and lots of practical experimentation. An additional factor was a movement-wide consensus that, whatever the ideal mix of theory, unity, and fusion, party building required hammering out and uniting around a program and strategy that did not yet exist. Despite belief in the universal truth of the communist classics, most movement cadre believed that there remained a glaring vacuum in applying Marxism-Leninism to U.S. conditions. To fill that gap required developing a comprehensive political line, general line, around which a new party could be formed. That in turn required an outpouring of research, discussion, and debate. In practice, this meant an explosion of forums, study groups, and written polemics. Exchanges filled the opinion pages of The Guardian. Organizations, and sometimes prominent unaffiliated activists, sponsored meetings and conferences for discussion among activists in a common area of work or a particular geographic region. Despite a frequent dogmatic bent, such forms gave the early new communist movement a lively intellectual life, and one initially at least as democratic and participatory as that of any other trend on the left. Thus in its early years the movement enjoyed many of the benefits of both discipline and democracy, of both tight organization and flexibility. Its young organizations, integrating recruits into their democratic centralist structures, were able to focus their energies and coordinate ambitious campaigns. The movement's wide-ranging debates and its immersion in study attracted many new members. The movement offered a great deal to individuals who wanted to develop their knowledge and skills as revolutionary cadre at a time when sharp social struggle was producing many people who wanted to become cadre. In these ways an orthodox notion of party building, even though ultimately a key factor in the movement's undoing, initially provided a source of strength. This powerful dynamic was reproduced on a smaller scale during the initial stages of several second-wave party building efforts in the late 1970s. The movement's focus on cadre development and organization thus added a third pillar to the other areas where the new communist movement was distinguishing itself: anti-imperialism and anti-racism. The combination of prioritizing these three areas, in both doctrine and practical work, was unique. It directly addressed the prime concerns of most revolutionaries forged in the 1960s. It was the fundamental reason this current initially held such tremendous momentum and appeal. However, the movement proved unable to fulfill its early promise in tackling these three priority issues, largely because a quest for Marxist orthodoxy led it into a series of dead ends. But before detailing that story, we must examine the movement's political culture and the structure and functioning of a typical party-building group. 8. Bodies on the line. The culture of a movement. If one word had to be chosen to characterize the culture of the new communist movement, that word would be intense. The sheer amount of time, passion, and energy that movement cadre threw into political work made movement life nearly all-consuming. Today it is fashionable to attribute such single-mindedness to some combination of top-down structures, ideological brainwashing, and psychological aberration. But the willingness, indeed, eagerness, of young Marxist-Leninists to devote most of their waking hours to revolutionary activity was not the result of manipulation, orders from above, or unmet emotional needs. It was the expression of deeply held convictions. Even at the height of late 60s radicalism, it was no casual, risk-free, or faddish decision to declare oneself a communist. Those who turned to party building weighed their options carefully and decided that the only way to realize their dreams of a better world was to build an organization capable of waging revolutionary struggle. Radicalized amid surging mass movements, these young people had come to eat, sleep, and dream politics. They had the enthusiasm and intellectual curiosity of youth. They had grown accustomed to enduring official hostility, and often jail and police violence. That activism required sacrifice was a given. It was the notion of a meaningful political life without sacrifice that seemed wildly unrealistic. Of particular importance, those who adopted Marxism-Leninism internalized a commitment to fighting racism and imperialism that transcended all matters of doctrine and orthodoxy, though many decided later that orthodoxy was the key to success. This commitment went beyond notions of support for the struggles of the oppressed or alliances between people of different backgrounds. Cadre of all colors considered themselves an integral part of a universal community of revolutionary peoples. This movement's we crossed racial and geographic borders, that was a key part of its early moral authority and political appeal. Voluntarism as Marxism-Leninism. Movement cadre also had a self-confident, can-do attitude. Coming of age at a time when protests often doubled in size from one month to the next, they were accustomed to shaking up those in power and seeing the left grow. The downside of this quality was pervasive voluntarism. Generalizing from their 1960s experience, most cadre believed that history always moved fast, and that they could make it move even faster with enough dedication and the right ideas. The turn to Marxism-Leninism was supposed to replace New Left idealism with scientific materialism, but in many ways it simply reinforced the New Left's voluntarism. The side of Marxism that emphasized socialism's inevitable victory, and the aspect of Leninism that stressed the unique role of the vanguard, buttressed notions that this young movement could move mountains. Cultural Revolution Maoism, which viewed ideological transformation rather than economic development linked to the development of grassroots empowering democratic institutions as the key to building socialism after the initial seizure of power, was especially compatible with idealist notions inherited from the New Left. The new communist movement also carried on the New Left tradition of trying to live your political values, albeit in its own distinctive way. One current of thought, intertwined with the good 60s/bad 60s school, sees a major contrast between the early and late 1960s in terms of prefigurative politics vs. strategic politics. One, according to that view, the early New Left believed in incorporating human values and compassion into its day-to-day work, so that its activism prefigured the liberated society of the future. In contrast, the Marxist tendencies of the late 1960s allegedly practiced only strategic politics, which were unconcerned with the quality of life or relationships among activists, who were regarded simply as cogs in a political machine. This contrast is too sharply drawn, however. The new communist movement certainly placed great value on tangible outcomes and believed in subordinating personal concerns to political tasks. But the movement expressed a prefigurative dimension in its stress on building a multiracial revolutionary community via immersion in political battle. Activists took their lead here from how they interpreted the Cultural Revolution, and to an extent from Che's ideas about revolutionary enthusiasm and moral incentives. Young Marxist-Leninists envisioned the liberated community as one engaged in constant struggle, in which every member strove to become the best possible revolutionary. Toward this end, movement culture prized the creation of powerful bonds of comradeship between people of diverse backgrounds through intense collective work. For many, the feelings of loyalty, trust, and mutual support that arose out of this experience did indeed prefigure their vision of human relationships in a future liberated society. And despite grueling factional battles and the movement's collapse, many bonds formed in those years survive to this day. The point is that movement Cotter saw no contradiction between political fervor, allegiance to Marxism-Leninism, giving priority to strategic objectives, and forging relationships that were harbingers of life in a socialist society. The movement's zeal was a double-edged sword. It too easily led to impatience with individuals who were unwilling or unable to make a 24-hour-a-day commitment, and contributed to political rigidity and intolerance. And later, when the movement was no longer surrounded by a large radical milieu, revolutionary zeal tended to enclose Cotter in a self-contained and distorted world. But early on it inspired many activists to tap reserves of energy and imagination. It also prodded activists to develop their intellectual capacities. One of the movement's most interesting characteristics was the amount of reading, study, and exchange of ideas that went on within its ranks. Movement life broke down much of the gap between theoretical exploration and grassroots activism that has long plagued U.S. radicalism. The new communist movement encouraged workers and youth who had never set foot on a college campus to read books and debate theory, while pressing its professors and graduate students to take up activist campaigns. The movement's contribution in this area was one reason that the gap between the academic and grassroots left in the 1970s was not nearly as wide as it is today. Movement zeal also motivated many individuals to look critically at their own prejudices and egoism. Their high level of commitment made movement Cotter willing to engage in self-criticism, not only to learn better organizing skills but to unlearn conduct that reflected narrow individualism, or race, class, or, less frequently, gender privilege. Self-transformation was seen as an integral, if subordinate, aspect of social transformation. In the early 1970s, a culture based on fierce commitment, can-do attitudes, and linking self and social transformation was not restricted to Marxist-Leninists. It pervaded all revolutionary tendencies, and even many who advocated reform within the system functioned with a level of Cotter commitment that appears exceptional by today's standards. The assumption that changing the world required submitting individual behaviors to group examination was, for example, at least as widespread within the radical wings of the gay/lesbian and women's movements as among Marxist-Leninists. Indeed, within the women's movement there was considerable overlap between activists promoting the idea that the personal is political and those most enthusiastic about Mao's dictums to practice criticism, self-criticism, and combat liberalism. Many voices then, and even more today, ridicule or dismiss all revolutionary fervor as self-righteous arrogance or youthful naivete. Some arrogance, and a great deal of naivete, was present in the Marxist-Leninist ranks. But what's even more naive is the belief that social transformation can come about without Cotter who are willing to work endless hours, take risks, participate in disciplined collective action, and think of themselves as contributing to world historic change. Sectarian vanguardism needs to be criticized. But all too often what its critics are really rejecting is any audacious effort that requires cadre building or disrupting business as usual. The audacity of the new communist movement was one of its finest qualities. Hindsight should not be used to smugly dismiss it, but to analytically disentangle its positive from its negative side. Sinking roots in the working class. Another determinant of movement culture was determination to root activists in the working class and within people of color communities. Marxist-Leninists scoffed at the notion that they could build a base for socialism through exhortation alone. Only a body of cadre immersed in working class life and participating directly in the day-to-day struggles of ordinary people could win millions to revolutionary politics. Thus the movement was confronted with a twofold challenge. First, its initial cadre, a disproportionate number of whom were from the middle class, needed to be integrated into working class jobs and communities. This was sometimes termed colonization. Second, large numbers of workers, and workers of color in particular, had to be recruited into the membership and leadership ranks. Cadre from all backgrounds had to be forged into an effectively functioning team. And the movement needed to establish an atmosphere and culture that attracted workers and people of color and made them feel at home. All these things were encompassed in the movement's definition of what it meant to proletarianize. The centerpiece was ensuring that the majority of cadre, from whatever class, racial or educational background, shared the material conditions of working class life. This translated into most living in poorer neighborhoods and getting blue-collar jobs, including the most exhausting, dangerous and low-paying. Others sought clerical or secretarial work in large offices, or employment as nurses' aides, nurses or clerks in hospitals and nursing homes. The relatively small proportion of cadre who were already doctors, lawyers, or college professors when they joined the movement were not generally directed to leave these positions. Instead, their skills, greater financial resources, and, in the case of teachers, potential influence over students were tapped in other ways. But most activists who were still in training toward those or other advanced degrees were encouraged to leave the campuses. Many needed little pushing. Alienated from academia and full of enthusiasm, hundreds of undergraduates and dozens of graduate students set out on their own to get jobs as factory hands, laborers, bus drivers, painters, and the like. This phenomenon, too, continued a 1960s tradition going back to SNCC and the SDS Economic Research and Action Project, ERAP. There was a lot of blundering about in early efforts to proletarianize. But rank-and-file activists overwhelmingly embraced this objective and persisted through numerous embarrassments and difficult transitions. Almost every anti-revisionist group gained at least a minimal foothold within working-class life. Despite the depth of the class transformation involved, many colonizers successfully implanted themselves within unions and community institutions. A significant percentage of those who stuck it out in the unions for years rose through the ranks to leadership positions. Likewise, many workers learned valuable political, organizational, and even academic skills within the movement's orbit, and utilized these not just in political efforts but to rise within trade union and other organizations, or in some cases to leap over class barriers to professional careers. Positioning cadre within certain jobs and neighborhoods was only the beginning. Activist skills, attitudes, and behaviors had to be brought into harmony with the goal of building an advanced detachment of the proletariat. In part this was done via aggressive efforts to develop the leadership potential of people from working-class backgrounds who had received fewer educational opportunities than their middle-class comrades. Developing workers' leadership was a major criterion in determining work assignments as well as allotting time for study of Marxist theory. Some of the more sophisticated groups paid attention to the hidden injuries of class as well too, challenging the negative self-images society drums into the exploited and oppressed. The other side of this coin was struggling against elitist attitudes and actions displayed by activists from more privileged backgrounds. Tendencies to talk on and dominate meetings, consider themselves best suited for the most interesting assignments, reluctance to take on the should work. These behaviors and more were targets of individual criticism and occasional organization-wide campaigns. Fighting racism and sexism. Internal struggle against elitism was related to, but not identical with, specific efforts to combat manifestations of racism and sexism within the ranks. The movement's basic framework was that an advanced political line and all-sided revolutionary practice were the decisive elements in building unity across barriers of race and gender, but that a self-conscious counter policy and struggle against manifestations of backwardness among communists was needed as well. It was assumed that activists' behavior and attitudes showed scars of the class-divided, racist and sexist society from which they emerged. This was baggage to be overcome in the course of revolutionary work, and it was argued that cadre from all backgrounds had a common stake in doing so. That assumption provided the unity within which criticisms could be raised of individuals who exhibited prejudice or insensitivity. In keeping with the predominant consensus that racism was the principal obstacle to working class unity, internal struggles against racism generally received the most attention. The more sophisticated groups worked hard to educate all cadre in the importance of these struggles and to find ways to take them up aggressively but without fostering individual scapegoating or subjectivity. It was argued that the most common error in the history of the communist movement was to neglect the fight against racism, but that it was also a mistake to hold that racist contradictions among communists manifest themselves with the same identical degree of antagonism as in the broader society. 3. On this basis, organizational bodies were mandated to be vigilant against manifestations of racism, to encourage forthright and timely criticisms if problems arose, and to periodically review each unit's level of anti-racist consciousness. Serious attempts were made to go beyond generalities and probe the concrete dynamics of building a multiracial movement, for instance in terms of cadre policy concerning recruitment, promotion, and training. The social and class dynamics in U.S. society are extremely complex and diverse. Of course this holds true for racism. The experience of racial and national oppression is thoroughly bound up with class and has fundamentally framed the life experience of the vast majority of minority activists. This experience has often entailed, depending a lot on the activists' class origins, substantial material inequalities in terms of education, extent and scope of cultural experiences, etc. If such concrete factors are not taken into consideration, a profound racist dynamic is set up. A moral atmosphere is established with sweeping generalizations concerning minority experience, internalized oppression, etc. All of which has a decidedly racist undercurrent. For example, the insidious, and usually unspoken, assumption can gain sway that all minority activists have had a poor education and are ill-trained academically and theoretically, which is far from the truth. On the other hand, minority activists who may be functionally illiterate find very little consolation in mere moral outrage over the inferiority of ghetto and barrio schools if, at the same time, the communist movement fails to provide any concrete assistance on how to begin to overcome this handicap step by step. A correct policy for cadre care and development is by its very nature principally individual. The whole point is for each cadre to be examined, given tasks and trained in light of the work at hand and their particular strengths, shortcomings, and experiences. Generalizations concerning the social dynamics of class, race, and sex should be utilized to inform and highlight the assessment of, and not as substitute for the inquiry into, the particular life and history of the activist in question. 4. Besides trying to formulate and implement such guidelines, movement groups conducted organization-wide educational or struggle campaigns if and when they identified patterns of racial insensitivity, tokenism, or the like. They also encouraged units to deal forthrightly with criticisms of individuals for chauvinist behavior when these were raised. Again, in this the movement continued a strand of new left as well as communist tradition. Much was learned from insights first popularized by SNCC activists concerning the subtle and not so subtle ways in which educated whites patronized, romanticized, intimidated, and otherwise disrespected the black people they were trying to assist during Mississippi Freedom Summer and similar efforts. A similar framework undergirded movement efforts to tackle sexism, but by and large the early Marxist-Leninist groups pursued this goal with less vigor and based on a relatively narrow view of what constituted women's oppression. As with theoretical analysis of women's oppression, several of the later party-building groups did much better. Still, less attention did not mean no attention. The October League, for instance, included the article Women and Party Building in the first issue of its theoretical journal in 1975, and included a section on its internal anti-sexist policies. The Marxist-Leninist Party does not organize women into separate groups within it and does not have separate women's caucuses which might be found in unions or mass organizations. However, working groups and bodies must be established to oversee work among women, and particularly among the minority and working women. The Women's Commission also has the duty of seeing that those women brought into the OL are trained in Marxism-Leninism and equipped for their role in the struggle. All forms of discrimination and chauvinism against women and minority comrades must be opposed by the entire membership. It is also necessary that our party-building work take into account the special needs of women. This means attention must be paid to child raising and child care so that women can attend meetings and activities as well as being able to spend time with their children. Women who are not as politically advanced as their husbands must be carefully and patiently worked with and brought into the struggle. In other cases, special work must be done with the men whose wives are politically active. Special emphasis must be placed on the fight against male chauvinism within the ranks of the movement. This is the main roadblock to the participation of large numbers of women in our organizations. Point 5. Certainly some of the assumptions on which the OL's policy was based, such as the premise that a husband/wife family arrangement is typical if not universal, would be challenged today, and was challenged by some at the time. That noted, the approach outlined above, common to most early party-building groups, facilitated the fuller participation of many women in activist life, and altered the attitudes and practices of many men. Without doubt there were struggles during which some white and/or middle-class individuals were put on the spot and made to feel uneasy. Some of these individuals resented such treatment, and either at the time or later described their experiences as examples of how undemocratic and inhumane the movement was. In some cases these episodes were genuine horror stories. But more often than not such tales miss the forest for the trees and resemble today's backlash against affirmative action. The fact is that many movement groups stood out in terms of their ability to forge rapport and mutual trust across class and racial lines in a society, and a left, where such harmony is extremely rare. This cannot be accomplished without occasional times when those from more privileged backgrounds feel uncomfortable and are challenged to change some aspects of their behavior. Working class culture. The new communist movement worked overtime to present itself, and actually become, culturally in and of the proletariat. This was no simple task. Faced with a badly divided working class and fuzzy borders between the working class and other classes, it was hard to locate any kind of uniform or clear-cut working class culture. Within people of color communities there were identifiable cultures of resistance, and a few organizations had some success meshing into and helping sustain them. But there were few left-wing cultural milieus that simultaneously crossed racial lines and had a mass character. Some pockets remained from the 1930s and 1940s, but they were largely in and around the PUSA and thus out of bounds to the new movement. Some groups, especially RU between 1971 and 1976, dealt with this issue by conjuring up an image of what a progressive working class culture was supposed to be and then trying to fit their organization to that conception. The results were often clumsy, such as adopting cliched language and styles of dress from the 1930s, actually, 1960s notions of the 1930s, or promoting a crude anti-intellectualism masquerading as hostility toward elitism. In combination with the movement's general ultra-leftism, this approach produced some truly stilted and out-of-the-past-looking newspapers and leaflets. On another level, the search for working-class culture led some groups to embrace a sweeping cultural conservatism, including mandates that unmarried couples who live together must get married, in order to fit in with normal working-class life, and strictures against homosexuality, again on the grounds that same-sex relationships were foreign to the working class. Besides simply being backward, such policies were counterproductive. They repelled many women, gays, and lesbians as well as large numbers of the most open-minded and rebellious straight male workers. Another prominent feature of the 1960s counterculture was drug use, and here the dominant policy was to forbid members' use of marijuana and psychedelics as well as all harder drugs. There were certainly good reasons for such policies, including the inherent health dangers of substance abuse as well as heightened threats from police, given that movement groups were often under a certain amount of police surveillance. But the frequently given argument that workers didn't like pot-smoking hippies included strong elements of backwardness and miscalculation as well. There were also serious problems with the movement's stance toward alcohol use, which in its early years ranged from complete tolerance to near encouragement on the grounds that drinking was part of working-class culture. Whatever the stated policies of a particular group, in practice alcohol abuse was a prevalent, but hardly ever discussed, problem. In part this mirrored the low level of attention the overall society then gave to alcoholism. It also reflected the common pattern of individuals under constant stress turning to alcohol, or drugs, in efforts to manage that stress, with negative if not disastrous results. Problems stemming from substance abuse were found from the base to the top leadership level in several groups. And the dynamics accompanying substance abuse tended to exaggerate a group's voluntarist tendencies and complicate the already serious problem of providing accountability and democracy within their hierarchical structures. The search for a strategy. The new communist movement gave high priority to tackling questions of strategy. Which sectors of the working class were likely to play a leading role in the confrontation with capital? How can the movement best link different struggles as well as its short and long-term objectives? How should a small organization prioritize its activity so that it makes the most gains? There was no shortage of mechanical reasoning, but also sparks of creativity, in the countless study groups, forums, Central Committee plenums, campaign sum-ups, and written polemics devoted to these matters. There were also tendencies, again, inherited both from the New Left and traditional communism, to formulate hierarchies of whose oppression was the most important in order to settle strategic debates. The Marxist-Leninists who approached matters this way invariably argued that class and race, had prime importance and that women's oppression was a secondary question. Some also insisted that the oppression of African Americans was more important than that of other peoples of color. As most of the left has learned over the last 20 years, there are fundamental flaws in this kind of logic. It pits one group's suffering against another's, focuses one-sidedly on the distinctions rather than the interconnections between oppressive relations, and sets itself the hopeless task of trying to rate different oppressians. Today, years of negative experiences with such mechanical thinking has led many activists to resist making any kind of distinctions or estimates whatsoever concerning the potential of different social sectors to bring about political change. Advocates of this view frequently appeal to postmodernist claims that it is wrong to privilege any one movement or relationship over any other. But this view is also a dead end. Any serious political movement has to make judgments about which sector or movement at a given time can rally the greatest number of people, catalyze unity among diverse constituencies, and make the biggest dent in current power relations. Making such evaluations requires a concrete analysis of historically formed structures and social relations. A movement unwilling to probe such questions and set priorities accordingly limits itself to moral appeals for redress and acts of only temporary or symbolic value. It is crucial to distinguish between trying to establish a mechanical hierarchy of oppressians, which is a fatal error, and making grounded judgments about which sectors or movements are likely to exercise the greatest social leverage at specific times, which is essential. The new communist movement learned the importance of making such evaluations not just from Marxism, which after all bases itself on the proposition that the social location of the proletariat makes it the universal class, which can liberate itself only by ending all exploitation. The movement also drew this conclusion from its own cadres' experience, especially in the civil rights movement. Movement Cotter understood that it was a set of specific historical conditions, including the huge concentration of African Americans in the South, the specific nature of Jim Crow, and the confluence of international circumstances, which made this the single movement capable of driving forward all others from the mid-1950s to the mid-1960s and beyond. Movement Cotter debated such issues of strategy with great ferocity. Accusations that others within the movement, and elsewhere on the left, were selling out the revolution became commonplace. Leninism attached great importance to matters of theory, and Lenin himself wrote that the distinction between revolutionary and opportunist perspectives frequently lay in what seemed a mere shade of difference. 6 So there was precedent for pitched battles over disagreements that, especially in retrospect, seem minor or even trivial. Movement debate was skewed not just by the perceived need to justify all positions as being consistent with Lenin's, or Mao's, writings, but by the belief that history was moving forward at a feverish clip and that the fate of the revolution was at stake in nearly every controversy. Organizational competition and individual ambitions, the realpolitik behind some of the most ferocious fights, didn't help matters. But sectarianism and careerism were more effect than cause. Movement activists constantly referred to periods, like the 1960s they had just emerged from, when surging movements missed great opportunities because they lacked effective leadership, and they were convinced that identifying and breaking with all deviations from orthodoxy were crucial for avoiding this problem the next time around. Leadership, discipline, and democratic centralism. Movement culture valued strong leadership and tight discipline. This was consistent with long-standing communist tradition. But it was also a reaction against unstructured New Left organizations, which were often unable to make or carry out decisions and were frequently dominated by unaccountable, media-created figures. It was taken as a given that leaders' exercise of power was a good thing, and that part of their task was to win over supposedly less developed cadre to an advanced viewpoint. The view of leaders as individuals who mainly facilitated the participation of others, which was advocated at the time mainly by the women's movement and has since gathered much broader support, was foreign to 1970s Marxism-Leninism. Leaders and members of Marxist-Leninist groups were bound together within Stalin-Mao models of democratic centralism, which gave far more weight to centralism than democracy. In their formative years, most groups displayed considerable flexibility, with lots of freewheeling discussion and experimentation. But as each group consolidated, it became more uniform and rigid. The RU, for instance, codified a tight democratic centralism only after its first major internal split in 1970.7. Many groups turned to communist handbooks from the 1930s or drew on the recollections of PUSA or PL veterans to design their structures. As a result, the larger groups, those dozen or so that managed to grow to upwards of 100 to 200 members and in some cases up to 1,000 or more, were all organized in the same fundamental pattern. First and foremost, these organizations were activist. All members were required to belong to and take assignments from a party unit. At any given time there were numerous organizational campaigns underway and members were expected to participate in one or more of them. This usually meant attending meetings of party bodies devoted to that particular campaign in addition to a member's regular unit meeting. Different organizations called these cells, clubs, base units, or nuclei. Units met anywhere from every week to every month. Most groups also required participation in ongoing study of Marxist-Leninist theory, though this might take place in unit meetings or periodic conferences rather than a regular weekly or monthly study group. All this internal activity was designed to coordinate, support and guide members' external work, which involved going to meetings of unions or other popular organizations, conducting one-on-one discussions with contacts and potential recruits, distributing literature, and more. Even the least active cadre was busy 2 or 3 evenings a week and one morning or afternoon on the weekend, not counting the time spent earning a living. The typical cadre was busy roughly 4 evenings a week and 2 blocks of time during the weekend, and it wasn't unusual for the most hard-working to be doing either wage or political work the entire week except for Saturday night and Sunday morning. Such standards were manageable for activists who were young and without children. Parents had to do a great deal of juggling to participate even at the lower end of the scale, though several groups did organize child care programs to spread out some of this burden. Most cadre took a week or two off for a vacation each year, but some did not take even that much of a break. Second, movement organizations were disciplined. Members were accountable to conduct their work on the basis of group policy and to follow through on all their assigned tasks. Such unity in action was strictly enforced. It was justified not only as essential to get practical tasks accomplished, but as the best way to test out the value of a particular policy. If everyone did not pursue a common line, the argument went, the organization could never be sure if problems were due to the line being flawed or to half-hearted attempts to implement it. But group discipline went beyond such sensible arguments. Cadre were also responsible for defending their organization's positions in all circumstances and usually prohibited from expressing differences or reservations to any non-member. Some groups even had rules forbidding members from expressing disagreements to cadre outside their base unit. Members also had to report on their work to their collectives and/or leadership bodies. Usually verbal summaries would suffice, but a few groups required written reports and a handful even had members fill out weekly time cards. Penalties for violating these policies ranged from a word of criticism to removal from any position of authority. For the most serious violations, a member could be expelled. Division of labor and hierarchy. Third, the new Marxist-Leninist groups functioned with a sophisticated division of labor and pronounced hierarchy. Even organizations with just 100 or so members developed complex structures enabling the group to take up many tasks simultaneously. A typical group had base units where members discussed overall policy and paid dues, cells, sometimes coinciding with the base units, that guided the work of all members in a particular union, workplace, or community, and fractions, long-lasting or temporary, directing cadre assigned to a specific campaign or mass organization. Often cells or fractions were linked in a nationwide commission that set policy and directed work in a particular arena, Trade Union Commission, Black Liberation Commission, and so on. Most groups also had some kind of apparatus in and around their nationwide headquarters that did research, linked the central leadership with local bodies, issued an internal bulletin and so on. Several of these included international liaison departments to develop and maintain ties with counterpart organizations in other countries. These mostly consisted of sending delegations or solidarity statements to each other's congresses, occasionally holding meetings to talk over political questions, and the regular exchange of publications. To exercise week-to-week leadership, the larger groups generally had some kind of central body of 5 to 12 people located at the national headquarters, usually termed a political bureau or executive committee. Sometimes real power rested with an even smaller subgroup dubbed a standing committee or co-chairs collective. The executive committee exercised authority both through its control of commissions and the central apparatus and via its role as formal leadership of a broader central committee. Central committees typically met every 3 to 6 months and included comrades from across the country, and were in some fashion representative of, if not directly elected by, the membership. In theory all executive committees were subordinate to the larger central committee, but in practice central committees were relegated to a relatively passive role except in periods of internal upheaval. Executive committees typically retained authority to choose which individuals would be assigned to the most important organizational posts, including the newspaper, theoretical journal, and internal bulletin editors. Those individuals, usually members of the executive committee themselves, shaped the way an organization's views would be presented in public and to the membership. In most groups it was standard practice for top leadership bodies to present a picture of unanimity, keeping whatever disagreements they had secret from the membership. Nominally the highest body in a Marxist-Leninist group was an organization-wide congress, usually held every 2 or 3 years. At these gatherings delegates elected by the members were supposed to assemble and determine all fundamental matters of policy, as well as select the central committee. But the short life of most groups meant few held more than 2 or 3 congresses in their entire existence. In practice, central committees were chosen in a variety of ways, sometimes by members in each local area electing their representatives without an organization-wide congress, and sometimes without elections at all. In those cases, an executive committee set up when an organization was still small and concentrated in one or two cities would simply appoint individuals to serve. Usually the particulars of a group's structure and procedures were set down in some kind of constitution that accompanied the group's program or points of unity. Most groups required new recruits to take a study course in Marxism-Leninism and the organization's particular line and policies. Usually there was some kind of probationary period, 3 to 6 months, during which the candidate member functioned within a party unit and was oriented to the organization's procedures. How an individual gravitating toward the movement came to affiliate with one group as opposed to another was often a matter of accident. Each group had skilled and less skilled organizers, and for individuals unfamiliar with the fine points of Marxist doctrine, which type you met was often far more important than a particular group's line on any given issue. Sometimes the choice was determined by accidents like which doorway a curious activist happened to enter. In San Francisco's Chinatown, the Asian Community Center, which became dominated by the RU-linked Wei Min Shi, and its bookstore were across the International Hotel entranceway from the IWK-connected Chinese Progressive Association headquarters, the Kalian office was around the corner. Just about every group devoted a large portion of its resources to producing literature. Many published pamphlets, several produced theoretical journals or magazines, the largest set up publishing houses and issued books, and the overwhelming majority published a newspaper. In What Is to Be Done? Lenin had likened a newspaper to the scaffolding in constructing a building and argued that it was an indispensable tool for shaping the party's outlook, uniting its ranks and spreading its influence. Movement groups universally embraced this perspective. Even collectives with as few as a dozen or two members made producing a newspaper one of their top priorities. Movement papers ranged from amateurish 4-page handouts to much thicker weeklies, and came out anywhere from every other month to every week. A significant number included sections, ranging from a few pages to an equal half of each issue, in Spanish, and one or two in Chinese. Another organizational practice was the attempt to plan all aspects of political work, both by setting long-term goals and meticulously detailing day-to-day tactics. The party-building categories of theory, unity, and fusion served as guidelines. At times these categories were applied rigidly and contributed to sectarianism. For example, they included no distinct reference to forging cooperative relations with other left trends, which buttressed the tendency to classify all activists outside the party-building movement as opportunists. But when used more flexibly, these categories were extremely useful. They helped different groups determine which aspect of their development was running ahead, or lagging behind, the others, and made it easier for cadre to exchange experiences and draw lessons. 6-month to 1-year plans with concrete objectives, mobilizing a certain number of people to a demonstration, recruiting a certain number of new members, and so forth, were standard practice. Most groups went even further, guiding cadre's work right down to minute details, at least in priority sectors and campaigns. Which activist would say exactly what at a particular event, which contact a cadre should take to dinner before a key union meeting, precisely how to approach a discussion about racism with a militant but racially insensitive white worker. Such things were pored over collectively and cadre were provided with point-by-point instructions. The Marxist-Leninists knew that bourgeois politicians, trade union leaderships and their agents operated in this fashion, and as professional revolutionaries they were committed to matching their class rivals. Such painstaking care yielded the desired results on many occasions. Through years of such attention to detail, movement groups trained some top-notch political tacticians, at least within the movement's organizing model. That model placed great importance on convincing people to agree with a certain set of ideas and persuading them to join either a Marxist-Leninist group or a mass organization under its leadership. In other words, winning people's allegiance to a particular line and organizational center were the key measures of success. Most of the movement gave little attention to, or actually opposed, the development of forms reflecting bottom-up initiative and working-class self-organization outside party control. Likewise, most groups attached little importance to development of grassroots leadership skills that were not linked to an immediate campaign. Tactics were oriented toward winning a particular reform or policy outcome and expanding the influence of the organization and its line. Alternatives stressing the long-term development of working-class institutions and leaders that might or might not agree with the specific policy of a specific group at a specific time were not part of the movement's vision. Unity in action versus unity of thought. Not surprisingly, most groups gave high priority to consolidating the membership around the organization's line. After a group passed through its formative stage, its leaders typically monitored every nuance of base activists' views. When they noticed a member with differing opinions, it was not uncommon to make detailed plans for dinners, informal late-night chats and, if necessary, full-blown struggle sessions to bring that person into line. Largely through such means a stress on unity of thought and not simply unity in action became dominant. This was not written down in official documents, which mostly repeated formulas about individuals' right to argue for dissenting views as long as they followed proper channels and maintained unity in action. But after a few freewheeling years, such flexibility existed mostly on paper. Dissenters were either brought into line, pressured to quit, or expelled. The movement's voting practices facilitated this negative phenomenon. While formally all groups adhered to the principle of majority rule, in practice there was a strong tendency to function on the basis of consensus. The positive side of this, prominent early on, was that important questions were given thorough discussion and members' opinions were given a hearing. But over time the negatives predominated. There was tremendous pressure on everyone to agree, and members did not gain the experience of losing a vote one week, continuing to work harmoniously with their comrades, and being in the majority on some other issue the next week. It is through such experiences that activists learn to function on the basis of a genuine distinction between unity in action and unity of thought, and organizations develop the capacity to foster solidarity and trust among members who are not of one mind. When such experiences are short-circuited and these skills are not learned, organizations are prone to split the first time any serious internal disagreement comes up. Movement groups took very seriously the proposition that as revolutionaries they were targeted for state infiltration and repression, as indeed they were. Cadre were acutely aware that they also faced employer blacklists and right-wing harassment. Thus they practiced a measure of secrecy and security. Mainly this meant surfacing only a few cadre as open communists, the rest were closed members who would advocate left politics but not reveal their organizational membership except under limited, collectively determined circumstances. Many groups developed extremely detailed policies in this area. A common pattern was to surface one person after he or she had passed the probationary period in force at most factories, and to leave other members at that workplace closed. This was regarded as the best combination for minimizing harassment while defending the right of communists to participate in working class life and combating the anti-communism prevalent even among militant workers. Some groups also had a category of secret members, activists with especially sensitive positioning in a union or elsewhere whose membership was known only by a handful of central leaders. Several groups also insisted that members use special party names to identify themselves in internal documents or organizational meetings. These were designed to protect members' identities from any police agents who might have successfully infiltrated the organization. With few and short-lived exceptions, all groups concentrated their attention on mass, legal and public forms of organizing. Despite doctrinal insistence that violent revolution was a cutting-edge demarcation with revisionism, movement groups did not treat preparing for insurrection as an immediate practical question, and they devoted little if any attention to building an apparatus capable of underground or protracted armed activity. In this case, good judgment about the actual level of the class struggle prevailed over doctrinal speculation. Several organizations did set up security teams to serve as bodyguards for organizational leaders or important visitors from other countries. Many saw the need for at least some of their cadre, for instance, those directly involved in Southern campaigns against the Ku Klux Klan, to be prepared for armed self-defense but opposed small group violent actions separated from the mass struggle. Toward that end they encouraged Cotter to procure small arms and conducted various kinds of training programs in their use. But all these were distinctly secondary aspects of movement practice. Finally, there was the matter of finances. The central leadership of most groups were put on salary so they could conduct political work full-time. It was also considered desirable to give a stipend to key members of the national staff, most frequently those putting out the newspaper, and, where possible, to regional or local leaders. Even though movement groups paid only subsistence wages, the expenses added up. It also cost a great deal to put out literature, since no newspaper or journal broke even through subscription and sales income alone. Travel and communication across the country also required funds. Overwhelmingly the money to pay these expenses came directly from a group's membership and immediate periphery. The biggest portion came from regular dues, which in most groups were quite substantial. Graduated due systems were common, with members paying anywhere from 2 or 3% of their monthly income up to 10 or even 20% for those who were better off. On top of dues there were regular fundraising campaigns where members were encouraged to donate extra dollars and appeals were made to the group's periphery. All the larger organizations benefited at least once or twice from windfall donations coming from members or supporters from wealthier backgrounds who had come into large inheritances. Many such people had been radicalized in the 1960s, and the ones who gravitated toward Marxism-Leninism were among the most generous. One or two groups raised some funds by selling newspaper subscriptions in large quantities to China, but in no case was this a significant proportion of an organization's income. No movement group relied upon foundation grants or support from liberal individuals. These were self-supporting organizations, funded by people who shared each group's politics. This fact was crucial in allowing them to maintain their revolutionary character and political independence. Obviously the smaller groups, local collectives of a dozen or 2 dozen members, were too small to develop such complex structures or accumulate so many resources. But even most of these adopted a rudimentary form of democratic centralism that included a leadership collective, division of labor, units and fractions, primitive security measures and regular propaganda. And like their larger counterparts, they were able to conduct a tremendous amount of work per member and establish a presence far beyond their numbers. The need for revolutionary Cotter. In the end, the combination of a culture infused with voluntarism and an organizational model based in top-down decision-making proved disastrous. But in delineating the flaws in the movement's model, it would be a mistake to reject all of its component parts. Revolutionary spirit, hard work, personal sacrifice, and the willingness to subordinate individual interests to the political tasks at hand are all crucial qualities for a successful radical movement. So too is the commitment to sink roots among the exploited and oppressed and to struggle within the movement over inequalities of class, race, and gender. And, whether or not they are now in fashion, so are organizations capable of functioning on the basis of well-worked-out strategies, unity in action and a measure of collective discipline. What's more, such qualities, and attempts to build organizations which embody them, arise whenever large numbers of people mount a sustained challenge to the powers that be. Even in periods of political ebb there are pockets of activists who aspire to become revolutionary activists. Unless the upcoming decades are crisis and conflict-free, an unlikely prospect, larger numbers are likely to take a similar course. The new communist movement was born at a time when Marxism-Leninism was the world's dominant revolutionary pole, so it turned to a version of Leninist democratic centralism to channel its dedication and energy. In the short term it achieved remarkable results in stimulating Cotter to study and organize, in providing recruits with many new skills, in building solidarity among activists across class, racial and gender lines, and in building organizations able to exert influence far beyond their numbers. The fact that no movement organization could sustain such positive features over the long haul indicates that a better way of political organization than Stalinist hierarchy needs to be found. But the underlying project, cohering revolutionary-minded activists into a collective body of cadre, remains a crucial task for constructing any effective left. Part 3. Battered by recession, restructuring, and reaction, 1974 to 1981. 9. The momentum is broken. The new communist movement reached its peak in terms of initiative, though not yet absolute numbers or organizational sophistication, in 1973 to 74. In just 5 years it had grown into a potent force encompassing several nationwide organizations, dozens of local groups and the left's largest circulation newspaper. New groups were continuing to form and existing ones were attracting a steady stream of new recruits. Progress had been made at implanting cadre within the working class. Prospects seemed good for uniting the majority of movement adherents into a single party. But over the next 7 or 8 years this project stalled, fragmented, and spiraled downhill. This decline was fundamentally driven by deep-going structural changes that battered and divided the social sectors on which the new communist movement had pinned its strategy. Recession and then economic restructuring following the end of the long post-war boom decimated the clout and combativity of young black workers and other young workers, many of them Vietnam vets, via deindustrialization of entire urban areas and, where plants remained, layoffs of low-seniority employees. Yet it was these workers who had spearheaded the rank-and-file insurgencies of 1969 to 73, which, along with the study of classic texts and examples of worker militancy in France or Italy, had convinced so many 60s radicals to embrace Marxism-Leninism. The opening was thus closed off for party builders to gain a substantial mass base, and the entire U.S. labor movement was thrown on the defensive. This same economic downturn and assault, along with racial backlash political mobilizations, checked the motion toward equality and empowerment in all U.S. communities of color, where the new communist movement had also concentrated its cadre and its hopes. The end of draft calls and Washington's decision to pursue counter-revolutionary wars via proxy armies rather than U.S. troops removed one of the main rallying points for student and youth activism, which had supplied so many Marxist recruits. And the breakup of the World Anti-Imperialist Front that had supported the Vietnamese Revolution, a casualty of the new stage in the Sino-Soviet split, and Washington's skillful exploitation of it, disoriented and demoralized the peace, anti-intervention and anti-imperialist constituencies that had held considerable initiative in the early 1970s. Further, galvanized by fears of rampant inflation, falling property values and the like, as well as by racism, the country's large white and suburban middle strata began to mobilize and to ally with those sectors of capital promoting the first stages of what is now termed neoliberalism, privatization, subsidies to entrepreneurship, tax breaks for the better off, cutbacks in social programs, anti-union policies, and so on. The new right-led coalition that would bring Ronald Reagan to the White House took shape while the old New Deal coalition essentially broke up. The key sectors into which the new communist movement had just begun to sink roots were thus knocked back on their heels, their economic base undermined, their political strength eroded and their prospects for gaining nationwide initiative all but completely foreclosed. Of course, new communist cadre did not understand things this way at the time. Neither did their class and political opponents. The restructuring of the 1970s was not the result of a small group conspiracy or grand plan, but the cumulative effect of hundreds of often pragmatic decisions by various class and political actors. It took some time for the full scope and consequences of the shift to take shape and be thoroughly understood even by those who drove it forward. Thus, the young revolutionary movement experienced the 1970s not as a single comprehensive package that cast doubt on its basic framework, but as a series of seemingly piecemeal difficulties, a new tactical dilemma facing the Black liberation movement, an unexpected twist on the trade union front and the like. Inevitably, this meant that responses were uneven. Different groups saw things differently depending on where they were located geographically or sectorally, or which union most of their cadre worked within. Issues that seemed trivial in hindsight loomed large, while fundamental economic or political trends that today receive tremendous attention were addressed superficially or belatedly and sometimes not at all. The abrupt changes in position, bitter disputes and organizational splits that inevitably flowed from this pattern were dizzying, and by the end of the decade had taken a tremendous toll. But they constituted the day-to-day process by which the movement's decline unfolded after the mid-1970s. Thus the four chapters that make up this section, while trying to situate what occurred in its broader socio-economic context, also attempt to dissect how these challenges were perceived and fought out at the time. A moment of optimism. At the beginning of this process, in 1972-73, new communist partisans thought their prospects were bright. To take the next step in their drive for effective organization and broad political influence, the movement's central players took steps toward organizing a unified founding Congress. The Guardian's 1973 Forum series was the most public effort to bring different organizations together, though it was not based on a worked-out party-building plan. The Guardian's evaluation of the new stage it claimed had been reached was upbeat. The forces involved are moving with modesty, patience, hard work, and have a clear-cut commitment to a fraternal effort aimed at building a new communist party. 1. The paper did not mention some of the tensions just beneath the surface. It had not been easy to negotiate agreement on precisely who would speak at the main forum. While the October League, Black Workers' Congress and the Guardian sent their top leaders to the platform, the Revolutionary Union fielded an individual lower in rank than Chair Bob Avakian. RU was offended because, as the largest group, it felt it deserved top billing instead of being projected as one organization among equals. In fact, the RU was already spearheading a more developed organizational effort called the National Liaison Committee, NLC. The NLC had been formed in July 1972 by representatives of the RU, IWK, BWC, and PRUO at the New York meeting where the Young Lords Party changed its name to the Puerto Rican Revolutionary Workers Organization. Not a public organization, the NLC was designed to serve as vehicle for discussions and common work aimed at uniting the participant groups. RU was the NLC's driving force. It had functioned as a Marxist-Leninist group longer than the other organizations, had a clearer strategy, and believed itself to be the key nucleus of the future new Communist Party. The Communist League initiated a rival effort. In 1972 it joined with several small collectives to call for a conference of North American Marxist-Leninists. The gathering, held in May 1973, set up a National Continuations Committee, NCC, mandated to thrash out a party program and begin organizing for a founding Congress. While attracting support in California and Detroit, CL's main areas of strength, through most of 1973 the NCC was consigned to a relatively small corner of the movement. Partly this was because of CL's obsession with praising Stalin, and partly it was due to CL's stress on theoretical discussion and internal consolidation to the virtual exclusion of mass organizing. While these positions would later gain more adherents, at this point they struck most young Marxist-Leninists as off-base and dogmatic. In any case, the constellation of forces in and around the Guardian, RU, OL, IWK, BWC, and PRUO was stronger, commanded a much larger propaganda apparatus, and at least in 1972-73 seemed to be working in relative harmony. The complexities of black liberation trigger conflict. Appearances were deceptive, and what the Guardian had called a fraternal effort soon fractured. The trigger of this first major blow to the movement's forward motion was bitter controversy over racism and how to fight it. Conflict was especially sharp over how to analyze and combat the special oppression of African Americans. Once groups probed beneath broad generalities, black liberation proved a tremendously complicated and multilevel issue. One level concerned matters of historical analysis and doctrine. A second revolved around immediate mass struggles and how to intervene within them. On a third level there were assessments to be made about what attitude to take toward black nationalist groups and initiatives. And finally there were the complex dynamics of forging solidarity and organizational unity between communists from different racial backgrounds. All these levels were interrelated, of course, but not in a simple way. Even though many Marxist-Leninists believed, for example, that everything flowed from holding a correct position on whether or not African Americans constituted a distinct nation. In practice, groups that agreed on this point frequently were at loggerheads in day-to-day struggles. Meanwhile, organizations with widely differing views on the existence of a black nation often implemented nearly identical policies in practical campaigns and internal struggles. As a result, a complex and bitter series of battles raged within the movement during 1973 to 74. Because of the RU's pace-setting role, that organization's policies were the main object of controversy. On the doctrinal level, the RU came under fire after publishing a comprehensive position on black liberation in Red Papers 5 in 1972.2. This ambitious document defended the Comintern/PUSA thesis of the 1930s that black people had been forged into a semi-colonized nation, held in semi-feudal bondage in the Black Belt South after the reversal of post-Civil War Reconstruction. But the RU went on to argue that since then the situation had been transformed. Black people today are not mainly rural farmers and farm laborers but, even in the South, overwhelmingly urban workers. In the Black Belt, the black population, while not decreasing in absolute numbers, is decreasing relative to the number of whites. RU concluded that this had transformed African Americans into a nation of a new type, and that black people's right of self-determination, while it still must be upheld, is no longer at the heart of the black liberation struggle. These assertions were striking departures from handed-down anti-revisionist orthodoxy, and to many resembled the arguments put forward by the PUSA when that organization abandoned the black nation thesis in the 1950s. This parallel was drawn by other movement groups, who launched a wave of polemics against RU's position. RU responded aggressively. Today the black nation is overwhelmingly working class. The black workers, South and North, are members of a single U.S. working class. Those who try to ignore or distort this in order to cling to an analysis that correctly, or partially, reflected reality in 1880 or 1930, but not reality in the 1970s, violate the Marxist-Leninist method, which Stalin himself repeatedly emphasizes. 3. Simultaneously, conflict was breaking out over how RU was handling relations within the National Liaison Committee. IWK, BWC, and Peru began to criticize the predominantly white RU for trying to submerge people of color groups in a merger process destined to produce a white-dominated party. RU responded with attacks on its erstwhile partners for narrow nationalism, arguing that while racism was the main problem within the broad working class movement, within the new communist movement itself nationalist separatism was a greater danger. These disputes led to the breakup of the NLC. IWK quit in the fall of 1973. BWC and Peru, along with a number of dissident RU members including leading African American cadre, left in 1974. As these groups broke away, they wrote publicly about the struggles within the NLC, which until then had been hidden from most of the movement. 4. The Boston busing crisis. Even more controversial were changes in the RU's approach to practical struggles. Beginning in 1973, other movement cadre observed that the RU was shifting away from its earlier emphasis on specifically anti-racist demands and was downplaying the problem of racial prejudices among white workers in trying to build working class unity. Matters came to a head in fall 1974 when the RU and every other Marxist-Leninist was confronted with a watershed battle in the early 1970s fight against racism, the sustained series of confrontations that became known nationwide as the Boston busing crisis. 5. The crisis had been brewing for a long time. Beginning in the early 1960s, civil rights activists had challenged Boston's entrenched school segregation and the systematic underfunding and overcrowding in predominantly black schools. The drive for equality was resisted by powerful local politicians, almost all Democrats, who controlled the Boston School Committee. These figures held the reins of an extensive patronage apparatus, one of whose pillars was white supremacy. Through that apparatus they maintained a strong base in Boston's white working class. Every time conflict threatened to explode into sustained mass action, the establishment liberals who dominated statewide Massachusetts politics, again, Democrats, kept trying to work out compromises that would pacify the black community without taking away the privileges of local whites. Liberal maneuvers managed to keep the lid on through the early 1970s. But irreconcilable interests could not be reconciled forever. The doors to confrontation in the streets were opened June 21, 1974 when federal Judge W. Arthur Garrity, following precedents set in other school desegregation cases, ruled that the Boston School Committee must take steps to end discrimination and segregation. Busing children to end racial imbalance was to be the main means for achieving this. But the particular busing plan to be utilized, with Garrity's approval, was seriously flawed, not least because it focused on busing students of color and did not require busing of whites. Nevertheless, the decision was bitterly opposed by the white defenders of segregation. There were also many hesitations about the plan within the black community. Advocates of community control as a better strategy than integration to achieve equality were concerned that busing would break up concentrations of black students and dilute the social base of struggles for more African American teachers and administrators, courses in black history and so on. Similar hesitations existed within Boston's smaller Latino and Asian American communities. During the summer of 1974, white anti-desegregation activists began to organize an openly racist anti-busing movement complete with threats of violence against black children and blacks generally. As this racist movement developed, sentiment within the black community shifted. The most extensive analysis of the crisis produced by a new communist group, It's Not the Bus, Busing and the Democratic Struggle in Boston, 1974 to 1975 by the Proletarian Unity League, put it this way: what at first appeared to many as a question of education and the relative merits of integration versus community control now stood revealed in its true light, the emancipation of the oppressed nationalities and working class democracy. As the reformist Jesse Jackson said, "It's not the bus, it's us." The issue became the democratic right to attend school in every part of the city versus the white right to segregated education. 6. Mass demonstrations and confrontations began in early September. After school opened, Boston faced white boycotts and violence against black students. Extensive organizing went on within the African American community, as well as among Latinos and Asians, to keep the schools open, defend children of color and resist racist beatings, shootings, and at least one attempted lynching. Between September and December, the confrontations in Boston were the focus of nationwide attention. While some Boston whites joined the fight for safe, desegregated and equal education, much larger numbers, including large numbers of white workers, stood on the sidelines or actively defended segregation. Meanwhile, Massachusetts liberal power brokers refused to provide adequate police protection to students of color and maneuvered in concert with the open segregationists to shape the contours of the next stages of the busing program to the disadvantage of the black, Latino, and Asian communities. The battle raged through many twists and turns for more than another year. By 1975 to 76, the naked segregation that had existed in Boston schools before 1974 had ended, but the particular pattern of busing utilized to achieve a measure of desegregation remained discriminatory. And the political forces that had most aggressively promoted racism had lost some but by no means all of their power, patronage, and mass base. Divisions within the left. Marxist-Leninists and others on the left were active at just about every stage of the Boston busing crisis, but they were badly divided about how to analyze the situation and what actions to take. The following analysis, excerpted from an influential editorial in the Boston-based Radical America, characterizes the most widely held perspective. The issue is racism, and it is wrong to shift the debate away from it at this time. To argue now about the educational value of busing or of community-controlled schools versus integrated schools would be to equivocate. It is wrong to avoid the issue by arguing about the merits of various hypothetical alternatives. Alternatives to the current busing plans do not exist for most black parents in Boston. While we do not call for integration, we do oppose forced exclusion and segregation of blacks and other minorities. We support their right to integration either as a goal or as a tactic to secure equality. It is also wrong to avoid the issue by emphasizing the poor quality of white schools in Boston. However poor their quality, there has been an organized racist attempt to attack black children attending these schools. While the serious problems with this particular busing plan are the fault of the court and the obstructionist school committee, we think it is wrong to see busing as a ruling class plot. The achievement of busing is, in fact, the result of a long struggle Boston blacks have waged against segregation. We oppose those left groups that attack the plan because it seems to be dividing workers at the present time. Most black people in Boston, whatever their initial assessments of the busing plan, now support busing as one way of achieving better education for their children. To waver on the issue of busing is to play into the hands of those racists who know that the defeat of busing would greatly strengthen the racist status quo. A black victory will be a working class victory. As black people demand and achieve democratic rights and equality, they are transforming the structure of the working class. In doing so, they narrow the differences between blacks and whites, erode the material base of racism, and create greater opportunity for class unity. In this sense, we see this black demand for equality as a class demand. 7. But this was hardly the only view. The left was divided not just on details, but on central analytic and strategic points, and so was the new communist movement. It's not the bus describes the left as being separated into three broad camps. The first is dubbed the conciliators of liberalism, who generally ignored, downplayed, or liquidated the necessity to expose the role of the liberal bourgeoisie and the assimilationist forces, the NAACP. The far-left posture of the Marxist-Leninist current meant that no anti-revisionist groups were placed in this camp, in which it's not the bus placed many unaffiliated leftists as well as the PUSA and SWP. The second category, which is termed the proletarian struggle camp, was composed of groups that generally opposed the busing plan, directing their main fire at the liberals and the assimilationists. He saw the task as constructing a wholly new, wholly pure proletarian camp, free from the influence of liberals and assimilationists. Under these circumstances, some of the groups ended up conciliating with the anti-busing movement. This set of groups was said to include the Revolutionary Union and Workers' Viewpoint, as well as the Puerto Rican Socialist Party and the African Liberation Support Committee. Finally, the third camp was composed of forces who, at times emphasis in original, were able to strike a correct balance between the tasks of opposing the anti-busing movement and struggling with misleaders within the democratic movement. In this group pool placed the OL, BWC, CL, and some smaller collectives including itself. Even among the organizations that shared what pool, and this author, considered to be a generally correct view, the lines of these different groups were neither consistent nor unified. None of these groups were able to unite the left during the course of the struggle, even for individual actions. With the eyes of the country on Boston, more than one group proclaimed this complex battle a key test for everyone on the left. The failure of the anti-revisionists to provide effective leadership was an extremely serious blow to the movement. Up through 1973, the new communist movement's dedication to anti-racism and the strength of its track record in political practice had been one of its strongest attractions. But now the movement was divided over the basic issue of whether the Boston battle was mainly a fight against racism or a confrontation with the ruling class plot to use busing to divide workers. And even those organizations with a sound basic stance were unable to unite on a common program of action. The biggest sign that the movement had started to founder was that its flagship organization, the Revolutionary Union, had gone furthest off track. More than just about any other left group, the RU directed its fire against busing and relegated the issue of racism to the background. The result was consistent conciliation, bordering on alliance, with the segregationist backlash. The screaming front-page headline "People Must Unite to Smash Boston Busing Plan" in the October 1974 issue of RU's newspaper crystallized the group's blunder. The issue was published at the same time as the most aggressive advocates of smashing the busing plan were physically attacking Boston blacks on site, and more than one Bostonian thought on first glance that the RU publication was a right-wing tabloid. This was quite a turnaround for the group that had made criticism of progressive labor's conciliation of racism because of its attacks on the Panthers a cornerstone in launching the new communist movement back in 1968-69. Since this fight was not limited to doctrinal polemics but involved Cotter taking directly opposite positions in a heated confrontation, tensions between the RU and its opponents reached new heights. The RU dug in its heels, but for the first time faced not just criticism but near complete isolation. Years later, both factions of the by then split RU would issue re-evaluations acknowledging that they had been wrong in not seeing racism as the centerpiece of the Boston conflict. 8 But the left's map had changed so much by then that these self-criticisms were hardly noticed. Intersection with party-building plans. RU's reversal of its late 1960s stance on the centrality of the anti-racist struggle was interrelated with other policy shifts. In particular, it was connected to RU's accelerating its effort to convene a founding party congress. In May 1974, after the NLC broke up but before the Boston busing crisis exploded, the RU declared that the central task was no longer building the struggle, consciousness, and revolutionary unity of the working class, because communists had supposedly secured a foothold in the proletariat and experience had clarified all key political questions. Conditions were ripe for uniting genuine revolutionaries behind a correct program, and party building was now the central task. The decision to move quickly toward a founding Congress was necessarily accompanied by an aggressive expansion campaign, and also by a more combative posture toward groups unwilling to go along. A fundamental premise of anti-revisionism was that only one vanguard could exist in any country. In a pre-party period it was possible to concede that several groups with different perspectives could be building blocks of a party to be. But once RU, or any other group, moved to stake a claim to the title of vanguard, logic dictated that organizations that refused to join up had to be exposed as opportunists. In this vein, the RU viciously criticized its former NLC partners and heaped scorn on rivals who challenged its policies in Boston. Simultaneously, the RU began to take an uncompromising go-it-alone posture in mass movements. Emphasis was placed on immediate recruitment and winning control of mass organizations rather than on developing cooperative relationships with others. The results were universally negative, and nowhere more than in Vietnam Veterans Against the War/Winter Soldier Organization, VVAW/WSO. Vietnam Veterans Against the War had peaked in influence in 1971-72 following the dramatic protest when hundreds of vets threw their medals over the fence surrounding the U.S. Capitol, see Chapter 1. The organization grew to over 11,000 members, and 2 books from major publishers, The New Soldier and The Winter Soldier Investigation 10, put its views before the country. After the Paris peace agreements were signed in January 1973, VVAW's size and activity, like that of other anti-war organizations, declined considerably. But by this time a substantial number of members had been radicalized and were eager to organize veterans and active duty GIs for a long-term struggle. In April 1973 the organization, still with upwards of 1,000 members and dozens of chapters, adopted an explicitly anti-imperialist program and added the term Winter Soldier Organization to its name, taking inspiration from Tom Paine, the pamphleteer of the 13 Colonies' original battle for independence. These are the times that try men's souls. The summer soldier and the sunshine patriot will, in this crisis, shrink from the service of their country, but he that stands now deserves the thanks of man and woman. 11. Simultaneously, VVAW/WSO opened membership to non-veterans who agreed with the aims and organizing priorities of the group, especially encouraging women to join. It also began to search for a more defined strategic perspective, and the kind of political and theoretical debates that were raging in the rest of the left began to play a more prominent role in the life of the group. Many longtime VVAW stalwarts were won over to the perspective of the RU, and RU members who were not Vietnam vets began to join chapters across the country. In 1974, soon after the RU's proclamation that party building had become the central task, the many-sided debates within VVAW/WSO began to congeal into a single sharp polarization between an RU-aligned tendency and the rest of the membership. The pro-RU wing argued for putting top priority on demands for decent benefits for all veterans, a view that most other members believed marked a step back from VVAW's long-standing anti-war and anti-imperialist focus. Echoing the differences that emerged during the Boston busing crisis, RU Cotter and their allies were also criticized for downplaying the fight against racism and sexism. For a time, these differences were debated as VVAW/WSO continued its organizing work. But in April 1975 the RU-controlled national office moved decisively to assert full control over the organization. It expelled a number of chapters, drove out scores of individuals and then imposed programmatic uniformity on those members who remained. Within a very few months, VVAW/WSO declined to a small core of RU Cotter and close supporters. Many of those expelled bitterly denounced the power grab and linked it directly to RU's drive to found a party. Our struggle is directly tied to the RU calling for a founding party congress this summer. Their concept of a united front against imperialism is a key element of their theory. From their point of view, little special interest groups fighting for their own needs are seen as mass support for their party's line and revolutionary strategy. It is important to them to have a vets and GI organization in their united front. The RU would like to announce that VVAW/WSO supports their party. The only way this can be done is if all opposition to their line is either driven or kicked out. 12. VVAW/WSO, once among the most prestigious popular organizations of the anti-Vietnam War movement, was now a casualty of the drive to found a vanguard. A flurry of documents pillorying RU's tactics circulated widely on the left, damaging the RU's already plummeting reputation. 13 As a result of all this, the period in which RU set the pace for the entire new communist movement came to a bitter end. The extent of RU's decline was symbolized dramatically, and comically, by a literal 10-story fall. On October 11, 1974, a delegation of 50 RU members set out for a political confrontation with the Guardian staff. But they overloaded the elevator in the old New York building where the newspaper had its office. The elevator sank under the load, carrying the RU members down to the basement. The Guardian termed the RU action an attempt at physical intimidation, an evaluation widely shared throughout the left. 14. RU was undeterred. It convened a Congress in September 1975 that formally disbanded RU and founded the Revolutionary Communist Party, RCP. This is both an act of determined dedication and a historic moment. The party of the working class has been born. 15 Based on the impressive structure RU had built since 1968, the RCP continued to grow for several more years. It remained the single largest new communist organization, and reached its height of something over 1,000 members sometime between 1975 and 1978. Outside its own milieu, however, RU/RCP had become a near pariah. Between fall 1974 and fall 1975, most other anti-revisionists shifted from having criticisms of RU to seeing it as virtually outside of Marxism-Leninism altogether. The Guardian wrote that the abysmal white chauvinism of RU meant the loss of virtually all credibility. 16. Iwarkun declared that formation of the RCP marked the group's final exit from the ranks of the Marxist-Leninist movement. 17. A swing toward dogmatism and extreme leftism. Inevitably, the rest of the movement worked overtime to draw the appropriate lessons from the declension of its pioneer group. On one level, many Cotter drew useful conclusions. Probing the complexities of the Boston confrontations, many activists gained deeper insight into the material basis of racism within the working class and redoubled their commitment to demands addressing the special oppression of peoples of color. Valuable warnings were also raised about the dangers of an organization trying to get its way through maneuver and bullying rather than persuasion and positive example. Calls went out for more attention to theoretical matters, as groups previously concerned mainly with proletarianizing their Cotter recognized that immersing activists in the working class would not by itself provide answers to knotty questions such as those thrown up by the Boston crisis. But for the most part, the response to the RU's blunders was skewed by a lurch toward ultraleftism and dogmatism. The RU's mistakes were widely characterized as stemming from an alleged combination of rightism, that is, giving in to the pull of spontaneity, and deviating from the sacred texts of classical Marxism-Leninism. So the group's best positioned to step into the leadership vacuum, as well as numerous unaffiliated Marxist activists, concluded that a reassertion of pre-existing orthodoxy and insistence on pursuing thoroughly left policies was the key to avoiding any more RU-type debacles. On the specific issue of busing, the groups that pilloried the RU were all over the map. The OL and CL had both supported busing, while WVO had opposed it. But they and other groups all focused their criticisms on the RU's daring to tamper with the 1930s PUSA/Comintern line postulating the existence of a black nation. The OL, CL, and WVO all had different interpretations of the original Comintern thesis. The OL believed that the black nation was made up only of the African American population in the Black Belt South, while CL postulated a Negro nation defined by its territorial boundaries and made up of both black Negroes and white Negroes living in that territory. 18 Still, they agreed that it was RU's abandonment of the Comintern line that lay at the core of its errors. True, the old Comintern position did focus attention on the independent, that is, not reducible simply to class, dimension of the black struggle. In this it marked an advance over positions that had up until that time dominated the socialist left. But there were a host of problems with the black nation thesis from its inception, and many historians have made the case that the PUSA's exemplary anti-racist practice during the 1930s was due to its embracing only certain aspects of this thesis while ignoring others. In any case, whatever the flaws in RU's analysis of the period after the Civil War, the group was certainly correct, as the CP had been in the 1950s, in pointing out that tremendous changes had taken place in the situation of African Americans since 1928. What the Boston crisis had highlighted was the need for new theoretical analyses. While the classical communist framework had something to offer in this area, so did the alternative paradigms developed by others, including Harold Crews, James Boggs, and Robert Allen, whose 1975 book Reluctant Reformers included an insightful Marxist critique of the Black Nation framework. 19 Likewise, the Times demanded fresh analyses of the country's changing demographics, in particular the expanding numbers and special conditions of Latinos and Asian Americans. But the particular way most anti-revisionists condemned RU pushed in a different direction. Rather than foster a willingness to look beyond the boundaries of traditional doctrine, it called upon Marxist-Leninists to embrace more firmly a position formulated 40-plus years before. And pressures toward dogmatism were not limited to this issue. Through 1974 and 1975 a mounting chorus argued that classical doctrine contained the answers to all questions, from how to analyze 1970s trade unions to understanding the evolution and current nature of the USSR. The voices arguing this outlook overwhelmed all others, and the dogmatic tendencies that had been present in the new communist movement from the beginning assumed hegemonic force. Worship of the classics became not just frequent but the norm. Intellectual censorship and self-censorship took hold, with most groups coming to see dangers of American exceptionalism, the idea that Marxism-Leninism didn't apply to the U.S., in virtually any fresh historical or social analysis of U.S. society. From this point on, original theoretical production within the mainstream of the new communist movement all but dried up, and only a few dissident strands, about which more later, even attempted to do more than take positions that could be easily justified via quotations from the Leninist classics, or the current positions of the Communist Party of China. Miniaturized Leninism. Within this swing toward what might best be termed communist fundamentalism, the dominant critique of RU on party building had perhaps the most immediate negative effect. Critics claimed that the RU's mistakes were due primarily to its pre-1974 view that building the mass movement rather than party building was the central task. RU's initial view was attacked as being a rightist deviation that erroneously prioritized links with broad movements over ideological purification and propaganda efforts tailored to a small stratum of advanced workers. Polemics by the OL, WVO, CL, BWC, IWK, and Peruo, as well as a short book by New Voice leader Charles Lauren, all sounded variations on this theme. Point 20. They argued that immunity from the infection that supposedly corrupted RU would be gained primarily by studying the communist classics, and some of RU's critics argued that rooting out errors like those of the RU required giving top priority to studying the theory of party building itself. Conditions outside the movement also facilitated this retreat into purist orthodoxies. By 1974-75 the popular movements, which had surged in 1970-73, had ebbed like their late 60s predecessors, leaving the entire revolutionary left adrift. Conceptions of a large and flexible organization, informed by Marxist theory but deriving its vitality from week-to-week interaction with a dynamic layer of class-conscious workers, began to appear more and more abstract. In that context, theories promoted by earlier communist generations, and the prestige of parties in other countries, began to carry even more weight. This was hardly the first time in communist history that narrowing opportunities for political advance had led to theoretical and strategic rigidity rather than readjustment and creativity. The side of Lenin that insisted upon breadth of vision, politics begin where millions of men and women are, where there are not thousands, but millions. 21, and tremendous political flexibility, what Eric Hobsbawm called Lenin's habitual realism. 22, was buried under endless quotations demanding doctrinal purity and iron discipline. The idea that demarcations between reformists and revolutionaries were necessary over decisive questions facing broad masses was constricted into a sectarian mandate to split over shades of doctrine important at most to a few thousand people. The proposition that the purpose of embracing revolutionary theory was to guide an organization toward earning a vanguard role was increasingly obscured. Instead, most groups began to act as if adopting a certain set of principles meant being anointed by history or given the franchise as the proletarian vanguard. The result was the rise to hegemony of a sort of Leninism in miniature. Leninist precepts were cited, but their meaning was drastically narrowed in scope and scale. 60-year-old polemics written as guidelines for a party of thousands to interact with a movement of millions were interpreted through the prism of how organizations of hundreds, or even dozens, should interact with movements of thousands, or less. The tendency toward mechanical formulas and organizational narrow-mindedness went from having a certain influence to becoming deeply entrenched. The movement's vision of a vanguard party was reduced to the model of a sect. Just when a dose of fresh thinking was needed to transcend the limits of the Stalin-Mao model and expand on the valuable insights in Lenin's thought, the movement's strongest groups headed in the exact opposite direction. Miniaturized Leninism was Leninist in form, but sterile in content. A changed organizational map. These ideological shifts and the RU's decline redrew the movement's organizational map. Beginning at the end of 1973, the Communist League and the National Continuations Committee it led enjoyed a notable rise in influence. The CL and other NCC groups had for some time been the harshest critics of the RU's position that party building was not, yet, the central task. They argued for putting a priority on study and declared that RU and other rivals had failed to sufficiently repudiate their new left heritage, counterposing CL's own continuity with the pre-1956 communist movement. As the RU foundered, these positions gained a wider hearing. Peruo, BWC, and the August 29 movement all joined the NCC. Though each left after only a few months, their brief participation heightened the NCC's credibility. The NCC's temporary growth spurt also, negatively, affected RU. Fear that the Communist League would beat it in the race to hold a founding Congress figured in RU's decision to accelerate its own Congress preparations and exacerbated RU's sectarian trajectory. The Communist League still managed to convene its Congress first, launching the Communist Labor Party of the United States of North America, CLP, in September 1974. The new group was smaller than RU, but had managed to consolidate a core of several hundred, perhaps close to 1,000, members. It launched a twice monthly, but only 4 to 8 page, newspaper, the People's Tribune, with a separate Spanish edition, Tribuno Popular. The newly formed party immediately turned away from most interaction with other self-identified anti-revisionists, whom it regarded as hopelessly petty bourgeois, to concentrate on sinking its cadre into unions and people of color communities. Other Marxist-Leninists returned the CLP's disdain. They attacked CLP for its elevation of Stalin over Mao in the communist pantheon and for daring to criticize the Chinese as well as the Soviet Party for nationalism and opportunism. They condemned and often ridiculed CLP's theory of a Negro nation in the South that included both blacks and whites. Though CLP was organizationally isolated by the end of 1974, it had contributed a good deal to the fundamentalist ascent. Most of its specific political positions were rejected, but its call to focus theoretical efforts on the classics and its dismissive attitude toward most 1960s movements had a continuing influence. The October League swings leftwards. Within the movement's mainstream, the October League was best positioned to assume RU's pace-setting role. OL had slowly but steadily developed its organizing work through 1973 and 1974. It had developed an informal arrangement with The Guardian whereby the paper placed OL operatives in staff posts as a counterweight to a perceived takeover threat from RU. In general, OL had much better relations with other movement activists in 1973-74 than either RU or CL/CLP. But just when it was moving center stage, OL itself, partly in reaction to RU's alleged rightism, turned toward extremely left and sectarian policies. 23 On the crucial trade union front, in 1976 OL completely reversed its earlier positive attitude toward steel workers reform leader Ed Sadlowski, who was bidding for the presidency of what was then the AFL-CIO's largest union, with 1.4 million members. Sadlowski's campaign grew out of a militant rank-and-file movement and he was challenging his opponents' support for restrictions on workers' right to strike. But OL declared that bureaucrats like Sadlowski come forward as the main scabs and slickest defenders of the system. 24 And denounced his bid as a trick by the bourgeoisie to channel the revolutionary aspirations and strivings of the masses into reformism. 25 Sadlowski lost the election, though he did gain 44% of the vote and carried a majority of workers in the largest steel plants. 26 Simultaneously OL's tactics in mass organizations began to resemble the RU's power grab within VVAW/WSO. In 1974 and 1975 OL Cotter began to concentrate in the Southern Conference Educational Fund, SCEF, a progressive Southern organization that had a history of courageous organizing against racism stretching back to its founding in 1938. Through the 1950s and 1960s SCEF included activists with different ideological viewpoints, and several key SCEF activists were members or sympathizers of the PUSA. But after OL took over SCEF in 1975 it completely undermined the organization's United Front character. At a SCEF board meeting in 1976 OL Cotter pushed through a resolution terming the USSR a social imperialist superpower, though SCEF had never previously taken these kinds of ideological positions. The call then bragged that the CP was driven out of SCEF. 27 The drive for organizational control and ideological uniformity gutted SCEF space and the circulation of its newspaper fell by 80%. One of the bitterest ironies of this fiasco was that the key October League member involved, Bob Zellner, had been a core activist in the uplifting and unitary days of the civil rights movement. Zellner had been one of the first white activists in SNCC, where his courage won tremendous respect. He was initially added to the SNCC staff as a field secretary mandated to recruit anti-racist Southern whites into the struggle, a post established via an agreement between SNCC and SCEF with SCEF providing the funds. At the core of these damaging policies was OL's enthusiasm for one of the Chinese Communist Party's latest mandates, no united action with revisionism. 28 This formula meant that OL would boycott coalitions within which PUSA members played a significant role. This meant either pursuing rule or ruin, or rule and ruin, policies such as those undertaken within SCEF, or, more commonly, straining ties with independent-minded activists who were unwilling to sit out important struggles simply because the PUSA was also involved. Simultaneously, OL launched a theoretical journal to carry its first at-length volleys on the theoretical front, which all defended fundamentalist positions. The group also published for a revolutionary position on the Negro question, Harry Haywood's defense of the Black Nation thesis, originally written as a polemic within the PUSA in 1957.29. OL's turn led to growing tensions with The Guardian, and in spring 1975 came a bitter public break. OL attacked The Guardian for covering up for revisionism and the social imperialist Soviet Union, and directed its members and sympathizers on the newspaper's staff to resign. 30, believing that it had replaced the RU as the pace-setting Marxist-Leninist group and convinced that its fealty to CPC positions gave it an unbeatable trump card, OL took the path trod earlier by RU and CL and began preparations for a founding Congress. It set up new mass organizations under its control, founding the Communist Youth Organization and the National Fight Back Organization, which drew 1,100 people to Chicago for its founding meeting, and High Point, in December 1975. It transformed the call from a monthly to a weekly beginning January 1, 1976. BWC breaks up and the Revolutionary Wing forms. This same year saw the breakup of the Black Workers' Congress, ending the life of a group that had originated out of the most sustained radical workers' upsurge of the late 1960s/early 1970s. Though BWC had been in difficulties for some time, its final collapse amid extremely bitter doctrinal and personal disputes was still a serious blow to the entire movement. In the end, BWC fractured into 4 tiny splinters, all espousing one or another variety of extreme left policies and anti-revisionist orthodoxy. Though recognizing the BWC breakup as a setback, especially within the Black liberation movement, anti-revisionists took heart from the conversion of Amiri Baraka and the Congress of African Peoples to Marxism-Leninism. They were also encouraged by the public surfacing, in late 1974, of the Revolutionary Workers' League, which included most of the core leadership of the African Liberation Support Committee. These developments seemed to augur a new level of influence for Marxism-Leninism among African American activists. But it soon became clear that the actual results would be much more mixed, due to the dogmatic and sectarian positions adopted by the two groups, especially RWL. Having decided that building a proletarian vanguard was the key task, RWL began to shift its cadre into factory work and to insist that discussions of party building be injected into ALSC and all other popular organizations. This stance was a prime factor in destroying ALSC's united front character, as the group became an uncomfortable place for activists interested in solidarity work but not in debates over how to build a new communist party. By late 1975, the most important, broad-based and activist formation in the Black movement between 1972 and 1974 was all but defunct. Also at the end of 1975, the RWL aligned itself with the now shrunken PRO to form the self-proclaimed Revolutionary Wing, which briefly included the August 29 movement and Workers' Viewpoint as well. The Wing, its shorthand self-designation, attacked everyone else for being insufficiently anti-revisionist and for focusing on mass work instead of doctrinal purification campaigns. Lasting only a few months, this tendency broke up in a flurry of bitter polemics in the spring of 1976. The PRO and RWL remained allied for a time before collapsing altogether amid purges, reports of violence and physical intimidation against ex-members, and charges that various individuals were police agents. ATM, though battered by the experience, managed to extricate itself before the worst name-calling and thuggery occurred. 31. Only Workers' Viewpoint organization emerged somewhat strengthened from the ordeal. Though advocating ideological purity as fiercely as its former allies, WVO did not completely withdraw from mass activity. In 1974, WVO cadre initiated Asian Americans for Equal Employment, AAFE, in New York City, which quickly scored a major success. AAFE led a militant mass struggle which forced a recalcitrant contractor to hire 24 Chinese American workers for a large Chinatown construction project, Confucius Plaza. Then in 1975 AFE played a point role in battles against police abuse following the beating of a Chinese-American engineer by New York City officers. WVO then conducted forums around the country to promote its achievements and expand its ranks. Its biggest breakthrough came when it recruited several key cadre out of the rapidly degenerating RWL, including former YOBU chair Nelson Johnson. This gave the group a base in the South to add to its East Coast core and foothold in California, and added several experienced African Americans to its until then predominantly Asian American leadership. While still smaller than OL, by 1976 WVO had established itself as a pole that drew energy from and in turn strengthened the swing toward ultra-left policies and dogmatic reassertions of orthodoxy. Pockets of resistance. Some circles resisted the swing toward left purism. The Guardian continued to advocate flexible tactics in mass movements and criticized no united action with revisionism as a recipe for marginalization. On party building, it rejected the idea of focusing narrowly on internal movement debate and continued to call for a cooperative effort among wide sectors of the movement. It was more willing than any other movement institution with nationwide influence to express reservations about the emphasis on orthodoxy, whether of the Stalinist or CPC varieties. But it, too, was affected by the general drift. The paper's most ardent defense of Chinese foreign policy came in 1973-75, despite growing signs that the CPC was moving away from focusing on the fight against U.S. imperialism. And a lengthy series in the paper on Trotskyism by Carl Davidson, subsequently published as a Guardian pamphlet, reprised a one-sided, Stalinist version of communist history. 32. At the local level, several smaller collectives were also uncomfortable with the direction being taken by the largest groups. Poole's It's Not the Bus pamphlet presented a no-nonsense critique of ultraleftism and sectarianism, a harbinger of more elaborate analyses to come. The Philadelphia Workers' Organizing Committee, which had grown large enough to launch a newspaper, The Organizer, in January 1975, offered a somewhat different critique of dogmatism and ultra-left errors. The leaderships of El Comité, which completed its transformation into a Marxist-Leninist group in January 1975, and of the Union of Democratic Filipinos, KDP, expressed similar sentiments. There was a general restiveness among many cadre who had not joined one of the larger prep-arty groups, and in some cities new Marxist-Leninist collectives came together on the basis of opposition to sectarianism and ultraleftism, though generally not to the idea that there was one orthodox Marxism-Leninism that embodied all fundamental truths. Challenges were also mounted on a few specific hot-button issues. Critique of the Black Nation Thesis, a 1975 pamphlet whose authors included leaders of the KDP and Third World Women's Alliance, criticized the national question framework as inadequate to address the complexities and particularities of black oppression. 33 The pamphlet called for a focus on racism as both material reality and ideology and emphasized the socially constructed nature of U.S. racial categories, foreshadowing approaches that would become prevalent on the left in the 1980s and 1990s. Several 1975 initiatives also challenged communist homophobia. Toward a scientific analysis of the gay question, by a group of 10 communists who are gay women, contributed a scathing critique of RU's backward theory that homosexuality constituted a decadent and individualistic response to decaying capitalism that would disappear under socialism. 34. Useful as all these pockets of resistance were, however, they remain too scattered to take the initiative away from the trend toward ultraleftism. Growth continues despite obstacles. The RU debacle, growing fragmentation, and the swing toward dogmatism combined to check the new communist movement's ascent within the left. But even though its momentum was slowed, through 1975 and 1976 Marxism-Leninism continued to gain influence and recruits. Most movement activists, even as they grew more hostile to former allies, still considered themselves part of a trend on the rise. Activists in other parts of the left grudgingly shared this view. A prime reason was that, taken individually, the largest anti-revisionist organizations continued to expand their numbers and the scope of the work. The RU/RCP, OL, and CL/CLP were reaping the benefits of the years each had invested in consolidating a sophisticated nationwide apparatus. It had naturally taken some time for their cadre across the country to become adept at functioning with a common style and discipline and to set up newspapers, journals, and literature distribution systems. By 1974-75, even though the honeymoon years of cooperation were over, the capacities of such apparatuses were only beginning to be tapped. With a sophisticated organization and several hundred skilled cadre, it was possible to make headway even with a flawed and sectarian strategy. And despite the ebb in mass political activity compared to the late 1960s and early 1970s, a lively protest movement still existed. So did discontent among young workers of all colors who had been exposed to radical ideas. Thus, at least on the scale of growing by a few dozen or even a few hundred people a year, or getting a campaign underway in a particular union, it was not just possible but common for the larger groups to score gains. On this scale, the negative impact of left infighting was overshadowed by the immediate organizing capacities of a tight-knit cadre group, even a local collective of just a dozen or 2 dozen people. More important, events in world and national politics continued to push those individuals who did become radicalized in the direction of Marxism-Leninism. The bloody US-sponsored 1973 coup in Chile had a huge impact. In 1970, Salvador Allende had led a coalition of left parties and won the presidency in a democratic election. Between his election and the coup there was widespread debate on the left, in Chile and worldwide, about what steps should or could be taken to build popular power and ward off Chile's CIA-backed right wing. When Allende was ousted and killed, the entire revolutionary left, as well as far broader circles, concluded that his key error lay in failing to move decisively against the counter-revolutionary core in the army, police, and right-wing groups. 35 The Chilean events seemed bloody confirmation of Leninism's argument that socialist transformation required smashing the bourgeois state apparatus and establishing a dictatorship of the proletariat. Soviet and social democratic speculations about peaceful transitions to socialism lost credibility in favor of anti-revisionist insistence on armed revolution. The continuing gains of armed movements elsewhere in the Third World reinforced this motion. Vietnam remained the central reference point. Despite US and South Vietnamese government violations of the 1973 peace agreements, the revolutionaries grew strong enough to launch a final offensive in the spring of 1975. Washington was helpless to stop the disintegration of its puppet army, and on April 30, 1975 the entire world watched the spectacle of those last crowded helicopters taking off from the roof of the U.S. Embassy in Saigon. Washington's client governments in Cambodia and Laos were also ousted, on April 17 and May 9, respectively, and the victory of communist-led insurgents in Southeast Asia was complete. During 1974 and 1975 the Maoist-led insurgency in the Philippines also advanced. In February 1974 4 groups of Latin America's armed left, Uruguay's Tupamaros, Bolivia's National Liberation Army, the MIR in Chile and the People's Revolutionary Army of Argentina, announced the formation of a joint revolutionary council. In April 1974 the strength of the armed movements in Portugal's African colonies reverberated within Portugal itself. The fascist government was overthrown by a left-inclined armed forces movement whose members had been influenced by the very revolutionary organizations they had been fighting against. Indeed, the entire Third World seemed on the move. The fourth summit of the non-aligned movement held in Algiers in September 1973 was the largest yet, with 75 participating nations. Fidel Castro and others from the most radical wing of the movement played pivotal roles in formulating the summit's famous proposal for a new international economic order. With the non-aligned movement pressing the matter, the UN General Assembly voted to adopt this proposal as official policy, and also voted overwhelmingly to reaffirm the inalienable right of the Puerto Rican people to self-determination and independence. 36 In September 1974 the Ethiopian regime of Emperor Haile Selassie, the largest recipient of U.S. military aid in sub-Saharan Africa, was overthrown by a military council, the Dergu, which declared itself the leader of a socialist revolution. In November 1974, PLO chair Yasser Arafat was invited to open the UN debate on Palestine, and the General Assembly voted 106-4 to recognize the PLO as the sole legitimate representative of the Palestinian people. In June 1974, the Sixth Pan-African Congress, the largest ever and the first held since 1945, was held in Tanzania with a radical anti-imperialist perspective shaping the proceedings. The African American delegation was the largest contingent at the Congress. Under the circumstances, the trend on the U.S. left most strongly identified with Third World anti-imperialism and Marxist-led armed movements inevitably continued to attract support. More than any other single indicator, the circulation of The Guardian told the tale. Through 1972 and 1973, the paper's circulation rose slowly but steadily from its dip after the liberated Guardian breakaway and the collapse of SDS, and then in 1974 the paper picked up over 1,500 new subscribers to cross back above 20,000, where it stayed for several years. Monthly Review, not linked to the new communist movement but like The Guardian enthusiastic about Third World struggles and China, also peaked in circulation between 1975 and 1977, at a little over 11,000. The contradictory impacts of energy crisis and recession. Another crucial factor was the energy crisis of 1973-74 followed by the recession of 1974-75. This slump was the worst economic downturn in the U.S. since the Great Depression of the 1930s. The drop in the GNP in the last quarter of 1974 was the steepest of any quarter in 16 years, and official unemployment rates reached their highest point since the 1930s. Contrary to the expectations of many on the left, however, this downturn did not produce an outpouring of worker militancy or a large-scale radicalization. To the contrary, it played a role that recessions have often played in the history of capitalism, disciplining the working class, exacerbating intra-class divisions and narrowing many workers' vision to issues of immediate survival. In the concrete, the 1974-75 slump scared most of the trade union leadership, leading many officials to seek new levels of accommodation with capital, in order to save jobs. It led to massive layoffs in key industries such as auto and steel, and those expelled from the plants included a disproportionate share of those workers most open to radical ideas, young workers and especially young black workers. Under these conditions, the rank-and-file insurgencies that had spread widely in numerous unions between 1968 and 1972 lost momentum or shriveled up altogether, with the notable exception of those among the United Mine Workers and Teamsters. In addition, the government/media campaign to blame the slump on the Arab countries fueled jingoism and national chauvinism among broad layers of the population. While the energy crisis was in fact a product of market manipulation by US and European-based oil transnationals, and underneath that the underlying structure of the capitalist energy industry, it was convenient for the US establishment to target the 8 Arab oil-producing countries that had raised prices and briefly conducted a selective oil embargo against the US, South Africa and other countries that had backed Israel in the October 1973 Middle East War. Iran, then a supporter of Israel and ruled by the Shah, also endorsed a price hike for economic reasons and to obtain funds to purchase additional Western weapons. Abuse was heaped on the Arabs, and Third World radicals generally, and it tapped into the generalized resentment millions felt at what they believed to be the humiliation of the US in Vietnam and elsewhere in Asia, Africa, the Middle East and Latin America. In these ways and more, the economic shocks of 1973-75 played a crucial role in the general 1970s rightward shift in US politics. But trapped in their ultra-left and dogmatic frameworks, most Marxist-Leninists missed the paramount features of this important episode. They focused instead on the very depth and severity of the crisis and the fact that at least some part in it was played by an expression of militancy by Third World, Arab, countries, concluding that indeed the Third World was growing in strength and could severely limit the reach of Washington. In this, the Marxist-Leninists were hardly alone. Mainstream analyst Kevin Phillips spoke for many of capitalism's defenders when he worried aloud in 1975 that the tides of history are flowing dangerously against us. The US, like all previous empires, has begun to decline. Likewise, the newly formed Club of Rome, a global think tank bringing together heads of state, former heads of state, high-level civil servants and leading establishment intellectuals, began issuing reports with titles like The Limits to Growth, which painted a dire picture of the future of modern industrial capitalist society. 37. More generally, the combination of economic stagnation with seemingly intractable inflation seemed proof that 1970s monopoly capitalism was beset by deep-rooted instabilities. Again, this view was not completely wrong-headed. 2 decades later, the proposition that 1973 to 75 marked an economic turning point has become widely accepted from left to right. 38 Following this end of the Great Post-World War II boom was a restructuring of world capitalism, and with it many changes in the relationships between its component institutions, nations, and classes. The new communist movement, and many others on the left, were badly off base in their early 1970s projections of what those shifts would be. Yet the left did accurately perceive that big changes were afoot, and that these would include a sharper confrontation between a wounded imperialist power trying to regain its previous positions and bitter opponents at home and abroad. In the very short term, the prevalence of this perception strengthened the new communist movement. It buttressed the 1905 to 1917 analogy and commitment to party building. And for activists in their general orbit, it gave credibility to the orthodox Leninist claim that capitalism had reached the point of irreversible decline. China's prestige. Finally, during 1974 and 1975, Mao and China still enjoyed great prestige among broad layers of the intelligentsia. Praise for Beijing as a beacon of progress and democracy came from figures far beyond the Marxist-Leninist ranks. Here, for instance, are excerpts from an article reporting on the Chinese campaign to criticize Lin Biao and Confucius written by women's movement and healthcare activist Barbara Ehrenreich. Well before the current movement, Chinese women were already vastly more liberated than we are in the US. Daycare is universally available and practically free. Women are encouraged to enter all but the most strenuous occupations. The disappearance of the Little Red Book is by no means a repudiation of Mao's thought, quite the opposite. The Red Book was a shortcut to Mao Zedong thought. Today there are no shortcuts. In the movement to criticize Lin Biao and Confucius, everyone is urged to read the basic texts of Marxism-Leninism Mao Zedong thought for themselves. Peasants, formerly illiterate old people, young students, workers, are reading and discussing the critique of the Gotha program, Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism. The movement is what the Chinese say it is, part of a continuing effort to unleash the activity of the masses, to create people of wisdom. 39. One can only speculate about what Ehrenreich, now one of the left's most prominent intellectuals and a member of DSA, would say about such an evaluation today. But at the time she was convinced enough to include further praise of Chinese communist policies in her keynote address at the first ever National Conference on Socialist Feminism in 1975. She was hardly an isolated case. And such sentiments necessarily accrued to the advantage of the anti-revisionist movement. But it was the prestige of the Communist Party of China that was about to plummet as the CPC switched sides in the international class struggle. 10. China's new policies. Split the movement. Marked by Maoist fundamentalism and beset by internecine conflict, by mid-1975 the new communist movement was already in trouble. Then a controversy erupted that cut to the core of the movement's identity. In the fall of that year the pivot of national liberation shifted from Southeast Asia to Southern Africa. The Movement for the Popular Liberation of Angola, MPLA, which had spearheaded the long struggle for Angolan independence, was confronted on the eve of victory by two self-proclaimed liberation movements backed by the US and apartheid South Africa. China sided with the US and South Africa, producing a political explosion that split the movement virtually down the middle. China's shift from championing national liberation to backing Washington had been in process for years. but before the end of the war in Vietnam its full consequences were muted. Until the fall of Saigon, Vietnam remained the focal point of anti-imperialist politics, and China continued to support Vietnam even though Vietnam was also backed by, and was a close ally of, the USSR. But once Southeast Asia had been liberated, it became clear that in almost every other part of the world China was willing to ally with any force, no matter how reactionary, that opposed the Soviet Union. The implementation of this policy inevitably provoked an upheaval within the new communist movement. The movement was based on the proposition that anti-revisionist Marxism-Leninism alone could provide effective guidance for the worldwide battle against imperialism. Supposedly all other trends conciliated the enemy or had actually crossed over into the enemy camp. Movement Cotter insisted that internationalism lay at the very core of communist doctrine, and that betrayals of internationalism by social democracy and Soviet revisionism were the fundamental reasons revolutionaries needed to create a new political movement. Now anti-revisionists themselves were themselves forced to choose between sticking to their roots in the struggle against US imperialism or following the lead of the Chinese Communist Party. Angola was important in itself, but the crisis there triggered a full-blown split because it embodied broader issues. After all, the movement's position on US military and CIA activities, should they be consistently opposed, or should they be supported when directed against the USSR, necessarily affected its positions across the board. Should the military budget be cut or increased? Should opposition to some sectors of capital be suspended because of shared opposition to the USSR? Should trade union progressives be attacked for failing to embrace a foreign policy based on combating the alleged Soviet threat? To be sure, new communist groups had already displayed a damaging tendency to see splitting controversies in every disagreement over international affairs. But the events in southern Africa crystallized a dispute that went far beyond fine points or details. The movement's basic alignment in world politics was at stake, and the prestigious revolutionary parties that had inspired the movement's formation in the first place, the Chinese and Cuban parties in particular, were on opposite sides of the barricades. Tracing how matters reached this point first requires a quick review of the evolution of China's foreign policy from the time of the Sino-Soviet split to the eve of the Southern African crisis. The Sino-Soviet split. From the victory of the Chinese Revolution in 1949 to the late 1950s, the CPC leaders saw themselves as part of a world anti-imperialist front anchored by a Soviet-led socialist camp. 1 They reacted negatively to Khrushchev's 1956 speech criticizing Stalin and the overall drift of the CPSU's 20th Congress, but for several years there were no public indications of a dispute. Hard-nosed calculations about power, not ideology, led to the break. The decisive moment came in the months leading up to the 1959 Camp David summit between Khrushchev and U.S. President Eisenhower. During summit preparations, the Soviets unilaterally abrogated an agreement on sharing nuclear technology with China that they had signed in 1957. Apparently the Soviet move was demanded by Washington as a precondition for détente, a trade-off for the U.S. refraining from giving nuclear weapons to West Germany. The Chinese were outraged, though not yet in public. They only revealed the existence of the 1957 agreement in 1963. They did not sympathize with Moscow's fear that a nuclear-armed German state would be tempted to reprise the 1941 Nazi surprise attack on the USSR. For them the decision proved that the new CPSU leadership prized relations with the US above the solidarity of the socialist camp. Moreover, since Washington had numerous nuclear weapons aimed at China, the CPC regarded the Soviet move as endangering China's own security. Moscow claimed that its decision shouldn't worry Beijing because China was still protected by the Soviet nuclear umbrella. But in light of Moscow's readiness to cut deals with Washington without consulting Beijing, the CPC mistrusted those assurances. The Sino-Soviet rift burst into public view after the summit. The CPC began open polemics in April 1960 and simultaneously began trying to line up support from other communist parties through face-to-face discussions. Moscow reacted furiously to the Chinese display of independence, and also to what Soviet leaders regarded as the misguided economic policies of the Great Leap Forward begun in January 1958. In July 1960, Soviet technicians and economic assistants were abruptly withdrawn from China, leaving numerous projects in the planning or construction phases. In November 1960, a meeting of 81 communist parties managed to agree on the Compromise Moscow Statement, but the differences between the CPC and CPSU were papered over rather than resolved. 2 Matters flared up again at the October 1961 22nd Congress of the CPSU when Khrushchev attacked Albania's ruling party, China's closest ally, and Chinese Premier Zhou Enlai walked out in protest. A new round of polemics began in late 1962, and the CPC for the first time targeted the CPSU by name in its June 1963 proposal concerning the general line of the international communist movement. In July, a top-level meeting was held in Moscow in a last-ditch attempt to heal the breach. A major goal of the CPC delegation was to convince the Soviets not to sign the partial test ban treaty prohibiting above-ground nuclear tests. The Soviets refused to budge and signed the treaty with the US and Britain on August 5. To the Soviets, the agreement was a milestone in reducing the danger of nuclear escalation and war. From their point of view, the Chinese were far too cavalier in dismissing the horrors of a nuclear exchange. For example, in 1957 Mao had responded to an argument about the threat of nuclear holocaust by telling Italian communist leader Palmiro Togliatti, "Who told you that Italy must survive? 300 million Chinese will be left, and that will be enough for the human race to continue." 3. This attitude was a major factor in the CPC's inability to garner more support within the world communist movement, even from parties unhappy with many aspects of Soviet policy. The CPC, however, saw matters differently. To Beijing, Soviet willingness to sign a pact with the US and Britain combined with its unwillingness to help China develop its own nuclear deterrent signaled the end of socialist solidarity. 10 days after the test ban treaty was signed, Beijing made public the existence of the 1957 Sino-Soviet Nuclear Pact and its abrogation by the USSR in 1959. The July 1963 meeting between top Chinese and Soviet leaders was the last such contact between the two parties for more than 20 years. Khrushchev was ousted as head of the CPSU in 1964, but after a brief wait-and-see period, both the Chinese and the new Soviet leadership under Leonid Brezhnev concluded that no rapprochement was possible. Relations between the two countries headed further downhill. Hostility between pro-Soviet and pro-Chinese factions in communist parties around the world intensified, leading to splits, usually via the breakaway of a minority pro-China faction, where these had not already taken place. 2 superpowers. From 1963 to 1966, the Chinese put forward the analysis that the Sino-Soviet split was a battle between revisionist and anti-revisionist policies within a single socialist camp and world communist movement. The CPC faction holding this view carried the day in Beijing's foreign policies, and on the key world battlefront, Vietnam, China backed the NLF and North Vietnamese. The distinguishing manifesto of this period was Lin Biao's Long Live the Victory of People's War, with its assertion that the struggle of national liberation movements against the imperialists headed by the US constituted the principal contradiction in the contemporary world. But China's concrete advice to revolutionaries in particular countries was not always consistent with Lin Biao's insistence on the importance of armed struggle. For example, the CPC maintained close ties with the Indonesian Communist Party, PKI, then the world's largest non-ruling CP, and advised it to refrain from armed guerrilla war and instead maintain an alliance with the Sukarno regime, just as the CPSU encouraged pro-Soviet parties to attach themselves to supposedly progressive bourgeois regimes in other countries. The PKI took this course and the result was catastrophe. In October 1965, the Indonesian military turned on the left, slaughtered up to 1.5 million people and all but completely destroyed the PKI, thus securing the most populous country in Southeast Asia for the US at a key juncture in Washington's intervention in Vietnam. 5. Where the CPC did stick to Lin's People's War theory, however, was in assigning little importance to the role of the socialist camp or to workers' movements in the advanced capitalist countries. The full implications of that posture became clear in early 1966. In the wake of U.S. escalation in Vietnam, leaders of the Japanese Communist Party traveled to China, Vietnam, and Korea carrying a proposal for joint action in Vietnam's defense. They called for China and the USSR to put a moratorium on their dispute for the sake of aiding Vietnam, and won support from both the Vietnamese and Koreans. While some CPC leaders welcomed the proposal, Mao was bitterly opposed and blocked it. 6 The CPC began to advocate no united action with revisionism, an idea not found in the earlier 1963-64 polemics, as a revolutionary principle. China also ended its trade/aid package to Cuba, which Beijing considered too closely allied with the USSR. 7 Then in May 1966 came the Cultural Revolution. The upheaval was framed as a crusade to prevent China from taking the capitalist road, and for several years China turned inward and foreign policy was not a major concern. But those CPC leaders who had been most supportive of the Japanese CP's proposal for joint action, a group that overlapped with the main authors of the 1963-64 anti-revisionist polemics, were among the first criticized to be as capitalist roaders and removed from their posts. At the height of the Cultural Revolution, in the fall of 1967, a series of articles in the Chinese press for the first time asserted publicly that capitalism had been restored in the Soviet Union. These watershed pieces were put together and published in 1968 in the collection How the Soviet Revisionists Carry Out All-Round Restoration of Capitalism in the USSR. 8 Then came the 1968 Soviet invasion of Czechoslovakia. The CPSU justified its intervention with the Brezhnev Doctrine, which claimed that the sovereignty of any one socialist country could be violated in order to ensure the security of the socialist camp as a whole. Implicitly, it was the Soviet Party that would decide when such violations were necessary. The Chinese, not surprisingly, interpreted both the invasion and the self-serving Soviet rationalization as a threat to their own security. 2 months after the invasion, Mao called the USSR social imperialist for the first time, and the CPC declared that the USSR and the US were two superpowers that were equally dangerous to the people of the world. 9 Behind the scenes a dispute raged. However, Lin Biao seemingly still considered the US the main danger, while Mao argued that the main threat came from the USSR. In the spring and summer of 1969 there were armed clashes along the Soviet-Chinese border and hints that the Soviet Union was seeking Washington's tacit support for a strike against China's nuclear capacity, perhaps using nuclear weapons. These border battles did not turn into all-out war, but Sino-Soviet tensions remained at boiling point levels. In 1970, Mao stated that the Soviet Union today is under the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, a dictatorship of the big bourgeoisie, a dictatorship of the German fascist type, a dictatorship of the Hitler type. 10 Long gone was the 1963-64 framework about a clash of revisionist versus anti-revisionist policies within a single socialist camp. For their part, the Soviets continued to argue that China was a socialist country, but attacked the CPC leadership as petty bourgeois nationalists and ultra-leftists who were splitting the communist movement and objectively supporting imperialism. Toward alignment with Washington. By 1971 the dominant faction in the CPC decided that an opening to Washington would strengthen China's security as well as create new opportunities for economic development. The Nixon administration, for a different set of reasons, simultaneously decided to make an overture to Beijing. Nixon and Secretary of State Henry Kissinger had developed a new strategy to deal with the challenge to U.S. hegemony stemming from national liberation movements and Soviet attainment of strategic nuclear parity. It consisted of offering the USSR détente in exchange for Soviet good behavior in the Third World while simultaneously trying to woo China to Washington's side. A delicate courtship between Washington and Beijing ensued. The first step was an April 1971 trip by the U.S. table tennis team to China, ping-pong diplomacy. 2 months later Nixon declared an end to Washington's 22-year embargo on trade with the People's Republic. On July 9, 1971 Kissinger flew in secret to Beijing for talks with Zhou Enlai. 6 days later Nixon announced that he would visit China. The next month an editorial in the CPC's People's Daily for the first time indicated that the Soviet Union was a greater danger than the US. 11. All this intensified the factional battle already underway in the CPC. During the preparations for Nixon's visit, Lin Biao, opposed to rapprochement with Washington, either attempted a power grab or faced arrest before being able to make such a bid. He tried to flee China, probably to the USSR, and was killed in a suspicious plane crash on September 12. Nixon arrived the following February. The Shanghai communique issued on the conclusion of his visit marked a major breakthrough for China. Nixon stated that Taiwan is part of China, while Beijing made no promise to pressure the Vietnamese to make concessions to Washington, which the Western press had speculated was one of Nixon's major goals. But behind the scenes Nixon and Kissinger had met their objectives, with both sides agreeing to begin construction of an anti-Soviet bloc. 13. Indeed, China's shift away from solidarity with other Third World left-wing movements had begun even before Nixon arrived. Particularly striking was Beijing's response to the unsuccessful April 1971 rebellion against the conservative government of Ceylon, now Sri Lanka. The uprising was brutally crushed and the governments of the US, Britain, India and the USSR all sent support to the regime. On the surface this seemed to be confirmation of China's earlier thesis that the West and the Soviet bloc were colluding to put a lid on revolutions. But this time China also sent a message of congratulations to the Ceylonese government and denounced foreign spies among the insurgents. Beijing's message led to rumblings even among many of China's supporters, who were especially upset by the CPC's playing into the long-standing anti-communist argument that popular rebellions were inevitably the work of outside agitators. 14. Even more disturbing was China's reaction to the CIA-backed coup in Chile. While progressive governments throughout the world condemned the coup and tried to isolate the new Pinochet regime, China was among the first countries to recognize the new government and at the UN was the only country besides the US to abstain from voting for a resolution to aid Chilean refugees. Beijing established warm relations with Pinochet and his generals and hosted an official Chilean delegation on the second anniversary of the coup. 15 Also in 1973 China cut off aid to the liberation movement in Oman, which had been fighting that country's feudal regime and its main backer, the Shah of Iran. Simultaneously Beijing began to refer to the Shah's CIA-backed government as a bulwark against the USSR and expressed enthusiasm for the Shah's purchases of massive quantities of US arms. Elsewhere in the Middle East, China hailed Egypt's 1972 expulsion of Soviet military advisors and its turn toward alliance with the US, remained silent about attacks on the Palestinian movement, and praised attempts by reactionary Arab governments to impose restrictions on the Palestinians. 16. Then in 1974 China sided with the pro-Western Portuguese Socialist Party, SP, against the left following the April overthrow of the fascist regime. The SP was forthright about its goal of keeping Portugal in NATO and preventing social transformation within the country. To its left stood a broad alliance of trade unions, radicalized sections of the armed forces movement, the Portuguese Communist Party and several smaller Marxist organizations. At first the left held substantial initiative, but lost ground when SP leader Mario Soares declared martial law in November 1975. China backed the Soares crackdown on the grounds that the Portuguese CP was an agent of Soviet social imperialism and constituted the main danger to the country. Beijing also began to argue for strengthening NATO, which was no longer characterized as a military alliance serving U.S. imperialism but as a bulwark of European defense against the USSR. 17. The theory of the three worlds. The theoretical/strategic rationale for China's changed foreign policy was put forward on April 10, 1974, when Deng Xiaoping presented China's theory of the three worlds to the UN in a major address. 18 In common usage up to that point, First World had referred to the advanced capitalist countries, Second World to the Soviet-led Eastern European bloc, and Third World to the oppressed and underdeveloped countries of Asia, Africa, the Middle East and Latin America. The Three Worlds theory attempted to redefine these categories. It characterized the US and the USSR as two superpowers who together constituted the First World. The Third World remained the oppressed nations mostly in the global South, and the Second World now referred to the developed countries of both Eastern and Western Europe, and Japan, supposedly in between the First and Third Worlds. The Chinese theory redefined the contours of the world revolutionary struggle. The anti-revisionist polemics of the early 60s had emphasized the long-standing communist position that the socialist countries, national liberation movements and workers' movements in the advanced capitalist metropolises were the three essential components of a single world revolutionary process. They identified the common enemy as imperialism, criticized neocolonialism as a cover for exploitation, and proclaimed the goal of worldwide socialist transformation. All of these concepts disappeared in the Three Worlds theory. Instead, the main struggle in the world was considered to be that of the Third World, sometimes able to enlist the Second World as an ally, against domination by the First World. Struggles between class forces within any of the worlds were given virtually no importance. In the initial 1974 version of the Three Worlds theory, the two superpowers were accused of both imperialism and hegemonism, a term connoting domination but not linked, like imperialism, to any particular class structure. Imperialism generally remained Beijing's epithet of choice when it was criticizing the US, while hegemonism was shorthand for the USSR. Soon Beijing's long-standing call for a united front against imperialism was replaced by calls for a united front against hegemonism. By this time just about everyone outside pro-China circles, from other Marxists to right-wingers, recognized both China's foreign policy shift and its value to the US. Veteran anti-imperialist Tariq Ali captured the dominant sentiment in the non-Maoist left, once the injured party in the Sino-Soviet dispute, and the advocate of more militant opposition to American imperialism. After the so-called Cultural Revolution, China became the aggressor in a propaganda war against the USSR of unprecedented virulence and the suitor of favors from Washington. From 1972 onwards, Chinese external policy changed color throughout the world. 19. The same shift was identified by a group of pro-capitalist scholars close to Washington policymakers. They categorized China's foreign policy in the 1950s as that of an aligned with the USSR radical state, and saw China in the early 1960s as an independent radical state, but from the early to the late 1970s they characterized China as a semi-aligned with the US reformist state, and from the late 1970s to 1982 as an aligned with the US conservative state. 20. Differences and denial. Only within the new communist movement was China's alignment with Western imperialism downplayed or denied. Anti-revisionists by and large accepted the thesis that the Soviet Union posed some level of threat to China and conducted itself in a hegemonist manner in other parts of the world. This justified, in their eyes, a certain degree of tactical maneuvering on China's part. And through 1975 China's continuing support for Vietnam was weighed more heavily than Beijing's policies elsewhere. But there were mounting doubts and strains. On the level of general analysis, the Revolutionary Union, October League, Iwarkun and others accepted the Chinese position that the Soviet Union had fully restored capitalism and was social imperialist. Countries and movements closely allied to the USSR, Cuba especially, were considered Soviet puppets in the same way that neocolonial governments or Contra armies propped up by Washington were regarded as US puppets. The view dominant in 1969-71, that the USSR was colluding and contending with the US to suppress revolutions and divide the globe between them, was replaced in 1972-73 with denunciations of the USSR as a rising imperialist power threatening to dominate the world. When the theory of the three worlds was proclaimed in 1974, all the groups most heavily influenced by Maoism rushed to embrace it, though the RU retained reservations, and after Mao's death attacked it and denied that Mao had been its author. In contrast, groups and individuals loyal to the original thrust of Third World Marxism held fast to the position, reinforced by confrontations on every continent, that US imperialism was the prime enemy of national liberation movements. While remaining critical of Soviet foreign policy, few believed that the USSR functioned on the basis of the same structural imperatives as US monopoly capitalism. And rather than being unfriendly to Third World parties that were allied with the Soviets, they generally supported them and were especially enthusiastic about Cuba's assistance to both Latin American and African liberation movements. The Guardian was the main voice of these views, which were shared by several smaller collectives. The CL/CLP also disputed the view that the USSR was capitalist, based on the orthodox Stalinist position that it was a society's economic base that determined its fundamental character even if the ruling party, part of the superstructure, was revisionist. Before 1975, these different Maoist tendencies frequently found common ground. They all defended China against widespread criticism that Nixon's 1972 trip represented a betrayal. They stressed the fact that China had broken out of diplomatic isolation, forced U.S. recognition of its claim to Taiwan, and given away nothing in terms of support for Vietnam. The Guardian, for instance, praised the trip in a lead editorial, though it saw fit to simultaneously flag solidarity with Cuba by running a second editorial entitled "Cuba Shows How 21." Differences within the movement deepened as the shift in China's policy became more pronounced in the year after Nixon's visit. China's warm relations with the Pinochet regime were the subject of sharp debate in the Guardian's pages and elsewhere. While the Guardian backed the Iranian Student Association's efforts to build a movement around the slogan "No Arms to the Shah" and continued to support the Popular Front for the Liberation of Oman, the October League favored U.S. arms sales to Tehran and followed Beijing's lead in dropping support for the Omani left. 22. Focus on Puerto Rico. In 1974, controversy raged about the appropriate stance toward the Puerto Rican independence struggle. The Puerto Rican Socialist Party spearheaded organizing for an October 27 Day of Solidarity with Puerto Rico, whose high point was a 20,000-plus rally in Madison Square Garden. Speakers at the event ranged from Geraldo Rivera, then a television reporter, to ALSC leader Owusu Sadokai, Angela Davis of the PUSA, Guardian executive editor Erwin Silber and Jerry Tung of the Asian Study Group /WVO. When Tung raised the Maoist slogan "Superpowers out of Puerto Rico," he was shouted down by the crowd with shouts of "Unidad, Unidad, 23. That did not stop WVO and others who followed China's line from going further in the same vein. The CPC loyalists attacked Cuba, which most of the Puerto Rican left regarded as its most stalwart international champion, and accused the PSP of being a fifth column for Soviet-Cuban penetration of the island. It was widely noted on the left that these charges were identical with Washington's. When in September 1975 the largest ever international conference in support of Puerto Rican independence was held in Havana, China, and its followers denounced and boycotted the event. In contrast, The Guardian hailed the leadership of the PSP, lauded Cuba's role and sent executive editor Silber to the meeting. Afterwards, leading figures from the paper's staff, including Silber, assumed prominent positions within the PSP-initiated Puerto Rican Solidarity Committee, PRSC, which played a key role among anti-imperialist activists for several years after its formation in 1975. A nearly identical division arose regarding events in Portugal. After the fascist regime was overthrown, the OL echoed Beijing's line that the USSR, operating through the Portuguese CP, was the main threat to the Portuguese people. RU did not call the USSR the main problem, but agreed that both superpowers were making trouble in Portugal. The Guardian, especially via coverage by Wilfred Burchett, and other collectives, as well as Monthly Review, put forward a completely different view, targeting the danger from pro-capitalist and neo-fascist forces and expressing solidarity with the left alignment, which included the Portuguese Communist Party. By 1975 the OL, having achieved premier status in the Maoist camp, was arguing that the main blow must be directed at the USSR and calling for steps to strengthen NATO. Both OL and RU published lengthy volumes trying to back up the Chinese claim that the USSR was capitalist, the Chinese themselves having presented little in the way of theoretical or historical evidence. RU issued Red Papers No. 7, How capitalism has been restored in the Soviet Union and what it means for the world's struggle in 1974 and OL followed in 1975 with Martin Nicholas' restoration of capitalism in the USSR. 24. The hostility between RU and OL was so great by this time that the two immediately exchanged polemics, charging that the other's version of the capitalist restoration thesis was itself revisionist, unintentionally casting doubt on the whole proposition. With positions within diverging to such a degree, a showdown was inevitable. For West European sympathizers with China, events in Portugal catalyzed a decisive split. In the US, where intervention in the Third World was of far more concern to 1960s veterans than struggles in Europe, the trigger turned out to be Angola. Spotlight on Angola. The Movement for the Popular Liberation of Angola, MPLA, was founded as a clandestine movement against Portuguese colonialism in December 1956. Amilcar Cabral, then living in Angola, was among its founding members. Led by Marxists and allied with Frelimo in Mozambique and the Cabral-led PAIGC in Guinea-Bissau, the MPLA spearheaded the independence struggle in the largest and potentially richest country in Portugal's African empire. It launched armed actions in 1961 and, along with Frelimo and the PAIGC, waged the lengthy struggle that produced the crisis and overthrow of Portuguese fascism in 1974.25. Through the 1960s and 1970s, however, the MPLA was not the only movement operating within Angola. In 1961, Washington's incoming Kennedy administration, recognizing that eventually the full decolonization of Africa was inevitable, went looking for local players to sponsor as future rulers of neocolonial regimes. In Angola, Washington chose the virulently anti-Marxist Holden Roberto and his Front for the Liberation of Angola, FNLA. That very year, Ghanaian leader Kwame Nkrumah denied Roberto assistance on the grounds that he was already in the pay of America, a judgment confirmed by numerous sources including the New York Times, which described Roberto as chosen by President John F. Kennedy and the CIA to forge a link between the U.S. and the indigenous groups that were expected someday to drive Portugal from Angola. 26 In the mid-1960s, the FNLA was joined by the Union for the Total Independence of Angola, UNITA, founded by Jonas Savimbi. Savimbi, who had served for several years under Roberto, was similarly anti-left as well as personally ambitious and dictatorial. He left the FNLA feeling that the group was discredited and that he could do better in a new organization that had hidden, rather than open, links with Washington and South Africa. The FNLA and UNITA conducted only minor activities against the Portuguese, so when the Portuguese regime was overthrown, the MPLA was far and away in the best position to lead the first post-independence government. Washington, already humiliated in Vietnam, saw the MPLA as a grave threat. So did South Africa, which was especially alarmed by the prospect of a revolutionary Angola aiding the fight being waged in neighboring Namibia against Pretoria's illegal occupation. Both scrambled to head off an MPLA victory by sending increased quantities of aid to the FNLA and UNITA, which quickly shifted to fighting the MPLA rather than the Portuguese. Hoping to avert a bloody conflict, the MPLA signed an agreement with the FNLA and UNITA in January 1975 calling for a transitional three-party coalition government until independence could be declared and elections held. The FNLA and UNITA immediately broke the agreement. In March, Zaire's CIA-backed dictator, Mobutu Sese Seko, sent his army into Angola to establish a power base for the FNLA, and in August South African troops crossed into Angola from occupied Namibia in an anti-MPLA invasion coordinated with UNITA, Zaire, the FNLA, and the CIA. The date for formal independence had been set for November 11, and by October 23 South African troops had driven north from Namibia 1,000 miles into the country. On November 7 and 10, Zaire troops backed by Portuguese mercenaries and South African armored cars pushed within 15 miles of Luanda before being driven back by MPLA soldiers defending the capital. On November 11 the MPLA declared independence and immediately requested international assistance. Cuban troops started arriving in Angola on Soviet transports within days, and the combined MPLA-Cuban armies drove back the Contra Alliance. 27 The MPLA-Cuban advance was applauded by anti-colonial and anti-imperialist forces worldwide, and nowhere more strongly than in South Africa itself. Black South Africans gathered around radios and television sets daily and cheered every defeat inflicted upon the South African military. Indeed, the MPLA-Cuban success was a key factor in fueling the watershed Soweto uprising in June 1976 and the 18 months of mass upheaval within South Africa that followed. Meanwhile, top U.S. policymakers led by Henry Kissinger pushed for direct intervention to rescue their faltering clients. But U.S. memories of the Vietnam quagmire were too fresh, and opposition from the African American community and peace movement too strong, for Kissinger to prevail. In what was widely termed the first tangible example of the Vietnam syndrome, Congress instead passed the Clark Amendment prohibiting any aid to forces trying to overthrow the Angolan government. Heavy fighting continued well into 1976, though by the end of that year Washington and Pretoria's goals had been reduced to bleeding the Angolan government instead of overthrowing it. In this they succeeded all too well, though the FNLA quickly disappeared. Savimbi's UNITA managed to stay afloat and carry on a bloody insurgency that has cost tens of thousands of lives and continues to this day. The alignment of forces in Angola paralleled that in most other national liberation struggles of the 1960s and 1970s. What made Angola unique was what Monthly Review called the involvement of the People's Republic of China on the side of imperialism. 28 Instead of aligning itself with the Angolan left, the progressive countries in the rest of Africa and the Third World, and the international anti-imperialist movement, Beijing formed a tacit alliance with Washington and Pretoria and directed its fire at the MPLA, Cuba, and the USSR. Splits in the new communist movement. Within the US left, support for the MPLA, or at least opposition to Washington as the main threat to Angolan independence, was all but universal. Monthly Review came down solidly behind the MPLA and was explicitly critical of Beijing. The Black Scholar did likewise. Groups and tendencies ranging from the PUSA to the PSP to Prairie Fire all backed the MPLA. Unaffiliated radicals and veterans of the anti-Vietnam War movement focused their energies on stopping US aid to the FNLA and UNITA and thwarting any attempt at military intervention.